Qingzhou Luyan City, the Yi family. A son must pay his father's debts, a wife must bear her husband's debts. This is the way of heaven. Madam, you wouldn't want the Yi family to be annihilated, would you? White funeral banners fluttered in the Yi family's mourning hall. A stunningly beautiful woman knelt on a prayer mat, her fingertips clutching the hem of her white robe. The sinister man in black finished his ominous words, and dozens of gazes in the hall fixed upon her jade-like neck, like hungry wolves. This beautiful woman was named Lu Fian. 7 years ago, she married into the Yi family of Luyan City and became the wife of the family head. Lu Fian possessed a natural water spirit body, and even rarer, a pure, alluring physique. Her figure was voluptuous with full breasts and a curvaceous backside. She was already one of the greatest beauties in Luyan City, and her cultivation technique made her even more stunning, the object of countless men's secret desires. But today Lu Fian was uncharacteristically haggard and weary. 3 days ago her husband had died violently, his corpse not yet cold when the steward of a hostile family came demanding debts, his foot on the ancestral tablet. "Steward Kai, I beg you, give me a few more days. The spirit stones my husband owed your Kai family, I will repay them. A few more days. The Kai family has given you enough leeway. If you don't repay 30,000 spirit stones today, don't blame us for being rude." "What 30,000 spirit stones?" Lu Fian sprang to her feet, her chest heaving with rage. "My husband only owed you 10,000. He's been dead just 3 days, and now you demand 3 times the amount." Steward Kai Kuan grinned. 10,000 is the principal, the remaining 20,000 is interest. Total 30,000. "What? Such exorbitant interest? Do you have no rules?" Kai Kuan threw the IOU onto the incense table, dust rising. He snorted. "Rules? A year ago your husband signed this deed in black and white. That is the rule. Madam Yi, you wouldn't try to deny it, would you?" Seeing the IOU, the beautiful woman felt as if struck by lightning. The handwriting and fingerprints were indeed her husband's. "What? Madam Yi, you can't possibly be unable to pay, can you?" Kai Kuan smirked, lecherously eager to get to the point. The beautiful woman raised her head and said softly, "Steward Kai, you know my Yi family is facing difficulties. My husband just died, and my cultivation has fallen from condensation chi to body tempering. I truly cannot produce any spirit stones now. Could you give me a little more time?" "More time?" Kai Kuan sneered. "The Kai family has given the Yi family more than enough time. Then what do you want me to do?" "I can't produce a single spirit stone," the beautiful woman said angrily. "Can't produce?" Kai Kuan stared at her chest with a lecherous grin. Easy, easy. My master has said 30,000 spirit stones today. Either pay up, or use your water spirit body to pay the debt." "Shameless. The Kai family is shameless. And you, madam, what crime do you commit by not repaying your debt? Your Kai family goes too far." The beautiful woman clenched her teeth, face red with anger, staring furiously at Kai Kuan below the platform. "And what if we do? Do you still think you're the Madam Yi of the condensation chi stage?" Kai Kuan snorted. "My master said the Madam Yi has only today to consider. If she refuses, the Kai family will use force. They'll put it bluntly, if Madam Yi does not agree today, my master will annihilate the Yi family. Not a single soul left alive." Hearing this, all the Yi family members trembled in fear. A member of the Yi family stepped forward and said, "Sister-in-law, for the sake of our Yi family, just give in. It's just sleeping with the Kai family head. That's not hard for Madam. Sister-in-law, you wouldn't want to see our Yi family wiped out, would you?" "You? Yi-chang, how could you be like this? I've done so much for the Yi family over the years. Even without merit, I've toiled tirelessly. How can you treat me this way?" Yi-chang gave a faint smile. "Done so much for the Yi family. If not for your idea, how would my elder brother have died in vain inside that secret realm?" With that, he looked at Kai Kuan and smiled. "Steward Kai, family matters have no place for a woman's say. I, Yi-chang, will accept on behalf of my sister-in-law." "Good. Second Master Yi is truly a man of the times. Once my master is satisfied, your rewards will naturally be plentiful." "Thank you, Steward Kai. Since Second Master Yi has spoken, men, take her." Kai Kuan waved his hand, signaling to take the beautiful woman from the mourning hall. "How dare you? I would rather die than agree." The beautiful woman roared in fury. But at this moment, none of the Yi family below dared to speak in her defense, let alone act. Before everyone's eyes, she was like fish on a chopping board at the mercy of others. "That's not for you to decide, he. Kai Kuan leered. "Take her. Who dares touch my master's wife?" Suddenly, a young man leaped out from a corner of the mourning hall and stood before the beautiful woman. The young man was tall, imposing, with strong muscles and handsome features. At first glance, he was quite intimidating. But when everyone took a closer look, they burst into laughter, and even the Yi clan members couldn't help but snicker. "I thought it was someone important. It's just the Yi family idiot." Ha ha, ha ha. What does the Yi family idiot want to play hero saving the beauty? This young man was called Shanyu, known throughout Luyan City as a fool. Shanyu was not originally a member of the Yi family. 6 years ago, the family head and Lu Fian had picked him up from the roadside. Lu Fian saw that the fool had an extraordinary appearance, so she brought him back to the Yi family to raise. He did odd jobs like carrying water and chopping wood, and she gave him a name, Yi Tianxi. Everyone knew this fool was simple-minded, spending his days grinning foolishly. But he was blessed with a handsome face, so handsome that someone had tried to arrange a marriage for him a few months ago. But the other family immediately refused upon hearing that the fool was a simpleton, calling him a toad lusting after swan meat. No way. Shanyu, get down quickly. Don't let them hurt you. Of the 100 people in the Yi family, not one stepped forward to save her. It was a fool everyone despised who stood up. The beautiful woman felt both sad and moved. No, Shanyu won't leave. Shanyu was raised by Master's wife, so Shanyu must protect her. Shanyu grinned foolishly, his words simple and naive. The crowd laughed even harder. A fool wants to protect his master's wife. Get lost, fool. If you delay my business, I'll slice you up. Kai Kuan grew impatient, his face twisting into a savage snarl. With Shanyu here, anyone who bullies my master's wife, they'll fight them to the death. Shanyu looked furious, his eyes red as he charged at Kai Kuan. Shanyu, be careful. The beautiful woman screamed, her face full of worry. Damn it. Even a fool dares to act tough with me. Watch me chop you up. With that, Kai Kuan roared and swung his broadsword down. The strike was as fierce as thunder, as fast as lightning, the sword light, cleaving through the air and instantly reaching Yi Tianxi in front. That fool is dead. The Yi family watched as if they were spectators. Ha 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 ha, little brat, where do you think you're running? Kai Kuan laughed heartily, his face full of triumph, as if he could already see the fool chopped into minced meat. But the next moment his expression changed drastically. The fool dodged his blade like lightning, then charged straight into Kai Kuan. Boom! A dull thud rang out. Kai Kuan couldn't evade and was sent flying by Shanyu. Everyone and the beautiful woman were stunned. Ouch, my old back! Kai Kuan cried out in pain, then scrambled up from the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. In this Luyan city, though his cultivation was not high, he had at least reached the 3rd layer of the body-tempering realm. How could he be knocked flying by that simpleton who knew nothing of mystical power? Not only him, but the entire Yi family was in an uproar, all stunned. The simpleton had actually knocked flying Kai Kuan of the 3rd layer of body-tempering realm. This was simply beyond belief. Impossible. Kai Kuan burst into curses. Looking at the simpleton, who was completely unfazed, standing there with a silly grin. Dare to bully my master's wife. Watch Shanyu teach you a lesson. Master Kuan, are you all right, Master Kuan? The Kai family servants rushed forward to support Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan cursed, stupid fool, still daring to humiliate me. What are you standing there for? Go kill him now. Yes, Master Kuan. The Kai family servants immediately picked up clubs and knives, charging at Yi Tianxi with murderous intent, jeering, offending our Master Kuan. You've got a death wish. In moments, a dozen Kai family men had surrounded Yi Tianxi. The beautiful woman under the morning hall was inwardly worried and quickly said, Shanyu, come back. This has nothing to do with Shanyu. If you have a problem, take it up with me. Don't bully Shanyu. Beat him. But the Kai family paid no heed, swinging their weapons at Yi Tianxi. The Yi family members sneered. The Kai family is angry now, that fool is in for it. Don't worry, Master's wife Shanyu will protect you. But Shanyu showed no fear. He roared and blocked the incoming blade, then punched a Kai family servant in the chest. Bang! A crisp sound, and that servant's ribs broke. 2 of them. He wailed in pain, clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground. This scene dumbfounded everyone present. Could this fool really be that strong? Offending the Kai family is a death wish. A dozen Kai family servants swarmed Shanyu, but they could hardly touch him. Shanyu, like a heavenly god, descended, punched each one, quickly knocking all dozen flat, groaning in pain. Everyone watched dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the usually silly Shanyu could fight so ferociously? Even Lu Fian, who had raised Shanyu, widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, murmuring, we never taught him martial arts. How did he become so strong? I almost forgot. Shanyu was born with the pure yang body. The pure yang body naturally grants monstrous strength and an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Most importantly, the pure yang body and her water spirit body were naturally complementary. If the two practiced dual cultivation, both their cultivations would soar. If I dual cultivate with Shanyu, I can quickly recover to the condensing chi realm. But Shanyu is silly and simple. Does he even understand such matters? Her cheeks flushed, heart pounding wildly as she recalled Shanyu's tall physique and strong muscles while working. Under the morning hall, Shan Yo, having taught the Kai family a lesson, felt exhilarated and said foolishly, "From now on, see who dares to bully my master's wife. Get lost." Kai Kuan, gritting his teeth with a ferocious expression, scrambled up and fled with his men out of the Yi family morning hall, leaving behind a threat. "Stupid fool, you wait. I won't let you off." Shan Yo paid no heed, clapping and hopping. He scurry away, scurry away. The bad guys have all been beaten away by Shan Yo. After watching the Kai family flee, Shan Yo contentedly ran to Lu Fian and said with a simple smile, "Don't be afraid, master's wife. Shan Yo will protect you." Lu Fian coughed lightly, rolled her eyes, and said coquettishly, "You silly ox, your master's wife is highly skilled. Do I need your protection? I was just being lenient." "Oh, I see." Shan Yo scratched his head, looking as if he had done something wrong. Seeing his silly, bruised appearance, Lu Fian couldn't help but smile, yet felt a pang of sympathy. Though Shan Yo was strong, facing so many attackers at once, he still suffered some superficial injuries. "Shan Yo, does it hurt?" Lu Fian caressed the wound on Shan Yo's shoulder and asked. "Shan Yo, doesn't hurt." Shan Yo grabbed her delicate hand and grinned foolishly. Lu Fian was startled and quickly withdrew her hand, her expression flustered. "That's good, that's good." At that moment, Yi Chong from the platform threw a dark glance at Lu Fian and said coldly, "Sister-in-law, the Kai family will not let this go. The survival of the Yi family. You handle it yourself." Hearing this, Shan Yo's face immediately darkened. He turned and glared at Yi Chong. "Are you trying to bully my master's wife too?" Yi Chong was startled, afraid Shan Yo would jump down and beat him too. With that thought, he dared not speak and slunk away with the other Yi family members, leaving the hall. "Oomph." Shan Yo snorted, wiped his nose, and said to Lu Fian, "Don't worry, master's wife. With Shan Yo here, no one can bully you." Lu Fian was momentarily stunned. In the vast Yi family, only Shan Yo truly stood by her. A warmth filled her heart. But this couldn't go on. In Luyun City, the strong ruled. Shan Yo possessed only brute strength enough to handle a few servants, but if the Kai family sent experts, it would be disastrous. Thinking this, Lu Fian sighed. Seeing her sigh, Shan Yo consoled her in his simple way. "Master's wife, with Shan Yo here, the bad guys won't dare come again. Don't be afraid." Lu Fian smiled and said, "Shan Yo, you can protect me for a while, but not forever. If the Kai family's experts come, not only would you fail to protect me, you'd also get hurt." Experts. What should we do?" Shan Yo lowered his head, scratching it. Lu Fian pondered for a moment, then had a flash of inspiration. "Shan Yo, the reason they bully me is because my cultivation has fallen. If I recover my strength, they won't dare provoke me. Shan Yo, do you want to help me recover my cultivation? Help master's wife recover." "Of course Shan Yo wants to," Shan Yo said excitedly. Lu Fian was overjoyed. What a good child. "Well then, tonight, when the moon climbs to the west, come to my room in the back courtyard. When the moon climbs to the west, go to the rear courtyard to the mistress room." Silly Ox scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. "What for going to the mistress room in the rear courtyard?" Lu Fian let out a tinkling laugh. "You silly boy, why ask so many questions? Won't you find out when you get there?" No, Silly Ox wouldn't dare." Silly Ox shook his head frantically. "What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Fian asked with a frown. Silly Ox stammered. "Master said that's where he and the mistress sleep." Silly Ox mustn't go to the rear courtyard, and certainly not enter the mistress room. If master ever caught him, he'd break Silly Ox's legs. So Silly Ox dares not. Lu Fian couldn't help but chuckle, gently stroking Silly Ox's head. "No wonder they call you Silly Ox, you silly boy. Your master is dead, now how could he break your legs?" "Ah." Silly Ox was taken aback, then scratched his head again, a troubled expression on his face. Seeing this, Lu Fian immediately put on a displeased look, feigning sternness as she scolded, "What ah? You silly boy, are you disobeying your mistress' words now?" Silly Ox quickly waved his hands. No, Silly Ox listens to the mistress. Silly Ox will go to the rear courtyard room to find the mistress tonight. Please don't be angry, mistress." Seeing his simple-minded demeanor, Lu Fian laughed softly. "That's better. Mistress isn't angry. Let me test you again. What time did I tell you to come to the rear courtyard to find me?" Silly Ox scratched his head, thinking, then said, "Tonight, when the moon climbs to the west." "Correct. Silly Ox is so clever. Remember it well, mistress will be waiting for you. When you come, keep quiet, and don't let anyone see you." Silly Ox remembers. Silly Ox grinned foolishly. "All right, go on with your work now. Mistress will stay here a while." "Yes, mistress." Silly Ox is off to work. Having acknowledged her, Silly Ox scampered out, disappearing beyond the door in no time. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Fian was overcome with a myriad of emotions. When the patriarch was still alive, both she and he were at the chi condensation stage. Back then, who among the Kai family dared to act presumptuously before her? Now that the patriarch was dead and her cultivation had fallen to the body-tempering stage, the Yi family, bereft of any strong cultivator, had become like fish on a chopping block at the mercy of others. What infuriated her most was that even her own Yi family, who had always been protective of her, no longer treated her as one of their own. They even wanted to offer her up to the wolves to appease them. How utterly infuriating. Fortunately, Silly Ox had helped her out of a tight spot today, and Lu Fian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Silly Ox left, she immediately pulled a cultivation manual from her bosom titled The Divine Art of Yin-Yang Harmonization and Creation. After flipping through a few pages, Lu Fian's face lit up with surprise. She murmured to herself, "Yes, this is the one. Once I practice it with Silly Ox, it'll soon recover to the qi condensation stage." At this thought, Lu Fian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, in the Kai family's main hall of Luyan City, a middle-aged man in a green robe, his face stern with authority, erupted in fury. "What do you mean you didn't bring her back? And you got beaten by that fool from the Yi family. A bunch of useless trash." "Calm down, patriarch, please calm down." The Kai family's steward Kai Cohen knelt on the ground trembling. "Trash, all of you are trash." Kai Hongshuan, the Kai family patriarch, snorted coldly. "I'll give you one last chance. If I don't have Lu Fian within 3 days, you can get the hell out of the Kai family." Yes, patriarch, please calm down. "I'll see to it immediately." Kai Cohen replied repeatedly. As night deepened, Silly Ox sat at the entrance of the woodshed in the side courtyard, anxiously watching the moon in the sky shift from the south to the southwest, and then from the southwest to the west. The mistress said, "When the moon climbs to the west, she wants me, Silly Ox, to go to her room in the rear courtyard." Could it be that the mistress sees how strong I am and wants to teach me a cultivation technique? Once I finish cultivating, I'll be strong. Then no one will dare to bully the mistress. At this thought, Silly Ox felt a secret thrill. He stood up, patted his backside, and headed for the rear courtyard. It was already the second watch of the night, deep and still. Just as Silly Ox reached the entrance to the rear courtyard, he started to have second thoughts. The mistress told me to be quiet. I almost forgot. With that in mind, Silly Ox immediately lightened his steps, tiptoeing over the threshold of the rear courtyard. As one foot crossed the threshold, another doubt crept into his mind. Master isn't watching me from heaven right now, is he? If I enter the rear courtyard, he'll break my legs. But the mistress told Silly Ox not to be afraid. A shiver ran down Silly Ox's spine. He wrestled with his fear for a long while before finally mustering his courage. Carefully, he crept into the rear courtyard, terrified of being seen. The rear courtyard was shrouded in a tranquil night, with only faint starlight filtering through the treetops. The sole source of light came from a tightly shut door, which Silly Ox instantly recognized as the room of his mistress Lu Fian. Holding his breath, he crept along the wall, cautiously approaching. Just as he reached the door, before he could enter, Silly Ox suddenly saw the silhouette of a graceful, curvaceous figure reflected on the window. The figure was turned sideways to him, its lines flowing and elegant, with a perfectly proportioned hourglass figure. Silly Ox's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. "Oh, it's just the mistress. You scared me." Though simple-minded, he could guess that the mistress was taking a bath at that moment. Somehow, gazing at the mistress' shadow cast upon the window, Silly Ox felt an unbearable heat coursing through his body, his heart pounding as if it might leap out of his chest. Especially the moment when the mistress rose from the wooden tub after her bath, it sent Silly Ox's blood racing, his breath quickening, and drool nearly spilling from his lips. "What's happening to me?" Silly Ox scratched his head nervously. As he stepped back, he slipped on the wooden steps, letting out a creak. Silly Ox grew even more anxious, but just then a voice as crisp and melodious as an oriole's song came from inside the room. "Silly Ox, is that you? The door's unlocked. Come on in. It's Silly Ox." Hearing his mistress' affectionate call, Silly Ox was overjoyed. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and entered. The door creaked open, and the room was filled with a faint, fragrant scent. The aroma was so pleasant that it left Silly Ox in a daze, his heart light and his spirits soaring. But when he saw the scene inside, Silly Ox was stunned. Lu Fian wore a pair of dark cyan trousers. The soft fabric traced the outline of her lower abdomen, smooth and flat, like a piece of finely polished jade. Above her abdomen, her red belly band bloomed like a flower in the morning light, shy yet alluring, perfectly accentuating her elegant figure. Beneath the belly band, a pair of full and firm breasts radiated the vitality of life, as if showcasing her confidence and beauty to the world. Though not particularly large, their plump curves, illuminated by the candlelight, were extraordinarily captivating, exuding a translucent luster as delicate as white jade, inviting one to draw closer. Silly Ox stood dumbfounded at the door, his eyes wide, his mouth slightly agape. Drool nearly flowing uncontrollably, completely forgetting where he was. Seeing him like this, Lu Fian felt a secret delight. She asked with a playful smile, "Silly boy, is your mistress beautiful?" "Beautiful master's wife is breathtakingly beautiful." Silly Ox swallowed hard, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on Lu Fian. Lu Fian's heart blossomed with joy upon hearing this. She pursed her lips and chuckled. "Who would have thought that even old ye never got to touch me, and in the end it's you, this foolish lad, who gets the prize. A fool indeed has fool's luck." Silly Ox couldn't comprehend what Lu Fian was saying. He simply stood at the door grinning foolishly, drool uncontrollably dripping to the ground. Lu Fian giggled at Silly Ox's endearingly naive demeanor. "You foolish boy standing there like a post, why don't you hurry up and close the door?" "Oh, Silly Ox will close the door." Silly Ox responded and quickly obeyed, closing the door with a creak. "Master's wife, what did you call Silly Ox here for?" After shutting the door, Silly Ox asked stupidly. "Silly Ox, come here." Lu Fian beckoned him over with a seductive curl of her finger, motioning for him to come to the bedside. "Oh, he. Silly Ox felt a stir in his heart, grinned a simple, honest laugh, and shuffled towards the bed. His gait was clumsy and foolish, a sight that was utterly comical. "Master's wife, what do you want from me?" Once at the bedside, Silly Ox glanced at Lu Fian and asked. "Sit down on the bed." Lu Fian pointed to the bed, instructing him to sit. Silly Ox quickly shook his head. "This is the bed where master and master's wife sleep." Silly Ox wouldn't dare sit on it. Lu Fian rolled her eyes upon hearing this, finding him both exasperating and amusing. "Oh, if master's wife says sit, then sit. Hurry up and sit down." Lu Fian grew impatient and directly pressed down on Silly Ox's shoulders, forcing him to sit on the bed. Silly Ox plopped down onto master's wife's soft, large bed, feeling as though he were sitting on a bed of nails. The discomfort beneath him made him want to get up and move around. "Silly Ox, did they hurt you badly today?" Lu Fian leaned over, stroked his head, and asked with a look of concern. "Silly Ox doesn't hurt." Silly Ox shook his head with a simple grin. Seeing he wouldn't admit it, Lu Fian chided, "Silly boy, I saw them hitting you with a stick today with my own eyes, and you still say it doesn't hurt. Come on, lie down quickly, let master's wife see if you're injured." "Oh." Hearing this, Silly Ox obediently laid down on the bed. Seeing how docile and well-behaved he was, Lu Fian felt a surge of delight. She giggled again. "You silly child, how can master's wife check you if you don't even take off your clothes? Come, let master's wife help you undress first." Lu Fian was an impatient soul. No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly stripped the clothes from Silly Ox's upper body. "Ah!" Upon seeing Silly Ox's solid muscles, Lu Fian couldn't help but gasp. The lines of his muscles were sharply defined, exuding an irresistible allure especially, which made Lu Fian's heart race. This silly boy with such a great physique. I never noticed it before. Lu Fian murmured, sighing with heartfelt admiration. "Master's wife, what's wrong?" Hearing her gasp, Silly Ox quickly asked. Lu Fian took a deep breath to calm her surging emotions, striving to steady her voice. "Silly boy, master's wife is fine. Let me examine you and see how badly you're hurt." "Great. Master's wife is going to check my body." Silly Ox exclaimed joyfully. "This silly boy." Lu Fian shook her head with a smile, then began to examine him. The examination was no small matter. Lu Fian's brow furrowed as she stared at his shoulders and arms, a look of confusion dawning on her face. She murmured to herself, "What's going on with this silly boy? During the day, I clearly saw the Kai family's servant hitting him on the shoulder with a stick. How is there not even a bruise? This isn't right. It's only been half a day, and he's already healed." Checking other parts of his body yielded the same result. It seemed Silly Ox wasn't injured at all. "How is it, master's wife? Is Silly Ox hurt badly?" Silly Ox asked foolishly, as if worried he might be missing something. "It's nothing, Silly Ox. You're not badly hurt, just a bit swollen," Lu Fian said with a sly grin. "I don't know what happened either," Silly Ox said stupidly. "Don't worry, Silly Ox. It'll be fine soon." Lu Fian snickered again. "Silly Ox, you really helped master's wife by driving away those bad guys today." Silly Ox puffed up with pride. "Whoever bullies master's wife, Silly Ox will beat them up." Lu Fian smiled. "Silly Ox, I appreciate your loyalty, but as you've seen, our Yi family and their Kai family are cultivation clans. The strong ones can even fly. Your brute strength alone won't cut it. When the Kai family's experts arrive, you won't be able to beat them. Then what should we do, master's wife?" Silly Ox scratched his head and asked. Lu Fian said with a smile, "Have you forgotten? Master's wife was once a master too, but my cultivation has fallen to the body tempering stage. If I could recover to the chi condensation stage, then that Kai family wouldn't dare bully us." "Great, great," Silly Ox exclaimed with excitement. "So, Silly Ox, are you willing to help master's wife recover her cultivation?" Lu Fian asked with an expectant look. Silly Ox is willing, of course Silly Ox is willing. Silly Ox chuckled. Lu Fian was overjoyed. Wonderful. You're so dutiful. But Silly Ox doesn't know how to help Master's wife recover her cultivation. Silly Ox said with a pitiful look. It's okay that you don't know. Master's wife knows. You just need to cultivate in tandem with me. Lu Fian said excitedly. Cultivate in tandem. What's that? Well, Lu Fian rolled her eyes. Explaining it to such a simpleton seemed pointless, and she couldn't bring herself to say it anyway. So she casually said, two people cultivating together. That's what it means. But Silly Ox doesn't know how to cultivate. It's okay if you don't know how. Master's wife will teach you. Lu Fian smiled seductively, then reached behind her back and gently untied her sash. Silly Ox's eyes widened as he stared intently at Lu Fian. Master's wife. Lu Fian cast him a bewitching glance, her face flushed. Silly Ox, are you ready? With that, she interlaced her fingers with his in a cross pattern and giggled. Come, let Master's wife teach you how to cultivate in tandem. An hour later, Silly Ox was flushed and panting heavily. Beside him, Lu Fian wore a look of satisfaction, a blissful smile gracing her face. Who would have thought this silly boy is so capable? Lu Fian's heart swelled with sweetness. The effect of this tandem cultivation was explosively good. Her dantian, which had been as stagnant as dead water, had actually shown signs of vitality because of it. Lu Fian was ecstatic. This yin-yang harmony creation divine art can indeed help me recover my cultivation. According to the book, 100 sessions of tandem cultivation can fully heal my destroyed dantian. If we do it once every 2 days, it will only take half a year for me to fully recover. Oh no, once every 2 days is too slow. Twice a day is much better. I just wonder if this silly boy can handle it. Lu Fian snickered to herself. Master's wife. Is this what tandem cultivation is? Silly Ox asked, his face red, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Yes, Silly Ox. Lu Fian giggled, and then asked, Silly Ox, cultivating in tandem with Master's wife. Did it feel good? The foolish ox nodded with a look of pure bliss. Lu Fian let out a light tinkling laugh. Then do you still want to cultivate together with your Master's wife in the future? Yes, the foolish ox wants to hee. All right, if that's the case, then from now on you will come to your Master's wife every night to cultivate together, okay? Great. The foolish ox loves cultivating with his Master's wife the most. The foolish ox exclaimed with unbridled excitement. But you must remember, do not tell anyone about tonight's events, or else your Master's wife will be angry. Lu Fian threatened, feigning severity. The foolish ox remembers. The foolish ox won't tell a soul. The foolish ox quickly nodded in agreement, terrified of incurring Lu Fian's wrath. MMHM, what a good boy. Lu Fian, her face blooming like a flower, lightly pecked the foolish ox on the cheek. Overjoyed by the kiss from his Master's wife, he suddenly spoke again. Master's wife, the foolish ox still wants to cultivate with you. Ah. Lu Fian was taken aback. She looked down, and a flicker of surprise crossed her face. You foolish boy, you've recovered so quickly. Her eyes darted with a sly idea, and she promptly said, since that's the case, how about your Master's wife grants your wish one more time? Great. Master's wife is so kind. Meanwhile, at the residence of Yi Chong, the second master of the Yi family, a servant knelt in the hall, reporting hastily, Second Master Steward Kai has decreed that within 3 days you must personally deliver Lu Fian to the Kai residence, or else he will send men to annihilate our Yi family. What? Yi Chong shot to his feet upon hearing this. What else did he say? Steward Kai also said that upon success he will gift you a marrow-cleansing pill and elevate you to the position of Yi family patriarch. Yi Chong asked suspiciously, the Kai family only wants that woman, nothing else. Nothing else, the servant nodded. Heaven truly aids me. Yi Chong let out a sinister laugh. This is good fortune for us. Just then another man arrived to report. Second Master, I just saw that fool enter the lattice room in the rear courtyard and hasn't come out for a long time. Oh, in the dead of night, what is the fool doing in the lattice chambers? Could it be? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Yi Chong's mouth. Come follow me to the rear courtyard to have a look. Yes, Second Master. With those words, Yi Chong led several of his men and hastily made their way to the rear courtyard. Inside the room of the rear courtyard, Lu Fian lay seductively on the bed, letting out a silvery laugh. Foolish ox, are you tired? The foolish ox shook his head, his face full of rustic honesty. Not tired, the foolish ox isn't tired at all. Hearing this, Lu Fian chuckled again. This silly boy still not tired. He's like an ox. Suddenly a commotion stirred in the rear courtyard. Hurry up, don't let anyone escape. Lu Fian's heart jolted with alarm. Troubles here, someone's coming. Foolish ox, get dressed and get up quickly. As she spoke, Lu Fian leaped from the bed and dressed with lightning speed. The foolish ox, however, was clumsy and fumbled for ages, only managing to pull on his pants before jumping off the bed, his upper body still bare. At that moment, Yi Chang and his men arrived, just in time. With a resounding crash, they burst through Lu Fian's door. The door splintered, startling the two people inside. Yi Chang, what do you think you're doing? Lu Fian feigned composure, her beautiful face cold as she glared at Yi Chang. What a wanton woman. I never thought that while my elder brother's corpse is still warm, you would dare to commit such a shameless act. And with a fool no less. Do you have any shame before my brother? Yi Chang's cold laughter echoed as his gaze swept the room before finally settling on the foolish ox. Lu Fian quickly explained. Yi Chang, you've misunderstood. I was just healing the foolish ox's injuries. Healing? Ha ha ha. Yi Chang sneered darkly. Healing? Sister-in-law, do you think I would believe that? Lu Fian snorted coldly. Believe it or not, I did this for the sake of the Yi family. My conscience is clear. Ha ha ha. Yi Chang laughed loudly. It doesn't matter. None of this matters anymore. My brother is gone. The Kai family has their greedy eyes on us, and their patriarch is very interested in you. Sister-in-law, for the sake of my brother and the Yi family, you must make this sacrifice. Yi Chang's grin was malevolent. What are you planning? Lu Fian was alarmed and immediately formed a hand seal, adopting a defensive stance. If you still want to resist, look who this is. As he spoke, Yi Chang stepped aside to reveal a burly figure who was now staring at Lu Fian with a sinister glint in his eyes. Supplicant son. Lu Fian's beautiful eyes narrowed in shock. This man was none other than the former Yi family supplicant named Sun Biao, a cultivator at the early stage of the meridian opening realm and one of the few experts of the Yi family. Madam, the Yi family is in peril. You should just submit. Sun Biao let out a cold laugh. You? My husband treated you well while he was alive, and you dare to. Seeing Sun Biao, Lu Fian was filled with fury, yet a deep wariness also rose within her. If it were just Yi Chang and a few servants, she would have no fear, but she hadn't expected Sun Biao to be here as well. After all, her dantian was damaged and her cultivation had plummeted from the mid-stage of qi condensation to the body-tempering realm. With her current strength, she was no match for Sun Biao. Sun Biao sneered, so what? A wise man submits to circumstances. When the patriarch was alive, he did indeed treat me well. But he is gone now, and the one who treats me well is the second master. Supplicant son, seize this wanton woman. Yes, second master. Sun Biao acknowledged respectfully, then strode forward like a meteor towards Lu Fian. Seeing this, the foolish ox immediately stepped in front of Lu Fian, declaring coldly, as long as I, the foolish ox, am here, no one will bully my master's wife. Foolish ox, get back. You're no match for him. Lu Fian was startled. No matter how strong the foolish ox was, he could never be a match for Sun Biao. An early meridian opening cultivator was incomparable to the rabble of servants from the day before. Get lost. As expected, Sun Biao let out a furious roar and threw a punch straight into the foolish ox's chest. The foolish ox, already flustered, failed to dodge in the chaos. The punch sent him flying, and his head, by cruel misfortune, smashed into the corner of a table, splitting open and gushing blood. He crashed heavily to the ground and fell unconscious. Foolish ox. Lu Fian was stricken with panic at the sight, her heart filled with worry for him, even as she had to guard against Sun Biao. At her current cultivation of only the 8th layer of body tempering, how could she possibly be a match for Sun Biao of the meridian opening realm? In less than a few exchanges, she was defeated by Sun Biao, who seized her by the arms and dragged her before Yi Chang. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chang burst into unrestrained maniacal laughter. Ha ha, sister-in-law, remember the days when you were so formidable at the qi condensation realm. Who would have thought you would fall to such a state today? Yi Chang, you are despicable. I have done so much for the Yi family, and this is how you repay me. Lu Fian ground her teeth in fury. Ha ha ha. Yi Chang laughed. So what? Second master, how should we deal with this woman? Should I deliver her to the Kai family tonight? Sun Biao asked. Deliver her to the Kai family. Yi Chang was silent for a moment, his eyes roving over Lu Fian's body without restraint, lingering especially on the fullness of her chest, a sight that was utterly tantalizing. He suddenly lifted Lu Fian's chin, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Such a fine piece of flesh would be a waste to send to the Kai family. It would be better for me to have my fill of her first before sending her over. Yi Chang's words instantly provoked Lu Fian's scream. Yi Chang, how dare you? Yi Chang sneered, see if I dare he. Lu Fian was terrified and struggled forcefully. I am your brother's wife. If this gets out, where will the Yi family's honor be? Ha ha ha, my brother died long ago. Now the Yi family answers to me, and he'll do whatever I want with you. Yi Chang, you beast. I tell you, if you dare touch me, I'll never forgive you. Lu Fian's shrill voice echoed around. Yi Chang, however, ignored her curses and leered at her face. Tisk, sister-in-law, your skin grows more delicate each day. Ha ha ha, and strip her. Yes, second master. Yi Chang's underlings answered in unison, leering as they surrounded her to tear off her clothes. Yi Chang, you dare. Lu Fian kicked wildly, struggling even more fiercely. Meanwhile, Silly Ox lay on the ground groggily, hearing his master's wife's screams. He felt his head throbbing and his sea of consciousness in chaos. Unnoticed by anyone, a golden light suddenly shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds. At the same time, a strange golden radiance glowed from Silly Ox's chest. A phantom of a pagoda emerged, flickering faintly, exuding an aura of mystery. A cacophony of voices erupted in his mind. Who would have thought the prison heaven pagoda would choose a master? Ha ha, after 10,000 years, old man Jean finally gets to breathe fresh air. Ha ha, what kind of person will it be? I can't wait to taste him. Why does this child look so simple-minded? How could the prison heaven pagoda pick a fool as its master? So what if he's simple? Isn't that more fun? Hee hee. Boy, wake up quickly. Big sister is waiting for you on the first floor. Stop your racket. If you disturb the great one upstairs, none of us six will escape unscathed. These clamorous voices, male and female, alternated in Silly Ox's ears. As the final voice faded, all sound vanished. Buzz. As if waking from a nightmare, Silly Ox suddenly opened his eyes. Where am I? How could I have been foolish for so many years? Yi Tianxi stared at his own hands in shock, his memories a blurry mess. He tried to recall something, but his head felt severely injured and his past was a blank. My name isn't Silly Ox, it's Yi Tianxi. 6 years ago, my master's wife took me into the Yi family and raised me. Yi Tianxi lifted his head abruptly, only able to remember memories from his time with the Yi family. Yi Chang, if you touch me, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Several men closed in to tear off Lu Fian's clothes. Yi Chang, you animal. Help. Silly Ox, save me. Lu Fian kept screaming. Master's wife. Yi Tianxi's eyes sharpened, and a fierce, killing intent burst from his body. Hee, sister-in-law, scream all you want. No one will come to save you tonight. Yi Chang's eyes were filled with lecherous desire. He had long wanted to sleep with Lu Fian, but had been held back by his brother's authority. Now that his brother was dead, he wouldn't miss this golden opportunity. With that, a smug smile curled on Yi Chang's lips as he reached out to grab Lu Fian's chest. But just then, slap! A sudden discordant sound rang out. Yi Chang froze as a large hand firmly gripped his wrist, stopping him no matter how hard he struggled. You stupid fool, you're not dead. Yi Chang looked closely and was startled to find Yi Tianxi beside him, staring at him with icy eyes. That gaze was as sharp as a blade, sending a shiver down Yi Chang's spine. Humph! Yi Tianxi snorted coldly, and with a sudden jerk, he bent Yi Chang's right wrist back at a 90-degree angle. Yi Chang howled in agony, letting out a pig-like scream. Silly Ox. Lu Fian gasped in surprise. Yi Tianxi said calmly, don't be afraid, master's wife. I'm here. Silly Ox. You. Lu Fian felt the simpleton before her had become a stranger, as if he had changed completely, even his tone different. You damn fool, you broke my arm. Yi Chang gritted his teeth, I'll kill you today. With that, he threw a punch at Yi Tianxi, the wind howling fiercely. Yi Chang was not untalented, but his indulgence had left him stuck at the 9th level of body tempering. Yi Tianxi snorted, landing a punch on his stomach. Yi Chang felt his organs shift, flying back a full zhong and crashing hard into the wall, spitting blood. Second Master. The crowd was stunned. Who would have thought the lofty Second Master Yi could be beaten bloody by the family fool? Lu Fian was utterly bewildered. What's with this Silly Ox? He seems like a different person. Not just his tone, but his fists are far stronger too. Yi Tianxi stood motionless. Yi Chang's attack was like a tickle to him. He looked down at Yi Chang, his gaze so intimidating that it made him tremble with fear. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Yi Chang roared in fury, and 5 or 6 underlings immediately surrounded Yi Tianxi, unleashing a flurry of martial arts. Yi Tianxi glanced at them casually and struck them down with ease. How did this fool get so strong? Even stronger than during the day. Yi Chang was terrified, quickly turning to Sun Biao. Suppressor Sun, kill this fool. Sun Biao sneered, leave it to me. At the initial stage of meridian opening, he didn't take the fool seriously at all, curling his lips as he prepared to crush Yi Tianxi with a single punch. Yi Tianxi remained expressionless, a cold glint in his eyes. He glanced at Sun Biao, then suddenly accelerated, appearing before him in an instant and smashing a heavy fist into his face. Sun Biao didn't even have time to react. A thunderous thud echoed as his face bones caved in, and he flew backward like a cannonball. Boom. With a dull crash, Sun Biao hit the ground hard, coughing blood. After a few convulsions, his head lolled to the side, and he lay still. Yi Chang's subordinates rushed forward to check, and upon seeing the situation, one of them collapsed to the ground trembling as he said, "He's dead. Sun Gongfeng is dead." What? Yi Chang's face immediately showed astonishment. How is this possible? Sun Gongfeng was at the early stage of meridian opening. How could he? Not only Yi Chang, but Lu Fian was equally stunned. Although she had lost her cultivation, her experience remained, and she could tell at a glance that Yi Tian's punch, just now, was incredibly powerful. Yet she never imagined that the force of that punch could be so immense, killing a cultivator at the early meridian opening stage with a single blow. Although this fool is born with monstrous strength, this is still too unbelievable. As Lu Fian murmured to herself, Yi Tianzi turned back to look at Yi Chang, his face filled with a sinister gloom. Don't come near." Terrified and panicking, Yi Chang dared not stay a moment longer, turning around and fleeing as fast as his legs could carry him. His lackeys followed closely, scrambling and tumbling as they escaped from Lu Fian's room. After Yi Chang fled, Lu Fian hurried over to Yi Tianzi and asked, "Fool, let your master's wife see. Are you injured?" Yi Tianzi smiled and shook his head, saying, "Master's wife, am fine." His tone was calm, without any trace of foolishness, and Lu Fian thought she had misheard. "It's good that you're fine. Fool, how did you suddenly become so powerful and like a completely different person?" Lu Fian asked, her face flushing. Yi Tianzi smiled proudly, saying, "Master's wife, am no longer foolish." "What?" Lu Fian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Fool? Oh no. Tianzi, you're not foolish anymore." Yi Tianzi nodded. "I don't know what happened either. Maybe it was because I hit my head just now, which cured my foolishness." As for his many years of suffering, Yi Tianzi couldn't explain the reason, nor did he know why he had suddenly become clear-minded. "I never expected this. You've been foolish for 6 years in our Yi family, and suddenly you're not. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Tianzi, just now your master's wife." Lu Fian said somewhat awkwardly, especially recalling what had just happened, her cheeks burning red. "What do we do now? I tricked him into dual cultivation because he was a fool, but now he's not foolish anymore. What am I supposed to do? Is your master's wife referring to the matter of dual cultivation?" Yi Tianzi asked. Upon hearing Yi Tianzi's words, Lu Fian's face grew even redder. "Tianzi, your master's wife." Lu Fian, with a shy expression, hesitated and said, "Your master's wife doing that? You won't blame me, will you? I did it to quickly recover my cultivation so I could protect you and the Yi family." "What are you saying, master's wife?" Yi Tianzi shrugged. "Your disciple enjoys dual cultivation with you. From now on, can I come to you every day to practice together?" "Off." Lu Fian blushed deeply and quickly said, "That won't do. I am your master's wife. If your master's spirit in heaven knew, he would never forgive us." "So what? Isn't your master's wife doing this to recover her cultivation quickly? Even if master's spirit is in heaven, he would surely forgive us, right?" Yi Tianzi asked with a smile. Lu Fian's cheeks burned as she playfully scolded, "You little rascal, not only are you no longer foolish, but you've also turned wicked. You even dare to scheme against your master's wife. So is your master's wife agreeing or not?" Yi Tianzi pressed on. "Little rascal, you've gained an advantage and still act cute." Lu Fian gave Yi Tianzi a flirtatious glance and said, "Your master's wife warns you. You mustn't tell anyone about this or he'll be angry." "Then your master's wife agrees." Yi Tianzi rejoiced. "Humph." Lu Fian rolled her eyes and muttered softly, "Little rascal, all these years of being foolish. I wonder if you were truly foolish or just pretending all to take advantage of me." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianzi scratched his head. "Master's wife, your disciple was truly foolish. I don't know what happened either." Lu Fian rolled her eyes at Yi Tianzi again and said, "Fine, considering how desperately you protected me today, they'll believe you were truly foolish." "He, your master's wife, is so kind," Yi Tianzi said happily. "Enough, stop being cheeky." After speaking, Lu Fian took out a cultivation manual from her bosom and handed it to Yi Tianzi. "Tianzi, take this manual and read it when you have time. If you encounter any characters you don't recognize, come ask me, and I'll teach you." Yi Tianzi took the manual and glanced at it, frowning. "The divine art of yin-yang harmony and creation. Master's wife, what is this?" Lu Fian replied, "It's a cultivation manual. Fool, you can read." Lu Fian immediately showed surprise, knowing that during the years of adopting the fool, the Yi family had never taught him literacy. Yi Tianzi nodded. "I can." Lu Fian grew suspicious, murmuring to herself, "This Tianzi, was he not foolish from birth? If so, then who are his parents?" "Tianzi, now that you're no longer foolish, you should understand some of the troubles our Yi family faces." Luoyan City was home to many cultivation families, all locked in covert struggles. The Yi family had many rival families, especially the Kai family. When your master was alive, the Kai family feared our Yi family's power and dared not provoke us. But now 3 days ago your master died, and my cultivation dropped from the Qi condensation stage to the body tempering stage. The Kai family has become even more covetous of our Yi family. Now the Kai family patriarch has set his sights on me, wanting me to become his dual cultivation cauldron. For so many years I've worked tirelessly for the Yi family, but they never truly accepted me as one of their own. Now that trouble has arisen, not a single person has stepped forward to help me. Now the only one I can rely on is you. Lu Fian suddenly grasped Yi Tianzi's hand. Your disciple understands. Rest assured, master's wife. I was raised by you, and I will always treat you well. Lu Fian smiled warmly upon hearing this. Your filial devotion warms my heart, but that alone isn't enough. The Kai family patriarch is at the mid-stage of Qi condensation, and they have many cultivators at the Qi condensation and meridian opening stages. You must learn to cultivate and grow stronger to protect your master's wife. Cultivation. Yi Tianzi looked at the divine art of yin-yang harmony and creation in his hands. Yes, Lu Fian continued. In the past you were foolish, so I couldn't teach you cultivation and could only let you do odd jobs. But now you're no longer foolish. You can cultivate. Moreover, you are born with a pure yang body with talent far surpassing ordinary people, giving you a greater advantage in cultivation. Pure yang body. Greater advantage. In what specific aspect, master's wife? Yi Tianzi asked curiously. Lu Fian's face reddened again as she coughed to cover her embarrassment. Little rascal, you really know how to bring up awkward topics. Do you want to embarrass me to death? As for the specifics, figure it out yourself. Humph. Lu Fian crossed her arms and said playfully. Seeing Lu Fian's bashful demeanor, Yi Tianzi let out a foolish chuckle. Please don't be angry, master's wife. Your disciple won't ask any further. With a soft hum, Lu Fian crossed her arms and said to Yi Tianzi, all right, silly ox. I mean Tianzi, look at my memory. I've been calling you silly ox for 5 or 6 years, and it's hard to change. From now on I'll call you Tianzi. All right. Yi Tianzi nodded in agreement. Lu Fian continued, Tianzi, it's getting late. You should head back and rest. You've just beaten Yi Chong and the others, and he's unlikely to let this go. The clan elders will return tomorrow, and who knows what will happen. Be careful, Tianzi. Yi Tianzi nodded. Rest assured, master's wife. Then her gaze shifted to Sun Biao's corpse on the ground. I'll handle it. There are wolves in the back mountain. I'll throw the body there for them. Yi Tianzi said. Very well, I'll leave it to you. Lu Fian glanced at Sun Biao once more. I once treated him well, yet he repaid kindness with enmity. How fickle the world is. Yi Tianzi nodded. You raised me, master's wife. I will surely repay your kindness. Lu Fian felt a secret joy. Knowing you have such a heart, I am content. With that, she suddenly leaned in and planted a light kiss on Yi Tianzi's cheek. It's late now? Go on. All right. Yi Tianzi agreed, then dragged Sun Biao's corpse toward the back mountain. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, the back mountain lay in utter silence. After tossing Sun Biao's body down a steep slope, Yi Tianzi found a rock to rest on. Gazing at the starry sky beneath the moonlight, his expression turned bewildered. Who am I? What have I experienced? Why was I so foolish? And why can't I remember anything from before? Yi Tianzi struggled to recall his past memories. Suddenly, a terrifying vision flashed in his mind. Dark clouds gathered, and a towering sword-like mountain peak was shattered by a single punch, warping even space itself. What is this? The memory vanished in an instant. Yi Tianzi clutched his head, feeling a splitting pain. The harder he tried to remember, the more his head ached. A chill suddenly swept through his body, making him shiver. Yi Tianzi was certain that before his master's wife found him, he had not been a fool. But he didn't know what ordeal he had endured during that time. He let out a turbid breath, then rubbed his head, which still hurt from hitting the table corner earlier. Why did I suddenly stop being foolish? Was it because I hit my head? And those voices I heard while dazed, what were they? Something about old Ghost John, the prison heaven tower, and the first floor. Could it be an illusion? But before he could finish his thought, a burning sensation erupted in his chest. Yi Tianzi quickly looked down and saw a faint golden pagoda pattern emerging on his chest. Startled, Yi Tianzi reached for his chest, but his vision went black and he felt as if he were being sucked into a black hole. When he opened his eyes again, everything was hazy. The dome shimmered like pale blue water ripples, resembling a vast starry sky, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Where is this? Yi Tianzi looked around in astonishment. You're here. Just as he was lost, a sudden voice rang out from behind him less than 3 feet away. Yi Tianzi jolted in fright, turning and retreating. He saw a woman in red hanging upside down in midair, studying him with an amused gaze. Who are you? Yi Tianxi's eyes widened as he pointed at the upside-down woman. Me. The woman chuckled lightly. You Ji. You Ji. Yi Tianxi was taken aback, then said fearfully, I don't care if you're this Ji or that Ji, can you please come down and talk properly? It's terrifying to see you like this. Terrifying. Hee hee. The woman laughed softly, then vanished from her spot and reappeared right in front of Yi Tianxi. Their faces were almost touching, though one stood while the other hung. Her movement was so swift that Yi Tianxi couldn't react, letting out a startled cry before collapsing onto the ground. The woman covered her mouth with a giggle. I never thought the master of the prison heaven tower would be such a coward, haha. Yi Tianxi glared at her disdainfully. You float around like a ghost. How could I not be scared? Ghost? Who's like a ghost? I'm a goddess. Right now you're a ghost. Yi Tianxi retorted. You're the ghost. The woman huffed, looking as if she wanted to devour him. Can't you just come down and talk properly? Yi Tianxi said, helplessly unsure of where he was or who this woman who liked hanging upside down was. Fine. The woman waved her hand nonchalantly, then flipped down from the air, tracing a graceful arc as she landed before Yi Tianxi. Is this better? She asked, smiling as she looked at him sitting on the ground. Much better. Yi Tianxi sighed in relief, stood up, and took a closer look, realizing how stunning she was. The woman appeared in her early 20s, clad in a flowing red dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her long legs were subtly revealed, her waist slender and delicate, her brows like paintings, and her skin like congealed fat. Every feature was flawless. Am I beautiful? She smiled as she noticed Yi Tianxi staring. Beautiful. Yi Tianxi swallowed involuntarily. She chuckled. Unexpected, a little lecher. Yi Tianxi was speechless, then asked, Sister, are you a celestial? You call me sister. She turned with a smile. Is that wrong? You don't look much older than me. Yi Tianxi said sheepishly. But I'm a few thousand years older than you. She floated before him, grinning. What? A few thousand years older? Yi Tianxi was shocked. You're really a celestial. Celestial? She pondered. In this world there are only the strong, not celestials. But if you see me as one, then so be it. Yi Tianxi gasped. A few thousand years older. Should I call you grandmother? Or old grandmother? Or ancient grandmother? Who's a grandmother? Do I look that old? Call me sister. Her beautiful eyes widened. Yes, sister. Yi Tianxi quickly corrected himself. That's better. She crossed her arms and nodded with satisfaction. Sister, where is this place? Yi Tianxi asked timidly. This? She smiled faintly. The prison heaven tower. The first floor. The first level of the prison heaven tower. Indeed. The woman in red nodded. This prison heaven tower has 7 levels, each imprisoning a peerless powerhouse. A peerless powerhouse. How powerful? Yi Tianxi asked. The woman in red smiled faintly. Let me put it this way, the place you're in is called Luyun City, and above it lies Qingzhou. With a flick of my finger, I could annihilate the entire Qingzhou, the woman in red declared confidently. That's strong. Yi Tianxi was shocked, realizing the woman before him possessed such terrifying power. Then could you do me a favor, miss? Yi Tianxi asked respectfully. What favor? Help me destroy the Kai family of Luyun City. Yi Tianxi stated immediately. Sorry, I can't do that. The woman in red shook her head with a smile. Huh, you can't. Yi Tianxi was taken aback. You just said you could wipe out Qingzhou with a flick of your finger. Now you're saying you can't. Are you bluffing? Who's bluffing? The woman in red widened her beautiful eyes. Imprisoned. Do you know what imprisoned means? I'm trapped inside this prison heaven tower and can't get out. Oh, is that so? Yi Tianxi scratched his head. My apologies for the rash request. But, do you want me to get out? The woman in red turned to look at Yi Tianxi, a sudden inspiration striking her. Of course. Yi Tianxi stopped mid-sentence. Why does this feel strange? Why does she need to ask if I want her to leave? Could it be? Yi Tianxi murmured to himself. Go on. Why did you stop? The woman in red asked, her tone tinged with impatience. I don't want to. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. You little brat. The woman in red blushed, seemingly annoyed. Yi Tianxi chuckled. What's the matter? Are you angry? Humph. The woman in red snorted. I thought a fool had walked in, but you're quite clever. You didn't fall for it. Yi Tianxi said, because you just said I am the master of this prison heaven tower, and you are the one imprisoned within it. Without my consent, you can't leave this tower. Am I right, miss? You clever little rascal. The woman in red smiled softly. You guessed correctly. I am indeed trapped in this prison heaven tower. Without the tower master's permission, I can never leave. But you're here now. If you don't agree to release me, I'll kill you. The woman in red adopted a threatening posture. The moment her words fell, the space on the first level of the prison heaven tower shifted dramatically. An overwhelming pressure descended, nearly crushing Yi Tianxi and suffocating him. Yet no trace of fear showed on his face. Instead, he smiled again. Kill me. This prison heaven tower is my domain. Killing me on my own turf won't be so easy, will it? You. Hearing Yi Tianxi's words, the woman in red stomped her foot in fury. No fun. No fun at all. I thought you were a simpleton, but you're this sharp. I'm done. As her voice faded, the oppressive aura vanished instantly, and the first level returned to calm. Uj's flustered demeanor drew a faint smile from Yi Tianxi. He shrugged and turned to ask, so the powerhouses on the upper levels, are they all imprisoned here like you? Why should I tell you? I want. Uji pouted, her tone defiant. Yi Tianxi was speechless. He muttered to himself, a millennia-old monster, yet she acts like a child. But he had just learned one thing within this tower: no matter how strong Uji was, she couldn't harm him. Think carefully. Are you sure you won't tell me? If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll let you out. Yi Tianxi deliberately tempted her. Really? Uji was overjoyed. Yes. The powerhouses on the other levels are all imprisoned here by the prison heaven tower. Without your permission, they can never leave this pagoda, just like me. Just as I thought. Yi Tianxi mused. His guess was correct. The prison heaven tower had trapped 7 monsters. Except. As Yi Tianxi pondered, Uji suddenly spoke up. Except for what? Yi Tianxi asked. Except for the one on the 7th level. She can come and go freely from the prison heaven tower. Huh. Yi Tianxi was astonished. The 7th level? Who is that person on the 7th level? The higher you go, the stronger the imprisoned beings. The master of the 7th level is more powerful than all of us combined. Uji said mysteriously. Yi Tianxi's expression grew solemn. Who is she? And why can she freely enter and leave the prison heaven tower? Uji laughed. Is that any of your business? With your current strength, you can't even reach the 2nd level, yet you're worried about the one on the 7th. You must have too much time on your hands. I can't even reach the 2nd level. Yi Tianxi was stunned and looked around. He couldn't find any entrance to the 2nd level. That's right. The prison heaven tower has restrictions. You can only ascend when your cultivation reaches a certain level. A little nobody who hasn't even reached the body tempering stage shouldn't even dream of it. Uj's words were infuriating, but Yi Tianxi paid them no heed. He simply asked, do you still want to get out? You'll let me out. Uj's eyes lit up. Yi Tianxi said, it depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll agree to release you. Really? Uji immediately changed her demeanor, clinging to Yi Tianxi's arm and coaxing him. Oh Tianxi, you're the best and the most handsome. Please be kind and let your sister out, okay? Once I'm out, I'll buy you candy. No. Yi Tianxi refused firmly. You? Uj's stunningly beautiful face fell instantly, her limpid eyes filled with resentment. Fine, I won't leave. I've been stuck in this tower for thousands of years anyway. Giving up so soon? Yi Tianxi smiled. You've been trapped for millennia. I thought you'd have more patience. Uji glared at Yi Tianxi. I'm not one to fawn over people. Don't expect me to suck up to you. Yi Tianxi chuckled. You don't need to flatter me. Just teach me cultivation. Really? Uj's eyes sparkled. Yi Tianxi said, a promise is a promise. That's easy. Teaching you cultivation is no problem. Uji was ecstatic. But then she reconsidered. Wait, something's off. Aren't I just sucking up to him? I've lived for thousands of years, and now I'm being played by a brat who hasn't even grown his hair. Yi Tianxi chuckled. Then give me a straight answer. Will you teach me or not? Fine. I'll teach you, all right. Uji agreed with a pout. Thank you, sister. Yi Tianxi said respectfully. But before I teach you cultivation, you must answer one question. Please ask away, sister. Uji asked, why do you cultivate? To protect my master's wife and myself, Yi Tianxi replied. Uji laughed. That's all. Is that not enough? Yi Tianxi retorted. Uji chuckled softly. Boy, you must understand that those worthy of entering the prison heaven tower are peerless experts from myriad realms. Such a trivial ambition. Are you not taking this tower too lightly? Then, Yi Tianxi paused, struck by a sudden epiphany. I want to trample the heavens. To become the sovereign above all the mighty beings of the myriad realms. Huh. Uji rejoiced. Now that's more like it. Only such a resolve befits being my disciple. Master, please accept my bow. Yi Tianxi said with reverence. Call me master. Call me sister. Uji corrected. Yes, sister. Still sounds a bit stiff. How about you call me sister you from now on? Sister you. Yi Tianxi tried. Right, much smoother. Uji smiled in satisfaction. Starting today, your sister can teach you cultivation. But how far you go depends on your own fortune. I understand, thank you, sister you. Uji said, don't be too eager. Cultivation hinges on talent. Without it, all effort is futile. Talent sets the ceiling, hard work determines the floor. Come let your sister feel your talent. Yu Ji smiled. Feel. Yi Tianxi pursed his lips and said, my master's wife once told me I have a pure yang body which makes cultivation very fast. Pure yang body. Yu Ji said, not bad. With it your cultivation speed will indeed far exceed ordinary people. Especially through dual cultivation, absorbing yin to replenish yang, it will grant you boundless benefits. But whether you truly possess a pure yang body your sister must feel to confirm. Come here, boy. Yu Ji beckoned Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi nodded and approached. Yu Ji chuckled, raising her hand to brush over his crown. The moment her hand passed over his crown, a vast, overwhelming force surged along her arm into her sea of consciousness. The ancient Dao divine body. Good lad, no wonder the prison heaven tower chose you as its master. It's because of the ancient Dao divine body. Yu Ji's joy was beyond words. She released her hand in astonishment, never imagining Yi Tianxi possessed the legendary ancient Dao divine body. Sister Yue, wasn't I a pure yang body? How did I suddenly become an ancient Dao divine body? Yi Tianxi asked, bewildered. Yu Ji laughed. The pure yang body is merely the most basic manifestation of the ancient Dao divine body. And your ancient Dao divine body, only a great power like your sister can detect it. I see. Is the ancient Dao divine body powerful? Yi Tianxi asked. Yu Ji rolled her eyes. Of course it is. Do you think I'd be this astonished if it weren't? Yi Tianxi rejoiced inwardly. So it's pretty good. Will my cultivation speed be very fast? Absolutely. Thousands or even tens of thousands of times faster than a mere pure yang body. Moreover, the ancient Dao divine body has another advantage. Any woman who shares intimacy with you will reap boundless benefits. What? That's a thing. Yi Tianxi exclaimed, then my master's wife would. But for some reason, all 7 meridians of your ancient Dao divine body are damaged. With my power, I can at most restore one of them. Yu Ji looked puzzled. What about the other 6? Yi Tianxi asked. The other 6? Yu Ji frowned. You little rascal, always wanting to bite off more than you can chew. Isn't restoring 1 meridian enough for you? Hee, I'm just eager, Yi Tianxi laughed. Humph. Yu Ji shot him a glare, then looked up at the dome above. Don't forget, the 6 above are all stronger than your sister. They might be able to help restore the other 6 meridians. I understand. Yi Tianxi nodded. To become stronger, I must keep climbing. Sister, you would teach me to cultivate. All right. You're barely at the first level of body tempering, the weakest of the weak. But with your sister, you've nothing to worry about. Within 2 days, your sister guarantees you'll reach the meridian opening stage. 2 days? That fast. I remember my master took 10 whole years to go from body tempering to meridian opening. I only need 2 days. Yi Tianxi asked in amazement. He's a mere you. How can he compare to you? Yu Ji said playfully. Yi Tianxi was awestruck. This ancient Dao divine body was truly terrifying. Enough talk. Come, let's begin training now. Got it. Yi Tianxi nodded and immediately sat cross-legged as instructed, closing his eyes to focus. Meanwhile, elsewhere, not long after Yi Tianxi left, Lu Fian's face once again clouded with worry. No, this is too slow. Even if Tianxi were an ox, it would take 100 dual cultivation sessions to restore my cultivation. But I can't wait that long. Tomorrow morning, the Yi clan assembly will convene. All the clan elders and disciples will be present. To protect the Yi family, they'll stop at nothing to force me into submission. What will Tianxi and I do then? No, I must recover my original cultivation as soon as possible. With that, Lu Fian sat cross-legged and began to circulate her breathing technique, cultivating. Her dantian was damaged, and she expected this attempt to be as futile as before. Yet to her surprise, a strange surge of energy pulsed within her dantian. What? Why is it so unobstructed? Lu Fian was astounded. At that moment, she could feel her meridians being filled by some mysterious force. This energy was incredibly pure, saturating every acupoint and gradually converging toward her dantian. In just a few breaths, streams of warmth coursed through her limbs and bones, followed by a refreshing sensation enveloping her entire body. 9th level of body tempering. Early meridian opening stage. Peak meridian opening stage. Early qi condensation stage. Mid qi condensation stage. Late qi condensation stage. In mere moments, her cultivation soared from the 8th level of body tempering back to her original mid qi condensation stage, and even broke through to late qi condensation. Lu Fian opened her eyes, a look of ecstasy spreading across her face. What happened? I've recovered, and even broken through to late qi condensation. Could it be that Tianxi's pure yang essence unlocked my yin life acupoint? This was the only reasonable explanation Lu Fian could conceive, for in the past few days she had done nothing but engage in dual cultivation with Yi Tianxi twice. This is truly miraculous. My cultivation has been restored. Lu Fian rejoiced. But what exactly is going on? The yin-yang harmony and creation divine art mentions that prolonged dual cultivation can help repair one's dantian, yet even for a pure yang physique like Tiancis, it requires 100 sessions to take effect. But I've only just begun dual cultivation with him twice. Then what would happen if we were to dual cultivate 100 times, or continue indefinitely? Lu Fian was filled with anticipation. Regardless, my cultivation has finally been restored, and I've even unexpectedly advanced to the late stage of qi condensation. The Kai family, the Yi family, and tomorrow morning's Yi family assembly. Let's see who dares to bully me now. Lu Fian's mind involuntarily conjured the tall, robust figure of Yi Tianci. Blushing, she murmured, "Tianci, oh Tianci, you truly are your master's wife's lucky star." Inside the prison heaven tower. "Keep going, push harder. It's almost done." "Sister Yue, I can barely hold on." Yu Ji barked fiercely. "You must endure even if you can't. Without such perseverance, how can you speak of becoming stronger?" "I understand." Yi Tianci gritted his teeth and bore the pain, feeling as though his meridians were being torn apart under the immense impact of spiritual energy. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst forth from within, and Yi Tianci's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint shooting from his gaze. "Good, excellent." Yu Ji looked at him with admiration. "Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the meridian opening stage." "I've opened my meridians." Yi Tianci stood up, staring at his own hands in disbelief. He had started cultivating from the first level of body tempering, then advanced through the second level, the fifth, the 10th, and now to the initial stage of meridian opening. Such a lightning-fast breakthrough. Yi Tianci had accomplished it in less than an hour. He was overjoyed. "Thank you, Sister Yue, for helping me break through to the meridian opening realm. It's incredibly fast." "This is fast." Yu Ji smiled faintly. "Don't forget, brat, you possess the Dao-Ancient Divine Body. This cultivation speed is actually quite slow." "This is slow." Yi Tianci pouted, recalling that his master had taken a full 10 years to progress from body tempering to meridian opening, while he had done it in just an hour. "Of course it's slow." Yu Ji chuckled. "This is the first time I've heard of a cultivator with the Dao-Ancient Divine Body being at the body tempering stage." "Huh. Too weak." Yi Tianci shrugged, retorting defiantly, "At my current cultivation speed, I believe it won't be long before I reach the qi condensation stage, or even higher realms. That way I can better protect my master's wife." Yi Tianci thought to himself. Yu Ji remarked, "Don't celebrate too soon. Breaking through from body tempering to meridian opening is merely an entry-level step. The higher the realm, the slower the progress. Take me for instance. I haven't broken through in a full 1,000 years." "What? No breakthrough in 1,000 years?" Yi Tianci asked in astonishment. "By the way, Sister Yue, what realm are you at?" "Me." Yu Ji offered a subtle smile. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Just remember that I am stronger than everyone in this small world of yours. Sister Yu is so formidable." Yi Tianci scratched his head, thinking, "Since she's so powerful, I definitely can't let her out easily. Who knows if she'll seek revenge on me once she's free. After all, she's been trapped here for thousands of years, or a few more days won't hurt. They'll release her only after I've grown much stronger." "Of course." Yu Ji nodded. "So who exactly is Sister Yu?" Yi Tianci probed. "I might as well tell you. I am a princess of the Yu clan." Yu Ji replied. "The Yu clan? I've never heard of it." Yi Tianci blinked in confusion. "Huh. That's perfectly normal." Yu Ji sneered. "Your small world is divided into 3,000 major and minor regions. Qingzhou is merely one minor region, and your Luoyun city is just a city within Qingzhou's borders. There are countless cities like Luoyun and Qingzhou, and you've never even left Luoyun city. So of course you haven't heard of the Yu clan. Naturally, the Yu clan doesn't belong to this small world, so it's normal that you've never heard of it." Yi Tianci nodded. "So that means Sister Yu isn't from this world." "You could say that." Yu Ji nodded, then continued. "All right, brat, today's training ends here. Remember to diligently practice the great freedom ultimate divine art I taught you when you return. As they say, I can lead you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. The rest is up to you." Tianci understands. Yi Tianci bowed respectfully. "Also, your master's wife is naturally a water spirit body and a rare pure yin allure body at that. Cultivating dual cultivation with her will greatly benefit your practice." Yi Tianci left the tower's inner space, looking around at the same moonlit starry rear mountain. He gazed at his own hands again, murmuring, "Everything that just happened is real. I really have opened my meridians. Sister Yu told me that by silently reciting prison heaven in my mind, the prison heaven tower will automatically appear." With that thought, Yi Tianci looked at his palm and silently intoned, "Prison heaven." Whoosh! A golden light suddenly burst forth from his palm, and a small golden tower materialized out of thin air, shimmering with a radiance that exuded an ancient weathered aura. It actually works. Yi Tianxi took a deep breath, staring at the small tower before him, his eyes filled with awe. The prison heaven tower had 7 levels in total, each seemingly radiating a vast, overwhelming power. Excellent. With this prison heaven tower, I will grow stronger and stronger. Seeing no one around, Yi Tianxi dared not draw attention and quickly concentrated his mind to withdraw the tower. Sister, you also taught me a method to conceal my cultivation. She said that too rapid a rise in cultivation would attract the attention of powerful beings, and without sufficient strength, it could easily invite deadly danger. With this in mind, Yi Tianxi suppressed his aura, once again lowering his realm to the first level of body tempering. Now I'm safe. Yi Tianxi smiled slightly. Even my master's wife probably can't discern my current cultivation level now. Master's wife. Recalling her enchanting figure, a flush crept across his cheeks. Master's wife actually took advantage of my foolishness to trick me into dual cultivation. If my master's spirit is watching from above, would he be angry with me? So that's the taste of male-female dual cultivation. My master's wife's water spirit body is truly extraordinary. I long to experience it once more. The next morning in the Yi family's grand hall, 3 figures sat on the dais, 2 elders of the Yi clan and Yi Chang. The disciples stood on either side below, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The patriarch is dead. The Yi family cannot be without a master for a single day. Today I have come mainly for 2 matters. From the seat of honor, an old man in black robes rose, clasping his hands behind his back, his gaze stern and imposing. This elder was named Yi Shanhe, the second elder of the Yi family, uncle to the former patriarch and the very father of Yi Chang. He was at the initial stage of the qi condensation realm, usually secluded in cultivation for years, rarely emerging unless a major family event occurred. The first matter concerns the election of the new patriarch. Surely you all have suitable candidates in mind. Now speak your minds freely. As his voice faded, someone immediately stepped forward from below, cupping his hands. Our Yi family is not populous. With the patriarch dead, it is only fitting that Yi Chang, the second master, succeeds him. After speaking, the man glanced slyly at Yi Shanhe, his words clearly premeditated. Yi Shan's lips curled slightly as he stroked his beard, revealing a satisfied smile. Yi Chang's grin grew even broader. Just then another voice spoke up. For 100 years our Yi family has revered the strong. The position of patriarch should be held by the strongest among us. But the second master is merely at the 9th level of body tempering. How can he bear the heavy burden of the Yi family? Indeed. The second master's cultivation is too weak. If he becomes patriarch, what family in Flowing Cloud City would still regard our Yi clan with respect? The crowd below buzzed with discussion. Hearing this, Yi Chang's face instantly darkened. Indeed. The second master's cultivation is too weak. If he becomes patriarch, what family in Flowing Cloud City would still regard our Yi clan with respect? The crowd below buzzed with discussion. Hearing this, Yi Chang's face instantly darkened. Another person added, the former patriarch and his wife were both at the mid-stage of qi condensation. Since the patriarch is dead, the position should rightfully pass to the wife, not the second master. Yes. The crowd murmured again. At these words, Yi Shan's face turned ashen, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He snorted, nonsense. Since ancient times has there ever been a woman in charge? Besides that woman, Liu's cultivation has long fallen to the body tempering realm. What qualification does she have to sit as the Yi family patriarch? The patriarch is dead. I am the strongest in the Yi family. I also believe the seat of patriarch should be given to my son Yi Chang. Yi Shan has sneered. Is this appropriate? Many showed conflicted expressions. What is inappropriate? Those who find it inappropriate might as well go to the back mountain and discuss it with me privately. Yi Shan's gaze sharpened as he swept his eyes across the hall, releasing the oppressive aura of his initial qi condensation cultivation. The crowd felt the air grow cold and hung their heads, too intimidated to speak. Is this old fool trying to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, seizing the patriarch's seat by force? Suddenly a delicate voice echoed in Yi Tianxi's mind. Sister Yu. Yi Tianxi was standing in the most inconspicuous corner of the hall. He was startled when he heard the voice in his heart. Yu Ji chuckled, that's right, it's your sister. Little Tianxi, aren't you going to teach this old fool a lesson? Me? Yi Tianxi frowned slightly. That second elder is at the initial qi condensation realm. I've only just opened my meridians. Can I beat him? Yu Ji laughed softly. So what if he's at qi condensation? His qi condensation is weak, empty cultivation with no real substance. With your current strength, you can easily defeat him. Is that so? Yi Tianxi's eyes lit up with surprise. So am that strong. Of course, Yu Ji continued. Just yesterday, when you regained your senses, you killed an initial meridian opening guardian without any cultivation at all. Thank you for the guidance, Sister Yu. With that, Yi Tianxi clenched his fists, eagerly producing a series of cracking sounds. Thank you for the guidance, Sister Yu. With that, Yi Tianxi clenched his fists, eagerly producing a series of cracking sounds. Yu Ji continued, but no need to rush. First, let's see what this old fool is up to, then we'll teach him a lesson. I understand. Yi Tianxi curled his lips into a faint smile. On the dais, Yi Shanha sneered, since no one has objections, I declare that my son Yi Chong shall succeed as patriarch. Though some below were displeased, none dared to voice dissent, cowed by Yi Shan's strength. Yi Chong was overjoyed. He stood up with a feigned modesty and said politely, thank you all for your support. If I am lacking in consideration in the future, I hope you will bear with me. Yi Shanha continued, the second matter concerns the Kai family. You all know the grievances between our Yi family and the Kai family. If we refuse the Kai family's demands, war will break out between us. The Kai patriarch recently broke through to the mid-stage of qi condensation. Should war erupt, our Yi family will surely fall into greater adversity. I'm sure none of you wish to see that happen. Now the Kai family has offered us a condition for reconciliation. As long as the Yi family agrees to deliver that woman Lu to the Kai household, all conflicts between us can be wiped clean. Does anyone have any objections? Yi Shanha glanced around calmly. We have no objections. We await the second elder's command. A sycophant immediately stepped forward to flatter. With the earlier lesson fresh in mind, though the rest felt humiliated, no one dared to speak up for Lu Fian. Yi Chong rose and said, where is that woman Lu now? Seize her and send her to the Kai family at once. Yes, Patriarch. The lackeys of Yi Chong's faction immediately accepted the order. So they're still plotting against my master's wife. Yi Tianxi snorted coldly, clenching his fists tighter. He took a step forward, ready to teach Yi Chong and his father a lesson. But just then a crisp, pleasant voice rang out. Have I agreed to this, that you dare to act on your own and send me into the tiger's den of the Kai family? As the words fell, a graceful figure ascended the dais. A purple dress wrapped her exquisite form, revealing fair, slender arms and long, seductive legs. Her delicate face bore an icy expression that inspired awe. Madam. Seeing her, the Yi family members below changed expressions, rising to their feet. Master's wife. Yi Tianxi was momentarily stunned. Today his master's wife was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lu Fian, you've come at the right time. Saves me the trouble of finding you. Seeing her arrival, second elder Yi Shanha sneered, then waved his hand and ordered his men seize her. Yes. With the command, several figures rushed swiftly toward Lu Fian. Yes. With the command, several figures rushed swiftly toward Lu Fian. But Lu Fian smiled confidently. With a flick of her sleeve, a fierce gale swept out. The figures screamed as they were flung backward, crashing to the ground, spitting blood, completely immobilized. Moi. Witnessing this scene, the crowd below all showed expressions of surprise. Hasn't the madam already fallen to the body-tempering realm? How is she still this formidable? Yi Shanha was even more astonished. The several subordinates he had arranged were all experts at the 10th layer of body tempering, on the verge of breaking through to the meridian opening realm. Dealing with Lu Fian should have been effortless, so how had they been so easily defeated now? Yi Tianxi was equally surprised. His master's wife exuded an aura of strength from within, distinctly different from yesterday. Curious, isn't it? Yu Ji asked with a light laugh. Indeed, Yi Tianxi nodded. Could it be that my master's wife has recovered her cultivation? Yu Ji smiled. Not only has she recovered, but she has also broken through from the middle stage of qi condensation to the late stage. Yi Tianxi was both shocked and delighted. Oh, didn't my master's wife suffer damage to her dantian? How did she recover so quickly? This is all thanks to you, Yu Ji said with a soft laugh. Thanks to me? Yi Tianxi frowned in confusion. Yu Ji explained, have you forgotten? Last night your sister told you that you are the legendary Dao-Ancient Sacred Body. Any woman who has been intimate with you will reap boundless benefits. Her recovery of cultivation is only natural. So that's how it is. Yi Tianxi suddenly understood. Of course the other party must be a virgin, otherwise, even if favored by you, they cannot benefit from it. Yu Ji continued to add. A virgin? Yi Tianxi grew even more puzzled. My master's wife has been married for 6 or 7 years. How could she still be a virgin? Then you'll have to ask her about that, Yu Ji replied with a light laugh. Only she probably knows the answer. This? Yi Tianxi was left speechless, but he breathed a long sigh of relief because his master's wife had suddenly recovered her cultivation. You wretched woman still daring to harm others. On the stage, Yishanha pointed at Lu Fian and roared in fury. Lu Fian smiled disdainfully. Second elder, you put on quite an air. You allow your faction to bully and insult me, but forbid me from striking back. What is the Yi family rule written by you? Glib tongue. You wretched woman still stubborn to the death. Watch how I deal with you. Yishanha flew into a rage. With a sweep of his arm, he unleashed a surge of formidable true essence hurtling toward Lu Fian. He was certain that Lu Fian had lost all her cultivation, and even if she had recovered some, she could not possibly exceed the meridian opening realm. As a genuine chi condensation initial stage cultivator, he was more than enough to handle her. Just you. Lu Fian sneered dismissively. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her body was enveloped in true chi, paying no heed to Yishan's attack. The moment his charging fist came hurtling toward her, Lu Fian raised her hand and gently waved, instantly neutralizing his attack. Yishan's expression shifted dramatically, but before he could react, Lu Fian sent him flying several zhong, with a single palm strike, blood gushing from his mouth. Father! Yichang rushed forward to support Yishanha. Yishanha was horrified, staring at Lu Fian in terror. You? How did you suddenly become so strong? Could it be that your cultivation has recovered? Lu Fian smiled faintly. Is that so surprising? Yesterday, when the Kai family came to cause trouble, where was your help as second elder? Instead, you bully your own kin. You? Yishanha, now enraged and humiliated, burst into a torrent of curses. Bitch, let's see how long you can stay arrogant. With those words, he struck again, gathering all his strength and hurling a palm strike toward Lu Fian. Lu Fian snorted coldly. From this moment on, I am the one in charge of the Yi family. Anyone who disobeys will meet the same fate as Yishanha. With that, Lu Fian extended her right index finger and gently flicked it. A strand of true essence shot forth, instantly piercing through Yishan's throat. With a splatter of blood, Yishan's body stiffened. His eyes bulged as he collapsed to the ground lifeless. Yi Chang was utterly stunned. The chi condensation realm Yishanha was his only support, and now he had been killed outright by Lu Fian. With Yishanha dead, it was obvious who would be next. At this thought, Yi Chang stumbled back several steps, staring at the Yi family members in terror. Everyone, last night I saw with my own eyes this bitch committing adultery with that fool of the Yi family. The family head's body is not even cold yet, and she dares to do such a shameless thing. How can our Yi family tolerate such a slut? Adultery? So what? Lu Fian paid no heed to Yi Chang's words. She merely smiled casually, then in an instant appeared before Yi Chang. What do you want? What are you going to do? Yi Chang stumbled back in fear, but Lu Fian grabbed him by the throat, lifting him into the air. Lu Fian let out a cold laugh. Have you forgotten what happened yesterday? Colluding with the Kai family to bully and insult me. Do you think I would let you off? As she spoke, Lu Fian tightened her grip, squeezing Yi Chang's throat. You? Yi Chang struggled, his legs dangling in the air. I am of the Yi family bloodline. Do you dare to kill me? Yi family bloodline. So what? Lu Fian sneered again. Yi Chang's face turned red, and the approach of death spurred him to plead desperately. Don't kill me, sister-in-law. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Wrong? Lu Fian sneered. Wrong means paying the price. With that, she exerted force, crushing Yi Chang's throat. Yi Chang's body went limp, his head lolling, eyes wide open with regret and resentment. The crowd below watched in dead silence, their breaths held, not daring to make a sound. Only Yi Tiance's face lit up with joy. Lu Fian sat down in the family head seat with an air of authority, crossing her right leg gracefully over her left. She announced loudly, "Fellow clansmen, my cultivation has recovered. From today onward, the Yi family will no longer be bullied by anyone. Of course, if anyone like Yi Chang conspires with outsiders and harbors disloyal intentions, don't blame me for being ruthless. I ask the third elder to bear witness for me." After speaking, Lu Fian turned her gaze to the third elder seated on her left. This man was one of the few remaining elders of the Yi family. Hearing Lu Fian's words, he immediately rose and said respectfully, "I, Yi Changqing, am deeply grateful for the family head's great kindness and will follow all your orders." "We all follow the family head's orders," the Yi family members below echoed in unison. Lu Fian smiled radiantly. "Thank you, third elder. The family head is too kind." The third elder quickly cupped his hands. "The Kai family has bullied our Yi family as if we were helpless. How does the family head plan to deal with them?" "The Kai family." Lu Fian smiled faintly, slowly setting down the teacup in her hand. "I, Lu Fian, have always distinguished between kindness and enmity. I repay kindness with kindness and settle scores with vengeance. In the past, the Kai family bullied me and even threatened to annihilate the entire Yi family." "Huh. Now that my cultivation has recovered, it's only natural to seek justice. With that, she turned her gaze to where Yi Tianxi stood and said with a light laugh, Tianxi, come. Let's go with your master's wife to annihilate the Kai family. Yi Tianxi nodded upon hearing this. Yes, master's wife. Someone said, Madam, in my humble opinion, this matter still requires careful deliberation. The head of the Kai family has just broken through to the mid-stage of qi condensation and is at the height of his power. Although Madam's cultivation has recovered, it has yet to stabilize. If we act rashly and are defeated, our Yi family. Moreover, Madam is only bringing that simpleton silly ox along on this trip. Lu Fian let out a cold laugh upon hearing this, merely the mid-stage of qi condensation. I have already broken through to the late stage of qi condensation. A mere mid-stage is beneath my notice. Also, let me tell you all something, Tianxi is no longer foolish. From this day forward, he shall be the heir of our Yi family. The heir? This? Madam Yi Tianxi is an orphan you picked up from outside 6 years ago. He was never a member of our Yi family by blood. How can he be established as the heir? Lu Fian smiled and said, so what? When the Kai family bullied me yesterday, not a single person in the Yi family stepped forward to help. Only Tianxi was willing to stand up and defend me. For that alone, he is worthy of becoming the Yi family heir. But what? Do you object? Lu Fian asked in a cold voice. No. The man hastily shook his head. That's good then. Lu Fian sneered coldly. Yi Tianxi was stunned for a moment, muttering, Master's wife wants to make me the Yi family heir. Inside the prison heaven pagoda, Yu Ji laughed. This master's wife of yours is quite a good person. Little Tianxi has transformed into the Yi family heir just like that. An ordinary heir enjoys the highest treatment and resources of the family, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Beneficial for cultivation? Then that's not bad. Yi Tianxi smiled. Tianxi, come with me to the Kai family. Lu Fian's gaze fell upon Yi Tianxi, and she immediately set off for the Kai residence. On the road, Yi Tianxi looked at Lu Fian and asked, Master's wife, how did you suddenly recover your cultivation? Lu Fian's cheeks flushed upon hearing this, and she murmured to herself, this silly boy still asks. She rolled her eyes and said, who knows? Perhaps heaven favors the virtuous. Since master's wife has recovered her cultivation, can this disciple still engage in dual cultivation with you? Yi Tianxi asked. Lu Fian rolled her eyes again, swaying her slender waist coquettishly. Then let master's wife ask you, do you want to dual cultivate with me? Of course this disciple wants to. Yi Tianxi answered without hesitation. Uffed. Lu Fian burst into laughter. I never expected it, you little rascal, so lecherous, daring to have designs on your master's wife. Yi Tianxi shrugged and said, it's because the yin-yang harmony creation divine art states that dual cultivation helps master's wife's cultivation. This disciple is just thinking of you. Besides, master has passed away. Master's wife must be lonely sleeping alone. Lu Fian's cheeks flushed once more. Dual cultivation is acceptable, but you must promise me that no outsider shall ever know of this, or this old face of mine will have nowhere to hide. This disciple understands. Yi Tianxi replied with an excited expression. Furthermore, Tianxi, you are now the Yi family heir. I intend for you to shoulder the family's burden. From today onward, you must cultivate diligently. If you have any needs, feel free to speak to me, and I will help you as much as I can. This disciple will remember your words. Thank you, master's wife. Luyun City, the Kai residence. Kai Kuan, the steward of the Kai family, spoke with a fawning expression. Rest assured, patriarch. I have already made arrangements with the Yi family's second master and second elder. Once the Yi family council concludes, they will personally deliver that woman Lu Fian to our Kai mansion. You need only wait patiently. Kai Hongshuan, the patriarch of the Kai family, set down his teacup and revealed a lecherous smile. And good. Kai Kuan, you have handled this matter well. I have long heard that the madam of the Yi family was born with a spirit water body and a pure, alluring physique. Her skin is so tender it feels like it could drip water. If I can obtain her, won't our Kai family be able to add new offspring? Kai Kuan chuckled. Indeed, patriarch. Lu Fian is a rare beauty in this world, and that woman is naturally proud. Taming her will surely be most exhilarating. Ha. Kai Hongxian laughed triumphantly. For so many years our Kai family has been suppressed by the Yi family. This is a golden opportunity. Kai Hongshuan, get out here. Suddenly a woman's sharp cry echoed into the Kai family hall, instantly changing the expressions of Kai Hongxian and Kai Kuan. What's going on? Kai Hongxian abruptly set down his teacup and quickly rose to his feet. Kai Kun's eyes darted around. Patriarch, that voice sounds like Lu Fian. Oh, Kai Hongxian was delighted upon hearing this. Lu Fian. She's here so soon. Come, let us go out and see. Yes, patriarch. The two strode out of the hall to find Lu Fian standing at the Kai family gate in a purple dress, her stunningly beautiful face covered in frost. Yi Tianxi followed behind her with over a dozen Kai family servants lying unconscious before them. Kai Hongxian immediately sensed something was amiss and narrowed his eyes. Lu Fian, did you do this? Lu Fian smiled faintly. So what if I did? Patriarch, Kai, didn't you want me? I've come to you myself, and you don't even know to come out and welcome me. Kai Hongxian narrowed his eyes again to scrutinize Lu Fian, then suddenly revealed a look of shock. Lu Fian, your cultivation has recovered. Lu Fian laughed heartily. You old fool of the Kai family, you've finally noticed. I have come today to annihilate your Kai family. As her words fell, Lu Fian suddenly struck out, sending a palm strike toward Kai Hongxian. Kai Hongxian's face darkened instantly as he quickly gathered protective chi to block her attack. However, he had greatly underestimated Lu Fian's strength. The moment her palm struck, his protective chi shattered with a bang. Kai Hongxian spat blood and staggered backward several steps. Latest stage chi condensation. You bitch, when did you break through to the late stage? Kai Hongxian's expression twisted in utter shock. Lu Fian sneered coldly. The moment you started scheming against me. With that, she lightly tapped her toes and vanished from her spot. Damn it, she's actually broken through to the late stage of chi condensation. Kai Hongxian roared in fury, instantly channeling his full mystical power to prepare for Lu Fian's second strike. Lu Fian's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she was upon Kai Hongxian. Bang! She unleashed a palm strike, the force carrying terrifying mystical power aimed directly at his chest. Boom! Kai Hongxian hastily raised his palm to block, but he was no match for Lu Fian's overwhelming blow. With a dull thud, his chest was torn open. He let out a miserable cry and died on the spot. The patriarch is dead. Men, come quickly. Kai Kuan shouted in panic, summoning all the Kai family warriors and cultivators. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, dozens of figures rushed out from both sides, surrounding Lu Fian. Her face showed no trace of fear as she let out a cold laugh. Perfect timing. Today, not a single soul of the Kai family shall be spared. As her words fell, a flying sword shot out from behind her, swiftly slicing through the throats of the crowd. Splat! Splat! Dozens of Kai family warriors, including some cultivators who had reached the early stage of chi condensation, all had their throats pierced. In the blink of an eye, with only the steward Kai Kuan left alive, the entire Kai residence was drenched in blood, reduced to an empty tomb. After finishing the slaughter, a relaxed smile finally appeared on Lu Fian's face as she asked Yi Tianxi, Tianxi, do you know why your master's wife killed every single member of the Kai family? Yi Tianxi pondered for a moment before replying. Because if the roots are not completely eradicated, the weeds will grow again when the spring wind blows. If master's wife had not killed everyone here, once the Kai family gains power in the future, they would surely retaliate against you, leading to endless troubles later. Oh, Lu Fian was quite astonished by Yi Tianxi's answer. Just yesterday at this time, Yi Tianxi was still a simpleton with a muddled mind. Yet after barely recovering overnight, the child had become so sharp and perceptive, as if his intellect had matured in an instant. Tianxi, you are incredibly clever. Your answer is absolutely correct. This is the first lesson your master's wife must teach you. When you act, either do not act at all, or go all the way. When you kill, either do not kill, or exterminate them all. Lu Fian said in a cold voice. Disciple understands. Yi Tianxi nodded immediately, then followed Lu Fian's gaze towards the Kai family steward Kai Kuan, and said, there is still one more. The Kai family grounds were drenched in blood, and Kai Kuan was already terrified out of his wits. He looked at Lu Fian with horror in his eyes, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy. Spare my life, madam. I know I was wrong. I, Kai Kuan, am willing to be your servant, to work like an ox or a horse for you. I implore you, madam, to be merciful and spare my insignificant life. Haha, spare you. If you make a mistake, you must pay the price. As her words fell, Lu Fian controlled her flying sword, ready to take Kai Kuan's life. But at that moment, Yi Tianxi suddenly stopped her and asked, Master's wife, can you leave this man for your disciple to kill? Oh, Lu Fian was slightly startled and asked why. Yi Tianxi shook his head and said, no particular reason. Disciple just wants to use this man as practice. Lu Fian smiled at his words and said, very well, since that's the case, Kai Kuan is yours to kill. Thank you, master's wife. Yi Tianxi nodded, then took a step forward. Boom. A faint layer of cyan light abruptly appeared around Yi Tianxi's body. Immediately after, a vast and overwhelming pressure erupted, instantly enveloping the entire Kai residence. Mystic force. Feeling the pressure emanating from Yi Tianxi, Lu Fian was visibly shocked. Then she murmured with a smile, I haven't even taught him how to cultivate mystic force yet. and he already possesses such powerful mystic energy. Tianci is truly a gifted one. What are you trying to do, you idiot? Kai Kuan revealed a look of terror once more, then also gathered his mystic force and cursed, "If I can't kill your master's wife, can't I still kill a fool like you? You're asking for death." As his words echoed, Kai Kuan threw a heavy punch aimed at Yi Tianci. Yi Tianci's gaze sharpened. He shifted his body slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging Kai Kuan's punch, and then raised his leg high in a whip kick, landing it solidly on Kai Kuan's neck. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Kai Kuan's figure was instantly sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the courtyard wall as blood gushed from his mouth. You all. Kai Kuan raised a trembling hand to point at Yi Tianci, but before he could finish his words, he breathed his last and died. Such formidable mystic force. Even Lu Fian, who was at the late stage of qi condensation, couldn't help but show surprise at this strike. "Tianci, well done." Yi Tianci turned back to look at his master's wife Lu Fian. He heard her say, "Your master's wife has decided. Starting today, I will begin tempering your body. Let you officially embark on the path of cultivation." Tempering the body. Yi Tianci frowned slightly and replied, "No need, master's wife. Your disciple has already succeeded in body tempering." "What?" Lu Fian was shocked again and asked, "You've already succeeded in body tempering? When? Aren't you still at the first level of body tempering?" Yi Tianci had concealed his cultivation level, and Lu Fian couldn't see through it at all, only assuming he was at the initial body tempering stage. Yi Tianci smiled faintly and replied, "Last night." As he spoke, Yi Tianci dispelled the concealment over his cultivation, and the aura he emitted surged dramatically. Meridian opening. The astonishment on Lu Fian's face deepened. "Tianci, you've achieved meridian opening." Not only had he successfully opened his meridians, but he could also perfectly conceal his own cultivation level, something even Lu Fian herself couldn't accomplish. "Last night, after your disciple returned, I cultivated the yin-yang harmony creation divine art that master's wife gave me, and then I successfully reached the meridian opening realm." He did not tell Lu Fian about the prison-suppressing pagoda or Yuji. Is this for real? Isn't this too fast? Lu Fian was incredibly astonished. "You opened your meridians in one night." Yi Tianci nodded again. "My God, what kind of monstrous disciple have I picked up?" Lu Fian felt as if her entire worldview was collapsing, and she said with boundless joy, "It took your master a full 10 years to go from the body tempering realm to meridian opening. Even those with faster cultivation speeds need 2 or 3 years. But Yi Tianci did it in just one night." "Disciple doesn't know why I cultivate so fast either." Yi Tianci shrugged. "It's because you have the pure yang body, and also because you and your master's wife." Her words trailed off halfway, and a flush of crimson crept onto Lu Fian's cheeks. She knew that a pure yang body cultivated quickly, but she never imagined Yi Tianci could reach such an astonishing speed. Breaking through to meridian opening in a single night was a cultivation speed unheard of. "And what about master's wife?" Yi Tianci asked. The blush on Lu Fian's face deepened. "You little rascal, always bringing up what I want to avoid." Having said that, she quickly took Yi Tianci's hand and said, "All right, enough chatter. It's getting late, we need to hurry back to the Yi residence." "Why the rush to go back?" Yi Tianci asked. A joyful look appeared on Lu Fian's face. What else could it be? "For dual cultivation, of course." "Oh." Yi Tianci was taken aback for a moment, then immediately nodded in agreement. The thought of his master's wife's enchanting and seductive demeanor during dual cultivation stirred boundless anticipation in his heart. In the dead of night within the inner quarters of the Yi residence, Yi Tianci dressed himself, a look of pleasure evident on his face. Lying on the bed, Lu Fian appeared weak and languid, playfully complaining, "You wicked disciple, your master's wife is nearly drained dry by you." Her long jet black and lustrous hair was spread out behind her head. Her skin was as white as snow, her face delicate and enchanting, breathtakingly beautiful. Yi Tianci laughed and said, "Master's wife is born with a water spirit body. How could you possibly be drained dry by your disciple? You little scoundrel, you're so naughty. Your master's wife's water spirit body, which even your master never got to experience, has been enjoyed by you first, you little rascal." Lu Fian murmured softly, with a light laugh, a hint of intoxicating delight curling at the corners of her mouth. "Off." Yi Tianci was stunned. Master's wife and master. Strange, isn't it? Lu Fian explained with a smile. "Your master is impotent. 10 years ago in the Beast Canyon 70 Li outside Luyan City, a demon beast bit off his manhood. So for the past 7 years, although your master and I have been husband and wife in name, we have never shared the intimacy of a real couple. In fact, from start to finish, we have never even slept in the same bed." As she finished speaking, a faint blush crept across Lu Fian's delicate face. So that's how it is. Yi Tianxi finally understood the confusion in his heart. No wonder Yu Ji had said that his master's wife was a virgin and could benefit from his Dao-Ancient Divine Body. It was because his master was incapable. Then over all these years, hasn't master's wife been very lonely? Yi Tianxi asked. Of course, Lu Fian nodded, a wistful look on her face. The union of man and woman is one of life's great joys, especially for a woman. Many who appear to be chaste and virtuous on the surface actually have even stronger desires. Your master married me only to save face. This has truly tormented me. Luckily, master's wife still has you. It feels like a second spring. Lu Fian said with a seductive smile. Is that so? Yi Tianxi replied. Tianxi was raised by master's wife. I should repay you well. Lu Fian chuckled softly. Tianxi, you're only 20 years old, and master's wife is already 33. You don't think him too old, do you? How could that be? Master's wife isn't old at all. You're still as fresh as a blooming flower. Yi Tianxi said with a sly grin. You rascal, always so glib, Lu Fian scolded him with a playful glare. All right, it's getting late. Master's wife won't keep you here for the night. Go back and cultivate well. Master's wife also needs to fully digest today's benefits. I am yours now. If you need anything, just tell me. Disciple understands. Yi Tianxi nodded and left his master's wife's courtyard. Watching Yi Tianxi's tall, departing figure, Lu Fian couldn't help but chuckle again. That rascal's so capable. With that, she sat cross-legged and resumed cultivating the yin-yang harmony creation divine art. With just a slight circulation of her energy, she felt an exhilarating sensation throughout her body, as if every cell was rejoicing. Every tendon and meridian became incredibly tough and filled with power, as if ready to shatter all barriers and reach a higher realm at any moment. That rascal's pure yang essence is truly remarkable, Lu Fian murmured to herself. This feeling is absolutely incredible. I feel I can now attempt to break through to the qi condensation great perfection realm. But if this goes on every day, could I end up pregnant with that rascal's child? No, absolutely not. After leaving his master's wife's room, Yi Tianxi did not rush back to his own. Instead, he went alone to the back mountain. He found the area spacious and the air fresh, which was even more refreshing. Finding a suitable large rock, Yi Tianxi sat cross-legged on it and continued cultivating the great freedom ultimate mind art that Yu Ji had taught him. The so-called ultimate freedom and ease meant relaxing one's mind, not allowing any external distractions to interfere and letting the body advance on its own. By cultivating this art, one could not only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper the physical body, but also allow the cultivator's thoughts to flow freely, maturing and strengthening the mind and spiritual sense. Yi Tianxi's body and mind were completely immersed in cultivation. Gradually, he found that his soul seemed to be sublimated, becoming incredibly pure, untainted by even a speck of dust, as if everything about him had been cleansed. He faintly heard a melodious, enchanting zither sound in his ears like a babbling brook, clear, bright, sweet, soft, crisp, and lingering, intoxicating the soul. This sensation made Yi Tianxi feel extremely comfortable, as if his whole being was floating. The next morning, a pale white light appeared on the horizon. Unknowingly, Yi Tianxi had been cultivating for 3 hours. Feeling no trace of fatigue, he slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then looked down at his hands. Meridian opening middle stage. I've broken through again. Yi Tianxi was overjoyed. In just 3 hours of cultivation, he had advanced from meridian opening initial stage to meridian opening middle stage. For the next 3 days, Yi Tianxi helped his master's wife with chores during the day, engaged in dual cultivation with her at night, and went alone to the back mountain in the early hours to cultivate the great freedom ultimate mind art. For 3 consecutive days, Yi Tianxi was completely immersed, and his cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, from meridian opening middle stage to meridian opening late stage, and then to meridian opening great perfection. In just 4 days, Yi Tianxi had reached meridian opening grand completion. He looked at his hands in pleasant surprise. As expected of the Dao-Ancient Divine Body, in just a few short days, I've gone from body tempering first layer to meridian opening great perfection. In a few more days, won't I surpass master's wife? Yi Tianxi couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. It's still early. I can try to break through to the qi condensation realm. Yi Tianxi regulated his breath again, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, preparing to make a breakthrough to the qi condensation stage in one go. He was full of confidence, but this breakthrough was not as smooth as he had anticipated. As soon as he began to regulate his breath, Yi Tianxi felt his internal spiritual energy flow in reverse, becoming restless and unstable. What's going on? Yi Tianxi frowned, sweat beading on his forehead. It was nothing like the ease he had felt during his previous cultivation sessions. The profound energy within his body showed signs of going berserk, completely out of control. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from within him, instantly sweeping across an area 10 zhang in radius. All the grass on the ground was blown away, swirling wildly in the air. At that moment, Yi Tianxi was trembling violently, his face pale, and his divine body swayed uncontrollably. Yi Tianxi gritted his teeth, frantically channeling his profound energy to suppress the turmoil within. But the harder he tried, the more violently the energy raged. As the profound energy ran wild, the prison heaven tower materialized on its own, spinning madly before Yi Tianxi. Rumble. At the same time, a beam of golden light shot straight into the sky like a golden dragon, radiating thousands of divine rays. The night sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, flashing with lightning and roaring with thunder. Silver serpents of lightning tore through the darkness, rampaging and howling across the sky, appearing exceptionally fierce. Meanwhile, 1,000 li away from Luyun City at the mountain gate of the Qingxian sect, 2 old men stood with their hands behind their backs. One with white eyebrows said, "Elder brother, the heavenly phenomenon from 5 days ago has appeared again, still in the direction of Luyun City." The other old man stroked his beard, his gaze sharp. A heavenly phenomenon appearing out of thin air only means one of 2 things: either a genius is cultivating or a supreme treasure has emerged. Our Qingxian sect is about to recruit disciples. Either way, it is very beneficial to our sect. The white-browed old man smiled. It seems Luyun City will be a key target for our Qingxian sect's recruitment this time. At the same time, at the Yi family's back, mountain thunder roared. Yi Tianxi's face was bright red and cold sweat poured from his forehead. He seemed completely unaware of the events happening around him. He only felt as if the blood in his veins was boiling his entire body, as if thrown into a furnace. Yi Tianxi's heart grew extremely agitated. How can this be? Why can't I break through? Just then, Yuji's anxious voice came from within the prison heaven tower. Little Tianxi, stop cultivating immediately. If you continue, you'll fall into demonic deviation. Upon hearing Yuji's words, Yi Tianxi jolted awake, his mind clearing. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on the first floor of the Qiantian Tower with Yuji standing before him, her face etched with anxiety. Sister Yu, how did I end up here? Yuji scolded sharply. You still have the nerve to ask. You were too impatient in your cultivation. If I hadn't called out to you, you would have fallen into qi deviation. Qi deviation. When I first started cultivating, everything was fine. But later, when I tried to break through, I couldn't control this power at all. It felt like something was devouring my true qi. Yi Tianxi shrugged, awkwardly unsure of the cause. Yuji pondered and said, it's because your meridians are damaged and you cultivated too quickly. That's why your inner fire raged, leading to qi deviation. Is that so? Yi Tianxi realized. Then Sister Yu, please help me repair my meridians quickly. Yuji rolled her eyes. It's not that I don't want to, but repairing your meridians requires several medicinal herbs. You need to find and consume them first before I can help you. What herbs, eh? Yi Tianxi asked. Yuji replied, heavenly origin grass, stone bone, vine crimson, sun fruit, blood soul flower, and earth core jade essence. Yi Tianxi frowned. Heavenly origin grass. Stone bone vine. So many herbs. I've never even heard of them. Yuji said, it's fine if you don't know. You can go to your master's wife. Didn't she say a few days ago that you could come to her for anything you need? All right. Yi Tianxi nodded immediately. Thank you for the guidance, Sister Yu. You little rascal, no need to be so polite with me. Yuji rolled her eyes again, a warm feeling in her heart. She cautioned, remember, until I repair one of your meridians, you must not attempt to break through to the qi condensation stage, or you will suffer a backlash. Tianxi will remember. Yi Tianxi nodded and left the Qiantian Tower. The next morning, he went to find his master's wife, Lu Fian. Master's wife, I'm looking for a few medicinal herbs. Does the Yi family have them? What herbs, eh? Lu Fian asked. Yi Tianxi said, heavenly origin grass, stone bone, vine crimson, sun fruit, blood soul flower, and earth core jade essence. Oh, Lu Fian was slightly startled. Tianxi, what do you need these herbs for? I read in a book that these herbs are very beneficial for my cultivation, so I wanted to give them a try. Yi Tianxi explained. Oh, Lu Fian smiled. Indeed, the book records that these herbs have great restorative effects. But crimson sun fruit and blood soul flower are herbs needed for breaking through to the qi condensation stage. Why would you need them now? Yi Tianxi chuckled. I want to be well prepared so I can break through to the qi condensation stage in one go. Lu Fian laughed. Tianxi, you're getting a bit too confident lately. When I first cultivated from meridian opening to chi condensation, it took me a full 3 years. You've just broken through to meridian opening not long ago, and you're already planning to charge into chi condensation. You guessed it, Master's wife. Yi Tianxi nodded. But I haven't just broken through to meridian opening, I've already reached the great perfection of the meridian opening stage. As his words fell, Yi Tianxi's aura suddenly surged, and in an instant his presence soared to the great perfection of the meridian opening stage. This, Tianxi, this terrifying aura sent a shiver through Lu Fian, leaving her stunned and speechless. Lu Fian found it hard to believe. How had Yi Tianxi suddenly cultivated to the great perfection of meridian opening in just a few days? Yi Tianxi smiled slightly. Master's wife, what do you think? I wasn't lying to you, as I Tianxi, I've truly underestimated you. I never expected you to break through again so quickly. Lu Fian was overjoyed. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Master's wife. My cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds only after our dual cultivation. Is that so? You little rascal, Lu Fian's cheeks flushed. I never expected dual cultivation to have so many benefits. To be honest, I've also broken through in the past couple of days and have now reached the great perfection of chi condensation. Congratulations, Master's wife. Yi Tianxi said. Mutual congratulations, Lu Fian murmured with rosy cheeks. Dual cultivation truly has countless benefits. I never dared to dream of such a rapid cultivation speed before, ahem. She cleared her throat and changed the subject. Tianxi, our Yi family has all the herbs you mentioned except for the earth core jade essence. The earth core jade essence is formed from the essence of earthly veins and has the power to reshape meridians and cleanse the marrow. Yi Tianxi was taken aback, muttering to himself, Sister, you said that not a single one of these herbs can be missing. I must find them all. Without the earth core jade essence, my damaged meridians cannot be repaired. Thinking this, he immediately asked, Master's wife, where can I find the earth core jade essence? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fian said, Earth core jade essence is a high-grade herb extremely difficult for ordinary families to obtain. To get it, you must enter the Green Xian sect and become an outer disciple. The Green Xian sect. Yi Tianxi was startled. In his earlier days of foolishness, he had heard some tales about the Green Xian sect from his master and master's wife. The Green Xian sect is located 1,000 miles west of Luyin City. With tens of thousands of disciples, it is one of the top 10 cultivation sects in Qingzhou, recruiting nearly 1,000 new disciples each year. The Green Xian sect boasts immense strength and abundant resources, far surpassing the major families of Luyin City. Therefore, during the annual selection period, every family competes to send their children to cultivate there. Lu Fian thought for a moment, and then said, in 10 days it will be the Green Xian sect's annual disciple recruitment day. In previous years, they deemed the disciples of Luyin City to be of poor talent and only gave the city 5 enrollment slots. But this year has changed. I just received news that Luyin City is a key recruitment site, and anyone who meets the conditions is eligible to become a member of the Green Xian sect. Tianxi, do you want to join the Green Xian sect and become a disciple? Join the Green Xian sect. Yi Tianxi was taken aback at first, then shook his head. I don't want to. Why? Yi Tianxi said, if I go to the Green Xian sect, I won't be able to see you, Master's wife, and I definitely won't be able to dual cultivate with you. Huh. Lu Fian laughed heartily. You silly boy. Who said you won't be able to see me if you go to the Green Xian sect? Luyin City is only 1,000 miles from the Green Xian sect. With my strength, I can get there in less than half a day. Then I can dual cultivate with you again, Master's wife. Yi Tianxi said excitedly. Lu Fian's face flushed red immediately, and she scolded playfully. You little rascals, so unambitious. I want you to go to the Green Xian sect because compared to Luyin City, it offers more cultivation resources and a better environment for your training. But all you think about every day is dual cultivating with me. Humph. No, this disciple would never mean that. It's just that I can't bear to part with my master's wife. Yi Tianxi chuckled. Lu Fian cast him a sidelong glance and said, You little rascal, at least you have some conscience. But there's no need to be reluctant. It's merely 1,000 li. You can visit whenever you wish. Moreover, once you enter the Azure Mystic sect and become an official disciple, our Yi family's standing in Drifting Cloud City will rise, making the other great families wary. If you are fortunate enough to become an inner disciple of the Azure Mystic sect, then our Yi family will leap to become the foremost clan in Drifting Cloud City. Really? Yi Tianxi was somewhat surprised, never expecting so many benefits from joining the Azure Mystic sect. Why would your master's wife deceive you? So, this chance comes only once. Will you go or not? Lu Fian pressed on. Yi Tianxi pondered for a moment, then immediately agreed, this disciple will go. Entering the Azure Mystic sect would not only grant him the Earth Core Jade essence that Yu sought, but also greatly aid his master's wife and the Yi family. A perfect win-win. That's more like it. Lu Fian smiled with satisfaction. But this disciple has a question for you, master's wife. What question? If I do get selected by the Azure Mystic sect, you won't go looking for another man, will you? Yi Tianxi asked. Lu Fian burst into laughter. You little brat, do you think him some fickle and faithless woman? Since I've chosen you, am yours for life. I won't change my heart. That's good, hee. Yi Tianxi laughed. But you little rascal, don't you have any thoughts of pursuing other women? Lu Fian teased with a charming laugh. This disciple does not. Yi Tianxi shook his head. Silly boy, I won't be jealous. If you want to, why not say it boldly? Lu Fian jested. I truly don't. Yi Tianxi scratched his head in embarrassment. Huh. Lu Fian continued. I'm serious. I really won't be jealous. You were born with the pure yang physique, so your desires and needs are far greater than those of ordinary men. You're in the prime of your youth, wouldn't it be a pity not to pursue a girl you fancy? Tianxi, rest assured. If you meet any beautiful girls you like, go ahead and win them over. I won't be jealous in the slightest. This disciple does not wish to. Yi Tianxi shook his head again. Haha, you don't want to now, but you will later. Lu Fian giggled. But remember one thing, beware of those deceitful, wicked women. Yi Tianxi pursed his lips. This disciple understands. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Azure Mystic sect's annual entrance examination had finally arrived. Before dawn, the vast central square of Drifting Cloud City was already packed with a sea of candidates awaiting the selection. Yi Tianxi arrived late, squeezed into the crowd, and found a suitable spot to wait. Yu murmured, so many people are taking the test. This Azure Mystic sect seems quite impressive. I'm not even sure if I'll be selected. Yi Tianxi rolled his eyes and muttered. Yu placed her hands on her hips and said, nonsense. If the ancient Dao divine body can't even get into a small sect, that would be the biggest joke of all. If even your ancient Dao divine body can't get in, then this shabby sect might as well disband. Yi Tianxi teased with a grin, Sister Yue, didn't you say no one here would recognize my ancient Dao divine body? True. They probably haven't even heard of the ancient Dao divine body. Yu frowned and muttered, but no need to worry. Even if they don't know the ancient Dao divine body, they'll surely recognize the pure yang physique. The pure yang physique is also excellent for cultivation. Then I'm relieved. Yi Tianxi nodded. Just then murmurs arose from the crowd. In previous years the immortals of the Azure Mystic sect looked down on us disciples from Drifting Cloud City, deeming our talents inferior. They would recruit over 1,000 people annually, yet grant only 5 spots to our city. Take neighboring Heavenly Water City. They get a full 20 spots. But this year is different. A Drifting Cloud City is a key recruitment target. If we can enter the Azure Mystic sect for training, won't we be set for life? As long as I can get into the Azure Mystic sect, even if it's just as a menial laborer, I'd be more than willing. Listening to the chatter around him, Yi Tianxi found the Azure Mystic sect intriguing, and a glimmer of anticipation grew within his heart. A young man continued, and have you heard? In 2 months, the Azure Mystic sect will hold its triennial disciple competition. If we get selected this time, we might even get to watch the competition. And do you know what reward the first place winner will receive? A magical artifact. A pill. Why are you being so secretive? You're such a tease. Just tell us already. No, neither. The young man said mysteriously, the reward for this sect competition is a woman, the foremost inner disciple of the Azure Mystic sect, the Azure Mystic Saintess. What? The crowd was astonished. The Azure Mystic Saintess. You mean Su Qingyue, who tops the Qingzhou beauty list? Using Su Qingyue as a reward. What does this mean? The young man chuckled. You don't know this, do you? Su Qingyue was born with the mysterious Yin physique. Saying that you should understand, right? The mysterious Yin physique. The crowd's faces lit up with delight. So that's it. She's a natural cauldron constitution. You guessed it. The young man laughed again. This natural cauldron constitution is an unparalleled choice for a man's cultivation. If I could win Su Qingyue, even death would be worth it. Someone couldn't help licking their lips, looking utterly covetous. Alas, people like us can only dream. Even if we get into the Azure Mystic sect, would have no right to compete with the sect's disciples for Su Qingyue. Yi Tianxi was slightly taken aback. Sister Yu, what does cauldron constitution mean? Yu laughed. You don't even know that. A cauldron usually refers to female cultivators used by men to harvest their Yin essence and enhance cultivation. This mysterious Yin physique is a fine treasure, perfect for nurturing your ancient Dao divine body. Little Tianxi, go claim her. Claim her? Yi Tianxi was stunned again. What, no confidence? Yuji asked. A bit. Yi Tianxi nodded. Oomph. Yuji laughed heartily. Given your current strength, it is indeed difficult. But once you successfully enter the Azure Mystic sect, I could make you win Su Qingwei with my eyes closed. All right. Yi Tianxi agreed casually, then quickly added, one step at a time. First, enter the Azure Mystic sect. You can't expect to become a glutton in one bite. Oh. Yuji chuckled upon hearing this. Isn't that what I said? You little rascal, you've picked it up quickly. Yi Tianxi smiled, but said nothing. Suddenly, an untimely voice rang in Yi Tianxi's ears. Oh, if it isn't the fool of the Yi family. What? Are you telling me even a fool wants to participate in the selection assembly? Yi Tianxi frowned and turned around to see a girl in a pink dress speaking. The girl had a delicate face with skin as smooth as congealed fat, and her pink silk gown made her appear even more playful and cute. However, her tone was harsh, her demeanor arrogant, and she now looked at Yi Tianxi with a mocking gaze. Zhao Meyer. Yi Tianxi murmured to himself. He was not unfamiliar with this woman. She was the daughter of the Zhao family in Flowing Cloud City. When Yi Tianxi was still foolish, someone had even proposed a match between him and Zhao Meyer. Later, upon hearing that Yi Tianxi was a fool, Zhao Meyer immediately called off the engagement, scolded the matchmaker harshly, and sent word that the Yi family was a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Absolutely impossible. Yi Tianxi paid it no mind. It was only natural for a noble daughter to look down on a fool. He did not expect Zhao Meyer to regard him differently, so he merely glanced at her, indifferently ignored her, and turned away. Hey, you idiot, didn't you hear me? Get lost. This is no place for you. If you don't scram, I'll show you no mercy. Seeing that Yi Tianxi ignored her, Zhao Meyer flew into a rage and shouted. Yi Tianxi frowned slightly, turned to look at her, and asked, why can't I be here? Zhao Meyer laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you're asking me. A fool thinking he can join the immortal selection. Everyone come see. The fool of the Yi family has come to the selection assembly. He clearly has no regard for us normal people. Zhao Meyer's voice quickly drew everyone's attention. Oh, isn't this the dumb ox of the Yi family? Haha, a fool like him wants to join the immortal selection. How ridiculous. Many in the crowd began to mock him. At that moment, a young man holding a folding fan approached Zhao Meyer and said, Sister Meyer, I recall that a few months ago you asked matchmaker Wang to propose a match with the Yi family. Wasn't it this dumb ox? Zhao Meyer grew even more furious. At that time, I only heard that the Yi family had a Yi Tianxi tall and mighty. Who knew he was a fool? It infuriates me. The young man teased. Haha, so Sister Meyer likes the tall and mighty type. What do you think of your Qingwei? You? By Yu Chen. Zhao Meyer rolled her eyes first, then smiled seductively. I might consider giving you a chance to pursue me, but you have to teach this fool a good lesson first. Bai Yu Chen curled his lips and laughed. No problem. Sister Meyer, don't go back on your word. With that, he snapped his fan shut, pointed at Yi Tianxi, and sneered. Fool, you don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for offending Sister Meyer. As his words fell, Bai Yu Chen moved, throwing a fierce punch toward Yi Tianxi. Zhao Meyer smirked coldly, as if she could already see Yi Tianxi knocked to the ground by Bai Yu Chen at her mercy. However, facing Bai Yu Chen's fist, Yi Tianxi stood motionless. As Bai Yu Chen's punch whistled through the air about to strike Yi Tianxi's face, a sharp slap rang out. Huh. Bai Yu Chen was stunned. Looking up, he saw a hand easily blocking his fist. Is that all you've got? Yi Tianxi looked at Bai Yu Chen with disdain. What? Bai Yu Chen's pupils contracted, shock spreading across his face. He was at the 5th level of body tempering, yet now a fool had grabbed his fist, leaving him completely unable to move. The next moment, a miserable scream escaped Bai Yu Chen's mouth. With just a slight exertion of force, Yi Tianxi caused him unbearable pain, his handsome face contorting instantly, sweat beading on his forehead. Scram. Yi Tianxi released his grip, glanced at Bai Yu Chen, and said coldly. Bai Yu Chen was startled and hastily retreated several steps, looking at Yi Tianxi with a wary expression. Useless waste. Zhao Meyer shot a contemptuous glance at Bai Yu Chen. I'll have to handle this myself. At that moment, Yi Tianxi glared coldly at Zhao Meyer and said, Zhao Meyer, I have no grievance with you. It was you who initiated the matchmaking. Don't provoke me. With that, Yi Tianxi turned away again, wanting to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible to avoid delaying the upcoming selection assembly. But Zhao Meyer refused to let it go. Hearing Yi Tianxi's words only fueled her rage. You idiot, daring to threaten me, just because you're a bit stronger. Let your grandmother teach you a lesson. With that, Zhao Meyer quickly drew a whip from behind her back and lashed it unhesitatingly toward Yi Tianxi. Although his back was turned, Yi Tianxi sensed the viciousness of the whip instantly. Zhao Meyer was at the 7th level of body tempering, far stronger than Bai Yu Chen. Spoiled since childhood and willful by nature, she had no regard for Yi Tianxi. Facing Zhao Meyer's attack, Yi Tianxi raised an eyebrow, immediately stopped, turned around, and firmly caught the whip she had lashed out. What? Zhao Meyer was startled, never expecting Yi Tianxi to catch her whip so easily. She flew into a rage. Let go. Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Zhao Meyer. I told you, don't provoke me. With that, Yi Tianxi yanked hard. Zhao Meyer immediately lost her balance, stumbling forward heavily and falling flat on her face, drawing laughter from the crowd. Still laughing? I dare you to laugh. Zhao Meyer scrambled to her feet, glaring viciously at the onlookers. Then she turned her furious gaze on Yi Tianxi. You just wait. I won't forget today's humiliation. Yi Tianxi said coldly. Today's humiliation you brought upon yourself. You? Zhao Meyer grew even angrier. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew from the horizon. Someone in the crowd shouted, Look, the immortal masters of the Azure Mystic sect have arrived. Everyone turned their gaze to the horizon, where 3 streaks of light were flying at incredible speed toward the central square of Flowing Cloud City. Flying on a sword. All my life I've dreamed of soaring through the skies on a sword. Wow, I'm so envious. Exclamations of awe erupted from the crowd as they stared unblinkingly at 3 streaks of light across the horizon. Yi Tianxi also fixed his gaze on those 3 streaks of light, murmuring, Once a cultivator reaches the core formation stage, they can master flying on a sword. That means all 3 of them are above that level. In just a few moments, the 3 figures descended into the center of the square, landing on the ascension platform prepared by Luoyuan City. Disciples, pay respects to the immortals. Greetings to the 3 immortal masters. Instantly, the surrounding crowd bowed and saluted with utmost reverence. Even Zhao Meyer, who had been arrogant and domineering just moments ago, lowered her proud head, her face filled with piety. Rise, all of you. The elder in the center stroked his beard and said with a faint smile, I am Zhao Lingxiu of the Qingxian sect. These 2 are my junior brothers, outer sect elders Qi Xiao and Xianwei. Elder Lingxiu is an inner sect elder of Qingxian sect at the profound mystery stage. He's actually come to our Luoyuan City. The other 2 are outer sect elders of Qingxian sect with countless disciples under them. In previous years, Luoyuan City was never favored by Qingxian sect. Only 2 outer disciples were sent for assessments, and not even an outer sect elder could be bothered. Why such a grand display this year? Could it be that Luoyuan City has produced a genius? The crowd buzzed with discussion, their reverence deepening. Profound mystery stage. Yi Tianxi frowned slightly. Cultivation levels from low to high are body tempering, meridian opening, qi condensation, core formation, profound mystery, and transcending mortality. His master had barely reached the great perfection of qi condensation, yet this elder before him was at the profound mystery stage. The disparity in power was evident. Following the crowd's gaze, Yi Tianxi's eyes fell upon the 3 figures. The elder in the center, clad in white robes with a youthful face beneath silver hair, held a horsetail whisk exuding an immortal aura. Flanking him stood 2 middle-aged men in purple robes, their bearing dignified and solemn, their presence imposing. After the formalities, the outer sect elder, named Qi Xiao, stepped forward and announced, Today marks the annual disciple selection assembly of our Qingxian sect. I shall now explain the rules of this assessment. As Chixio's voice fell, everyone fell silent, listening intently to the rules for this year's disciple selection. Our Qingxian sect recruits disciples with fairness and justice. We care not for birth background or cultivation realm, only for bloodline talent. The bloodlines of the world are divided into 9 grades. Grades 7 and above are superior, grades 4 to 6 are average, grades 3 and below are all waste bloodlines. Even if one manages to enter our Qingxian sect, they will never become a true cultivator. Such is the merciless path of the great Tao. Do not blame our Qingxian sect for being unfeeling. After hearing Chixio's explanation, the crowd erupted in excitement. Now I declare the assessment officially begins. Those whose names are called shall come forward one by one to stand before Elder Xianwei and myself. First, Zhang Guanyu. As the words fell, a youth immediately stepped out from the crowd, his face alight with excitement. I'm first. My grandfather said I have exceptional bone structure born to cultivate. I'm sure to pass this assessment. With that, he approached Qi Xiao, who pressed his large hand upon the youth's crown. 2nd grade waste bloodline. Disqualified. Next, Yuan Xiangxiang. How can this be? Zhang Guanyu's face fell with disappointment. 3rd grade waste bloodline. Disqualified. Next. 4th grade bloodline. Pass. 1st grade waste bloodline. Disqualified. The selection proceeded methodically as Yi Tianxi waited patiently. Within the prison heaven tower, Yu scoffed disdainfully. What era is this still using such ancient and backward bloodline tests? Sister Yu, is this method flawed? Asked Yi Tianxi. Cultivation cannot be judged by bloodline alone. This approach wastes many promising talents. Our Yu clan abandoned it long ago. 4th grade bloodline. Pass. 5th grade bloodline. Pass. Next. An hour later, only 7 had passed the Qingxian sect selection. Most of the others rejected descended from the platform with ashen faces. When a girl came forward, outer sect elder Chixio's face showed displeasure again. 3rd grade waste bloodline. Disqualified. Wait. Zhao Lingshu suddenly called a halt. Qishao looked at him and said, Elder Lingshu, this girl has a 3rd grade waste bloodline. The talent in Luyan City is indeed disappointing. Zhao Lingshu paid him no heed and beckoned the girl, come here. The girl hurried over. Zhao Lingshu closed his eyes, passed his hand over her crown, and the jade thumb ring on his fingers suddenly gleamed. Immortal Master Eye. The girl looked bewildered. Zhao Lingshu said, you have passed this assessment. You may come to our Qingxian sect as a menial female disciple. At this sight, the crowd below was baffled. Why does she get to pass with a 3rd grade waste bloodline while I cannot? Someone protested. An elder is personally taking a disciple. Do you have a problem with that? Chixio's gaze bored down with authority. No. The man quickly retreated. Yi Tianxi was equally perplexed and asked Yuji's sister Yue, why is that? Yuji replied, the old man isn't interested in the girl, he's after the treasure on her. Treasure? Yi Tianxi was startled. The pendant around her neck. It's a profound grade mid-tier artifact. Profound grade. Yuji continued, common artifacts are divided into 4 grades, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further split into upper, middle, lower, and pseudo levels. For a small city like Luyan to possess a profound grade mid-tier artifact is quite remarkable. I see. Yi Tianxi nodded. Yuji chuckled lightly. That old man has ill intentions. Once this girl enters Qingxian sect, her treasure will be taken sooner or later, and she might even lose her life over it. My turn. My turn. At that moment, it was Bai Yuchen's turn to step onto the platform. Xianwei pressed his large hand on Bai Yuchen's crown and said, 4th grade bloodline. You pass. Hearing this, Bai Yuchen erupted in wild joy. Haha, 4th grade bloodline. I'm entering Qingxian sect. Even Zhao Meyer, who had always looked down on Bai Yuchen, couldn't help but show surprise. 4th grade bloodline. I never thought Bai Yuchen would amount to something and actually pass the Qingxian sect assessment. Lin Feng, 8th grade bloodline. Suddenly, Elder Chixio's voice rang out, filled with shock. What? 8th grade bloodline. At these words, the crowd below erupted in an uproar. 8th grade bloodline is a superior grade. He can skip straight to inter-sect cultivation at Qingxian sect. I never thought Luyan City would produce an 8th grade bloodline. Even the usually composed Zhao Lingshu showed an incredulous expression, immediately turning to look at the brocade-clad youth standing before Qishao. It's Lin Feng, the 2nd young master of the Lin family, the premier clan in Luyan City. This young man has already cultivated to the meridian opening realm at such a tender age. Too powerful. He possesses an 8th rank upper grade bloodline. If he's this formidable, now his future prospects are boundless. 8th rank bloodline. Lin Feng. This is the man worthy of me, Zhao Meyer. Zhao Meyer fixed her gaze on Lin Feng on the stage, a seductive curve forming on her lips. Zhao Lingshu, an inter-sect elder of the Azure Mystic sect, looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of admiration. This child's cultivation has already reached the peak of the meridian opening realm, and with an 8th rank upper grade bloodline, he must have been the one who triggered the celestial anomaly some days ago. With this thought, the admiration in Zhao Ling's eyes deepened, and he asked, Lin Feng, are you willing to join my Azure Mystic sect and cultivate under my tutelage? Lin Feng curled his lips into a faint smile, casting a contemptuous glance at the crowd below, then turned to Zhao Lingshu and said, your disciple is willing. Excellent, excellent. Overjoyed, Zhao Lingshu took out a token from his person and handed it to Lin Feng, saying, from this day forth you are my disciple Zhao Lingsis. Thank you, master. Lin Feng was also overjoyed, extending both hands to receive the token from Zhao Lingshu. Hold on. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed from the void, followed by a figure in white robes descending gracefully onto the ascension platform. So beautiful. The crowd below swallowed hard in unison, their eyes gleaming with desire as they gazed at the ethereal figure in white on the stage. This woman in white was tall and slender, with skin as fair as snow and features as delicate as a painting. She exuded an aura of otherworldly aloofness, as if untouched by the mundane world, making others dare not approach. Standing on the ascension platform, she seemed to make the entire stage her mere backdrop. Every move she made captivated the souls of the onlookers, leaving them utterly entranced. The moment they saw this woman, the two outer sect elders of the Azure Mystic sect were startled, and even inner sect elder, Zhao Lingshu, showed a look of wariness, asking in a trembling voice, "Fairy Lingyin of the Misty Cloud sect, why have you come?" "This disciple, I want him." Gu Lingyin cast a glance at Lin Feng and spoke coldly. "But—" A flash of anger crossed Zhao Ling's face. "But this man is already a disciple of my Azure Mystic sect. Why does Fairy Lingyin insist on?" "Oh." Gu Lingyin smiled slightly. "The token hasn't been handed over yet. How is he already your Azure Mystic sect disciple?" Zhao Lingshu retorted. "Lin Feng has already agreed." "Agreed?" Gu Lingyin scoffed disdainfully, turning to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I am Gu Lingyin of the Misty Cloud sect. Do you wish to follow Elder Zhao of the Azure Mystic sect, or would you rather come with me to the Misty Cloud sect?" Hearing this, Lin Feng's face lit up with even greater arrogance. He immediately knelt before Gu Lingyin and declared, "Your disciple Lin Feng pays homage to you, master. Rise." Gu Lingyin smiled faintly. "Thank you, master." Lin Feng could not suppress the ecstasy on his face. "Fairy Lingyin, you." Zhao Ling's fingers trembled with rage. "What?" Gu Lingyin shot a contemptuous glance at Zhao Lingshu. Nothing." Forcing down the fury in his heart, Zhao Lingshu knew that the Misty Cloud sect was one of the top sects in the entire Qingzhou prefecture, and Gu Lingyin was a transcending mortality realm powerhouse whom he could not afford to offend. No matter how great his anger, he had to swallow it in silence. Gu Lingyin snorted coldly. "Come, Lin Feng. Follow me back to the Misty Cloud sect." "Yes, master." Lin Feng nodded respectfully and followed Gu Lingyin out of Luoyuan City. As soon as they left, the crowd below erupted in uproar. Who was that woman? How could she be so influential? Even an inner sect elder of the Azure Mystic sect had to bow his head. That was Gu Lingyin, the peak master of the third peak, Jade Maiden Peak, of the Misty Cloud sect, a transcending mortality realm expert. Elder Lingshu had no choice but to yield. And that Lin Feng, he just swore allegiance to Elder Lingshu, then immediately turned around and acknowledged Fairy Lingyin. Truly a master of opportunism. If it were you, who would you choose? No need to ask. Fairy Lingyin is a transcending mortality realm expert. If I had to choose, I'd definitely pick her. There you have it. At that moment, within the prison heaven tower, Yu Ji smiled faintly. A transcending mortality realm expert. How intriguing. Sister Yu. Yi Tianxi was startled. "It's nothing." Yu Ji remarked. "Big sister just didn't expect that a mere transcending mortality realm could be considered an expert in this world. Work hard, little Tianxi. Once your mystic meridians are repaired, you'll surpass that woman in no time." Tianxi understands. Yi Tianxi nodded, his face beaming with renewed confidence at Yu Ji's words. Watching Lin Feng, who possessed an 8th rank bloodline, being snatched away, Zhao Ling's face turned ashen and his eyes blazed with unwilling fury. Qi Xiao and Xianwei looked at Zhao Lingshu and said, "Elder Lingshu, please calm your anger." It seems the Misty Cloud sect also noticed the celestial anomaly in Luoyuan City, which is why they sent Gu Lingyin to recruit disciples. Forget it. Zhao Lingshu shook his head. We can only blame the Azure Mystic sect's lack of strength. We have no one else to blame for being outmaneuvered. It's just a pity that our sect missed out on a prodigious disciple. Qi Xiao, how many disciples have we recruited in this selection? Qi Xiao cupped his hands and replied, "Reporting to Elder Lingshu, we have recruited a total of 9 outer sect disciples and 1 menial disciple, making 10 in all." Zhao Lingshu said, "The overall aptitude of the disciples from Luoyuan City is rather poor. Since Lin Feng has been taken by the Misty Cloud sect, let's take in 1 more and call it a day." "As you command." The two nodded and called out to the crowd below, "Next, Yi Tianxi and Zhao Meyer, please wait." Yu Ji chuckled, "Little Tianxi, it's your turn." Yi Tianxi nodded and strode swiftly onto the ascension platform. Zhao Meyer crossed her arms and sneered, "A fool dares to participate in the selection examination. How ridiculous. It'll be my turn soon. Father said he had someone examine me, and I have a 5th rank bloodline. I will definitely succeed in entering the Azure Mystic sect." Yi Tianxi approached Qi Xiao, who placed his hand on the crown of his head. After a moment, Qi Xiao withdrew his hand and studied Yi Tianxi with keen interest. "A pure yang body. You're a pure yang body, kid. Too bad it's a 1st rank waste meridian pure yang body. Completely useless." 1st rank waste meridian? Yi Tianxi was shocked. Zhao Meyer burst into laughter. "Huh? A 1st rank waste meridian? You're a total waste through and through. What a bunch of blind fools. They don't even recognize little Tianxi's primordial Dao divine body." Inside the prison heaven tower, Yu Ji wore a displeased smile. "Unqualified. Get down. Qi Xiao waved his hand, signaling Yi Tianxi to leave the stage. Senior, could you please give me a chance? I'd even accept being a menial disciple. Yi Tianxi said unwillingly. He didn't care about becoming a disciple of the Azure Mystic sect. He only sought a single Earth Core Jade Marrow to repair his mystic meridians and continue his cultivation. No. Rules are rules. Elder Qi Xiao shook his head. Full get down now. Zhao Meyer's taunts rang out from below once more. Sister Yu. Left with no choice, Yi Tianxi could only turn to Yu Ji for help. Yu Ji smiled faintly. Clever boy, you know to come to big sister for help. As it happens, I do have a way. As her words fell, Yu Ji's hands moved swiftly, forming intricate hand seals. Yi Tianxi looked on in bewilderment, unsure of what method Yu Ji had in mind. Hurry down. Don't waste time. Elder Qi Xiao urged. But at that moment, Zhao Lingshu, seated in the center, suddenly narrowed his eyes and spoke. Wait. Elder Lingshu, what are your orders? Qi Xiao inquired. Zhao Lingshu gazed down at the jade ring on his finger and spoke. The rear mountain is short of hands. This boy possesses a pure yang physique and innate monstrous strength. It would be suitable to take him in as a menial disciple. As you command, Elder Lingshu, Qi Xiao replied. Zhao Lingshu then added, I shall take my leave. You two are responsible for bringing the newly recruited disciples back to the sect. Yes, I shall see you off, Elder Lingshu. Qi Xiao watched Zhao Lingshu depart, then turned to Yi Tianxi and said, Lucky lad, you can join our Qingyun sect as a menial disciple. Are you willing? This disciple is willing. Thank you, Elder. Yi Tianxi clasped his hands, a look of joy spreading across his face. What a... Zhao Meyer exclaimed in astonishment. The Qingyun sect actually accepted that fool Yi Tianxi as a menial disciple. On what grounds? Isn't he just a menial? My turn is next. I have a 5th rank bloodline, so will enter as an outer disciple. And menial disciples are born to serve the elders and disciples of the inner and outer sects. Having Yi Tianxi toil for me, that thought isn't so bad after all. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Zhao Meyer's lips as she entertained this thought. Suddenly, Qi Xiao glanced at the crowd below and announced, All right, all 11 disciple slots for the Qingyun sect have been filled. The rest of you try again next year. What? Zhao Meyer and the others who hadn't been called were stunned, especially Zhao Meyer, whose face twisted in disbelief. How could this be? I was next in line. The thought made it even harder for her to accept. She rushed onto the platform without a second thought and pleaded, Elder Qi Xiao, Elder Xuanwei, you both called my name just now. Why have you suddenly stopped recruiting? Qi Xiao glanced at Zhao Meyer and replied, There were only 11 slots. Yi Tianxi was the last one. Their full-so recruitment is over. Is that so hard to understand? But, Zhao Meyer protested, he has a 1st-rank trash bloodline and still got into the sect. I have a 5th-rank bloodline. This is against the rules. Rules are made by people. What, you're not satisfied? Qi Xiao looked down at her imposingly. This disciple dares not. Zhao Meyer showed a hint of fear. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed over from outside the square, panting heavily as he approached Qi Xiao and Xuanwei, forcing a smile. Immortal Masters, I am Zhao Xiaotian. Greetings to you both. Father, why are you here? Zhao Meyer was taken aback. The man was none other than her father, Zhao Xiaotian. Oh. Qi Xiao regarded Zhao Xiaotian and asked, What business do you have? Zhao Xiaotian chuckled and stepped closer to Qi Xiao. Immortal Master, my daughter is ignorant and has offended you both. I beg your magnanimity, please don't hold it against her. As he spoke, he discreetly produced an object from his bosom. This is a blood jade rui, a family heirloom of the Zhao clan. A humble gift. I hope you two Immortal Masters will accept it and grant my daughter a chance. Haha. Oh. Qi Xiao smiled. You understand the rules. Very well, I shall make an exception and give her an opportunity. Come here. Qi Xiao beckoned to Zhao Meyer. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, Thank you, Elder. Qi Xiao placed his hand on Zhao Meyer's crown and smiled faintly. Indeed, a 5th-rank bloodline. From now on you shall follow me. Thank you, Elder Qi Xiao. Zhao Meyer was ecstatic, then shot a venomous glare at Yi Tianxi, thinking that damned fool made a public spectacle of me and nearly cost me my place in the Qingyun sect. I'm an outer disciple now. Once we enter the sect, I'll show you. Yi Tianxi sensed her hostile gaze, and his expression darkened slightly, but he paid her no mind. Elder Qi Xiao announced loudly, All right, the assessment is concluded. You selected ones have 1 hour to pack. Return here after that, and we shall depart for the Qingyun sect together. The group responded in unison, Yes. Congratulations, little Tianxi. As Yi Tianxi walked back toward the Yi estate, Yu Ji's voice echoed in his mind. All thanks to Sister Yu. But I'm curious, how did you manage it? Yi Tianxi asked. Yu Ji replied, It was simple. Did you notice the jade ring on Zhao Linx's finger? It can detect treasures. That girl was taken in as a menial disciple because the ring sensed the pendant around her neck. So sister, you used the same trick to catch Zhao Ling's attention. Yi Tianxi suddenly understood. I see, because I have the prison suppressing tower. Yu Ji laughed. Zhao Ling's jade ring can't detect the prison suppressing tower. The difference in level is too vast. So I tampered with the tower, making the ring sense you possessed a treasure. That's why Zhao Lingshu made an exception for you. Yi Tianxi realized this and beamed. So that's it. Thank you, sister Yu. Pity it's only as a menial disciple. Yu Ji comforted him. Being a menial disciple doesn't matter. As long as you're in the sect, there's a chance. All right. Yi Tianxi nodded and quickened his pace toward the Yi estate. In the rear courtyard of the Yi residence, Lu Fian had been waiting for some time. Seeing Yi Tianxi return, she quickly opened the door and greeted him. Tianxi, how did it go? Did the Qingyun sect accept you? Yi Tianxi nodded with a smile. Yes, but my bloodline is poor, so I can only enter as a menial disciple. A menial disciple is still good. Lu Fian said. Tianxi, you haven't let your master's wife down. When do you depart? She continued. In 1 hour. So soon. Lu Fian brushed back her hair, picked up a bundle from the table, and handed it to Yi Tianxi. Your master's wife doesn't have much to give you. Here are a few sets of clothes I made myself and some spirit stones. You have a handsome face. Don't let anyone in the sect look down on you. Yi Tianxi accepted the bundle. Thank you, master's wife. Cough. Someone is about to leave, and that's all the thanks you give. Lu Fian cleared her throat. No practical gesture. Practical gesture? Yi Tianxi was momentarily stunned as Lu Fian slowly drew near. A delicate fragrance filled the air as her pale, smooth arms wrapped around his shoulders, her soft lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, My good disciple, since you're leaving, why not indulge your master's wife one last time in dual cultivation? A flicker of joy stirred in Yi Tianxi's heart. So this is what you wanted, master's wife. Then your disciple shall gladly oblige. With that, he swept her up into his arms. After a moment of lingering intimacy, Lu Fian's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she said with lingering desire, Tianxi, the hour is nearly upon us. You must take your leave. Master's wife, I am so reluctant to part with you. Disciple too is loath to leave you, master's wife. Yi Tianxi gently caressed Lu Fian's jade-like skin as he spoke. Lu Fian rolled her eyes and said with a coquettish pout, Then cultivate diligently at Qingyun's sect, and do not disappoint your master's wife. Rest assured, master's wife. This disciple shall not fail you. Yi Tianxi promised. Yi Tianxi gathered his luggage and departed from the Yi estate, returning once more to the central plaza of Flowing Cloud City. In this selection of Flowing Cloud City, including Zhao Meyer, there were a total of 12 disciples. Among them were 10 outer disciples and 2 menial disciples. Qi Xiao and Xianwei counted the number of people and then said, Everyone is here. Since all are assembled, we shall set off. As his words fell, Qi Xiao raised his hand and waved it. Immediately, a colossal flying sword shimmering with a blue radiance materialized before the crowd. This sword was nearly 2 zhang wide and about 15 zhang long, more than sufficient to accommodate several people flying simultaneously. How cool! So majestic! The crowd gasped in awe, and even Yi Tianxi could not help but reveal a look of envy. Qi Xiao chuckled and said, Don't just stand there gaping. Hurry up and get on. All right. The crowd cheered with joy, scrambling eagerly onto the flying sword. Yi Tianxi also followed the crowd, stepping towards the sword. Yet just as he was about to set foot on the flying sword, someone blocked his way. Yi Tianxi furrowed his brow and looked up only to see Elder Qi Xiao extending his hand to bar his path, a smile on his face. Young man, this is not the flying sword for you. Why, oi? Yi Tianxi asked, bewildered. Qi Xiao smiled again. This flying sword is for those who have qualified as outer disciples. As for you menial disciples, yours is over there. Having said this, Qi Xiao casually pointed a finger, directing their attention to a tiny, insignificant sword beside the massive one. This small sword was a mere 3 feet long, its body wobbling unsteadily, its stability far inferior to that of the great sword. Zhao Meyer crossed her arms over her chest, her demeanor arrogant and overbearing. Ha, mere menial disciple thinks to share a flying sword with us. Idiot, what are you gawking at? Why don't you get on? Yi Tianxi's brow slightly furrowed at her words, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his gaze as he looked at Zhao Meyer. Zhao Meyer found Yi Tianxi's stare extremely unsettling, and her embarrassment turned to rage. What are you looking at? Get on now. If you delay us, can you bear the consequences? Exactly. Get on now before you anger Senior Sister Mei. Bai Yuqin quickly chimed in with flattery. Senior Sister Mei, please calm your anger. Don't bother with someone like him. Humph. Zhao Meyer snorted coldly, inwardly relishing the deference. Zhao Meyer, with her 5th-grade bloodline, had been accepted as a personal disciple by outer elder Qi Shao. Bai Yuqian, however, possessed only a 4th-grade bloodline, and upon entering the outer sect would at most become an ordinary disciple. He had long admired Zhao Meyer, and now seeing her favored, he became even more obsequiously obedient to her. Yi Tianxi paid no further heed to their clamor, turned around, and stepped onto the small flying sword. Strangely, the moment Yi Tianxi stepped onto it, the small sword, which had been trembling precariously, suddenly ceased its shaking. It became as stable and solid as a massive boulder weighing 1,000 jun, immovable and firm. Elder Qi Xiao, may I ask, is there another flying sword for me to ride? Suddenly a soft, timid voice was heard. Yi Tianxi turned his head to look and saw a girl standing not far behind him. She was slender and thin-clad in a simple white dress with a delicate countenance and timid eyes. Her small hands, unsure of where to place themselves, were clasped before her chest, accentuating her nervousness and unease. Yi Tianxi recognized the girl. Like himself, she had been selected by Elder Lingxiu and recruited as a menial disciple of Qinyan's sect. The reason, according to Yueji, was the white jade pendant she wore around her neck. There isn't. The two of you can share that flying sword, Qi Shao replied coldly. But the girl hesitated, looking at the flying sword beneath Yi Tianxi's feet. It was barely sufficient for one person to ride. How could it possibly accommodate two? The girl seemed about to speak, but Qi Shao said impatiently, "Stop wasting words. Get on now." "Very well." The girl nodded weakly, then gritted her teeth and leaped onto the flying sword. Although she was slender, the sword was even smaller, requiring her to press close against Yi Tianxi just to barely find a foothold. Moreover, the moment she stepped on the sword, which had just stabilized, began to shake again, as if it were in constant danger of capsizing. Zhao Meyer couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Bai Yuqian immediately fawned. "Senior sister, may the journey is long. Do you think those two might fall off halfway?" Zhao Meyer rolled her eyes and chuckled. "How would I know? If they can't even get past this, what right do they have to be disciples of our Qinyan sect?" "Senior sister, May speaks the truth." Bai Yuqian nodded vigorously. Miss Yi." On the small sword, the girl looked at Yi Tianxi, her expression timid. "Moi." Yi Tianxi turned back to glance at her. "I am a bit afraid of heights. Could I possibly?" The girl lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Yi Tianxi said, "Hold on to me tightly. Don't look down, and you'll be fine. Thank you, Master Yi." The girl's eyes were full of gratitude as she tightly gripped Yi Tianxi's sleeve and did not let go. Just then Elder Qi Shao announced, "Everyone take your seats. We are about to depart." As his words fell, a gust of wind swept up, and the two flying swords, one large and one small, transformed into streaks of light, shooting straight into the sky. "Haha, so fast. This feeling is amazing." A disciple on the great sword shouted excitedly. Bai Yuqian couldn't help but let out a wild roar, looking as if his blood was boiling. The great sword was extremely wide and stable, unaffected by their jumping and bouncing. The great sword soared across the sky, covering over 10 li from flowing Cloud City in the blink of an eye. However, the scene on the small sword trailing behind the great sword was entirely different. The small sword beneath Yi Tianxi and the girl swayed unsteadily, rocking back and forth as if it might plummet to the ground at any moment. Yet Yi Tianxi's expression remained calm and composed, his gaze unwavering, showing not a hint of panic. In stark contrast, the girl clung tightly to Yi Tianxi's sleeve, her face as pale as paper, her forehead covered in cold sweat, and her lips trembling incessantly, as if she might fall off the flying sword at any moment. Seeing this, Yi Tianxi furrowed his brow slightly. He turned his head to look at the girl behind him and asked, "How are you? Can you hold on?" The girl swallowed hard with difficulty and said, "I am about to lose my grip." Hearing this, Yi Tianxi was taken aback. He immediately grasped the girl's hand and reassured her, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you won't fall." "Thank you, Master Yi." The girl felt a little more at ease. She lifted her head with difficulty and cast a look of immense gratitude at Yi Tianxi. This scene happened to be caught by Zhao Meyer's eyes. She snorted coldly. "You damn fool, how can you fly so steadily?" Dissatisfied, she immediately turned to Qi Xiao, who was controlling the sword, and asked, "Master, can this flying sword go any faster? I am so eager to reach Qinyan's sect as soon as possible." "Too slow." Qi Xiao chuckled. "Of course I can make it faster." As his words fell, Qi Xiao waved his finger, and the two flying swords instantly accelerated, hurtling towards the southwest. The sudden acceleration elicited a shriek from the girl. Her foot slipped, and she nearly lost her balance, tumbling off the small sword. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yi Tianxi quickly grabbed her arm, pulling her back. "Young Master Yi, I am Lin Chan, grateful for your life-saving grace." The girl, still shaken, glanced at Yi Tianxi, her cheeks flushed. Yi Tianxi shook his head. No need to be polite. This small sword flies too fast to hold onto me tightly. All right. Lin Chan nodded, gripping Yi Tianxi's robe once more. Yi Tianxi looked back and noticed Lin Chan's hands were trembling. How could she hold on firmly like that? Before he could speak, he heard Zhao Meyer's voice from the large sword ahead. Master Qi Xiao, it's still too slow. Can't you go any faster? Hearing this, Yi Tianxi's brow furrowed instantly. He urgently said to Lin Chan behind him, hold me tight. Still want it faster. Qi Xiao laughed. Very well, your master will grant your wish this time. With those words, Qi Xiao formed hand seals again, infusing spiritual energy into the two flying swords. Whoosh! The speed of the flying swords reached its peak in an instant. Lin Chan screamed and quickly wrapped her arms around Yi Tianxi's waist. Zhao Meyer watched Yi Tianxi and Lin Chan, who were wobbling precariously behind a smug smile, curling at the corner of her lips. She murmured, humph, a fool and a little wretch. Let's see how the two of you survive this time. With only the meridian opening peak cultivation, Yi Tianxi couldn't fly on a sword under normal circumstances. Coupled with Zhao Meyer's sabotage, he found it even more impossible to control the flying sword. Just then Yu Ji's voice echoed from within the prison heaven tower. This is too much. I can't believe that woman named Zhao dares to bully you like this. And those two outer sect elders are no good either. They clearly don't care about your lives at all. They are unworthy of being teachers. Yi Tianxi's gaze turned cold at these words, recalling his master's wife's instruction. I will not offend unless I am offended. If offended, I will surely retaliate. If you don't kill, don't start. If you start, kill them all. Zhao Meyer must die. Yi Tianxi's eyes blazed with intense killing intent. Yu Ji laughed upon hearing this. Good. Well said. Seeing the flying sword beneath her feet, swaying incessantly, Lin Chan realized that Yi Tianxi couldn't control it either, and her tight embrace was only adding to his burden. With this thought, Lin Chan bit her lower lip, suddenly released Yi Tianxi's waist, and turned to jump off the flying sword. Shocked, Yi Tianxi grabbed her arm at the critical moment. What are you doing? Do you have a death wish? Lin Chan's expression tightened as she stammered, looking at Yi Tianxi. I don't want to be your burden. If I jump off, you can safely reach the Qingyun sect. Yi Tianxi was silent for a moment before saying, don't do anything foolish. Living well is more important than anything else. Here, hold on tight. Yi Tianxi grabbed Lin Chan and pulled her into his embrace. The moment she was held in Yi Tianxi's arms, Lin Chan was stunned. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. This girl is quite good. Yu Ji's voice came from the prison heaven tower again. Yi Tianxi said, Sister Yu, stop with the sarcasm. Teach me how to control this flying sword. Yu Ji replied, cultivators can freely fly on swords only when they reach the core formation stage. Your cultivation is only at the meridian opening level, well, I can't help you either. Alternatively, if you let me out, not just mere Qi Xiao and Zhao Meyer, but even the entire Qingyun sect, I could help you annihilate them. How about that? Yu Ji said playfully. No way. To everyone's surprise, Yi Tianxi refused decisively. He couldn't control the flying sword, but he could slightly adjust his footing to maintain his balance, reducing the violent tremors of the sword. Inside the prison heaven tower, Yu Ji stamped her feet in anger. You brat. I've been so good to you for nothing. Fine, Yi Tianxi, just wait for your death. Yi Tianxi smiled upon hearing this. I will let you out one day, Sister Yue, but not now. At least you have a little conscience. Yu Ji snorted with feigned pride. Young Master Yi. Lin Chan looked up at him again. Yi Tianxi said, don't worry, I've found a way to control this flying sword. We will definitely reach the Qingyun sect alive. Lin Chan nodded, then buried her face in Yi Tianxi's chest again. Only this way could she feel a sliver of safety. Yi Tianxi's gaze was icy as he stared at everyone on the large sword ahead. Except for Lin Chan in his arms, who brought him a trace of warmth, he felt no goodwill towards anyone else. My only purpose in entering the Qingyun sect is to obtain a piece of earth core jade essence. Nothing else concerns me. Yi Tianxi thought to himself. Why won't that damn fool fall off? Seeing Yi Tianxi gradually steady himself on the small sword, Zhao Meyer gnashed her teeth in fury, wishing she could whip him off the sword right then and there. Unfortunately, the Qingyun sect strictly forbade private fights among disciples, and with the two outer sect elders present, Zhao Meyer couldn't act. She could only ask Elder Qi Xiao again, Master, can't you go any faster? Still want it faster? Yes. Zhao Meyer said with a seductive smile. Your disciple likes it fast. Oh. Qi Xiao looked at Zhao Meyer with interest, then shook his head. No, I can't. Why not? Zhao Meyer asked discontentedly. Qi Xiao explained, because we are about to reach the mountain gate of our Qingyun sect. All right, master. Zhao Meyer pouted, looking very disappointed, but had to let it go. Young master Yi, are we almost there? Lin Shan couldn't help asking. Almost, Yi Tianxi replied, then looked up into the distance. Amidst the rolling mountains, the towering peaks of the Qingyun sect were drawing closer. Misty clouds surrounded the valley, and majestic buildings could be faintly seen standing in midair. We're almost at the Qingyun sect. It's so beautiful. This is magnificent. Haha, from now on, I am a disciple of the Qingyun sect. I wonder if I can catch a glimpse of the legendary saintess of Qingyun today and behold her immortal beauty. On the large sword, many disciples were excited, chattering away, their faces brimming with elation. Yi Tianxi should have been just like them, filled with joy and anticipation for the future. Yet because of Zhao Meyer's interference and the indifference of elders Qi Xiao and Xin Wei, who stood by and did nothing, Yi Tianxi's favorable impression of the Qingyun sect was greatly diminished. The closer they drew to the mountain gate, the slower the flying sword became. From afar, Yi Tianxi could already see the mountain gate of Qingxian sect, where a considerable crowd had gathered. Most of them, like Yi Tianxi and his companions, were newly inducted disciples arriving from other cities in Qingzhou. We've arrived. The flying sword landed, and Yi Tianxi looked down at Lin Shan in his arms. Lin Shan slowly opened her eyes, peered outward, her heart surging with excitement, yet tinged with apprehension. As they stepped onto solid ground, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Yi Tianxi. Young Master Yi, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. This humble girl has nothing to offer in return save this jade pendant left to me by my mother. Please accept it. Saying this, she began to remove the pendant from her neck. Yi Tianxi immediately stopped her. Since it is a treasure left by your mother, you must keep it safe. I require no repayment. Once you enter the sect, remember to take care of yourself. Young Master Yi. Lin Shan hesitated, deeply moved. She felt an overwhelming sense of his towering stature, and her eyes involuntarily grew moist. Well, you the fool. Didn't expect you to survive. Just then Zhao Meyer's mocking voice came from nearby. Yi Tianxi glanced at Zhao Meyer and said coldly, Zhao Meyer, what did you call me? Zhao Meyer sneered. What should I call you? Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes. You should call me senior sister. Don't forget, I am now a personal disciple of Elder Qi Xiao. Zhao Meyer said arrogantly. Senior sister? Huh. Yi Tianxi sneered. You? Worthy? What did you say? Zhao Meyer flared up on the spot. Yi Tianxi snorted. I said you are unworthy. Furthermore, I will not let today's matter rest. Huh. Zhao Meyer burst into laughter. Daring to threaten me. How utterly reckless. Very well, then we shall see. With that, Zhao Meyer swept away. Just then a portly middle-aged man hurried up to Qi Xiao and Xin Wei. Greetings, Elder Qi Xiao. Elder Xin Wei. Qi Xiao asked, Supervisor Sun, how goes it? Reporting to Elder Qi Xiao, everyone has arrived. Only your group from Luyun City is missing. This intake totals 918 new disciples, including 750 outer disciples and 168 menial disciples. Please review, Elder Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao took the ledger, gave it a cursory glance, and said, You are to take these menial disciples to the rear mountain, arrange their lodgings, explain the rules, and assign their tasks. Yes, Elder Qi Xiao. Supervisor Sun nodded repeatedly, then addressed all the menial disciples present. New menial disciples, follow me to the rear mountain. As you command. The group acknowledged in unison and followed Supervisor Sun away. Before leaving, Lin Shan glanced at Yi Tianxi, reluctant to part. Young Master Yi. I heard that male and female menial disciples work separately. After this parting, who knows when we shall meet again? Yi Tianxi looked at Lin Shan and smiled. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Take care. Lin Shan nodded, her eyes filled with reluctance. The group soon followed Supervisor Sun to the rear mountain and gathered on a wide open space. Yi Tianxi looked around. He noticed the soil in the rear mountain of Qingxian sect was barren, and the buildings were nothing like the grandeur of the front halls. Row upon row of simple wooden huts stood, and in the distant fields disciples in gray clothes were tending to medicinal herbs. Everyone, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sun Shoujing, the elder in charge of menial disciples here at Qingxian sect. You may call me Elder Sun or Supervisor Sun. Upon entering Qingxian sect, the first thing to understand is our sect's rules. As you may have noticed, our sect has a clear hierarchy. Those in white robes are personal disciples of inner sect elders, the core disciples of Qingxian sect. Those in purple are ordinary inner sect disciples, and those in blue are outer sect disciples. As for menial workers, you all wear gray. You've likely heard of menial disciples. To put it nicely, you are still disciples of Qingyun sect. To put it bluntly, you are laborers. Daily tasks include watering the spirit fields, feeding the spirit cranes, weeding and tilling, cooking meals, and carrying firewood and water. These are the duties of us menial disciples, primarily to serve the outer sect elders and disciples and assist in their cultivation. Is that clear? Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. Good. Those who enter our Qingxian sect are all intelligent people, so I won't belabor the point. Besides myself, several senior disciples will guide you through the basics. Rest assured, though you are menial workers, once you are part of Qingxian sect, you still have a chance to rise. The sect holds irregular assessments for menial disciples. Those who pass can become outer disciples. Additionally, menial disciples may cultivate techniques and martial arts provided they first complete their tasks. These rows of houses behind me are your dormitories. When your name is called, come forward to receive your key sect token and disciple uniform. Liu Zuolan Room, Huang, 567. Lihai Room, Huang, 212. Wu Tian Room, Huang, 213. Zhang Jiong Room, Huang, 214. Yi Tianxi Room, Huang, 302. Yi Tianxi took the key token and clothes, glanced at them, and then put them away. Lin Chan clutched her key carefully, her gaze fixed on Yi Tianxi's direction. She murmured to herself, Room 302. Young Master Yi is in Room 302. It doesn't seem far from mine. All right, lodgings are arranged. It's getting late, so go rest in your rooms. Tomorrow morning tasks will be formally assigned. Also, I must emphasize, Qingxian sect strictly forbids private conflicts among disciples. Any violation will be severely punished. Remember this well. As you command. The group chorused in response, then eagerly took their starter kit and went off to find their quarters. Yi Tianxi followed the crowd and soon found his small courtyard, Room 302. Though the courtyard was simple, consisting of only 3 wooden huts and a 50-square-foot yard, its location was fortunate. It stood alone on a hillside next to a small bamboo grove. Sunlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, casting a serene and secluded atmosphere over the yard. Not bad at all. A fine place for cultivation. Yi Tianxi rejoiced, inwardly stepped into the yard, pushed open the wooden door, and prepared to give it a thorough cleaning. Meanwhile, within a spacious and majestic courtyard, the outer sect elder Qi Xiao turned to look at Zhao Meyer and said, Meyer, this is your master's residence, the cloud-gazing pavilion. What do you think? Do you like it, eh? I love it. Zhao Meyer exclaimed with delight. Master, this place is absolutely beautiful. Qi Xiao chuckled. From today onward, you shall reside here in my cloud-gazing pavilion. Besides your daily cultivation and training, you will also help me with cleaning and assist with some sect affairs. What do you say? Disciple obeys. Zhao Meyer nodded joyfully, then quickly asked, Master, there is one thing I do not understand and wish to inquire of you. What is it? Qi Xiao asked. That Yi Tianxi is merely a first-grade crippled meridian. Why does Elder Lingshu from the inner sect insist on taking him into our Qingxian sect? Could it be because he possesses the pure yang body? Zhao Meyer asked in a coquettish tone. Qi Xiao shook his head with a smile. Of course not. With poor bloodline, even if he has the pure yang body, what good is it? He still cannot cultivate. Elder Lingshu accepted him into the sect because he has his eyes on a treasure on him. Qi Xiao explained mysteriously. A treasure? That Yi Tianxi has a treasure. Zhao Meyer's eyes flickered with interest upon hearing this. She probed, Master, what kind of treasure is it? That your master does not know. You would have to ask Elder Lingshu, Qi Xiao said. I see. Disciple understands. Zhao Meyer nodded, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. She muttered to herself, Let me see what kind of treasure a fool could possess, one that even Elder Lingshu of the inner sect has taken a fancy to. Humph. Yi Tianxi spent a good while tidying up before he finally managed to clean the small courtyard and the wooden hut. The sky was darkening, and the afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the just cleaned small courtyard, coating the simple wooden hut in a layer of golden radiance. It was beautiful. Looking at the clean and simple courtyard, Yi Tianxi felt a great sense of accomplishment. It's almost dark and I haven't cultivated today. He wiped the sweat from his brow and prepared to sit in meditation and practice within the yard. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the wooden door of the small courtyard was kicked open. Yi Tianxi looked up sharply to see 3 servant disciples dressed in gray clothes swaggering in. The leader was a burly man with a scar shaped like a centipede on his face. As soon as he entered, he shouted arrogantly, Yo, are you the new servant from Luyun City? Who are you? Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes coldly, sizing up the man before him. A tall, thin lackey beside him kicked over a bucket of water in the corner and sneered, You don't even know our brother Hu. You must be blind. Let me introduce you. This is our senior brother Wang Hu. He's been in Qingxian sect for 3 years. 3 years. A trace of disdain flashed in Yi Tianxi's eyes. Wang Hu chuckled, Newcomer, you don't know the rules. I don't blame you. Oh, what rules? Yi Tianxi asked with narrowed eyes. The tall thin one continued, brother who like you and me is also from Luyan City. So we're all fellow townsmen. All disciples from Luyan City must do one thing when they first enter Qingxian sect: go pay respects to brother Hu and ask for his protection. That's the only way to ensure you won't be bullied by disciples from other cities. Understand? No, Yi Tianxi said coldly. What did you say? You don't understand. A short servant disciple beside Wang Hu holding a stick pointed it at Yi Tianxi and said, Kid, are you looking for trouble? Hand over all your valuables and spirit stones or I'll make you pay. Just you. Yi Tianxi looked at the man coldly. Damn it, brat, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Wang Hu flew into a rage, immediately rolling up his sleeves to reveal his strong muscles. Brother Hu, rest. Let me teach this arrogant brat some manners. The short lackey glared, raised his stick, and smashed it towards Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi neither dodged nor evaded. He swiftly reached out, grabbing the other end of the stick. With a slight twist of his wrist, the short lackey felt a surge of immense force. The stick flew from his hands, and he was sent stumbling several steps. Brat, you dare fight back? The short lackey's face contorted with rage, but before he could react, he saw Yi Tianxi's whip-like leg crashing towards him. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The short lackey's temple suffered a heavy blow. His vision went black, and he was sent flying horizontally for over 2 zhang, crashing heavily to the ground, wailing and rolling in pain. Damn it, you asked for it. The tall thin one stepped forward. I'm at the 3rd level of body tempering. Watch me kill you. With that, he spread his fingers like claws and lunged at Yi Tianxi. 3rd level of body tempering. Yi Tianxi sneered. This realm was utterly insignificant in his eyes. In the moment the thin man charged, Yi Tianxi's gaze sharpened. He directly grabbed the man's shoulder and slammed him heavily onto the ground. The thin man landed on his back first. It felt as if his internal organs had been dislocated. The pain was excruciating, and a sweet taste filled his throat before he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Hu was stunned. Most ordinary servant disciples were at the body tempering realm. This Yi Tianxi had just joined. How could he be so formidable? Brat, you've got some skill. He frowned, his smile fading, and issued a threat. I'll deal with you myself. Wang Hu clenched his fist, releasing a powerful force, and shouted in a low voice, Tiger Rush Fist. His gaze locked onto Yi Tianxi, a ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Veins bulging, he lunged at Yi Tianxi like a beast about to pounce on its prey. Tiger Rush Fist. Watching the martial technique Wang Hu was using, Yi Tianxi stood still, his expression exceptionally indifferent. His hands hung naturally at his sides, seemingly defenseless, yet he was ready to counter at any moment. Wang Hu's fist shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring, speeding straight towards Yi Tianxi's chest. The wind from the punch howled, kicking up a cloud of dust. It seemed as if the very air around them was torn apart by this strike. Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes, his posture as steady as a mountain. Just as Wang Hu's fist was about to make contact, his right hand shot up like a solid shield, firmly catching Wang Hu's fist. The two forces collided in midair, producing a dull, heavy boom. Wang Hu's expression shifted. He felt as if his fist had smashed into solid steel. The immense recoil forced him back a step involuntarily. A flicker of shock passed through his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Yi Tianxi's strength to be so formidable. Yi Tianxi watched Wang Hu, his gaze calm and deep, and said flatly, after 3 years in Qingxian sect, this is all you've got? Huh. Wang Hu was startled, sensing a terrifying aura from Yi Tianxi. The next second, Yi Tianxi kicked out his power, surging towards Wang Hu like a raging wave. Wang Hu felt an irresistible force hit his chest. It was like being struck by lightning. His body involuntarily flew backward, crashing heavily into the courtyard wall. Bricks shattered, dust flew everywhere. Wang Hu was in a sorry state, with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Yi Tianxi in terror and stammered, "You. How can a mere servant disciple be this strong?" Yi Tianxi did not answer. He merely looked down coldly at Wang Hu and asked, "Who sent you here?" Something was amiss. He had only arrived at Qingyun sect half a day ago, yet these 3 thugs had already come precisely to cause trouble, making it hard not to suspect someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. What? Who sent us? Wang Hu's eyes darted, his voice trembling with obvious guilt. Yi Tianxi snorted coldly. Though Wang Hu had not answered, he could roughly guess from the man's expression. He was new to Qingyun sect and had no grievances with anyone. It was most likely that wretched Zhao Meyer who had instigated this. Brother, who are you, all right? The 2 lackeys hurried to Wang Hu's side, helping him up, and said to Yi Tianxi, "Our brother, who is the boss of Luyan City. Without his protection, you'll be bullied in Qingyun sect." Boss? Yi Tianxi's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Wang Hu clutched his chest, struggling to stand, his face pale. "What could happen to me?" The tall, thin one whispered, Brother Hu, this kid is trouble. Should we retreat for now? Wang Hu gritted his teeth, cast a reluctant glance at Yi Tianxi, and said, let's go retreat. With that, the three turned to leave. Stop. At that moment, an icy voice came from behind them. Wang Hu's heart jolted. He turned to face Yi Tianxi and asked, Yi Tianxi, what do you want? Yi Tianxi stared coldly at the trio. Did I say you could leave? You? Wang Hu's face turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. He forced himself to stand tall, gritting his teeth. Yi Tianxi, don't go too far. We just came to look after a fellow townsman. What more do you want? Looking after a fellow townsman. Yi Tianxi's gaze turned icy. Without any courtesy, he said, this courtyard of mine. You three will restore it to its original state. Furthermore, hand over all the spirit stones and valuable treasures you have on you. You? Wang Hu glared at Yi Tianxi, rage boiling within him, yet he dared not act on it. What? Not convinced? Yi Tianxi looked down on them contemptuously. No. No. Wang Hu conceded. Though unwilling under Yi Tianxi's oppressive aura, he could only obey. Hand over everything valuable, he ordered the other two. Yes. Brother Hu. Their eyes flickered with fear, and they produced a fair amount of spirit stones and jewelry. That's all we have, Wang Hu said through clenched teeth. And yours, eh? Yi Tianxi pressed relentlessly. Wang Hu's fingers trembled as he reached for his waist. He'll give it all of it. With that, he too took out some spirit stones and 2 secret manuals, tossing them to Yi Tianxi. Restore this place, then you can get lost. Yi Tianxi said coldly, then glanced at the spirit stones and manuals in his hands. So much. The three were merely menial disciples of Qingyun's sect, yet the spirit stones they carried were no small amount, no doubt extorted from other new disciples. Hurry up and clean this mess. Wang Hu pointed at the collapsed courtyard wall and signaled his 2 underlings to repair it. The trio's faces were as grim as if they had eaten something foul. They restored the courtyard as quickly as possible and fled. After they left, the small yard fell silent once more. Yi Tianxi found a stone bench to sit on and examined the 2 martial arts manuals he had taken from Wang Hu. One was called Wind Chasing Step, the other Tiger Rush Fist. Both were yellow-grade mid-tier techniques. Not bad luck. On your very first day, you've already obtained 2 martial arts techniques. At that moment, Yu Ji's voice echoed in Yi Tianxi's mind. Sister Yu. Yi Tianxi was slightly startled. It's a pity they're only yellow-grade. Yu Ji chuckled. Though they're yellow-grade, they're precisely what you need now. Your cultivation has stalled at the peak of meridian opening, and you urgently need 2 techniques to boost your strength. That way, even against an enemy at the qi condensation stage, you'll have a fighting chance. Is that so? Yi Tianxi's eyes lit up. I've heard that most outer disciples of Qingyun's sect are at qi condensation. If I can defeat them, I'll quickly enter the outer sect and obtain the Earth Core Jade Essence, right? Of course. Would your sister lie to you? Yu Ji smiled again. And I just noticed the Tiger Rush Fist Wang Hu used against you. This fist technique is very similar to Mountain Shaking Fist, but it appears to be a clumsy imitation far inferior in power and ferocity. Yi Tianxi's eyes gleamed. Mountain Shaking Fist. The name alone sounds mighty. Can you teach it to me, Sister Yu? You've come to the right person. Your sister can indeed help. Yu Ji smiled faintly. And as for Wind Chasing Step, I can improve it into Moon Shadow Step. Both of these techniques will be Earth grade. Sister Yue, you're the best. Yi Tianxi was overjoyed. Your sister isn't like some ungrateful person who won't even give her freedom. Yu Ji said with a hint of tsundere. Yi Tianxi shrugged and laughed. Don't be impatient, Sister Yu. It's not that I don't want to let you go, I just want to spend more time with you. Yu Ji rolled her eyes. Tisk, such a smooth talker. So young and already so glib. Enough nonsense. Get into the tower and cultivate. On it. Night fell. Outside the bamboo grove of Guanyun Pavilion, Wang Hu and his 2 henchmen, battered and disheveled, appeared before a graceful woman in a pink dress. How did it go? Did you bring Yi Tianxi's treasures? The woman in pink turned to Wang Hu, a smug expression on her face. Wang Hu lowered his head, his voice trembling. Sister Meyer. Yi Tianxi's strength far exceeded our expectations. The 3 of us were no match for him, so the treasures. What? Zhao Meyer frowned, her voice sharpening. 3 grown men can't handle a newly recruited menial disciple. And you, Wang Hu, are at the 5th level of body tempering. Sister Meyer, we really couldn't beat him. Wang Hu broke out in a cold sweat. Though he had joined the sect years before Zhao Meyer, he remained a menial laborer. In contrast, Zhao Meyer had become an outer disciple upon entering Qingyun's sect, and was even a personal disciple of Elder Red Firmament. He dared not defy her orders. Oomph! Zhao Meyer snorted in displeasure. I didn't expect that fool Yi Tianxi to be so formidable. By the way, you didn't give me away, did you? Zhao Meyer pressed. No, absolutely not. I would never dare betray you, sister. Wang Hu immediately swore, thumping his chest. Good. Zhao Meyer smiled coldly. Yi Tianci, I am now a personal disciple of Elder Red Firmament. Just you wait. For 7 or 8 consecutive days, Yi Tianci lived a life of chopping wood during the day and practicing martial arts at night. Though the status of a menial disciple at Qingyun sect was low, the tasks were fortunately not heavy, allowing him to use his spare time for cultivation. During this period, although he had not broken through in realm, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Both the Earthquake Fist and Moon Shadow Step techniques had achieved initial mastery. One evening at dusk, having finished his chores, Yi Tianci set down his hatchet and gazed at a tall, straight cypress tree before him. He murmured, "It's time to test the fruits of my cultivation in the Earthquake Fist." Yi Tianci took a deep breath, slowly circulating the mystic power within his body, concentrating it on his right fist. Earthquake Fist. With a low shout, he faced the tree trunk and threw a punch. Boom. His fist, carrying a whistling wind, slammed heavily into the trunk. With a resounding crack, the sturdy cypress was violently snapped in two by his punch. The upper half of the tree crashed down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Looking at the fallen trunk, a satisfied smile curled at the corner of Yi Tianci's mouth. The power of the Earthquake Fist is truly terrifying. Next time he'll try a thicker one. He picked up his hatchet, ready to head down the mountain. Not bad, brother. You broke such a thick tree with one punch. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Startled, Yi Tianci turned around. A tall, smiling young man was walking toward him. Dressed in gray robes, just like himself, with a basket and hatchet on his back, he was clearly also a menial disciple of Qingyun sect. The young man approached Yi Tianci and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, my name is Li Hai. I'm also a newly admitted menial disciple of Qingyun sect from Tianshui City. I was just assigned to chop wood in this area today. After confirming the man's identity, Yi Tianci nodded in relief. And you, brother? Li Hai asked. Yi Tianci replied. Yi Tianci from Luyan City. Ah, brother Yi, a pleasure. Li Hai grinned. I was watching you from the foot of the mountain for a while. I was wondering why you threw down your knife while chopping wood. Turns out you were practicing. Yi Tianci chuckled. I finished today's tasks and had nothing else to do, so I practiced a bit. Tisk tisk tsk. Li Hai clicked his tongue in amazement. Impressive. A tree this thick, and you broke it with one punch. With such strength, even those outer disciples at the Meridian opening realm probably couldn't do it right. How could that be? Yi Tianci said modestly. I'm only at the body tempering stage. The senior brothers and sisters in the outer sect must be much stronger. Is that so? Li Hai looked thoughtful. I'm also at the body tempering stage. So does that mean I could try too? Yi Tianci gestured casually. Brotherly, please. All right. With that, Li Hai spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, aimed at a small tree as thick as a thigh, and threw a punch. Ouch! A sharp cry of pain rang out. Li Hai clutched his fist, his face twisted in agony. Why is this damn tree so hard? Li Hai looked awkwardly at the large tree Yi Tianci had just felled and complained. We're both menial disciples, so why is the gap so huge? I guess I overestimated myself. Ow, 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 it hurts so much. Seeing Li Hai's temperament, Yi Tianci smiled. He took out the Tiger Sprint Fist manual he had taken from Wang Hu a few days ago and handed it to Li Hai. Brotherly, I've practiced martial techniques. You probably haven't, which is why you couldn't break the tree. Take this Tiger Sprint Fist manual and practice it. I'm sure you'll be able to break a tree before long. Li Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at the manual. Thighs. The Tiger Sprint Fist is a yellow-grade mid-tier manual. You're giving it to me? Yes. Yi Tianci nodded. Since he had already mastered the more powerful Earthquake Fist, keeping the Tiger Sprint Fist manual was no longer useful. Brother Yi, you're so generous. Li Hai was overjoyed. I've heard that only a few top-ranked menial disciples are qualified to learn martial techniques. I never expected you to be so magnanimous. Brother Yi, from now on you're a true friend of mine. Li Hai said excitedly. Yi Tianci smiled faintly and then asked, Brotherly, where were you working before? Why were you suddenly assigned to chop wood here today? I used to carry water at the Jade Maiden Peak waterfall spring, tending herbs and watering flowers. It was usually quite leisurely, but for some reason Elder Sun suddenly assigned me here. Elder Sun. Yi Tianci frowned. Aren't tasks usually assigned by senior brothers? Exactly, I was puzzled too. Elder Sun rarely bothers with us. I have no idea why this time. Li Hai frowned in confusion as well. I wonder if it's because of that matter. What matter? Yi Tianci asked curiously. Li Hai paused, looked around, and when he saw no one nearby, he whispered to Yi Tianci. He'll tell you, Brother Yi, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Don't worry, Brotherly. I won't breathe a word, Yi Tianci promised. All right. Li Hai nodded and said mysteriously, these past few days while carrying water at Jade Maiden Peak, I often saw rosy rays of light shining from a cave behind the waterfall, as if there was some treasure inside. A treasure. Yi Tianxi's brows furrowed slightly, and intense curiosity stirred within him. Did you go up to take a look, Brother Li? He asked. Li Hai shook his head. Alas, Jade Maiden Peak is over 1,000 zhang high, steep and sheer. An ordinary person can't climb it. With my small build, I'd probably fall and die before I even got halfway up. I think Elder Sun assigned me away from there because of this. I see. Yi Tianxi nodded. Li Hai looked at Yi Tianxi and continued. If you're a capable brother Yi, you should go up and take a look for me. I'm dying of curiosity. Yi Tianxi smiled. Aren't you afraid I'll take the treasure for myself, Brother Li? Huh. Li Hai laughed heartily. Brother Yi, what are you saying? You've been so generous to me. How could I be petty? Besides, who says that treasure belongs to me? I'd love to have it, but by the time I'm strong enough to climb up, it'll be too late. That's true. Yi Tianxi smiled again. As night fell after bidding farewell to Li Hai, Yi Tianxi went alone to the Jade Maiden Peak waterfall spring at the back mountain. From a distance, he saw Jade Maiden Peak towering into the clouds, a magnificent waterfall cascading from the summit as grand as the Milky Way falling from the heavens. This is the place Brother Li Hai mentioned. Yi Tianxi murmured to himself, then looked upward. To his surprise, near the mountaintop, he could indeed see rosy rays of light radiating from behind the waterfall, even dyeing the nearby clouds in brilliant colors. Yi Tianxi gazed intently, the rosy clouds flickering faintly like an ethereal realm. These clouds are extraordinary, or perhaps they hold an opportunity. He made up his mind to ascend and investigate. This Jade Immortal Peak is so steep, yet if I employ the Moon Shadow Step, it is not impossible to reach the summit. With this thought, Yi Tianxi swiftly surveyed the terrain and found a gentler slope as his starting point. He took a deep breath, letting the mystic energy flow within his body, and immediately executed the Moon Shadow Step, his form darting up the mountain like a phantom, leaving trails of afterimages in his wake. The path was strewn with jagged rocks and dense thickets, but Yi Tianxi's agile movements easily dodged the obstacles. In just a few breaths, he had climbed several dozen zhang high, gripping an ancient pine to steady his breath. This boy can wield the Moon Clan's Moon Shadow Step with such proficiency. Though the Moon Shadow Step was merely a basic martial technique, mastering it was notoriously difficult for ordinary people. Yet Yi Tianxi not only wielded it with ease, but applied it to climbing, surpassing Ujis expectations. Boy, the Moon Shadow Step is usually used for escape or surprise attacks on flat ground, but you've turned it into a climbing tool. Ujis' voice echoed in Yi Tianxi's mind. Really? I think it works well for climbing too, he replied as he sprinted upward. Uji chuckled. It works, yes, but it consumes a lot of mystic energy. If you're about to fall, remember to call me out. I'll catch you. Yi Tianxi smiled back. Sister Yue, you worry too much. I won't fall. With that, he climbed even faster, soon reaching the mountainside without any sense of mystic energy depletion, feeling instead an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. Uji folded her arms and snorted inwardly. Brat, with such stamina, no wonder you have the ancient Dao divine body. If all 7 of his mystic meridians were restored, just how terrifying would he become? Yi Tianxi fixed his gaze on the rosy glow at the peak and pressed onward. As he climbed higher, the mist thickened, and a faint, pleasant fragrance filled the air. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he finally found the source of the rosy light. Near the summit, behind a waterfall, lay a hidden cave with a half-open stone door from which the rosy radiance emanated. Finally, elated, Yi Tianxi grabbed a vine descending from the peak and leaped lightly onto a stone platform before the cave. On the platform, he stared intently at the half-open stone door. Behind him, the waterfall roared while the cave's rosy glow persisted, accompanied by a delightful fragrance wafting out. Feeling refreshed and curious, Yi Tianxi yearned to explore the cave's depths for treasures. He carefully slipped past the stone door and stepped inside with light footsteps. The cave was spacious, revealing a hidden world within. Night pearls embedded in the walls illuminated the entire interior, exposing every detail. Yi Tianxi looked around, a sight that made his eyes light up. On a stone bed inside, a woman sat cross-legged in meditation. The woman was bare from the waist up, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her jade-like skin and full bosom fully exposed to Yi Tianxi's gaze. The rosy light emanated from her cultivation. Damn, I was wrong. It's not a treasure, but someone cultivating here. Alarmed, Yi Tianxi immediately turned to leave. Just then a pebble slipped under his foot, making a noise. Startled by the sound, the meditating woman opened her eyes, quickly dressed her upper body, and snapped coldly, "Who dares trespass here? Senior, forgive me. I meant no offense. I'll leave at once." Yi Tianxi steadied himself and looked at her apologetically. Her beautiful eyes glinted with frost, and her voice was icy. Who are you to invade my cultivation ground? With that, she struck out with a palm and lunged at him. The woman moved with incredible speed, her aura chilling and fearsome, reaching Yi Tianxi in the blink of an eye. Yi Tianxi's gaze sharpened. He instantly executed the moon shadow step, retreating several paces to the platform outside the cave, narrowly dodging her palm strike. He glanced back at the cliff and waterfall below. Such a height would mean certain death even if he landed in the water pool. With that in mind, Yi Tianxi quickly cupped his hands and pleaded, "Senior, spare me. I truly meant no offense." Having seen her unclothed, he knew he was at a disadvantage, and her strength was overwhelming, leaving him no choice but to beg for mercy. Wind-chasing step. No, it's not that. He dodged my palm. The woman paused, surprised by her missed strike. She stopped and scrutinized his gray robes, asking coldly, "You are a menial disciple of my azure mystic sect?" Her face grew more puzzled. Yi Tianxi nodded, glancing at her nervously. She was clad in white, tall and elegant, with a cold demeanor, skin like snow, and breathtaking beauty. "So beautiful," he murmured, "she wears white." He recalled Elder Sun's advice. In azure mystic sect, those in white are core inner disciples. With that, he quickly added, "Forgive me, senior sister. I am Yi Tianxi, a newly arrived menial disciple. I saw the rosy light from the cave on the peak and came to investigate. I had no intention to offend. Please forgive me. A new menial." Her tone softened slightly at this, and the killing intent receded, though her eyes remained icy. She asked, "How did you get up here without making a sound?" "I climbed up," Yi Tianxi answered truthfully. "Climbed?" Surprise flickered across her face, then anger. "Are you lying to me? This jade immortal peak is 1,000 zhang high. How could a mere menial climb it?" "I dare not deceive you, senior sister. I truly climbed," he replied with a bow. Seeing he didn't seem to be lying, her expression turned frosty as she muttered, "No wonder. He's only at the first level of body tempering with almost no mystic energy and doesn't know sword flight. I can sense any chi condensation disciple within 100 zhang, but those below that level are undetectable. Yet no one below chi condensation can reach this place. And I was careless. And he saw my body." Her eyes flashed with shame and fury. Yi Tianxi dared not linger, pleading again, "Senior sister, calm your anger. I'll leave now." With that, he turned to go. "Wait." Before he could take a step, her voice stopped him. His heart tightened. She snorted coldly. "You've seen what you shouldn't have, and you think you can leave alive?" Yi Tianxi's heart tightened, and he hastily said, "I merely glanced at you, and you want to kill me to silence me. Is that not enough?" The woman snorted coldly. "But the sect has established a rule that disciples are forbidden from private duels. You, on the other hand, not only engaged in one, but even intend to kill me." "Ha," the woman sneered. "If I kill you, who would ever know? So ruthless." Yi Tianxi felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. The woman's gaze was icy and her voice was even more bone-chilling. "Speak, what did you see?" Yi Tianxi was stunned. "I only saw your upper body, nothing else." "You?" The woman became even more furious upon hearing this, itching to strike out and kill Yi Tianxi to silence him. "Foolish boy, at a time like this, you should say you saw nothing, but you had to be honest." Inside the prison heaven tower, Yu Ji crossed her arms, looking speechless. "Honestly, do you even understand women? So that's how it is?" Yi Tianxi suddenly realized and quickly changed his tune. "No, senior sister, spare me. I saw nothing." Hearing this, the woman's demeanor softened slightly. She withdrew her palm and asked Yi Tianxi, "Really? Really, absolutely true?" Yi Tianxi felt a twinge of guilt. The woman's anger was clearly hard to quell. Just thinking of the earlier scene reignited her fury. "You dare lie to me? You clearly saw everything." Yi Tianxi was at a loss. "If I say I saw, it's wrong. If I say I didn't see, it's also wrong. What exactly do you want?" "Any man who has seen my body must die," the woman said, her voice bitterly cold as an aura of terror emanated from her entire being. Wait," Yi Tianxi suddenly called out. "What else is there? Are you Su Qingyue, the foremost inner disciple of Qingxian sect and the Qingxian saintess?" Yi Tianxi was astonished, never expecting that the woman in this cave was the Qingxian saintess Su Qingyue. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, truly a sight that made Yi Tianxi's eyes light up. Most crucially, he had accidentally seen her entire body. "What if I am?" Su Qingyu's anger showed no sign of abating. Yi Tianxi continued, "In 2 months, there's the sect tournament. You are the reward for the first place winner, am I right?" Su Qingyue fell silent upon hearing this, a clear look of humiliation flashing in her beautiful eyes. She, the foremost genius of Qingxian sect, was to be treated as a prize given to the tournament's champion as a dual cultivation partner. A so-called partner, but in truth a cauldron for male cultivators to plunder. Ridiculous, lamentable, and even more pitiful. Before she could recover from her sorrow, Yi Tianxi spoke again. In 2 months, I will win this tournament, and win you as well. What did you say? Su Qingyue was stunned, wondering if she had misheard. Yi Tianxi fixed his gaze on Su Qingyue and repeated, I said I will win the tournament, and take you home as my wife. His tone was calm, his gaze resolute, as if he were brimming with confidence. Su Qingyue stood still, her pupils slightly contracting, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing her face. You? A newly inducted menial disciple dares to boast of winning the tournament. Su Qingyue sneered coldly. Yi Tianxi replied, Indeed, I'm not qualified now, but I still have 2 months. In that time I will surely achieve it. How absurd. Su Qingyue mocked. Are all new disciples this arrogant now? 2 months to claim first place in the Qingxian sect tournament. Overreaching. Yi Tian said flatly, Since you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? What kind of bet? Su Qingyue turned and asked. Yi Tianxi said, If I win in 2 months on our wedding night, you must share my bed without refusal. And if you lose? Su Qingyue demanded coldly. Kill me or flay me, do as you wish, Yi Tianxi replied calmly. Su Qingyue stared at Yi Tianxi and said, Fine, you said it. If you don't win in 2 months, they'll kill you on the spot. Deal. Yi Tianxi agreed immediately. So, senior sister, can you let me go now? Yi Tianxi asked promptly. Humph. Su Qingyue took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. I can let you go, but if you dare breathe a single word of today's events. Yi Tianxi raised his hand in an oath. I, Yi Tianxi, swear here and now that I will never divulge what I saw today. If I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning. Good. Let this matter be known only to you and me, heaven and earth. If a third person comes to know, I will kill you immediately. No problem. Yi Tianxi nodded in agreement. You may go. Su Qingyue resolved to let Yi Tianxi leave. Thank you, senior sister. Yi Tianxi rejoiced inwardly and immediately turned to leave the cave, afraid that Su Qingyue might change her mind if he lingered. He followed the path he came, using vines and branches to descend the mountain, his figure quickly vanishing into the mist. Watching Yi Tianxi's retreating figure, Su Qingyue's expression was profoundly complex. His name is Yi Tianxi. This boy truly cannot wield a flying sword. He actually climbed up this 1,000-zhang peak. Su Qingyue murmured to herself. She had chosen to cultivate on Yushin Peak precisely because its rear mountains were serene and secluded, undisturbed. Moreover, the peak was so steep and towering that without the ability to fly on a sword, even a cultivator at the qi condensation stage would find it difficult to reach the top. Yet Yi Tianxi, a mere newly inducted menial disciple, had actually managed to climb all the way here. And he dares to boast of winning the tournament and taking me home as his wife. Heh. Just the thought of it made Su Qingyue find it amusing. Forget it, he'll just take it as a bit of entertainment. This cliff is so high. Ascending is easier than descending. He'll probably fall to his death before he even makes it down. And indeed, just as Su Qingyue had guessed, ascending was easier than descending. Even though Yi Tianxi had mastered the moon shadow step, the descent was far more difficult than the climb. Coupled with the dim light, he nearly lost his grip several times. Fortunately, it all ended without incident, and Yi Tianxi safely reached the foot of the mountain. Phew. Finally down. Yi Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. A nearby spring was crystal clear. He washed his face in the bright moonlight, revealing a handsome and refined visage. Back in his small courtyard, Yi Tianxi went to bed early, but he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She is Su Qingyue, so beautiful. The image of Su Qingyue kept flooding his mind, especially when he thought of the round, snow-white fullness on her chest. That made it even harder for him to sleep. What's the matter? Can't sleep, you fool. Suddenly, Yu Ji's voice echoed in his mind. Spying on me. Yi Tianxi pursed his lips. Yu Ji said coyly, Who told you not to let me out? Since you won't, can you blame me for watching? Female pervert. Yi Tianxi opened his eyes and muttered. Yu Ji chuckled lightly. Oh, I'm the pervert. Someone here just peeked at a woman's body. Yi Tianxi was speechless. Do you like it, eh? Yu Ji asked with a laugh. Yi Tianxi did not answer. Yu Ji burst into laughter. Haha, since you like it, hurry up and get the earth core jade essence, so I can repair your mystic meridians. Otherwise, even with 2 years, let alone 2 months, your cultivation level will hardly break through. Yi Tianxi hesitated, speaking with uncertainty. Only after truly becoming an outer disciple of Qingxian sect can one receive a piece of earth core jade essence as a reward from the sect. Yu Ji said, If you can't get it, just take it by force. Have you forgotten how Wang Hu and his gang came to rob you a few days ago? I haven't. Yi Tianxi shook his head. Good, since you haven't forgotten, why not go and take it? Most of these outer disciples are stuck at the meridian opening stage, but you're at the meridian opening perfection realm, stronger than all of them. Yi Tianxi was taken aback by her words. What? Can't bring yourself to do it? Yu Ji pressed on. No. Yi Tianxi shook his head with a smile. I already have a suitable target in mind. I'm just waiting for the right opportunity. Oh. Yu Ji smiled upon hearing this. You've come to your senses so quickly. Little Tianxi, remember this: in the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. If you don't rob them, they'll come to rob you. Only when you're stronger than all of them will no one dare to bully you. I understand, Sister Yu. Yi Tianxi nodded and settled down to sleep. It was late that night. Within the outer sect's Guanyin pavilion, in Qi Xiao's room upon the bed, Zhao Meyer, completely naked, twisted her waist like a water snake. The outer sect elder Qi Xiao lay beside her, his hand pinching her buttocks as a satisfied expression spread across his face. Zhao Meyer draped a leg over Qi Xiao, speaking seductively. Master, you promised to help Meyer open her meridians, but 10 days have passed. Why haven't you helped me yet? Qi Xiao chuckled lightly, his fingers tracing gently along her waist, a hint of mockery in his eyes as he said, Meyer, what's the hurry? Opening meridians is no trivial matter. We must choose an auspicious day. Zhao Meyer pouted and twisted her body, a note of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Master always says that. Could it be that you're dissatisfied with my talent? Qi Xiao burst into laughter, pulling Zhao Meyer into his embrace. How could that be? You possess a 5th-rank bloodline stronger than most outer disciples. How could your talent be lacking? Then what is Master worried about? Zhao Meyer pouted. Your master is afraid you might run away. Qi Xiao chuckled. Over the years I've taken in many female disciples, but you're the only one who's been so understanding. Zhao Meyer's eyes darted a sly smile, curling at the corners of her lips. Don't worry, Master, Meyer won't run away. He'll always serve you well. Qi Xiao thought for a moment and said, all right, in that case, tie your hair up first, and he'll open your meridians tonight. How about that? Zhao Meyer was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. The next morning, Yi Tianxi went up the mountain to chop wood as usual. He had been at it for less than half an hour when he saw Li Hai rushing up the mountain in a panic. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Li Hai shouted as he ran. What's the matter, Brother Li? Any urgent news? Yi Tianxi asked. Remember the glow from Jade Immortal Peak I told you about yesterday? You didn't go up to see it, did you? Li Hai asked. No. Yi Tianxi shook his head, then inquired, what happened? Why are you so tense? Good, you didn't go up. Li Hai sighed with relief. I found out everything yesterday. There's no treasure on that peak. It's where our Qingxin sect's holy maiden was cultivating. That's why Elder Sun sent me over here to chop wood. I see. Yi Tianxi pretended not to know and nodded. Li Hai caught his breath. Thank goodness you didn't go up, or you might not have come out alive. What do you mean? Yi Tianxi frowned. Li Hai glanced around and lowered his voice. It's because that Qingxin holy maiden Su Qingyue has a strange temperament and is as cold as ice. She's been cultivating in Qingxin sect for years without even making a single friend. Is that so? Yi Tianxi smiled. But I heard she's the most beautiful woman in Qingxin sect. Exactly. Li Hai nodded. Su Qingyue, the most beautiful woman in Qingxin sect, and the top inner disciple. I heard she went from the body tempering realm to the core formation realm in just 1 year. 1 year? That fast? Yi Tianxi feigned surprise. What level is she at now? Peak core formation. Li Hai replied. Peak core formation. No wonder. Yi Tianxi murmured, narrowing his eyes. No wonder. Li Hai frowned. What do you mean by that, Brother Yi? Oh, nothing. Yi Tianxi shook his head and asked, have you heard any other interesting news, Brother Li? Li Hai said, in 2 months there's the sect tournament. Whoever takes first place can become Su Qingyu's Dao partner. Have you heard about that? I've heard. Yi Tianxi nodded. Are you interested in joining the tournament, Brother Li? Me? Li Hai shrugged. Brother Yi, you're overestimating me, aren't you? I'm only at the 3rd level of body tempering. I don't even qualify to participate in the Qingxin sect tournament. Yi Tianxi said, Qingxin sect rules state that all disciples can join the tournament. You certainly qualify, Brother Li. Huh. Li Hai waved his hand, a bitter smile on his face. Brother Yi, stop teasing me. With my strength, joining the tournament would just be asking for humiliation. I don't want to be beaten black and blue in front of everyone. After saying this, Li Hai waved his hand again and laughed, and Yi Tianxi simply laughed along. Wait. Li Hai suddenly sensed something was off and frowned as he asked Yi Tianxi, Brother Yi, you're not thinking of joining the sect tournament in 2 months, are you? I want to give it a try. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly, his tone calm. Huh. Li Hai burst out laughing. Brother Yi, I think you've gone mad over the holy maiden. We're just newly recruited servants at most at the body tempering stage. Joining the tournament would be asking for a beating. Yi Tianxi said, the path of cultivation is defying the heavens. If you can't even accept the challenge, how can you hope to advance further? Li Hai fell silent for a moment, then scratched his head and said, that makes sense. You're stronger than me, brother Yi, so you could give it a try. But if you think you can win the tournament, you're dreaming. The Qingxian holy maiden Su Qingyue will surely be claimed by the Kuaisahali Sun. Kuaisahali Sun. Yi Tianxi frowned. Who is that? Don't you know, brother Yi? Li Hai asked mysteriously. I only know the Qingxian sect has a holy maiden, not a holy sun. Yi Tianxi replied. Li Hai shook his head and smiled. Your information is still too slow, brother Yi. The winner of this tournament takes all. Not only will he obtain the holy maiden Su Qingyue, but he will also succeed as the Qingxian sect's holy son, becoming the future sect leader. Among all the disciples, the most promising is the inner sect's top disciple Xiaohan. This young man has a 7th-rank bloodline and extraordinary talent. He broke through to the core formation stage at a young age and is the personal disciple of Grand Elder Zhao Lingxiu. He's always been arrogant and domineering, already treating Su Qingyue as his exclusive property. Who would dare to compete with him? So he's practically the Kuaisahali Sun, isn't he? I see. Yi Tianxi nodded and said, thank you for telling me, brotherly. Don't mention it, oh, we're brothers. Li Hai chuckled, then furrowed his brow again. But brother Yi, you're not still thinking of joining the tournament, are you? Why not? Yi Tianxi smiled. The reward is Su Qingyue, the Azure Mystic Saintess. The temptation is too great. Li Hai frowned, gazing at Yi Tianxi as if he were a madman. You've lost it, brother Yi. You must have lost your mind. Yi Tianxi laughed. Brotherly, just wait and see. From Li Hai's words, it was clear that Xiao Han of the inner sect was the strongest contender for the Azure Mystic sect's upcoming tournament. His cultivation had already broken through to the core formation realm, though which stage within it remained unknown. Yi Tianxi was currently at the meridian opening great perfection stage, only one chi condensation realm away from core formation. Earth Core Jade Essence. I just need one piece of Earth Core Jade Essence. Once I obtain it with Sister Yu's help to repair my mystic meridians within 2 months, I will surely reach the core formation stage. Yi Tianxi thought to himself. Yi Tianxi. Suddenly a shout came from the path at the foot of the mountain. Startled, Yi Tianxi turned around and saw a young man in green robes walking toward him. Green robes. Li Hai frowned upon seeing the man. Isn't that senior brother Song Jia from the outer sect? Why is he here? Li Hai greets senior brother Song. As Song Jia approached, Li Hai immediately cupped his hands in salute. Yi Tianxi also raised his hand slightly. Greetings, senior brother Song. Song Jia nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Yi Tianxi. From now on, you don't have to chop wood here. Come with me to the rear hall to carry water. Carry water. Yi Tianxi frowned slightly. Carry water. That's a good gig. Much easier than chopping wood. Li Hai's face lit up. Senior brother Song, can I come to the rear hall to carry water too? Easy. Song Jia let out a cold laugh. Since you're so eager to join, I'll grant your wish. Follow me. With that, Song Jia led the two to the rear hall. See those 3 large vats? Fill them with water before sunset. If they're not full, you'll answer to me. Song Jia sneered. Wait. This? Li Hai was dumbfounded. Senior brother, are you serious? We have to fill vats this huge in one day. Yi Tianxi also glanced at the vats. There were 3 of them in the rear hall, each as large as a room. Filling them before dark was utterly impossible. Haha. Song Jia chuckled. Didn't you think carrying water would be easy? No, but... Li Hai scratched his head. You didn't say the vats would be this huge, senior brother. How many people are on this job? Li Hai pressed. How many people, eh? Song Jia laughed heartily. Just the 2 of you. Just us. This task is impossible. Li Hai shook his head vehemently. That's your problem. It's still early to start now, and you might just make it. I'm off. Deal with it yourselves. With a cold smirk, Song Jia left, leaving behind a bewildered Li Hai and a stoic Yi Tianxi. I shouldn't have come along. Why did I get stuck with this back-breaking chore? Who can finish filling vats this big? Li Hai complained pitifully. Wait, if I hadn't come, wouldn't you have had to do this all alone, brother Yi? The more Li Hai thought about it, the more suspicious he grew. He turned to Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi nodded. This was clearly a targeted attack. Oh, Li Hai had just stumbled into it. Brother Yi, did you offend someone? Senior brother Song Jia from the outer sect is at the body tempering midstage. He rarely bothers with menial disciples. Why did he come specifically to assign you this task? Li Hai asked suspiciously. Perhaps. Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes, a figure surfacing in his mind. Zhao Meyer. He bore no grudge against Song Jia. The man had no reason to target him unless Zhao Meyer had instigated it. Having entered the outer sect, and become the personal disciple of Elder Qi Xiao. Her status had naturally soared. Since you refuse to let it go, I'll grant your wish. Yi Tianxi sneered inwardly. Then he turned to Li Hai. Brotherly, you go back. He'll handle this alone. This matter was between him and Zhao Meyer. He didn't want to drag Li Hai into it. What are you saying, Brother Yi? Go back. No way. Li Hai shook his head with a grin. When Brother Yi is in trouble, would I Li Hai run away? Is that what a brother does? I'm not that kind of man. With that, Li Hai hoisted a carrying pole and said cheerfully, Come on, let's fetch water. This young man is not bad, loyal and true. Just then Yuji's voice echoed in Yi Tianxi's mind. Yi Tianxi smiled and nodded, then shouldered his own pole and headed toward the spring. The spring was a full 2 li from the vats. A round trip was 4 li. After just a few trips, Li Hai was exhausted. He plopped down by the spring, wiping his sweat. I can't go on. This is too much. It's outright bullying. Yi Tianxi remained unfazed, his cultivation at the meridian opening great perfection, making these trips trivial. Brotherly, let's stop. Yi Tianxi said calmly to Li Hai. Really stop? Li Hai hesitated. Yes. Yi Tianxi nodded. This task was impossible from the start. Even if we take it to Elder Sun, would be in the right. Damn it, Brother Yi is right. I'm done. Let whoever wants to do it. Li Hai spat. Give it back. That was left to me by my mother. Give it back. Suddenly a girl's cry for help came from the stream. Li Hai and Yi Tianxi exchanged glances. Something's up. Let's go, Brother Yi. Let's check it out. The voice sounded familiar to Yi Tianxi. Without a second thought, he rose and followed Li Hai toward the stream. As they drew closer, they saw 5 female menial disciples bullying a frail figure. Yi Tianxi recognized her instantly. It was Lin Chan, the girl he had met on the day of his induction. One of the women held the very pendant that Lin Chan had worn around her neck that day. The woman shoved Lin Chan to the ground, taunting, Left to you by your mother. It's in my hands now, so it's mine. If you want to come and take it. Yi Tianxi's face flushed with rage at the sight. Forget it, Brother Yi. Bullying among fellow disciples is common in Azure Mystic sect. They're all Songjie's people. Don't meddle. Li Hai tried to stop Yi Tianxi from stepping in for Lin Chan. Songjie's people. Yi Tianxi's eyes narrowed, and he let out a cold laugh. Perfect. I'm definitely meddling in this. Senior Sister Lu Fei, I beg you please return the pendant to me. It's the only thing my mother left me. Lin Chan rose from the ground, her face etched with desperation. Ha! The seductive woman before her laughed heartily. I said no, and that's final. Let's go. With that, Lu Fei turned to leave with her entourage. Senior Sister Lu Fei, I implore you, give it back. The pendant was invaluable to Lin Chan, as precious as her own life. Seeing Lu Fei about to depart, she rushed forward, grabbing Lu Fei's arm in an attempt to reclaim it. You little wench, you dare to grab my clothes. Don't you think he'll slap you? Lu Fei whirled around, fury blazing in her eyes, as she raised her hand to strike Lin Chan. Just then an icy voice rang out, Go ahead and hit her if you dare. Lu Fei froze, her gaze locking onto a towering figure standing before her, his cold eyes fixed on her with chilling intensity. Lin Chan was also startled. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes, recognizing the figure instantly. It was Yi Tianxi, who had helped her just days ago. Senior Brother Yi. Lin Chan exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Lu Fei withdrew her suspended hand, then scrutinized Yi Tianxi from head to toe. Upon closer inspection, the sneer on Lu Fei's face deepened. Oh, look who it is, sisters. The female cultivators beside her immediately burst into laughter. Isn't this Yi Tianxi, the fool from Luyan City? Haha, does this idiot think he can play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? How hilarious. Why did our Qingyun sect admit such a fool this year? Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes at these words. Lu Fei crossed her arms, her tone haughty. You the fool, did you hear that? You don't actually think you can be a hero, do you? Who are you calling a fool? Just then Li Hai rushed over with a carrying pole on his shoulder, then asked Yi Tianxi, Brother Yi, how are you so fast? I hurried as much as I could, but still couldn't catch up. Li Hai caught his breath, then turned back to Lu Fei and demanded, You lot, who were you calling a fool just now? Ha! Lu Fei roared with laughter. There are only a few people here, and only one surnamed Yi. Who do you think I'm talking about? What? Li Hai retorted, clearly displeased. You dare call my brother Yi a fool? I think you're asking for a slap. With that, he raised his hand, as if to strike Lu Fei. Lu Fei let out a scornful laugh. Go ahead, try slapping me. Relying on her connection to Songjie, she regarded Li Hai with utter contempt. You? Li Hai shot her a glare. Don't think I wouldn't dare? Insult my brother, and he'll beat you black and blue. Of course, Li Hai's words were mere bravado. In truth, he dared not follow through. After all, Songjie was an outer disciple at the midstage of meridian opening, and crossing him would bring nothing but trouble. Brotherly, stand down. Yi Tianxi held Li Hai back, then fixed his gaze on Lu Fei, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the pendant in her hand. Return that pendant. Ha ha ha. Lu Fei laughed again. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? A newly recruited menial disciple, and a fool at that dares to order me around. You must be tired of living. He'll count to 3. Yi Tianxi's voice was frigid. Count to 3. Lu Fei sneered. You arrogant brat, you're just asking for a beating. Someone teach him a lesson. Yes, senior sister. With that command, the 4 women beside Lu Fei lunged at Yi Tianxi, their palms aimed at him. These women had joined Qingyun's sect 2 years prior and were confident in their abilities, dismissing Yi Tianxi entirely. This is for real. I knew we shouldn't have meddled. Now look, Li Hai gasped, scrambling backward a few steps. Yi Tianxi snorted reflexively, dodging the attack of one woman. Most of these women were at the 6th or 7th level of body tempering, no match for Yi Tianxi, who was at the peak of meridian opening. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Yi Tianxi seized one woman's wrist and twisted it gently, eliciting a piercing scream from her. The other 3 attacked simultaneously, but Yi Tianxi showed no mercy. He kicked one away, then in the blink of an eye took down the remaining 2 female disciples. You damned fool, you're quite a fighter. I'll deal with you myself. Lu Fei's face twisted with malice as she drew a short blade and thrust it at Yi Tianxi. You dare use a blade? Li Hai pointed at Lu Fei. Senior brother, be careful. Lin Chan's face was filled with worry. Yi Tianxi's eyes flashed. He caught Lu Fei's wrist and with a simple twist forced a pained cry from her as the blade clattered to the ground. Overreaching, Yi Tianxi snatched Lin Chan's pendant from Lu Fei's hand, then delivered a backhanded slap across her face. Lu Fei's cheek burned with pain. Enraged and humiliated, she glared venomously at Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi, you dare hit me. With that, she launched another attack. Yi Tianxi's voice was cold. You deserve it. He spun, landing a powerful kick to her head. Darkness engulfed Lu Fei's vision as she was sent flying crashing into a stream. Senior sister. The female cultivators cried out in unison. Soaked and disheveled, Lu Fei crawled out of the stream, pointing at Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi, just you wait. Get lost. If I see you again, I'll beat you every time. Yi Tianxi's eyes narrowed, dismissing her threat entirely. Let's go. Lu Fei, fuming with shame and anger, slunk away. Hey, race your pendant. Yi Tianxi returned the pendant he had reclaimed to Lin Chan. Senior brother Yi, thank you. You've helped me again. Lin Chan bit her lip gently, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Yi Tianxi paused, looking at her in surprise. You're at the meridian opening stage. He found it hard to believe. How had Lin Chan suddenly opened her meridians in just a few days? Though only at the early stage, her strength far surpassed that of ordinary menial disciples. I just broke through recently. Lin Chan replied softly, not daring to meet his gaze. Then why didn't you fight back just now, eh? You've opened your meridians, you're stronger than all of them. Why let them bully you? Yi Tianxi asked. The elder said private fights are forbidden among Qingyun's sect disciples. I didn't dare. Lin Chan murmured. Yi Tianxi raised an eyebrow. Still, you shouldn't let them push you around. When you need to fight back, you must. Lin Chan lowered her head, her voice soft. I understand, senior brother Yi. Next time I won't let them bully me. Yi Tianxi nodded. Just then Li Hai urged from the side. All right, brother, this is a den of trouble. We should leave. They're all Song Jie's people, and they're probably off tattling to him right now. Having said that, Li Hai grabbed Yi Tianxi and was about to leave. Yi Tianxi was dragged forward a few steps before suddenly speaking. This Song Jie is also an outer disciple. Yes, Song Jie is indeed an outer disciple. Li Hai nodded. Since he's an outer disciple, he must also possess the earth core jade marrow. Yi Tianxi murmured to himself. He was in dire need of this earth core jade marrow now. Without it, he could no longer break through, and his strength would remain stuck at the peak of the meridian opening stage. This was not what Yi Tianxi wanted. Forget the jade marrow. Once Song Jie arrives, we're both finished. Li Hai tugged hard at Yi Tianxi's arm. Brother, why are you still standing there? Let's go. At that moment, Yi Tianxi spoke, coldly. I'm not going. What? Not going? Li Hai was bewildered. Yes, I'll stay here and wait for Song Jie. Yi Tianxi's gaze turned icy. Are you all right, brother Yi? Li Hai placed a hand on Yi Tianxi's forehead. A wise man knows when to retreat. Surely you've heard that saying, brother Yi. I won't suffer a loss. Yi Tianxi curled his lips and said indifferently. Fine. Li Hai sighed helplessly. You won't leave. Then I'm going. With that, he turned to leave, but after just 2 steps he stopped and looked back at Yi Tianxi. Are you really not coming? I'm really leaving. Li Hai said, annoyed. Just then a grim voice suddenly rang out. Where do you think you're going? Li Hai shuddered at the voice and turned around to see Song Jie accompanied by Lu Fei and the other female servants striding rapidly towards them. Senior brother, it was him. He's the one who hit us. Not only did he beat me, but he also threw me into the water. Senior brother, you must avenge me. Lu Fei was drenched, looking like a drowned rat, as she followed beside Song Jie. Don't worry. The newcomer doesn't know the rules. He'll teach him a lesson for you. Song Jie sneered. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother is the best. Lu Fei immediately fawned. Song Jie walked up to Li Hai, who stammered senior brother Song. Greetings, senior brother. Song Jie glared coldly at Li Hai and sneered, he'll let you off for today. Li Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Song Jie then slowly approached Yi Tianxi, his gaze extremely sinister. He bellowed, Yi Tianxi, you have some nerve. How dare you lay a hand on my people? Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes. Song Jie's cultivation was merely at the mid-meridian opening stage. He didn't consider him a threat at all. Before he could speak, Lin Chan suddenly ran over and stood in front of Song Jie, shaking her head as she explained, senior brother Song, it's not what you think. They were trying to steal my pendant, and brother Yi only stepped in to help me. Song Jie snorted coldly. Stealing your pendant. Have you heard of the law enforcement hall of our Qingxian sect? If they stole your pendant, why didn't you report it there? Instead, you resort to private brawls. Lin Chan was speechless. At this moment, Yi Tianxi suddenly stepped forward, pulling Lin Chan behind him. There's no point in explaining to someone like him. Brother Yi. Lin Chan looked at him with pitiful eyes. Oh, no point in explaining. Hearing this, Song Jie sneered. So you're confessing. Yi Tianxi humphed softly. And what about you allowing your underlings to bully the weak? What punishment do you deserve? Veins bulged on Song Jie's forehead. You a mere servant. I haven't even blamed you yet, and you dare to blame me. Yi Tianxi said, is that not allowed? You arrogant brat. I, Song Jie, am an outer disciple. Song Jie said coldly. The atmosphere grew tense. Yi Tianxi sneered. An outer disciple? So what? Fine, Yi Tianxi. Today I'll teach you the rules of our Qingxian sect. As his words fell, Song Jie immediately assumed a fighting stance, his hands forming claws, exuding an astonishing aura. Lu Fei watched smugly. Senior brother, you must teach this fool a good lesson. Show him what real power is. It's over. He's an outer disciple at the mid-meridian opening stage. Brother Yi, why did you have to provoke him of all people? Li Hai was frantic, but dared not interfere. Brother Yi. Lin Chan frowned. Brother Yi has helped me twice, and this whole thing started because of me. I can't just stand by and watch him get bullied by Song Jie. With this thought, Lin Chan gritted her teeth, determined to help Yi Tianxi against Song Jie. But unexpectedly, Yi Tianxi said calmly, step back. I can handle this. As he spoke, Yi Tianxi's eyes sharpened, and he instantly executed the moon shadow step. Ha, reckless fool. Seeing Yi Tianxi charge, Song Jie snorted, lowered his stance, and prepared to strike him down. But just then, after taking only 2 or 3 steps, Yi Tianxi's figure suddenly vanished. Where is he? Song Jie was shocked, frantically searching for Yi Tianxi. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice whispered in Song Jie's ear. An outer disciple. Is this all you've got? Song Jie was horrified. Yi Tianxi had somehow appeared right in front of him. Boom. Yi Tianxi threw a punch. Caught off guard, Song Jie flew backward like a broken kite and crashed heavily to the ground. Everyone present was stunned. Lu Fei, Li Hai, and even Lin Chan all looked on in shock. So brother Yi is this strong? Lin Chan exclaimed with delight. Thighs. He's an outer disciple, and he was taken down with one punch. Li Hai muttered, dumbfounded. How is this possible? Song Jie spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Yi Tianxi in disbelief. You. Aren't you just a crippled first-grade meridian with mere body-tempering cultivation? How can you be this strong? Yi Tianxi looked down at Song Jie from above, his voice icy. You've grown accustomed to throwing your weight around. Naturally, your skills have rusted. Losing to someone at the body-tempering stage is only to be expected. Yi Tianxi still hadn't revealed his true strength. The punch he just threw wasn't even the mountain-shaking fist. He didn't use it because its power was too great, and he feared he might kill Song Jie with a single blow. Private fights between sect disciples are forbidden. Just you wait. Song Jie gritted his teeth. Thud. Yi Tianxi raised his leg high and brought his foot down heavily on Song Jie's chest. I can wait. But first, hand over your Earth Core Jade Marrow. Lu Fei immediately shouted, the Earth Core Jade Marrow is a treasure reserved for outer disciples. How dare you try to steal senior brother Song Jie's Jade Marrow? Keep yapping. Yi Tianxi ignored Lu Fei entirely and only increased the pressure under his foot, causing Song Jie to writhe in agony. His breathing became labored. In his panic, he could only beg for mercy. I'll give it. The Earth Core Jade Marrow, I'll give it to you. With that, Song Jie arduously retrieved a piece of translucent jade marrow from his bosom, trembling as he handed it to Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi took the jade marrow, scrutinized it carefully, then asked Yu Ji with lingering doubt, Sister Yue, is this the item? Indeed, this is the earth core jade marrow. Yu Ji nodded. Upon receiving Yu Ji's confirmation, Yi Tianxi finally relaxed and secured the earth core jade marrow. Then he turned his gaze to Song Jia, once more sending him flying 2 spans with a kick, and said coldly, get lost. Senior brother, are you alright? Lu Fei and the others hurried over to help Song Jia up. Song Jia scrambled to his feet, clutching his chest, and shot Yi Tianxi a venomous glare, grinding his teeth as he said, Yi Tianxi, just you wait, this isn't over. Lu Fei quickly stepped forward to support Song Jia, whispering, Senior brother, let's leave for now. We'll find another chance to deal with him. Song Jia nodded and slinked away with Lu Fei and the others. Li Hai, snapping out of his shock, rushed to Yi Tianxi's side and exclaimed excitedly, Brother, you're incredible. I never expected you to be so strong, even outer disciples are no match for you. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly without saying much. Lin Chan stepped forward asking with concern, Senior brother Yi, are you alright? Yi Tianxi shook his head, I'm fine. As for you, be more careful in the future and don't let anyone bully you. Lin Chan nodded gratefully. Thank you, Senior brother Yi. He'll be mindful. Senior brother Yi, now that we've offended Song Jia, what if? A trace of worry emerged on her delicate face. Don't worry. Yi Tianxi shook his head. Now that he had obtained the earth core jade marrow, he could soon repair his mystic veins, and his cultivation would skyrocket. Let alone a mere Song Jia, even inner disciples would be no match. He harbored greater ambitions and wouldn't be bothered by such trivial matters. As for Lin Chan, he had no concerns either. For some reason, though her bloodline was as poor as his, her breakthroughs were remarkably swift. Without any elder's guidance, she had advanced from the body tempering stage to the early meridian opening stage in just a few days. Such cultivation and speed were enough to ensure her safety. Back in the rear hall, Li Hai tossed aside his carrying pole and bucket, saying, whoever wants this lousy job can take it. I'm done. Yi Tianxi smiled at the sight. This grueling task was merely Song Jia's deliberate harassment. No one could fill so many buckets in such a short time. If Li Hai wouldn't do it, he certainly wouldn't either. Farewell, brotherly. See you later. As the sun set, Yi Tianxi, having obtained the earth core jade marrow, was eager to repair his mystic veins. So he bid Li Hai farewell and returned to his own courtyard. See you, brother. Li Hai quickly stood to see him off, gazing at Yi Tianxi's retreating figure and giving a thumbs up repeatedly. My brother here is truly amazing. In the evening, outside the bamboo grove of Guanyunxian, Song Jia, disheveled and battered, found Zhao Meyer and complained, Junior sister Meyer, you must stand up for me. Senior brother Song, what happened? Don't tell me even you couldn't handle that fool. Zhao Meyer asked with a frown. Don't mention it, Junior sister Meyer. Song Jia said with a aggrieved look, I'm no match for that fool. Not only that, but he also snatched my earth core jade marrow. What? Zhao Meyer was greatly shocked. You're at the mid-meridian opening stage, and even you couldn't defeat that fool. And he took your earth core jade marrow. This is utterly outrageous. Song Jia continued, Junior sister Meyer, the earth core jade marrow is the most crucial treasure for an outer disciple. Without it, he'll never break through to the chi condensation stage. Junior sister Meyer, I was helping you when I got my jade marrow stolen. You must help me get it back. Zhao Meyer sized Song Jia up with interest and said, Senior brother Song, don't be anxious. Remember, I'm now a personal disciple of Elder Qi Shao. Are we afraid of a mere Yi Tianxi? Don't worry, he'll get your earth core jade marrow back for you. Zhao Meyer's gaze was contemptuous as she looked Song Jia over once more. Thank you, Junior sister. With your word, I can rest assured. Farewell, Junior sister. Song Jia clasped his hands in a salute and left. Watching Song Jia's retreating figure, a trace of mockery flashed in Zhao Meyer's eyes as she murmured, that Song Jia is truly a useless waste. A mid-meridian opening cultivator, and he can't even handle a fool. But come to think of it, if even he couldn't beat him, I having just reached meridian opening am probably still no match for Yi Tianxi. But I have my ways. With that thought, Zhao Meyer's eyes flickered, and she returned to her room to find Qi Shao. At that moment, Qi Shao was meditating in his room. When he saw Zhao Meyer gently push open the door, her thin silk robe swaying lightly in the breeze, his lust surged. He beckoned to her and said, Meyer, come here quickly. I've missed you so much. Master, what do you miss about Meyer? Zhao Meyer smiled seductively as she approached Qi Shao. Qi Shao reached out and gave her a firm squeeze on the rear, leering, What do you think I miss? Humph. Zhao Meyer pouted in feigned grievance. Master only cares about my body. You don't even care that I've been wronged outside. Oh. Qi Shao frowned at this. What happened? Tell me. Who dared to make my Meyer unhappy? Humph. Zhao Meyer said coquettishly, it's all because of that lousy servant Yi Tianxi. Today, senior brother Song Jie told him to carry water in the rear hall. Instead of doing his job properly, he started a fight, beat up senior brother Song, and stole his earth core jade marrow. Not only that, he also. Zhao Meyer pretended to cry. He also what? Qi Xiao asked hurriedly. He called me a bitch. Ooh, master, you must stand up for me. Outrageous. How dare he? Qi Xiao frowned upon hearing this. Zhao Meyer quickly fanned the flames. Master, I feel so wrong. Meyer, calm down first. This brat dared to fight privately in the Azure sect and stole Song Jie's earth core, jade marrow. Qi Xiao frowned again. Isn't he just a servant disciple? And Song Jie is at the mid-meridian opening stage. Yes, master, you don't know? Yi Tianxi was notoriously strong in Luyan City and always threw his weight around. I didn't expect him to be the same even after joining the Azure sect. Don't worry, Meyer. The Azure sect strictly forbids private fights among disciples. Tomorrow morning I'll report this to the law enforcement elder and have him punish this brat. Qi Xiao said. No, master. Zhao Meyer immediately stopped Qi Xiao. What? Zhao Meyer said. If we go to the law enforcement hall, the worst they'll do is sentence him to reflection in the back mountain. That won't satisfy my vengeance. Oh, that's true. Qi Xiao thought for a moment and asked, so Meyer, what do you want to do? Zhao Meyer pretended to be pitiful. I've disliked him for a long time. These past few days I haven't even been able to eat because of Yi Tianxi. So I want to kill him. Kill him. Qi Xiao was taken aback upon hearing this. Your master knows you despise him, but to kill him without cause. Wouldn't that be too extreme? Zhao Meyer gave a light snort, coquettishly protesting. Because of him, I've lost my appetite lately, let alone cultivate or attend to you, master. I don't care. I just want him dead. Unable to withstand her pleas, Qi Xiao quickly conceded. All right, my dear disciple, don't be angry. Of course your master wants to help you. But in our Azure Mystery sect, even private fights are forbidden, let alone murder. Qi Xiao frowned. Master, Zhao Meyer sensed an opening and promptly said, I know killing is forbidden, but as long as we aren't caught, it's fine, isn't it? Oh, Qi Xiao raised an eyebrow. Zhao Meyer continued, have you forgotten, master? In 10 days you're taking me to Wild Wolf Valley 30 li away to hunt ironback wolves. We just need to bring Yi Tianxi along, right? Oh, Qi Xiao smiled. That's a good idea. We can fake his death by an ironback wolf and report it to the sect. Problem solved. Perfect. Overjoyed, Zhao Meyer said, yes, master. That Yi Tianxi is nothing but a lowly servant. No one will care if he lives or dies. Qi Xiao nodded. All right, Meyer, well, do as you say. Now can you attend to your master properly? As he spoke, he gave her shapely bottom a firm squeeze. Master, you're so naughty, Zhao Meyer cooed, melting into his embrace. Meanwhile, by the jade immortal mountain spring, a figure in white stood tall and proud, robes billowing like an immortal descending to earth. Your humble servant Sun Shojing pays homage to the saintess. He gazed reverently at the exquisite silhouette before him. Su Qinghua said calmly, Elder Sun, no need for formalities. I summoned you here today to ask about something. Please speak, saintess. Su Qinghua asked, as the overseer of servant disciples, have any of them gone missing in the past 2 days? Missing? Sun Shojing shook his head. Reporting to the saintess, none have disappeared recently. Are you certain? Su Qinghua frowned. Sun Shojing nodded. I am certain. What about the one named Yi Tianxi? Su Qinghua pressed on. Yi Tianxi. Sun Shojing thought for a moment. Earlier today, I saw him carrying water in the rear hall. But if I may ask, why does the saintess inquire about him? Su Qinghua shook her head. Nothing. You may go. Yes. Your humble servant takes his leave. Sun Shojing clasped his hands and departed. After he left, Su Qinghua looked up at the sword-straight jade immortal mountain and murmured, he didn't die. To climb so high and descend from such heights, that takes some skill. But if this is all he has to win the grand competition, that's still too naive. Elsewhere, Yi Tianxi entered the prison heaven tower. Sister Yue, here are all the materials you requested. Yu looked at the floating items and smiled. Good, your sister will now repair your mystic meridians. With that, Yu also sat cross-legged, raising her slender hand. Her delicate fingers traced gracefully in the air, and the materials began to slowly rotate. Her movements were elegant and fluid like a dance, yet the power within them was awe-inspiring. Then with a wave, the materials flew toward Yi Tianxi, merging with him and vanishing completely. The repair process may be painful. Bear with it. Yu reminded him with a light laugh. Yi Tianxi nodded. All right. They sat facing each other. Yuji's fingers moved rapidly, then interlocked with his channeling a surge of profound mystic power into his body. The moment the power flooded in Yi Tianxi, felt a violent force explode in his dantian surging through his entire being. Every muscle and bone felt torn apart, the excruciating pain forcing a scream from his lips. Is this Sister Yu's power so formidable? Yi Tianxi was astounded. Even the fraction of power Yu Ji used to repair his meridians felt boundless, surpassing any cultivator he had ever encountered. Even the fairy Lingyin of Misty Cloud Sect, a transcending mortal realm expert he had seen during the selection, was not a tenth as powerful as Yu Ji. Gradually, a faint silver-white glow emanated from his skin, and the blood in his veins seemed to ignite, crackling softly. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, evaporating into white mist before hitting the ground. Hold on. Yu Ji's voice rang in his ears. This is the crucial moment of meridian reconstruction. Gritting his teeth, Yi Tianxi felt his meridians shatter and reform repeatedly, each cycle bringing unbearable agony. Suddenly his chest jolted violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Amidst the crimson mist, a faint silver-white lightning flickered. Seeing this, Yu Ji's eyes lit up with joy. Excellent. Truly a Dao-Ancient Body. Just repairing one mystic meridian, and the power of Thunder Origin is already eager to burst forth. With that, she changed her hand seals again, reshaping Yi Tianxi's meridians. As mystic power flowed and lightning erupted from his body, growing denser until he was surrounded by arcs of light. The pain from the meridian repair gradually subsided. Yi Tianxi felt as if he were immersed in a warm ocean, his shattered meridians healing and regenerating at an incredible speed. Boom. Electric arcs swirled around him. Yu Ji's eyes snapped open, gleaming with delight. Little Tianxi, it's done. Your mystic meridians are restored. Yi Tianxi slowly opened his eyes. The pain had vanished completely, and he felt reborn with boundless strength surging from within. My meridians are restored. He gazed at his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Thank you, Sister Yu. He looked at Yu Ji, cupping his hands in respect. Don't be so formal with your sister. Yu Ji rolled her eyes playfully. Didn't I promise to fix your meridians? Now I've kept my word. Yi Tianxi smiled slightly. Once I grow stronger, I'll keep my promise too and grant you freedom, sister. Yu Ji chuckled. All right, I believe you. She then looked at him with interest. But now I'm in no rush to leave. Why, oi? Yi Tianxi frowned and asked. Weren't you clamoring to go out just a few days ago, Sister Yu? Why the sudden change of heart now? It's because I've been trapped in this prison heaven tower for thousands of years, utterly bored all by myself. But it's fine now, with you here to amuse me, I'm much happier. Oh, of course that's only one reason. The other is that I want to see just how far you with your Dao-Ancient Divine Body can grow. Rest assured, Sister Yu, I won't let you down. Yi Tianxi replied with a serious expression. Good. Yu Ji nodded approvingly. But before that, there are a few things I wish to ask you, Sister Yu. Ask away, Yu Ji said with a smile. Yi Tianxi said, ever since I regained my senses, some questions have been troubling me. I didn't grow up in the Yi family. I was brought back by my master's wife 6 years ago when I was about 13 or 14. It seems I wasn't born foolish either. My mind began to cloud around that age. But for some reason, I can't remember anything from before. Who are my biological parents? Where did this Dao-Ancient Divine Body and the prison heaven tower come from? Yu Ji shook her head. I can only answer one of your questions, about the Dao-Ancient Divine Body. Legend has it that the Dao-Ancient Divine Body originates from the Dao-Ancient clan. This physique is not innate but exceedingly rare, perhaps only one person in 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 years awakens this special bloodline. The Dao-Ancient clan. Yi Tianxi looked bewildered. Yes. Yu Ji nodded. The Dao-Ancient clan is a legendary tribe that flourished tens of thousands of years ago. Whether they still exist today, I do not know. All right, I see. Yi Tianxi nodded, a hint of desolation flashing in his eyes. He then asked, what about the prison heaven tower? How did this tower come to reside within me? Yu Ji shook her head again. That I do not know. Yi Tianxi pressed. Haven't you been inside the tower for thousands of years, Sister Yu? And you can see the outside world. You must have some understanding of what happened before, right? No. Yu Ji explained. Before the prison heaven tower acknowledged its master, I could only see within this first floor. I could neither see nor hear anything from the outside. It was only on the day the tower chose you, the day your mind cleared, that I gradually began to perceive the outside world. So that's how it is. Yi Tianxi murmured in realization. I thought that since you had been in the tower for millennia, you might help unravel the mystery of my origins. Oh, by the way, what about the seniors on the upper floors? Yi Tianxi suddenly asked. Yu Ji replied, they are all imprisoned here like me. What I do not know, they will not know either. But there is one exception. Yu Ji suddenly turned to look at Yi Tianxi. Startled, he immediately said, "Do you mean the one on the 7th floor?" "Yes." Yuji nodded. "She is different from the 6 of us. She can come and go freely within this tower. Perhaps she knows the truth of your origins. Then I can go ask her." Yi Tianxi exclaimed in sudden clarity. "But how do I reach the 7th floor?" Yi Tianxi fell into confusion once more. Though he was the master of the prison heaven tower, he had only ever set foot on the 1st floor where Yuji resided, unable to ascend even to the 2nd level, let alone the 7th. Yuji turned gracefully, her skirt tracing a crimson arc in the void. For eons, the prison heaven tower has only acknowledged the strong. Even as its master, you must constantly grow stronger to earn the right to climb higher and uncover the mystery of your past. Grow stronger. Yi Tianxi was momentarily stunned, his gaze piercing into the dark nothingness above the tower. "Hey, you old codger up there." Suddenly, Yuji shouted upward. Yi Tianxi was taken aback. "Can you speak with the senior on the 2nd floor, Sister Yu?" Yuji smiled faintly. "We can exchange a word or two occasionally." Yi Tianxi was utterly bewildered, feeling the prison heaven tower grow ever more enigmatic. Receiving no response, Yuji frowned and called out, "Hey, old man, say something. At least grant me some face." Yi Tianxi watched her as they waited in silence. Suddenly, an extremely ancient and peculiar voice echoed from the space above. "What is it, little Yu?" Yi Tianxi shuddered at the voice. It was hoarse and aged, yet possessed immense authority. Yuji looked up and shouted into the void, "Old man, give me a straight answer. When will this boy be able to reach your 2nd floor?" The hoarse, aged voice drifted down slowly. "Hee, little Yu, why are you so impatient today?" "It's not me, it's him." Yuji pointed at Yi Tianxi with one hand on her hip. "Oh, so the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is? Hee hee." As laughter faded, the voice sounded again. Yuji frowned impatiently. "You're the eunuch, you old fool. Hurry up and give me a straight answer." Hee. "Once he cultivates to the myriad laws realm, the entrance to the 2nd floor will open on its own." The ancient voice replied. Yuji grumbled, "Couldn't you have said that sooner? These old fogies are such a pain." She then turned to Yi Tianxi. "Little Tianxi, did you hear that? Once you reach the myriad laws realm, you can ascend to the 2nd floor." The myriad laws realm. Yi Tianxi fell silent. "I've heard it's the pinnacle of cultivation. When will I ever reach such a realm?" "Pinnacle?" Yuji curled her lip. "The myriad laws realm is only the pinnacle in what you've heard. To me, it's barely the starting point." "Just the starting point." Yi Tianxi frowned. Yuji laughed. "You possess the Dao-Ancient Divine Body. What are you afraid of? Just train. Besides, all 7 of your mystical meridians are damaged. With my abilities, I can only repair one. You'll have to rely on the seniors above for the rest. But this single complete meridian is more than enough for now. Go back and train well." "I understand." Yi Tianxi nodded, and with a thought he returned to his bed in the room. He attempted to regulate his breathing, and a warm current slowly rose from his dantian, flowing through his entire body along the newly repaired meridian. He felt his internal energy become smoother, each breath resonating with heaven and earth. "Excellent, I can continue to break through again." Yi Tianxi's gaze hardened. "I will uncover the truth of my origins. But for now, I must win the sect tournament 2 months from now and claim Su Qinghua." With this thought, Yi Tianxi immediately sat cross-legged and resumed cultivating the great freedom ultimate divine art. As night descended after his mystical meridians were unblocked, his cultivation speed accelerated markedly. Moonlight draped like silver gauze over the tranquil courtyard while the chorus of insects rose and fell, adding a touch of vitality to the night. Yi Tianxi sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slightly closed, his breathing long and powerful, a faint halo of spiritual energy enveloping his body. His hands formed seals, fingertips trembling slightly. As the cultivation art cycled, the mystical force within his body flowed like a stream along the newly opened meridians, traveling through every limb and bone. Wherever each wisp of mystical force passed, the meridians, like withered trees moistened by spring rain, radiated with vibrant life. Shortly after, Yi Tianxi slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within his gaze. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Qi condensation, initial stage. The power of the mystical meridians is truly extraordinary. I've finally broken through to Qi condensation. Qi condensation was like a watershed. The previous 2 realms, body tempering and meridian opening, focused on refining the physique. But after Qi condensation, one could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon, cultivating more powerful martial techniques, even magical spells, and divine abilities. The night wind brushed gently, carrying a hint of chill through the window lattice, lifting the stray hairs on Yi Tianxi's forehead. I can become even stronger. Yi Tianxi murmured to himself, clenching his fist, feeling the mystical force flowing within him. That power stirred an unprecedented surge of confidence in his heart. Yet this confidence did not last long. His gaze fell upon an old tree outside the window, its mottled shadows swaying in the wind, leaves rustling with a soft whisper. He knew that although he had broken through to the chi condensation realm, compared to those true powerhouses, he was still insignificant. He must continue to cultivate diligently. Soon 7 or 8 days passed. During these days, Yi Tianxi remained immersed in cultivation. His cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, surging from the initial stage of chi condensation through the mid-stage and into the late stage. At this very moment, his cultivation had reached the great perfection of chi condensation. Yu Ji smiled and said, "Impressive, little Tianxi. In just a few short days you've gone from the initial stage to the great perfection of chi condensation." "Sister Yu is mocking me. Yesterday you were complaining about my slow cultivation," Yi Tianxi replied. Yu Ji laughed. "That was just to motivate you. This cultivation speed is anything but slow. Don't forget the elite outer disciples of Qingxian sect are only at the initial or mid-stage of chi condensation. You've already reached the great perfection, a strength on par with inner disciples." "Inner disciples?" Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. "I'm still far from Su Qinghua. She's at the great perfection of core formation." "What's the rush? There's still over a month until the grand competition." Yu Ji laughed. "Shall be yours soon enough. However, what you need most now is to go to the scripture library and find a lightning-type cultivation art suitable for you." "A lightning-type art?" Yi Tianxi frowned at this. Yu Ji nodded yes. "Your Dao-Ancient Sacred Body is naturally born with the origin of lightning. Now that you're at chi condensation, you're perfectly suited to cultivate lightning attribute martial techniques and arts." "The origin of lightning." Yi Tianxi's face lit up with joy, and he said to Yu Ji, "All right, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Yu. But the scripture library requires at least the status of an outer disciple to enter. I'm not qualified yet. Rest assured, Sister Yu will find a way." The silly boy is getting smarter," Yu Ji chuckled. Yi Tianxi smiled back, then stepped out of the room. "To enter the scripture library, I must first become an outer disciple of Qingxian sect. But Qingxian sect has always valued bloodline. With my mere first-grade bloodline, self-recommendation into the outer sect is absolutely impossible. And recklessly revealing his cultivation level prematurely was even less feasible. Yu Ji had taught him that breaking through too quickly would only arouse suspicion and doubt from others, especially from powerhouses. Once targeted with his current strength, it would be difficult to protect himself. "I need to think of another plan," Yi Tianxi pondered. Suddenly the courtyard door was pushed open and a middle-aged man walked in. It was the chore's elder son, Shoujing. "Elder son." Yi Tianxi gave a slight bow. Son Shoujing was in charge of the chore disciples, and the daily tasks assigned to them were often distributed through him. Seeing Yi Tianxi, Son Shoujing smiled and said, "Tianxi, how have you been lately?" Yi Tianxi nodded. These past few days haven't been too hard." That's good." Son Shoujing nodded with a smile. "I came here to tell you something." "Please speak, Elder." Son Shoujing said, "It's like this. Tomorrow morning, Outer Sect Elder Qi Xiao is going to Wild Wolf Valley to hunt the demon beast Ironback Wolf. He wants a chore disciple to accompany him. Yesterday, Elder Qi Xiao came to me and specifically named you. He wouldn't agree when I tried to assign someone else." Yi Tianxi's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, and he said to Son Shoujing, "But I'm not familiar with Elder Qi Xiao." He and Qi Xiao had no connection, they had barely exchanged a word. Why would Qi Xiao specifically demand his presence? This was likely ill-intentioned, harboring malice. At this thought, Yi Tianxi's gaze darkened. "I was puzzled too. With so many chore disciples to choose from, he insisted on you." Son Shoujing chuckled and continued, "And the other day, even our Qingxian sect Saintess was inquiring about you from me. I don't know what kind of luck you've stumbled upon to earn the Saintess favor." "The Saintess was asking about me." Yi Tianxi was taken aback. "Yes, she asked twice. The first time she asked if you had disappeared. The second time she asked about your background and talent. I told her everything truthfully." "Is that so?" Yi Tianxi's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured to himself, "So she still remembers that wager from that day. All right, do your best. Go with Elder Qi Xiao to Wild Wolf Valley tomorrow morning. Do well, and if you earn his appreciation, you might even get a special promotion to the outer sect." Son Shoujing continued. "Disciple obeys." Yi Tianxi thought for a moment, then agreed, directly watching Son Shoujing leave. Qi Xiao, Wild Wolf Valley. Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes. Chixio's sudden request to take him to a place teeming with demon beasts could only have one reason. Zhaomire. Zhao Meyer had been accepted as Chixio's personal disciple, and rumors among the disciples said the two were very close. Zhao Meyer was deeply favored by Qixiao, even moving into his residence Guanyin Pavilion. The implications were obvious. Yi Tianxi's face turned cold, and he sneered, "Zhao Meyer, can't you wait any longer?" The next day, Yi Tianxi set out early heading towards the mountain gate. Before he arrived, he spotted two figures in the distance, a man and a woman. One of them was Qixiao, and the other was Zhao Meyer. Zhao Meyer was dressed in the exclusive green garments of an outer sect disciple, looking quite flamboyant, while Yi Tianxi in his gray clothes appeared somewhat downcast. As expected, there is Zhao Meyer. Yi Tianxi thought to himself, and as he had anticipated, this trip to the Wild Wolf Valley included only Qixiao, Zhao Meyer, and himself. Approaching the two, Yi Tianxi pretended to bow and said, "Disciple has arrived late. I hope Elder Qixiao will forgive me." "Umph." Zhao Meyer snorted arrogantly, stating, "I have seen those who do not understand the rules, but I have never seen someone so ignorant. A mere servant disciple actually made me and my master wait for half a day." Yi Tianxi glanced at Zhao Meyer, but said nothing. Qixiao smiled and said, "It's no problem, just a small matter. Meyer, you need not take offense. Master is right, Meyer understands." Zhao Meyer nodded sweetly, secretly saying, "Any way you want, live long. Let's go follow your master to the Wild Wolf Valley." After Qixiao said this, he quickly formed a hand seal, summoning a flying sword that appeared beneath the feet of the three. Yi Tianxi stared at Qixiao, slightly taken aback, when he suddenly heard the voice of Yu Ji in his heart. "Little Tianxi, this Qixiao has the cultivation of early golden core and has already mastered the art of flying with the sword. Are you confident in dealing with him?" Yi Tianxi replied, "Good." Yu Ji said, "There is only one chance. Success is the only option. Failure is not allowed." Tianxi understands. A glint of killing intent flashed in Yi Tianxi's eyes. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and get on." On the flying sword, Zhao Meyer impatiently urged. Yi Tianxi lifted his foot and stepped into the air, standing steadily on the flying sword. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sound of sword chanting, Qixiao drove the flying sword swiftly toward the southeast, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. The Wild Wolf Valley is the closest gathering place for demonic beasts to the Qingxian sect, home to a large number of ironback wolves, which are third-tier demonic beasts comparable to the Qi condensation realm among human cultivators, and their strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, the Qingxian sect rarely allows disciples to venture alone, usually only sending a certain number of disciples to hunt ironback wolves in the Wild Wolf Valley under the lead of inner sect disciples or outer sect elders. The distance was not far, and for Qixiao, who mastered the sword-flying technique, it was merely a matter of inches. The three soon found themselves within the boundary of the Wild Wolf Valley. As far as the eye could see, there were continuous peaks, one after another, stretching endlessly. The surroundings were dark and murky, the air filled with a decaying stench, and occasionally the sounds of creatures howling could be heard from deep within the forest, adding to the valley's eerie and terrifying atmosphere. "Master Meyer is scared." Upon entering, Zhao Meyer grabbed Qixiao's sleeve, her delicate body trembling, revealing a pitiful expression. Qixiao gently patted Zhao Meyer's shoulder, comforting her. "Meyer, don't be afraid. With your master here, these mere third-tier demonic beasts cannot harm you." Then Meyer can relax." Zhao Meyer breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes glinting with cunning. She then looked at Yi Tianxi, only to find him calm and unafraid, even showing interest in observing the surroundings. Zhao Meyer's anger flared up, and she thought to herself, "Stupid fool, what are you pretending for? You truly don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. This is the Wild Wolf Valley, a gathering place for third-tier demonic beasts. Well, once we enter the valley, you will have your time to cry." Zhao Meyer thought viciously. At this moment, Qixiao spoke. "Let's go, we will head deeper. If we manage to kill 10 ironback wolves, we will return." "Yes, master." Zhao Meyer replied in a sweet voice. After finishing, the three entered the valley together. Just as they reached the entrance, a massive figure suddenly charged down from the hillside, baring its teeth and glaring at Qixiao and the others with blood-red eyes. "Ironback wolf!" Zhao Meyer screamed in shock. Yi Tianxi's gaze sharpened as he observed the ironback wolf, which was quite large, standing about 1.5 to 1.6 meters tall, its fur black-purple, and standing erect like steel needles, exuding a chilling sharpness. Its fangs were sharp, and as its blood-soaked mouth opened, streams of blood dripped down. "This is a demonic beast," Yi Tianxi murmured to himself. Qixiao shielded Zhao Meyer behind him and coldly reminded, "Disciple, keep your voice down. Shouting will only attract more demonic beasts." "Yes, I understand, master," Zhao Meyer timidly replied. "Let me handle this." With that, Qi Xiao quickly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations, and suddenly a flash of cold light appeared as a flying sword swiftly shot from the neck of the ironback wolf. With a muffled sound, blood gushed forth as the flying sword pierced the ironback wolf's throat, leaving behind a trail of crimson blood. Boom! The massive corpse of the ironback wolf fell to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Wow! Master is so powerful! Zhao Meyer exclaimed, her face filled with admiration as she looked at Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao also displayed a pleased expression as he slowly sheathed his flying sword, smiling. It's just a third-tier demonic beast. I have hunted fifth-tier demonic beasts before. Master is mighty. Zhao Meyer was overjoyed, her sense of security greatly increased. However, seeing Yi Tiance's calm demeanor, an unexplainable rage ignited within her. Still pretending. Soon I will make you wish you were dead, Zhao Meyer said maliciously. Yi Tianci remained silent, quietly observing alongside the two. Though in the early golden core stage, Qi Xiao's sword technique is not as good as Master's. Yi Tianci thought to himself. Master. Zhao Meyer tugged at Qi Xiao's clothes, signaling him to kill Yi Tianci. Qi Xiao nodded with a slight smile, saying, Let's go deeper into the valley. Soon the three delved into the depths of the Wild Wolf Valley. Two ironback wolves, noticing the intruders, flanked from the left and right, baring their teeth and displaying a ferocious demeanor. Beasts! Qi Xiao sneered coldly and once again drew his sword, swiftly slaying the two ironback wolves. He then looked at Zhao Meyer and said, Disciple, remember the weakest part of the ironback wolf is its throat. When hunting ironback wolves, you must attack their vital points first. Disciple remembers. Zhao Meyer happily nodded and then crazily gestured at Qi Xiao. Looking around, Qi Xiao saw that the opportunity was ripe and immediately said to Yi Tianci, Tianci, the most valuable part of the ironback wolf is its fur, which can be used to craft armor. With that, Qi Xiao handed Yi Tianci a short knife, saying, Go skin these two beasts. Zhao Meyer's face instantly bloomed with a triumphant smile. Yi Tianci took the dagger, cast her a cold glance, and asked, Why not let her do it? Yi Tianci, what did you say? Zhao Meyer erupted in fury. Elder Qi Xiao, his countenance dark as thunder, reprimanded, Skinning and sinus stripping are tasks befitting mere menial servants like you. Yi Tianci said nothing, merely shooting Qi Xiao a frigid glance. His true intentions were all too clear. What? Do you dare defy me? Qi Xiao bellowed again. Elder Qi Xiao, calm your wrath. This disciple will comply. Yi Tianci gave a cold smirk, turned, and seized the short blade, approaching the carcasses of the two ironback wolves. Qi Xiao and Zhao Meyer stood behind, watching Yi Tianci with sly, calculating eyes. Yi Tianci reached one wolf corpse, bent down, and slit its belly open with one stroke, while elevating his vigilance to its utmost. This was the perfect opportunity. They would surely strike now. Master, kill him. Zhao Meyer smiled smugly, whispering into Qixio's ear. Qi Xiao curled his lips into a cold sneer, murmuring, A mere body-tempering cultivator. One sword strike from me will end him. As his words faded, Qi Xiao formed hand seals. His long sword flashed with a frigid gleam, shot forth, and aimed straight at Yi Tiance's heart. Zhao Meyer's smug smile deepened, as if she could already envision Yi Tiance's gruesome death. Qi Xiao was a formidable core formation initial stage expert, while Yi Tianci was merely at the body-tempering realm. Even with his extraordinary strength, he was at best on par with a meridian opening disciple. The disparity in their power was immense. With Qi Xiao making the move, he was doomed. Yet, just as Zhao Meyer prepared to relish the sight of Yi Tianci collapsing, she was stunned to see his feet shift slightly. The sword which should have pierced his heart bizarrely grazed past his chest. Zhao Meyer's eyes bulged, filled with shock and disbelief. Yi Tianci whirled around, a cold, sharp light flashing in his gaze as he fixed on Qi Xiao. Elder Qi Xiao, do you intend to kill your disciple? Qixio's pupils contracted. He clearly hadn't anticipated Yi Tianci dodging his attack from such close range. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face, but he swiftly adjusted his stance, readying a second strike. Zhao Meyer burst into laughter. Yi Tianci, you guessed right. We brought you here today to kill you. Master, slay him now. Leave him no chance to live. Qi Xiao nodded. The long sword flew forth again, hurtling straight at Yi Tianci. Yi Tianci's gaze turned icy. His figure flickered like a phantom, evading Qixio's lethal strike once more. My! Qi Xiao was again astounded. Impossible. How can a mere body-tempering cultivator evade my attacks twice in a row? Body-tempering. Yi Tianci curled his lips into a cold smirk. His internal aura exploded forth, faint arcs of lightning swirling around his body as an overwhelming pressure swept across the entire valley. What? Qi condensation, grand perfection. You're not at the body-tempering realms. Qi Xiao cried out in shock. Qi condensation. Zhao Meyer's astonishment froze on her face. A first-grade crippled meridian. How did he cultivate to qi condensation? Yi Tianzi sneered. I've been waiting for this very moment. With that, he tightened his grip on the wolf-bloodied short blade, his gaze blazing like a torch as he locked onto Qi Shao. So you've been concealing your cultivation. But so what? I'm still a core formation initial stage expert. I will kill you. Qi Shao snorted coldly, swung his long sword again, the blade shrieking through the air with a piercing whistle. This time he unleashed his full power, the sword's momentum becoming swifter and more ferocious. Yet Yi Tianzi seemed to have anticipated it. He tilted his body slightly, evading the strike with exquisite grace, his movements fluid and effortless, as if he were long accustomed to such life-and-death duels. Chixio's gaze turned frigid. He clearly hadn't expected Yi Tianzi to dodge his attacks repeatedly. Moving with incredible speed, he closed in and thrust his long sword viciously at Yi Tianzi's chest. Yi Tianzi reversed his grip on the blade, blocking it against his chest to parry Chixio's sword. Then with a focused glare, he executed the moon shadow step, instantly appearing behind Qi Shao and plunging the short blade deep into his flesh. Up! Qi Shao let out a blood-curdling scream, blood spurting from his shoulder. Yi Tianzi's footwork was too swift. He hadn't even seen the move coming. Yi Tianzi, you little wretch. How dare you wound me? Chixio's face twisted in fury as he clutched his injured shoulder and roared. Yi Tianzi snorted coldly. An unrighteous master, an unworthy elder, a disgrace to the sect. Today I will not only wound you, but also kill you. As his words fell, Yi Tianzi swiftly withdrew the short blade and stabbed repeatedly at Chixio's waist and thighs. Up! Qi Shao screamed again, his eyes bloodshot. Quake Mountain Fist. In the instant he turned, Yi Tianzi's aura surged dramatically. He clenched his fist imbued with formidable force and smashed it heavily into Chixio's chest. Bang! Crack! Qi Shao felt his sternum shatter completely. His body hurtled backward like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. Master! Zhao Meyer's eyes were filled with terror. How could she have imagined that Qi Shao would be reduced to such a state by Yi Tianzi today? In an instant, her fear of Yi Tianzi reached its peak. Qi Shao coughed up a mouthful of blood, realizing the dire situation. He hadn't expected Yi Tianzi's growth to be so rapid. He, a dignified core formation expert, was utterly no match for him. With this thought, Qi Shao abandoned Zhao Meyer without a second thought. He rapidly formed hand seals to summon his flying sword, attempting to flee, trying to escape. Yi Tianzi had already seen through this move. How could he possibly let Qi Shao leave? The moment Qi Shao rose and formed his seals, Yi Tianzi executed the moon shadow step again, appearing before him in an instant. Stumbling backward, Qi Shao retreated several steps until Yi Tianzi cornered him against a large tree. He roared, Yi Tianzi, I am an outer sect elder of the Qingxian sect. Do you dare kill me? Why wouldn't I dare? With that, Yi Tianzi pinned Qi Shao against the tree, reversed his grip on the blade, and stabbed him dozens of times. Ugh! Ah! Accompanied by a series of agonizing cries, Chixio's eyes bulged wide, his breath faint. Yi Tianzi aimed at Chixio's chest and unleashed another Quake Mountain Fist. Chixio's eyes bulged, blood gushed from his mouth, and he died on the spot. Zhao Meyer witnessed the entire scene, her soul nearly shattered by terror. Trembling violently, she turned and fled. But how could Yi Tianzi let her leave the Wild Wolf Valley alive? In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Zhao Meyer and blocked her path. Zhao Meyer collapsed to the ground in terror, her eyes brimming with dread. Yi Tianzi slowly walked up to her, grabbed her by the hair, and said coldly, Your turn now, Zhao Meyer. No, don't kill me. Zhao Meyer struggled desperately, her eyes filled with terror and despair, but Yi Tianzi's hand gripped her hair like iron pincers, leaving her no chance to escape. Her voice trembled, and her eyes were full of pleading, Please don't kill me. I beg you to spare me. Yi Tianzi sneered coldly, Weren't you just trying to kill me a moment ago? Why are you begging for mercy now? Zhao Meyer, terrified, hurriedly said, It was all Qi Shao's doing, Brother Tianzi. I never meant to harm you, a Qi Shao forced me. Yi Tianzi's gaze was icy, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, still trying to lie. Zhao Meyer, I warned you long ago not to provoke me. You brought this upon yourself. Zhao Meyer knelt on the ground begging, Brother Tianzi, I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. If you spare me, I'll serve you as a slave or a maid, and even give you my body. He'll sleep with you, and you can do whatever you please. As long as you don't kill me, he'll do anything. Zhao Meyer's eyes were filled with desperation, and as she spoke, she deliberately pulled down her clothes, revealing a large expanse of fair skin on her chest. Yi Tianzi, however, didn't even glance at her, merely sneering coldly, Zhao Meyer, I have not the slightest interest in your body. All you need to do is obediently go to your death. No, don't. Hearing Yi Tianxi's words, Zhao Meyer panicked, never expecting that even this tactic would fail. With a swift clang, Yi Tianxi, expressionless, drove a blade vertically into Zhao Meyer's shoulder, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from her. Yi Tianxi. Zhao Meyer's face contorted in agony as she stared at the crimson blood flowing from her shoulder, her very gaze trembling. Then she broke free from Yi Tianxi's grip and frantically fled deeper into the valley ahead. However, after just 2 steps, Zhao Meyer suddenly halted, looking around as she swallowed nervously. She saw pairs of scarlet eyes glowing in the depths of the jungle, all glaring at her with predatory hunger, as if ready to devour her. These are all demon beasts. How can there be so many here? Zhao Meyer's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of intense shock and terror washing over her face as she froze in place, not daring to move. Yi Tianxi, however, wore a relaxed expression and said to Zhao Meyer, "Zhao Meyer, have you forgotten what your master warned you? Shouting and screaming will only attract more demon wolves." Upon hearing this, Zhao Meyer's body trembled violently, her mind roaring in turmoil as she shook her head frantically. How could this be? Regret filled her eyes. With so many ironback demon wolves, she would be torn to pieces. The ironback wolf pack gradually closed in, and Zhao Meyer turned back to Yi Tianxi, pleading, "Yi Tianxi, please save me. I don't want to die. I truly know my mistake." Yi Tianxi laughed coldly. "Save you? Are you joking? Zhao Meyer, this pack of demon wolves seems to have been hungry for a long time. Just satisfy them properly." Zhao Meyer's gaze was one of utter despair as she looked around. The ironback wolves were drawing nearer, no fewer than 20 in number each, with a ferocious gleam in their eyes and drool dripping from their maws. Several of them had already accelerated and lunged at her. "Oh no! Don't eat me!" Seeing the ironback wolves charging, Zhao Meyer was terrified out of her wits and hastily pulled out a whip to defend herself. But these ironback wolves were all third-tier demon beasts. Even kick-condensing disciples had to tread carefully here, let alone her, who was merely at the meridian opening stage. Zhao Meyer lashed out wildly with her whip, but it had no effect on the ironback wolves. One of them leaped straight at her and instantly knocked her to the ground. No, aunt. With a piercing scream, the wolf tore off half of Zhao Meyer's face in a single bite. Zhao Meyer shrieked in agony, yet the vast wild wolf valley aside from her, and Yi Tianxi was utterly devoid of any other soul. More and more ironback wolves surrounded her, tearing at her savagely. Amidst her harrowing screams, blood splattered and flesh flew. Yi Tianxi stood on the hillside, quietly watching this brutal scene. "Fortunately, I've elevated my cultivation to the peak of qi condensation, otherwise I would have been the one to meet such a fate. No. Given Zhao Meyer's nature and methods, my end would have been even worse." Thinking this, Yi Tianxi clenched his fists tightly once again, tasting the bitter truth of the survival of the fittest. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Zhao Meyer's screams abruptly ceased. Yi Tianxi looked toward the center of the wolf pack, where her body was already a bloody mess. Her chest still quivered faintly as if she had a breath left, but clearly her end was near. The wolf pack still seemed unsatisfied. Yi Tianxi turned his gaze to Qi Shao's corpse, removed the Qiankuan pouch from his waist, and then tossed the body into the midst of the wolves. Gazing at the pouch in his hand, Yi Tianxi murmured, "So this is the storage pouch Qi Shao used to keep his artifacts and items. I've heard that only outer sect elders and inner sect disciples can possess such a thing." Without bothering to examine its contents closely, he stowed the Qiankuan pouch into his own possession. Below the hillside, the wolf pack frenziedly tore into Qi Shao's corpse, and soon, like Zhao Meyer, his body was mauled into a bloody pulp with stark, white bones exposed. With Qi Shao and Zhao Meyer reduced to such a state by the demon wolves, even the elders of the law enforcement hall probably couldn't determine their cause of death. Yi Tianxi let out a cold laugh and was about to leave when at that moment the alpha wolf let out a low growl at him. Yi Tianxi's gaze sharpened. "This beast. It doesn't intend to spare me either." At the alpha's command, 2 ironback wolves simultaneously charged at Yi Tianxi. The ironback wolves were incredibly fast, reaching Yi Tianxi in the blink of an eye. He immediately executed the moon shadow step, leaving only an afterimage in his place. The 2 demon wolves pounced on empty air, their scarlet eyes burning even brighter. Yi Tianxi's figure reappeared, 3 zhang away, a short blade in hand. His gaze turned stern as he muttered, "Beasts are beasts. I've fed you so much and still you are not satisfied." With that, he once again employed the moon shadow step and took the initiative to meet the 2 demon wolves. The wolves scraped their hind hooves and lunged at him with lightning speed. "You're asking for death." Mountain shaking fist. Yi Tianxi roared, throwing a powerful punch that shattered the skull of one of the demon wolves. The other wolf immediately showed signs of wariness, but Yi Tianxi gave it no chance to regret. He swung his short blade and slashed, severing its throat in one clean stroke. The demon wolf let out a mournful howl before its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. After slaying 2 ironback wolves, a hint of exhilaration flickered across Yi Tianxi's lips in a cold smirk. But as he turned his head, he found the alpha wolf leading the pack, eyeing him with fierce vigilance. His actions had thoroughly enraged the wolf pack. They advanced toward him with low growls. Yi Tianxi scanned his surroundings, gripping his short blade tightly, stepping back slightly on high alert for any ironback wolf that might pounce at any moment. That alpha wolf is a 4th-tier beast. Just then Uj's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A 4th-tier beast, equivalent to a human cultivator at the core formation realm. Yi Tianxi's face turned cold as he fixed his gaze on the alpha wolf. Indeed, it differed from the other ironback wolves. Its fur was glossier, its fangs longer, and the aura it exuded far more formidable. The alpha wolf looked down upon Yi Tianxi, its eyes brimming with brutal bloodlust, evidently regarding him as prey. The remaining 20-plus ironback wolves encircled him without attacking, all awaiting the alpha's command. Yi Tianxi took a deep breath and murmured, "These ironback wolves are more troublesome than Qi Shao." Yu said, "Capture the chieftain to subdue all foes. Kill the alpha wolf and the pack leaderless will scatter immediately." Yi Tianxi nodded, tightened his grip on the short blade, and charged straight at the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf lowered its head slightly, its eyes blazing with intensified bloodthirst. With a low growl, over 20 third-tier ironback wolves lunged at Yi Tianxi in unison. Beasts seeking death. Yi Tianxi muttered lightly, tapping his toes, leaping into the air and bringing his short blade down in a direct slash. Swish! The fierce blade tore through the void, carrying a biting gale, and struck heavily upon the foremost 3rd-tier ironback wolf. The ironback wolf's defense was formidable. Ordinary weapons could only inflict minor wounds, at best rarely a fatal blow. Yet Yi Tianxi aimed for the most vulnerable spot, the neck. With one slash, the ironback wolf's neck was severed instantly, hot blood spraying and staining the ground crimson. "Awoo!" The ironback wolf wailed incessantly, staggering twice before succumbing. Yi Tianxi executed the moon shadow step, weaving swiftly among the pack, his short blade flickering like a swimming dragon. Swish, swish, swish. 5 or 6 ironback wolves fell to Yi Tianxi's blade in succession. The ground dyed scarlet, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. The alpha wolf gnashed its teeth at Yi Tianxi, letting out roars of fury. More and more ironback wolves emerged from the thicket, rushing to the battlefield. Yi Tianxi glanced around. The ironback wolves were too numerous, summoned endlessly by the alpha. Slaying them one by one would never end. He locked onto the alpha wolf, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, and transformed into a blur as he charged. Swish! His short blade lashed out fiercely, aiming straight for the alpha's throat. But to Yi Tianxi's surprise, the 4th-tier beast's throat was equally tough. The blade scraped across, leaving only a trail of dazzling sparks, failing to inflict any damage. Yi Tianxi frowned, twisting his wrist to slash again. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant he struck several times, yet the alpha remained unscathed while his own blade began to dull. Tough as nails. Yi Tianxi cursed under his breath, hastily retreating as the alpha opened its maw-wide fangs, bared, lunging at him. Its mouth was drenched in blood, shreds of Zhao Meyer's flesh wedged between its teeth. It moved with blinding speed, almost instantly closing in on Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi's gaze turned icy. He leaped onto the alpha's back and delivered a fierce, mountain-shaking fist straight to its head. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed through the forest like a clap of thunder. Struck by the punch, the alpha wolf became dizzy, its body swaying and on the verge of collapse. Let's see how long you can hold out." Seeing the mountain-shaking fist's effect, Yi Tianxi sneered and unleashed a barrage of punches, bombarding the alpha's head relentlessly. Thump, thump, thump. A series of dense, muffled impacts reverberated through the valley. Yi Tianxi's punches were ferocious and unmatched, each blow leaving the alpha wolf reeling and staggering. After several strikes, the alpha wolf could endure no more. Blood spurted from its mouth, and it crashed to the ground motionless. Finally dead, indeed tougher than Qi Shao. Yi Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief and murmured. With the alpha wolf dead, the pack gazed at him with fear, then scattered and vanished into the forest. The inner core of a 4th-tier beast is valuable. It will aid your core formation. Take it with you, Yu reminded. Yi Tianxi nodded, slit open the wolf's belly, retrieved the beast core, and pocketed it. Afterward, he glanced at the corpses of Zhao Meyer, and Qi Xiao both mauled beyond recognition by the wolves, though their attire and features faintly revealed their identities. Having fought the fierce battle, Yi Tianxi was drenched in blood. He smirked coldly, time to report back. In the Qingxian sect's meeting hall, 5 outer sect elders and 2 law enforcement hall elders had gathered along with the menial affairs elder Sun Shoujing. Their faces were clouded with gloom as they stared at the young man standing in the center of the hall. Yi Tianxi, you say Elder Qi Xiao sacrificed himself alongside the 4th-tier beast to protect disciple Zhao Meyer. Yes, Yi Tianxi nodded. The 4th-tier beast appeared suddenly, though Elder Qi Xiao couldn't react in time and was fatally bitten. Senior Sister Meyer was also besieged by other 3rd-tier wolves and fell into their jaws. Law enforcement elder Zhou Yuchu asked, and you? 3 went to the Wild Wolf Valley, yet only you returned alive. Yi Tianxi cupped his hands. Disciple was farther away, and thanks to Elder Qi Xiao and Senior Sister Meyer's protection, narrowly escaped death. Outer Sect Elder Shi Jihong stroked his beard. You are fortunate indeed. Pity that Elder Qi Xiao with his core formation initial cultivation perished at the jaws of a mere beast. Just then a female disciple hurried in and reported to the elders. Honorable elders, investigations are complete. There is indeed a 4th-tier ironback wolf carcass in the valley, likely the one that attacked Elder Qi Xiao. Shi Jihong stroked his beard again. Good, that clears things up. Lately the demonic sects have been rampant. I was concerned Qi Xiao's death might be their doing. Since it's resolved, no need for further alarm. Yi Tianxi, you may withdraw. Yes, Elder. Yi Tianxi bowed respectfully, then turned and left the meeting hall. He was grateful that Yu Ji had taught him the technique to conceal his cultivation. Now outwardly he appeared only at the body tempering stage. Even if the elders harbored suspicions about Qi Xiao's death, they would never suspect him. Thus Yi Tianxi could easily deceive everyone, otherwise under the Qingxian sect's rules killing a fellow disciple would warrant severe punishment. With this thought, Yi Tianxi sneered inwardly again as he stepped out of the meeting hall's courtyard. But at that moment a frigid voice suddenly rang out from behind him. You killed Elder Qi Xiao. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxi's heart skipped a beat. The tone of that voice was so certain, as if it had witnessed the entire process of him killing Qi Xiao. He feigned calmness and turned to look behind him, only to see a tall woman in white standing in the corner. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as fair as snow and her figure graceful, especially her long slender legs perfectly shaped, and her delicate waist was so enticing that one couldn't help but want to place a hand on it. At this moment, she was gazing at Yi Tianxi with cold, indifferent eyes, her expression extremely frosty. Is it you? Yi Tianxi's pupils constricted slightly. This woman was none other than Su Qingyue, the holy maiden of the Qingxian sect whom he had encountered that evening in the cave of Yuxian Peak. Upon seeing Su Qingyue, Yi Tianxi could not help but recall the unforgettable sight of her icy beauty from that day in the cave. However, he never expected why she would appear here, so certain and adamant that he, Yi Tianxi, had killed Qi Xiao. Answer my question, did you kill Qi Xiao and Zhao Meyer? Su Qingyue stared intently at Yi Tianxi and asked again. What do you mean, holy maiden? Elder Qi Xiao and Senior Sister Meyer died at the hands of demon wolves. Why are you so sure it was me? Yi Tianxi glanced back. Behind him was the conference hall, where several outer sect elders and law enforcement elders were present. He didn't even dare to speak loudly. Su Qingyue chuckled lightly. Oh, are you feeling guilty? Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. I'm merely a disciple with body refining cultivation. How could I possess the ability to kill an outer sect elder? Am not feeling guilty, just think this isn't the place for such discussions. Su Qingyue said indifferently. All right, since that's the case, let's change locations to talk. As soon as she finished speaking, she formed a hand sign, and a flying sword whistled out, appearing beneath her feet. She then turned to Yi Tianxi and commanded softly, come up. May I ask where the holy maiden intends to take me, eh? Yi Tianxi inquired. Just come up. Su Qingyue, clearly impatient, saw that Yi Tianxi did not come up and directly used a gravitational technique to pull him onto the flying sword. Yi Tianxi was forcibly pulled onto the flying sword and had not yet stabilized himself when the sword instantly soared into the air, flying towards the rear mountain. This flying sword traveled faster than the one Qi Xiao had controlled that day. Even Yi Tianxi felt a bit dizzy from the speed. Slow down, too fast. Holy maiden, I have a fear of heights. As he spoke, he wrapped his arms around Su Qingyue's waist, gripping tightly. Su Qingyue, who was controlling the sword, was momentarily startled, never expecting Yi Tianxi to suddenly use such a tactic. Her cheeks flushed red, and with a cold expression she questioned, You have some nerve to be so bold with this holy maiden. Yi Tianxi hurriedly explained, I wouldn't dare. I was just afraid of falling, and I had no choice in a moment of panic. Let go of me, Su Qinghua scolded. I won't let go. If I do, you'll throw me off, Yi Tianxi replied. Su Qingyu's beautiful face turned crimson, a mix of shame and anger, yet she could only allow Yi Tianxi to embrace her. Fortunately, they were getting closer to the rear mountain. Su Qingyu's expression turned cold, and the flying sword sped up again, swiftly passing through a waterfall and entering a cave at the mountain's peak. Yi Tianxi immediately recognized this as the cave where he had first met Su Qingyue, and it was also the place where she usually cultivated. After passing through the waterfall, the flying sword immediately stabilized, and Su Qingyue unceremoniously threw Yi Tianxi off the sword. Before he could react, he saw her holding a gleaming sword to his throat. Yi Tianxi's throat moved, and he slowly raised his hands, asking Su Qingyue, "Are you going to kill me?" With a flick of her wrist, Su Qingyue made the cold light flash, forcing Yi Tianxi to retreat several steps until his back pressed against the mountain wall, finally stopping, while the tip of Su Qingyu's sword did not advance another inch. With your mere body refining cultivation, your reaction speed is quite impressive. Su Qingyue stared into Yi Tianxi's eyes and said, "So you are not here to kill me, but to test me? What have I deceived you about?" Yi Tianxi frowned and asked, "You can fool others, but you cannot fool me," Su Qingyue coldly replied. "What did I lie to you about?" Yi Tianxi asked, furrowing his brows. "Elder Qi Xiao and Zhao Meyer both died at your hands. Am I wrong?" Su Qingyue said coldly. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxi immediately retorted, "Holy maiden, do not falsely accuse me. This crime is too grave. I cannot bear the burden. Besides, Elder Qi Xiao is a golden core cultivator. How could I possibly kill Elder Qi Xiao?" Still pretending, Su Qingyue said coldly, "I personally went to the Wild Wolf Valley and examined the corpses of Qi Xiao and Zhao Meyer. Although Qi Xiao's corpse was severely gnawed by demon wolves, he did not die at their hands, but rather from having his organs crushed by a fist. Furthermore, his body bore multiple knife wounds. Pray tell, how could a demon wolf do that?" Yi Tianxi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes as he gazed at Su Qingyue. The corpses of Qi Xiao and Zhao Meyer had been nearly devoured by demon wolves. Yi Tianxi thought he had covered his tracks perfectly, yet he did not expect Su Qingyue to see through it. This holy maiden of Qing Xian indeed possesses some skill. But since she has discovered so much, why has she not reported it to the law enforcement elders? What could be the reason? What? Have you nothing to say? Su Qingyue chuckled coldly, looking at Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi's expression darkened slightly, saying, "Holy maiden, since you know so much, why not hand me over to the law enforcement hall?" "So you admit it?" Su Qingyue smiled again. Yi Tianxi shook his head. "I do not admit it." Still stubborn, even when facing death, Su Qingyue frowned. "Do you believe I will hand you over right now?" "I do not believe you. If you truly intended to kill me, there would be no need to bring me here," Yi Tianxi said blandly. "Oh." Su Qingyue chuckled lightly at his words. "You are rather clever. Indeed, I do not intend to kill you." "Then what is the holy maiden's intention?" Yi Tianxi asked. She continued, "Half a day ago, I was sent to the Wild Wolf Valley to investigate the death of Qi Xiao. He is a golden core cultivator. Even if he cannot defeat a fourth-tier demon wolf, he should not die at their hands. Therefore, I found something amiss and conducted a thorough investigation. It was only when they told me that the third person who accompanied them was Yi Tianxi that I became even more puzzled. You are merely a newly initiated disciple. How could you kill Qi Xiao? Why would you want to kill him?" Yi Tianxi frowned and remained silent. Su Qingyue continued, "Rest assured, the corpses of Qi Xiao and Zhao Meyer have long been incinerated by me. Apart from me, no one else in the Qing Xian sect knows about this. As long as I do not speak of it, no one will suspect you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you are willing to tell me the truth." "The truth?" Yi Tianxi said with a faint smile. "The truth is that Qi Xiao and Zhao Meyer tried to harm me in secret, but I turned the tables and killed them instead. It's that simple." "So it was indeed you who killed Qi Xiao?" Su Qingyue frowned slightly. "It was me." Yi Tianxi nodded. He could sense that Su Qingyue bore no ill intent towards him. Otherwise, she would have handed him over to the law enforcement hall elders instead of bringing him here. Thus, he decided to confess straightforwardly. "But Qi Xiao was at the golden core stage. How could someone of your cultivation level kill him?" "That's none of your concern, and I'm under no obligation to answer you," Yi Tianxi said. "You?" Su Qingyue let out a cold snort. "Yi Tianxi, I've investigated you. You're from Luyan City, adopted by the Yi family there for 6 years, yet you remained mentally dull all those years. You entered the Qingxian sect because you were born with monstrous strength and possess a pure yang body, catching the eye of inner sect elder Zhao Lingxiu, who took you in. But due to your inferior bloodline, you could only serve as a menial disciple here. Am I right? Yi Tianxi was taken aback. You're correct on all counts. So what? Humph. Su Qingyue let out a light snort. You spent 6 years with the Yi family dull-witted for 6 years. Yet now I see you're not foolish at all. In fact, you're quite clever. Yi Tianxi curled his lip. Times change, fortunes shift. Isn't it a good thing that I'm no longer dull? To be honest, I don't know how I suddenly recovered my wits. I only remember hitting my head that night, and then my mind cleared. Is that so? Su Qingyue asked. Do I have any reason to lie to you? Yi Tianxi raised an eyebrow. No. Su Qingyue replied flatly. Then that's settled, isn't it? Yi Tianxi shrugged. So Saintess, what exactly is your purpose in bringing me here today? Purpose? Su Qingyue frowned, pondered for a moment, then said coldly. I'm here to warn you that your death is not far off, just over a month away. Huh? Death? Yi Tianxi looked utterly bewildered. The day you lose the grand tournament will be your day of death. Don't forget our bet. Su Qingyue said in a frigid tone. Who said I'm going to lose? Yi Tianxi rolled his eyes. In just 10 short days, he had broken through from the peak of meridian opening to the peak of qi condensation. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence to win the grand tournament. Rest assured, I haven't forgotten the bet. Just remember your promise when the time comes, Yi Tianxi said. Huh? Don't get too cocky too soon. Su Qingyue sneered. You merely killed an outer sect elder by using a 4th-tier demon wolf's hand. In the inner sect, there are plenty whose strength surpasses Chixio's. I hope you won't end up losing too miserably. Lose, eh? Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. Saintess, let's just wait and see. Fine, Su Qingyue sneered again. I'll take my leave. With an air of serene indifference, Yi Tianxi walked to the edge of the cave's cliff. He looked around and found that all the vines and branches that had hung down from the mountaintop had been cleared away. Now the cliff of Yuxian Peak was completely bare with not even a handhold in sight. Su Qingyue, don't go too far. This mountain is so high and you've cleared all the vines. How am I supposed to get down? Su Qingyue replied with a sardonic laugh. Aren't you the man who's going to win the grand tournament? How can a mere 1,000-zhang cliff stump you? Yi Tianxi was speechless. Isn't this your doing? You brought me up here, so you're responsible for getting me down. Get you down. Su Qingyue gave a sly smile. All right. As her words fell, Yi Tianxi suddenly sensed something amiss. Before he could react, he saw Su Qingyue's gaze turn cold as she murmured, falling cherry palm. With that, Su Qingyue aimed directly at Yi Tianxi's back and struck out with her palm. Though the blow to his back was neither painful nor itchy, it unleashed a powerful force that threatened to send Yi Tianxi tumbling off the cliff. Yi Tianxi swayed precariously, leaving only a parting remark. Su Qingyue, are you trying to murder your own husband? With those words, he lost his balance and plummeted down the cliff. Husband? You despicable man. Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. She stepped to the cliff's edge and looked down, watching as Yi Tianxi vanished into the clouds, soon disappearing from sight entirely. At first, Su Qingyue felt a sense of schadenfreude, but after just a few breaths, she began to mutter to herself, this fool. Can he really not fly? With that thought, Su Qingyue formed a hand seal with a single finger, summoning her flying sword, and shot down the cliff in hot pursuit. By now, Yi Tianxi's heart had already sunk halfway. Even with his indestructible body, this 1,000-zhang cliff would surely smash him into pulp. Sister Yue, save me, please save me. I agree to let you out. In desperation, Yi Tianxi could only plead for Yu Jia's help. About to die? If you're not dead, I won't save you. Inside the sky prison tower, Yu Ji hung upside down from a curved crescent moon, wearing a look of utter leisure and contentment. Sister Yue, hurry. If you don't come now, you'll really die. Yi Tianxi struggled. Relax, you won't die, just let me know when you're really about to kick the bucket, Yu Ji said with a gentle smile. Yi Tianxi panicked. The ground was approaching fast. At this rate, he would definitely be smashed into a bloody pulp. Just then a streak of sword qi whistled through the air, rapidly appearing beside Yi Tianxi. He focused his eyes and saw it was Su Qingyue. Get on. Su Qingyue shot Yi Tianxi a look of utter disdain. Without a second thought, Yi Tianxi grabbed hold of Su Qingyue's thigh and steadied himself on the flying sword. You? How dare this wretch actually grab her thigh? Su Qingyue's face flushed crimson, looking as if she could devour Yi Tianxi alive. With a whoosh, the flying sword landed smoothly. Yi Tianxi's feet touched the ground, and he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He rolled his eyes and looked at Su Qingyue. What do you mean you? You nearly got me killed. Didn't you ask me to send you down? Su Qingyue said with malicious glee. You? Yi Tianxi was utterly speechless. Seeing that Yi Tianxi was still clinging tightly to her thigh, Su Qinghua barked, "Get off. You deliberately make trouble and then snap at people. Who would ever like someone like you?" Yi Tianxi glared at Su Qinghua with contempt. Su Qinghua was rendered speechless. Forget the vast Qingzhou. Even within the Qingxian sect alone, the men who admired her could line up for miles. Yet this Yi Tianxi actually dared to say who would ever like someone like you. It infuriated Su Qinghua to no end. Yi Tianxi rolled his eyes before finally releasing Su Qingyu's fair, slender, and perfectly shapely thigh. You're truly hopeless. Can't even wield a flying sword. How do you expect to win the grand tournament?" Su Qinghua taunted coldly. Yi Tianxi frowned and glanced at her. "That's none of your concern. Just be ready to share the bridal chamber with me when the time comes." Su Qinghua snorted back. "Then you'd better wash your neck clean and wait for me. I'll personally kill you when the grand tournament arrives." Yi Tianxi smiled. "We'll see." Su Qinghua was furious. "We'll see about that. Do you think I, the holy maiden, would be afraid of you?" Yi Tianxi smiled again, said nothing, and turned to leave. Just as he took a step, Su Qinghua suddenly spoke again. "Registration for the grand competition begins in 10 days. Don't forget. Thank you for the reminder." Yi Tianxi paused slightly, then walked away without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, Su Qingyu's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. How infuriating. A mere menial servant can disturb my peace of mind. Forget it, the grand competition is still over a month away. He cannot possibly win. 10 days later, at the grand square of Qingyun sect, disciples bustled about, the atmosphere lively and clamorous. Many gathered in the square, chatting animatedly, among them Yi Tianxi and Li Hai. Since eliminating Zhao Meyer, he felt the entire sect had become tranquil, with no more troubles coming his way, and his mood had lightened considerably. The triennial disciple grand competition of Qingyun sect begins in a month. This time it will surely become the most spectacular sect feast in 100 years. Indeed, outstanding performance earns rewards from the masters, and the first prize is none other than our Qingyun sect's holy maiden Su Qinghua. She is born with the mysterious sacred physique and exceptional cultivation cauldron. That alone is enough to drive people wild, not to mention that holy maiden Su ranks among the top 3 beauties of Qingzhou. Her allure. Tisk tisk tsk. If I could just kiss her, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. A kiss. Dream on. If one could obtain Su Qinghua, it would be like possessing half of Qingyun sect. If only I could win first place in the competition, how wonderful would that be? Yeah. You? How don't make me laugh. You've been in Qingyun sect for 3 years and are still at the early meridian opening stage. What can you possibly contribute to the competition? Our Qingyun sect produces many prodigies. I hear even some outstanding outer disciples are joining this competition. Really? I can't wait to see which genius will claim the championship. Isn't it obvious? It will be senior brother Xiao Han from the inner sect. He won first place last time. That's not certain. Fortunes change. This year it might be my turn. I suspect the Go brothers have a strong chance. They've made rapid progress recently. Word has it they had already reached mid-core formation before secluding themselves. After this retreat, they might defeat Xiao Han. I still favor Xiao Han. The title of Holy Son is undoubtedly his. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Li Hai frowned at Yi Tianxi and asked, "Brother Yi, are you really signing up for the grand competition?" Yi Tianxi glanced at Li Hai with a smile. "Of course. Why else would we be here?" Li Hai clicked his tongue in amazement. "Tisk tisk tisk, impressive brother. I see now, your ambition is growing. You've set your sights on Su Qinghua." Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. "Fair competition open to all. Brotherly, would you like to give it a try? Even if you don't win first place, a good showing might catch an elder's eye and earn you a spot in the outer sect." "Me?" Li Hai scratched his head in hesitation, then gritted his teeth. "Brother is right. I definitely won't get first place, but I've practiced the Tiger Rush fist technique you gave me. Maybe I can fight for an outer sect spot." "That's the spirit." Yi Tianxi smiled slightly. "Come on, let's go register." "Okay." Li Hai nodded and quickly followed. At the registration area, a crowd had gathered. Disciples busily filled in their identity details. Outer sect disciple Hu Yong, mid-meridian opening stage, registering for the grand competition. Outer sect disciple Zhang Huashan, mid-meridian opening stage, registering. Inner sect disciple Chui Yi Qi, condensation great perfection, registering. Menial servant Yi Tianxi, registering. At that moment, Yi Tianxi stepped forward and briefly recorded his information. A menial servant. Upon hearing Yi Tianxi's words, the steward in charge of registration was taken aback, then looked up at him. "Are you sure you want to register?" the steward asked with a smile. Yi Tianxi nodded. "I am sure." "What is your cultivation level?" the steward continued. Disciple. Yi Tianxi began to answer, but the steward waved him off mid-sentence. It doesn't matter. They'll just note you down as body tempering 8th level. Thank you, senior brother, Yi Tianxi replied politely. Is this for real? A menial servant joining the grand competition. Who knows? Maybe he wants to show his face before the elders and earn some extra points in next year's assessment. A menial in the grand competition. He probably won't even make it past the first round. Many disciples around murmured with mocking tones, clearly dismissing the gray-robed menial servant. Yi Tianxi paid them no mind. He was fully aware of his own strength. Not only could he match ordinary outer disciples, but even inner disciples were no match for him. However, hearing the taunts, Li Hai felt a wave of hesitation. He frowned at Yi Tianxi and whispered, Brother Yi, maybe I should just forget it. I'm just a lowly menial. Signing up would only bring shame. This young brother knows his place. An outer disciple nearby laughed loudly. I tell you, brother, you're right. This is no place for menial servants. Registering for the grand competition. Isn't that a joke? Yi Tianxi frowned slightly at this, about to speak, when a seductive, lilting voice drifted from behind. What's wrong with being a menial servant? Qingyun's sect has no rule forbidding menial servants from registering for the grand competition. Hearing this voice, Yi Tianxi turned to see a woman in a purple dress swaying out from the crowd. The woman had willow leaf eyebrows and phoenix eyes, fair skin, and red lips, with a tall and voluptuous figure. A seductive, enchanting smile played on her lips. Her purple dress outlined a temptingly curvaceous figure, her bosom nearly bursting forth, causing many men around to feel their blood rush and breath quicken. Even Yi Tianxi was momentarily stunned. The woman was irresistibly alluring, her beauty rivaling Su Qingyu's, and her figure even more fiery and provocative. Purple robes. Is she an inner sect disciple? Yi Tianxi murmured with a frown. Li Hai quickly corrected him. She's no ordinary inner disciple. Her name is Qin Shuang, the senior sister of the inner sect, a true core disciple. Moi. Yi Tianxi looked bewildered. Don't core inner disciples all wear white? Why is she in purple? Li Hai whispered, I'll explain later when we have time. As Qin Shuang appeared, every male gaze was drawn to her. Countless people swallowed their saliva, silently marveling at her stunning beauty. The disciples who had mocked the menial servant for joining the competition immediately lowered their heads, looking subdued, and respectfully called out, Senior sister. Disciple greets senior sister. Qin Shuang paid them no heed, merely smiling lightly as she walked with seductive steps, her skirt swaying gently until she stood before Yi Tianxi. She smiled bewitchingly, gray robes. A menial servant. It's been years since Qingyun's sect has seen such a handsome and striking young man. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. Yi Tianxi replied with a courteous bow. Qin Shuang smiled bewitchingly and said, I am Qin Shuang, and I only fancy handsome men. Unfortunately, all the disciples of my Qingxian sect are. She trailed off, then suddenly said playfully, You should understand what I mean, right? I do. Yi Tianxi nodded. Good, glad you understand. What's your name? How long have you been at Qingxian sect? Qin Shuang pressed on. Disciple Yi Tianxi just arrived a month ago. Yi Tianxi answered truthfully. Only a month. No wonder I've never seen you before, little brother. Qin Shuang chuckled, staring at Yi Tianxi with alluring eyes. Junior brother Tianxi, I'll be blunt. I've taken a liking to you, he. At these words, all the disciples present were thrown into an uproar. The prestigious inner sect senior sister had just confessed outright to a menial disciple. Li Hai, who stood closest to Yi Tianxi, was stunned speechless, his mouth agape. Yi Tianxi was also taken aback, then quickly said, Senior sister, are you joking? Joking? Qin Shuang smiled. I do love jokes, but I would never jest about such matters. Then, Yi Tianxi was utterly bewildered. Then what? Qin Shuang smiled again. Don't you like me, senior sister? Yi Tianxi hastily shook his head. No, it's not that. So you do like me? Qin Shuang's smile turned seductive, her beautiful eyes locked onto his without wavering. Yi Tianxi was at a complete loss, utterly unprepared for such a situation. Before he could speak, Qin Shuang reached out and pressed a finger to his lips, then whispered, It's all right, don't answer just yet. They'll give you time to think. Yi Tianxi's eyes were filled with astonishment. Oh, by the way, you signed up for the grand tournament. Is it also to win the Qingxian Saintess, Su Qinghua? Qin Shuang followed up. Yi Tianxi's eyes darted, but before he could think of a reply, Qin Shuang removed her finger and sighed softly. I understand. I can read it in your eyes. Su Qinghua, what sorcery do you possess that makes every man under heaven so infatuated with you? Even a menial disciple of our Qingxian sect yearns for you. Yi Tianxi frowned upon hearing this. Senior sister, Qin Shuang's lips curled slightly as she turned to face him again, asking with a smile, Junior brother Tianxi, if you had to choose between me and Su Qingyue, who would it be? Choose a. Yi Tianxi was taken aback. Can I have both? Qin Shuang paused for a moment, then giggled. Junior brother, you have quite the appetite. As soon as Qin Shuang finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter. He's lost his mind, he must be. Senior sister Qin was just joking with him, and he actually took it seriously. Haha, wanting both. How ridiculous. Everyone shut your mouths. This is no joke. I, your senior sister, am being serious. Qin Shuang's aura flared, an intangible pressure enveloping the scene, instantly silencing the disciples. I am asking a serious question. It's not your place to interrupt. Her tone was icy, yet a smile remained on her face. Her words carried immense authority, and none of the disciples dared to make another sound. Yi Tianxi was startled. Qin Shuang's strength was formidable, likely on par with Su Qingyue. Qin Shuang turned back to him. Junior brother, you want both? Isn't that a bit too greedy? Yi Tianxi shook his head. I just don't like making choices. Qin Shuang burst into laughter. Don't like making choices. I like that. Senior sister. Qin Shuang smiled. Senior sister agrees. Since you want both, I and Su Qingyue will both be yours, huh? At this, all the disciples were baffled, unable to fathom what game Qin Shuang was playing. Yi Tianxi was even more confused. Then Qin Shuang continued, however, there is a condition for having us both. You must win the championship at the sect grand tournament a month from now. Qin Shuang looked at Yi Tianxi with a bewitching smile. Hearing this, the disciples breathed a collective sigh of relief, murmuring among themselves, I knew it. Senior sister Qin was definitely joking. Senior sister Qin loves to joke around. She probably came here today just to tease this new menial. Exactly, a menial winning the grand tournament. That's as likely as a rooster laying eggs, ha. Alright. Yi Tianxi met Qin Shuang's gaze and nodded in reply. Haha, he actually said alright. Does he really think he's something? Ridicule echoed from all around. Moi. The moment she heard Yi Tianxi's answer, Qin Shuang was stunned. He actually said alright. This pause left even Qin Shuang uncertain whether her own words had been a joke or not. This kid is interesting. Different from the other disciples. Not only is he handsome, but he also exudes a confidence as if success is already assured. Qin Shuang murmured. Alright, I'll be waiting, senior sister. Keep it up. Qin Shuang clenched her fist and made an encouraging gesture toward Yi Tianxi. With that, she strode to the registration desk and said, sign me up too. The steward in charge looked up at her and asked, Senior sister Qin, are you certain you want to register for the grand tournament? What? Do you doubt my strength? Qin Shuang asked with a frown. No. The steward quickly shook his head. Everyone knows your strength, senior sister. But the first prize is the saintess Su Qingyue, and most competitors are male cultivators. You, senior sister. Qin Shuang smiled seductively. No rule says female cultivators can't participate. The Qingxian saintess Su Qingyue. If others can vie for her, why can't I, Qin Shuang? Come to think of it, winning the grand tournament and making Su Qingyue my servant and slave. Wouldn't that be even better? But the steward tried to object. But what? Just write down my name. Qin Shuang scolded. Yes, senior sister, will do it right away. The steward nodded hurriedly. That's more like it. Qin Shuang rolled her eyes satisfied. Behind her, Yi Tianxi frowned and asked Li Hai. It seems senior sister Qin has quite a grudge against Su Qingyue. Li Hai nodded emphatically. You bet. I've heard some rumors. They've been rivals since childhood. They compete over everything, neither willing to yield. Now you know why senior sister Qin, as a core inner sect disciple, insists on wearing purple robes, don't you? For one simple reason, she's at odds with Su Qingyue and won't even wear the same color clothes. Yi Tianxi found it amusing, a faint smile curling at his lips. So that's how it is. Li Hai nodded, then added, Indeed, I heard those two were once locked in a bloody struggle for the position of sacred maiden. In plain terms, it's sheer jealousy. So brother, just take senior sister Qin Shuang's words with a grain of salt. That stuff about her liking you and both she and Su Qingyue being yours, it's all just teasing. Alright. Yi Tianxi smiled, then said to Li Hai, Brotherly senior sister Qin has registered. You should go too. Fine. Li Hai gritted his teeth. Here goes nothing. It's just signing up. With that, he strode toward the registration area. Just then Qin Shuang turned to leave, but paused to glance at Yi Tianxi. Handsome. Truly flawless from every angle. What a pity he's only a menial disciple. Qin Shuang's eyes shimmered with charm as she murmured, If I just walk away now, he'll surely face humiliation before his peers, enduring endless mockery. In that case, I might as well go all the way and lend him a hand. With that thought, a lively glint sparkled in Qin Shuang's eyes. She flashed a sweet smile at Yi Tianxi and said, Junior brother Tianxi, I've registered. How about accompanying me for a stroll by the river behind the mountain? These words stirred another uproar among the gathered disciples. Wait, is senior sister Qin Shuang serious? She wants to walk by the river with him. Has the sun risen from the west? Could senior sister Qin Shuang really have taken a liking to him? Even senior brother Zheng Xiong, who once pursued her from the inner sect, never got such treatment. Not just that, senior sister Qin Shuang never even acknowledged him, someone whispered. Hearing Qin Shuang's words, Yi Tianxi was also taken aback. Su Qingyue was as cold as ice while Qin Shuang was as alluring as fire. Their temperaments were polar opposites. Yet both were breathtaking beauties possessing looks and grace that could topple kingdoms. He nodded and agreed, all right, let's go, junior brother. Qin Shuang beamed, then directly linked her arm with his. At this sight, the fellow disciples were all stunned. Li Hai scratched his head in bewilderment. What in the time it took me to sign up, they've gotten together. Instantly, countless envious and jealous gazes fell upon Yi Tianxi. Junior sister Qin, where are you off to? Suddenly, an untimely voice rang out before Qin Shuang and Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi looked up to see a young man in a purple robe approaching, his brow radiating arrogance. He held a folding fan flanked by two men in blue robes. His gaze fell on Qin Shuang, a sinister smile curling at his lips like a noble dandy. But upon seeing Qin Shuang clinging to a stranger's arm, the man's cheek twitched violently, his smile vanishing entirely. Zheng Xiong, what are you doing here? Qin Shuang released Yi Tianxi's arm and turned to face the newcomer with interest. The surrounding disciples, spotting Zheng Xiong, inwardly chuckled, thinking Yi Tianxi was doomed. Zheng Xiong hailed from the Zheng family, one of the three great clans in Yalan City. He was the most formidable among Qin Shuang's suitors sent to cultivate a Qingxian sect from childhood, even before Qin Shuang joined. Yet his talent was mediocre. After years of cultivation, he still hadn't become a core inner disciple of Qingxian sect. Hearing Qin Shuang, Zheng Xiong suppressed his fury and feigned composure. I came to register for the tournament, of course, and to see you, junior sister. Is that so? Then don't let me hold you up. Go register. Qin Shuang smiled faintly, pulling Yi Tianxi to leave. Wait, junior sister. Zheng Xiong suddenly called out. What else? Qin Shuang asked. Zheng Xiong gave a light smile, then retrieved a sword from his storage pouch and offered it to Qin Shuang. Junior sister, this is a new sword my father acquired, a yellow grade superior cold ice sword. I came specially to give it to you. Oh, Qin Shuang smiled, taking the sword. Not bad. He'll take it. Zheng Xiong grinned with satisfaction. Then Shuang, or how about joining me tonight to admire the moon at the back mountain? Admire the moon. No interest. Qin Shuang replied curtly. Zheng Xiong's cheek twitched violently, unable to utter a word for a long moment. Anything else? If not, I'm off. With those words, Qin Shuang made a single hand seal, summoning her flying sword. She whisked Yi Tianxi away from the square, leaving Zheng Xiong frozen in place. He, senior brother Zheng Xiong, is so pitiful. Gave away the gift, but got no chance at all. Yeah. I've never seen senior sister Qin Shuang like this before. That's just her temper, especially now that she's found a handsome junior brother. These remarks reached Zheng Xiong's ears, fueling his resentment. Who is that brat? He asked his attendants. Senior brother, he's a newly recruited menial disciple named Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi. Zheng Xiong clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. He dares to touch my woman. Let's teach him a lesson. Yes, senior brother. The two blue-robed disciples nodded. Qin Shuang. You ungrateful wench, one day, I'll ravage you in bed. Zheng Xiong snorted, his expression darkening further. At the back mountain by the riverbank, the scenery was picturesque and serene. Come, junior brother, sit here for a while. Qin Shuang took Yi Tianxi's hand and climbed onto a large rock. They sat down, gazing at the view across the river. Qin Shuang spread her arms, soaking in the abundant spiritual energy of the surroundings. This is beautiful. It used to be my favorite spot, senior sister. Yi Tianxi nodded. It is beautiful. Qin Shuang smiled softly. Junior brother, I've really put you in a tough spot today. Do you blame me? Why would I? Yi Tianxi asked calmly. Qin Shuang said, I shouldn't have confessed in front of so many people. I've probably stirred up a lot of resentment against you. But don't worry. From now on at Qingxian sect, I've got your back. With me here, no one dares to mess with you. So that's it. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. Thank you, senior sister, but it's fine. I don't care. You don't care? Bullying among Qingxian sect disciples happens all the time. Aren't you afraid they'll pick on you? Qin Shuang asked. No, Yi Tianxi nodded. I can protect myself. Qin Shuang chuckled, covering her mouth. Good. I like a man like you. Upright and unyielding. Yi Tianxi smiled back. Senior sister, does what you said earlier still count? What did I say? Yi Tianxi replied. If I win first place in the tournament, will you and Su Qingyue both marry me? Qin Shuang's beautiful eyes flickered as she nodded and said, "Of course it's true." She continued, "You're nothing but a servant now with only a month left until the tournament. If you can win first place in such a short time, it would prove you're a peerless genius of extraordinary talent. A genius like that. Do you think I'd let Su Qinghua snatch you away all for herself?" "That makes sense." Yi Tianxi nodded. "But junior brother confidence is good, yet winning first place in the Qingxian sect tournament is no easy feat." Qin Shuang said with a serious expression. "I will win," Yi Tianxi declared firmly. "Oh." Qin Shuang's eyes lit up and she promptly said, "Good, then in a month I'll watch your performance." Yi Tianxi nodded. "There's one more thing." "What is it?" "If I marry both you and Su Qinghua, would you be jealous or angry?" Yi Tianxi asked with a frown. This question seemed like a wild fantasy, but to him it was truly important. "Of course not." Qin Shuang chuckled. "Su Qinghua is someone you've rightfully won, so of course I won't be jealous. He'll just treat her as a dowry maid. How about that?" "Good." Yi Tianxi beamed with joy. "With your words I'm at ease." Go for it, junior brother." Qin Shuang giggled. She didn't mind the pact between them. If Yi Tianxi failed to win first place, she wouldn't lose anything. But if he truly succeeded, it would prove he was a genuine prodigy. Then she would not only come out ahead, but also get to spite Su Qinghua. What a delightful thought. The idea of vying with Su Qinghua over a man grew ever more thrilling. Unable to contain her excitement, Qin Shuang urged again. "Tianxi, junior brother, you must work hard. I truly hope you win. Also, if you need my help during this time, just say the word." Yi Tianxi's eyes lit up as he said, "Senior sister, I'd like to enter the Sutra Library to look for some cultivation techniques." "The Sutra Library?" Qin Shuang paused. "You can't get in." "Oh, I almost forgot. The sect rules only allow outer disciples and above to enter, and even then only the first 2 floors." "Right." Yi Tianxi nodded. "I'm just a servant disciple with low status. I can't even enter the first 2 floors. Qin Shuang laughed. Don't worry, junior brother. That's simple. Come on, I'll take you there now." With that, Qin Shuang grabbed Yi Tianxi's hand and flew toward the Sutra Library. Soon the two appeared outside the Sutra Library. The library's doors were wide open, guarded by an old man in a green robe. The old man was lying by the entrance, basking in the sun with a book covering his face to shield his eyes, looking utterly languid. Seeing Yi Tianxi in gray clothes, he immediately stopped him and said in a low voice, "Halt. This is the Sutra Library. Servant disciples are not allowed inside." Qin Shuang smiled and stepped forward to say to the old man, "Elder Qingxian, he's with me. Please let him pass." Qin Shizhi. Upon seeing Qin Shuang, the old man's expression instantly softened with warmth, and he quickly rose to greet her. Then he sized up Yi Tianxi and boomed with laughter. "So this is the disciple Qin Shizhi has taken a liking to, truly handsome and distinguished. Go on it." "Thank you, elder." Yi Tianxi bowed respectfully, then glanced at Qin Shuang, thinking how influential her name was. She could get him into such a restricted place with just a word. "Shuanger, thanks you, Uncle Master Qingxian." Qin Shuang also made a graceful bow. "You little girl, no need for such formality with me." Elder Qingxian stroked his beard with a smile, his eyes full of affection for this outstanding junior disciple. It's only proper." Qin Shuang smiled again, took out a fine sword from her robe, and handed it to Qin Shuang, saying, "Uncle Master, this is a sword I recently acquired. A yellow-grade upper-tier item. A gift for you." Yi Tianxi was taken aback. Wasn't this the frost sword that Zheng Xiong had just given to Qin Shuang? She was now passing it on to Elder Qingxian. Yi Tianxi couldn't help but smile. Yellow-grade upper-tier. Not bad. It's a fine sword." Elder Qingxian took the sword, examined it closely, and said to Qin Shuang, "Shuang, at which disciple did you swindle this sword from this time?" "How can you call it swindling? He gave it to me willingly." Qin Shuang rolled her eyes and smiled again. "Uncle Master, don't you like it? If not, I'll take it back." With that, she reached out to snatch the frost sword from Elder Qingchuan's hand. Hey, you've already given it. How can you take it back?" Elder Qingxian quickly stashed the frost sword into his storage pouch. Seeing this, Qin Shuang grinned and said, "Good, you've accepted it. I want my junior brother to enter the 3rd floor." "The 3rd floor?" Elder Qingchuan's face instantly fell. "The 3rd floor is only for inner disciples." "So what?" Qin Shuang crossed her arms and smirked. "Someone here just accepted a big gift." Qingxian was left speechless. "Hey, you little girl, you've set me up again." Qin Shuang giggled playfully and coaxed, "Thank you, Elder Qingxian. I knew you were the best. Curse my luck." Elder Qingxuan, unable to resist her, sighed helplessly and said, Fine, go on up, go on up. The 3rd floor is yours to explore." Qin Shuang winked playfully and said to Yi Tianxi, Junior brother, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't go in with you today. He'll come find you another time. All right, thank you, senior sister. Yi Tianxi nodded, a smile spreading across his face. I'm off now. With that, Qin Shuang turned and flew away on her sword. Elder Qing Xian watched her retreating figure, grinning from ear to ear. That girl's so mischievous. She's practically turned me into a dump for her junk. But this time the item isn't bad. Yellow grade upper tier. He then looked at Yi Tianxi and chuckled. You lad have a broad forehead. You're blessed with fortune. Even Shuanger treats you with such care. In all of Qing Xian's sect, you're the first to have such an honor. Yi Tianxi scratched his head with a silly grin and said modestly, Elder Qing Xian flatters me. I'm unworthy of such praise. I hope you'll guide me. Elder Qing Xian waved his hand with a hearty laugh. You're a clever student too. All right, go on in. As you command, Elder. Yi Tianxi clasped his hands in a bow and then entered the sutra library. He had come to find a lightning element cultivation technique. Yu Ji had told him he possessed an innate source of lightning, making him exceptionally suited for practicing martial arts and techniques of the lightning path. Upon entering the library, Yi Tianxi headed straight for the 3rd floor. He was determined to win this tournament. The space within the scripture pavilion of Qing Xian sect was exceedingly vast, with rows upon rows of towering bookshelves arranged neatly and densely stretching beyond the horizon. The shelves were filled with a myriad of ancient tomes and secret manuals. The 3rd floor boasted a comprehensive collection of cultivation methods, yet those pertaining to the path of lightning were exceedingly scarce and rare. Yi Tianxi spent an entire day within the pavilion before finally locating a lightning-type technique suitable for his cultivation. Burial Thunder Finger, an earth-grade mid-tier martial skill. Yi Tianxi fixed his gaze upon the manual in his hand, a glimmer of excitement dancing in his eyes. The Burial Thunder Finger comprised 6 forms, each brimming with astonishing power. Once executed, its might was nothing short of terrifying. However, the manual was covered in dust, clearly untouched for ages. Flipping open the first page, a faint smile curled upon Yi Tianxi's lips. So that's how it is. The Burial Thunder Finger is an earth-grade technique inherently difficult to cultivate and with extremely harsh prerequisites. One must at least reach the late stage of qi condensation to practice it, and only a cultivator with lightning-attributed mystical power qualifies. With such combined restrictions, no matter how powerful the technique, it naturally fell into obscurity. Yi Tianxi took the manual and found a suitable spot on the 3rd floor to begin his cultivation. Sizzle. Mystical power surged wildly within Yi Tianxi's body, arcs of electricity crackling around him. While the Burial Thunder Finger might pose difficulties for others, Yi Tianxi found it remarkably intuitive. In less than 2 hours, he had mastered the first 2 of its 6 forms. 2 hours later, he slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light gleaming within them. The Burial Thunder Finger is truly extraordinary. It is fundamentally different from techniques like the Mountain Shaking Fist. The Mountain Shaking Fist possesses no inherent attribute, whereas the Burial Thunder Finger relies on the lightning-attributed mystical power within my body, complementing the innate source of thunder I was born with. Yi Tianxi was just warming up and about to continue his practice when a sharp, grating voice pierced his ears. This is the scripture pavilion. Who allowed you to cultivate here? Yi Tianxi's gaze sharpened as he turned to look to his left. 2 young disciples in blue robes swaggered over, their faces etched with cold arrogance and an air of overbearing pride. Yi Tianxi squinted, glaring at the speaker, and said in a frigid tone, "Where I cultivate is none of your business. How dare you? The sect rules forbid any menial disciple from entering the scripture pavilion. You dare violate sect regulations. You're courting death." Courting death. Yi Tianxi rose, casting a cold glance at the pair. You two are Yu Zhengxiong's men. He recognized these 2 outer disciples as the lackeys of Zheng Xiong from the previous day. Their presence here was clearly intentional. Oh, so you recognize your masters? The taller disciple sneered. You dared to touch the woman senior brother Zheng has his eyes on. Don't blame us for being rough. With that, they exchanged a knowing grin, then spurred their mystical power and launched a fierce assault at Yi Tianxi. So it is because of Zheng Xiong. Yi Tianxi snorted coldly, utterly unimpressed by these 2 outer disciples. One was at the peak of body, tempering the other at the late stage. Together they likely couldn't withstand a single punch from him. Yet before Yi Tianxi could strike, a graceful figure in white suddenly darted forward, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of mystical power. The woman in white appeared in an instant, her foot slamming into the taller disciple's abdomen, then swiftly driving her right leg into the temple of the other. Thud! Thud! 2 dull impacts rang out as both men were sent flying backward. The entire scene unfolded in a flash, catching everyone off guard. Ouch, my head! The two howled in pain, bewildered that a mere menial disciple like Yi Tianzi could be so formidable. Upon closer look, they saw a breathtaking figure standing before him. It was none other than the Qingxian Saintess, Su Qingyue, SS Saintess. Terror flashed in the two disciples' eyes. Get lost. Su Qingyue's voice was icy, and with that single word, scram. Yes, Saintess, please calm down. This disciple will leave immediately. Scared out of their wits, they scrambled to their feet and fled in panic. You? What are you doing here? Yi Tianzi frowned, staring at Su Qingyue in bewilderment. This is the scripture pavilion. If you can be here, why can't I? Su Qingyue turned back, glaring at Yi Tianzi with her bright, clear eyes. Fair enough. You are the saintess of Qingxian sect after all. Yi Tianzi said. I helped you. Aren't you going to thank me? Su Qingyue asked coldly. Yi Tianzi chuckled. Thank you. What for? You don't actually think I couldn't handle those two, do you? Su Qingyue snorted. Humph. Never mind. I never expected your gratitude anyway. With that, she glanced at the burial thunder finger manual in his hand and asked, You're cultivating a lightning technique. Yi Tianzi nodded. Yes. Overestimating yourself. She muttered under her breath. What did you say? Yi Tianzi's eyes widened. Su Qingyue said, This lightning technique is an earth-grade mid-tier martial skill requiring a cultivator with lightning-attributed mystical power. You can never master it. As she spoke, disdain and mockery filled her eyes. Yi Tianzi smiled. How do you know I can't? Impossible is impossible. Su Qingyue snorted again. Also, this is the third floor of the scripture pavilion, accessible only to inner disciples of Qingxian sect. How did you get in? None of your business. Yi Tianzi shot back with a roll of his eyes. Want me to report you to Elder Qingxian right now? Su Qingyue threatened smugly. Go ahead. Think I'm scared. Yi Tianzi was utterly unfazed. You? Su Qingyue's face flushed crimson with anger as she glared at him. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to compose herself. Fine, I won't stoop to your level. Just tell me who brought you in. I brought him in. Suddenly a seductive and teasing voice rang out. Su Qingyue froze. A sultry, alluring figure sauntered over, followed by two disciples in blue with battered, swollen faces, Zheng Xiong's lackeys. But now their injuries were even worse. Qin Shuang. The figure was none other than Qin Shuang, and the moment Su Qingyue saw her, her expression shifted instantly. Qin Shuang approached with her arms crossed, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. Oh my! If it isn't our esteemed saintess, Su of Qingxian sect. Our great saintess usually avoids the scripture pavilion like the plague. What brings you here today? Yi Tianzi had heard from Li Hai yesterday that Su Qingyue and Qin Shuang were sworn rivals, and seeing them today, their reputation was indeed well-deserved. The moment they met, they were already at daggers drawn, the air thick with a suffocating tension, as if on the verge of an explosion. Qin Shuang, what are you doing here? Su Qingyue glared at Qin Shuang, demanding coldly. Me? Qin Shuang smiled faintly, then glanced at the two disciples in blue behind her. The moment they met Qin Shuang's gaze, a chill ran down their spines. They hastily knelt and begged for mercy. Senior Sister Qin, we were wrong. We will never dare again. Please, Senior Sister Qin, spare us. Am I the one you should be apologizing to? Qin Shuang said indifferently. No. They exchanged glances, then hurriedly looked at Yi Tianzi, saying, Junior brother Tianzi, we were blind to offend you. Please be magnanimous and don't stoop to our level. Yi Tianzi narrowed his eyes and swept a glance over them. After being expelled from the Sutra Library by Su Qingyue, they were unfortunately caught red-handed by Qin Shuang. They were truly out of luck, but it was all their own doing. Just then Qin Shuang smiled slightly and said to Su Qingyue, Now you know why I'm here. Someone bullied my junior brother, so as his senior sister, I naturally had to come and see. After speaking, she turned to Yi Tianzi with a charming smile and asked, Junior brother, how do you wish to punish them? Yi Tianzi said flatly, According to the sect's rules, whatever punishment is due. Good. Qin Shuang nodded in satisfaction, then shifted her gaze and said, Our Azure Mystery sect forbids private fights among disciples. You two provoked, first violating the sect's cardinal rule. Moreover, as outer disciples, you trespassed into the third floor of the Sutra Library, adding to your crime. Later, I will personally escort you to the law enforcement hall, where the elder will punish you according to the rules. Senior Sister Qin, please spare us. We truly know our mistake. Qin Shuang smiled faintly. It's useless. Where were you before? Now you know you're wrong. Too late. That freeloader. At that moment, Su Qingyue shot Yi Tianzi a vicious glare and murmured softly, Who's a freeloader? Why are you speaking nonsense? Yi Tianzi immediately retorted. Qin Shuang asked with a smile, Junior brother, are you very familiar with Saintess Su? Her and I. Yi Tianzi had just started speaking when Su Qingyue interrupted, Familiar, of course, very familiar. He and I share a bond of life and death. Oh, a bond of life and death. What kind of bond? Qin Shuang's heart instantly flared with inexplicable jealousy, tinged with a hint of envy. Su Qingyue smiled faintly. Don't misunderstand, not the kind you're thinking. It's a life and death bond. In 1 month, I will personally kill him. You want to kill junior brother, Tianxi? Qin Shuang frowned, a hint of intrigued amusement curling at her lips. Yi Tianxi said, she and I made a bet. If I can't win first place in the grand tournament in a month, she will kill me. And if junior brother wins? Qin Shuang asked. Huh? Su Qingyue sneered. Qin Shuang, you're a core inner disciple after all. Do you think he has any chance of winning? I will definitely win, Yi Tianxi said calmly. If I win, she will share my bed that very night. You're delusional, Su Qingyue said coldly. I see. Qin Shuang chuckled. Then how about this? Today you'll be a witness for your bet, shall I? Fine. Su Qingyue nodded with a cold smile. No problem for me either. I'm just afraid someone won't honor the deal if I win. Yi Tianxi shot a glance at Su Qingyue. All right, then I'll be your witness. Qin Shuang smiled slightly, then said to Su Qingyue, but I need to tell you something in advance. What is it? Su Qingyue asked. If junior brother Tianxi truly wins the grand tournament, Qin Shuang will marry him too. Qin Shuang's lips curled into a provocative smile, her peach blossom eyes staring unabashedly into Su Qingyue's. Fine. Su Qingyue smiled. It seems you want to place a bet too. Su Qingyue, so tell me, do you agree or not? Qin Shuang giggled. As you wish. Su Qingyue sneered, because he can't possibly win. With that, Su Qingyue flicked her gossamer thin sleeve casually and turned to leave the sutra library. Arrogant, Qin Shuang watched Su Qingyue's receding figure with a bewitching smile. Arrogant women often lose badly, he. After speaking, she turned to Yi Tianxi and said with a smile, Junior brother, the grand tournament is near. You must work hard. By the way, how is it going in the sutra library? Have you found any martial skills suitable for your cultivation? I have. Yi Tianxi nodded, showing Qin Shuang the Burial Thunder Finger manual in his hand. Burial Thunder Finger. You're cultivating Burial Thunder Finger. Qin Shuang frowned immediately. I heard that cultivating Burial Thunder Finger requires one's cultivation to reach the late stage of qi condensation and possessing thunder tribute spiritual power to qualify. Junior brother, you. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly and immediately raised his right hand. Whoosh! A dazzling silver light flickered at his fingertips, silver arcs crackling like countless silver threads entwined, a stunning sight. The second form of Burial Thunder Finger. Qin Shuang's delicate frame trembled violently, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, a look of awe spreading across her face. Junior brother. You. Qin Shuang looked at Yi Tianxi in disbelief. This Burial Thunder Finger is a mid-grade, earth-rank technique. In just 1 day, you've already comprehended the second form. What terrifying talent and comprehension it must take to master Burial Thunder Finger in such a short time. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. In truth, he had held back. He had actually mastered the second form of Burial Thunder Finger in just 2 hours. It seems I underestimated you, junior brother. Qin Shuang took a deep breath, struggling to calm her excitement. Yi Tianxi said modestly, I owe it all to you, senior sister. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to enter this sutra library. Qin Shuang chuckled. It's only right for me to help you, junior brother. All right, junior brother, I won't disturb your cultivation. He'll go send those 2 bullies to the law enforcement hall first. Okay. Yi Tianxi nodded, watching Qin Shuang leave. After she was gone, he immersed himself in cultivation once more. Su Qingyue was cold as frost, aloof and proud, while Qin Shuang was passionate as fire, enchanting and alluring. These 2 peerless beauties were equally matched, the objects of countless disciples' adoration in the Azure Mystery sect. And once Yi Tianxi successfully claimed first place in this sect's grand tournament, these 2 breathtakingly beautiful women would both become his. For an entire month, Yi Tianxi trained with relentless fervor. During the day, he practiced the Burial Thunder Finger in his spare moments, while at night, he continued to cultivate the supreme, unfettered divine art passed on to him by Yuji, solidifying his foundation. Day after day, he remained tireless. Within that single month, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, soaring all the way from the great perfection of qi condensation to the great perfection of core formation. Yi Tianxi slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the arcs of thunderous lightning swirling around his palm, a faint trace of joy surfacing on his face. At that moment, Yuji's voice echoed in his mind. Not bad, little Tianxi. In just 2 short months from the start, you've gone from meridian opening to the great perfection of core formation. And you've mastered all 6 forms of the Burial Thunder Finger, as well as the art of flying on a sword. Yi Tianxi gave a faint smile. Still a bit slower than I expected. The grand tournament begins tomorrow, and I wonder. Oh, Yuji chuckled. Could it be that you've lost your confidence? Of course not. Yi Tianxi shook his head. Among the disciples of Qingxian sect, only Su Qingyue has reached the great perfection of core formation, and she won't be participating in the tournament. So my victory is assured. I just wonder what my master's wife would think if she saw my current strength. Yi Tianxi couldn't help but picture the alluring figure of Lu Fian in his mind. Your master's wife. Yuji rolled her eyes and smiled. Sister thinks you're just itching for another dual cultivation session with her, aren't you? Yi Tianxi pouted, then stood up. My master's wife sent word 3 days ago that she's doing well and has broken through to the early core formation stage. She told me to focus on my training here at Qingxian sect. Thinking about it now, it's been 2 months since I last saw her. I've already mastered the sword flight technique, so returning won't take long. Once I secure first place in this tournament, I'll go back and visit her. And that's not for dual cultivation. Yuji teased with a laugh. Yi Tianxi was at a loss for words. Am I really that lecherous? Yes, very much so. Others might not know, but sister lives in the prison heaven tower day and night. How could I not? Yuji laughed again. Fine if you say so, then it must be true. Yi Tianxi didn't argue with Yuji. Haha, you admit it. I knew it. Yuji giggled merrily, thoroughly pleased. Yi Tianxi shook his head helplessly, then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Sister Yue, do you have a Dao partner? Yuji's face flushed instantly. What's this? You dare to set your sights on sister? Yi Tianxi rolled his eyes and smiled. Is it not allowed? You're the one who said I'm lecherous. You scoundrel, Yi Tianxi. How dare you? Yuji was both embarrassed and furious, her pretty face turning even redder. Who told Sister Yu is more beautiful than all of them? Yi Tianxi boasted smugly. Fine, sister thinks you're asking for a beating. Come hit me then, you can't reach me. The next morning, the square in front of Qingxian sect's main hall was packed with a surging crowd buzzing with excitement. Today was the long-awaited day of the grand tournament. Long tables were set up before the hall, neatly displaying a variety of martial techniques, weapons, artifacts, and elixirs. All of them prizes for outstanding disciples in this competition. The sect master of Qingxian sect, Yun Qianshan, sat solemnly in the main seat, flanked by 2 grand elders at the mystic passage realm, along with Zhao Lingxiu, master of the inner sect prodigy Xiaohan, and Zhuo Chuyang, master of the inner sect senior sister Qin Shuang. The remaining elders from both the inner and outer sects took their seats on either side, gazing at the square, waiting in silence. The tournament is finally starting. I heard a total of 1,600 disciples are participating this time. Except for Saintess Su Qingyue, almost all the inner sect prodigies and outer sect elite disciples have signed up. In the first round, these 1,600 contestants will be divided into 16 groups of 100. They'll all take the stage at once for a chaotic free-for-all. Only the last 4 standing on each platform will advance to the next round of unknown duels. So brutal. That means 9 out of 10 contestants will be eliminated in the first round. Brutal. This is what they call the merciless path of the Dao. And the more brutal it is, the more thrilling and exciting. Only 64 disciples will make it to the next round. Just thinking about it gets me excited. I wonder who will truly stand out in this sect tournament. Look, Saintess Su Qingyue is here. Suddenly a gasp rose from the crowd, and countless gazes turned into the distance. A tall, gracefully slender woman with an exquisite figure walked forward with light lotus-like steps. Dressed in plain white robes, her skin was fair, her brows delicate, and her features perfectly refined, like a celestial maiden, causing countless male disciples to swallow hard. This person was none other than Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue. I'm so infatuated with her. Oh, when will I ever have a woman like that? Haha, you didn't even sign up, and you want to win, Su Qingyue. Dream on. Many disciples beat their chests in regret for not having trained harder in the past. Brother Yi, which group are you in for the first round? Among the crowd of contestants, Li Hai leaned in and asked in a low voice. Group 10, Yi Tianxi replied calmly. What? Group 10? Li Hai's face turned pale, and he nearly jumped up. What's wrong, Brother Li? Yi Tianxi asked with a frown. Li Hai spoke rapidly. Group 10 is known as the Death Group. The Quasi-Saint Sun Xiaohan is also in the Death Group. Brother, your luck is terrible, Li Hai said with a look of pity. Xiaohan. Yi Tianxi gave a faint smile. It doesn't matter who I'm grouped with. I don't care. That's true. Li Hai nodded. After all, only 4 people from each group survive. With our strength, we'll probably get knocked off the stage as soon as we step up. Haha. Yi Tianxi smiled again and said nothing. Still being grouped with Xiaohan was something he looked forward to. Xiaohan was a prodigy of Qingxian sect and the strongest contender in this tournament. The first round would be a perfect chance to test his opponent's true strength. On the platform, Su Qingyu's cold, beautiful eyes swept over the many contestants and quickly fixed on Yi Tianxi. Why is he still at the body-tempering stage? Su Qingyue sneered bitterly. What a joke. What a joke. Was I foolish enough to bet with him? Forget it. He's in the same group as Xiao Han. He's bound to lose in the first round. With that, Su Qingyue turned and looked toward the arena in the center of the square, ignoring Yi Tianxi from then on. At that moment, the tournament supervisor intersect elder Bai Qingfeng slowly rose to his feet and announced in a clear voice, "Disciples and fellow sect members, today our sect gathers to fulfill the pact of the grand tournament. On this auspicious occasion, I, Bai Qingfeng, on behalf of the entire sect, extend our earnest expectations. May you all use martial arts to seek the Dao and your hearts to verify the Dao. On this stage, display the glory of our sect and fight with the spirit of youth." After the formalities, Bai Qingfeng continued. Due to the large number of participants following the tradition of previous years, the first round will be a melee. Each group will select 4 to advance to the next round. Is everyone ready? Ready. Thousands of disciples shouted in unison, their voices shaking the surroundings. Then, Bai Qingfeng waved his arm and declared loudly, "I hereby announce, the first round officially begins. The first group of participating disciples, please step onto the stage. Beat the drums to boost morale." The moment the voice fell, 8 massive drums on each side of the Qingxian sect's main square resounded in unison. Boom, boom, boom. A series of tense, heavy drum beats echoed as if some mysterious force was stirring the hearts of all the participating disciples, filling them with surging blood and boundless excitement. It's begun, finally begun. In this grand competition, I must secure a good rank. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the crowd of participating disciples, 100 figures swiftly darted out, each vying to be the first to rush onto the arena. The competition arena was colossal, spanning 100 zhang in both length and width, allowing the 100 disciples to stand without any hint of crowding. Clang! With the resounding strike of a golden gong, the fierce battle among the first group of disciples commenced. Hehe, junior sister, will you descend on your own, or shall senior brother personally escort you down? On the arena, a youth clad in a green robe finished speaking and instantly transformed into a blur, charging toward a girl in cyan attire before him. Senior brother, it's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. Seeing him charge with such ferocity, the girl snorted coldly, her eyes narrowing as a sharp glint flashed within them. She effortlessly evaded the youth's attack while striking out with a palm. This palm strike carried a powerful surge of energy. Caught off guard, the young man was blasted off the arena by the girl, becoming the first to be eliminated in this grand competition. Li Hai pointed at the chaotic battlefield on the arena and said, "Brother, ye see that? In this first round, everyone wants to pick on the weak. We're wearing gray robes so others can instantly recognize us as menial disciples. When the time comes, they'll definitely target us first. Once we're knocked off the arena, we'll be eliminated directly." Sighed. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly and pointed at the young man who had just been blasted off the arena by the girl, saying to Li Hai, "The seemingly weak aren't always truly weak. Take those 2, for example." The young man said indignantly, "Junior sister, when did you break through to the condensing chi stage?" The girl crossed her arms and smiled triumphantly. "For this grand competition, I've poured in countless efforts. Senior brother, just watch me shine from down there." With that, the girl's gaze sharpened, and she struck out with another palm toward a nearby opponent. That person was also caught off guard and sent flying off the arena by her palm. Yi Tianxi quietly observed the field. This first round of the 100-person competition, though seemingly chaotic and disorderly, was actually a rigorous test of the disciples' fundamentals: reaction, speed, adaptability, offensive and defensive strategies, and combat experience. All these elements were indispensable as the sect aimed to select well-rounded disciples. Therefore, when cultivation levels were not vastly different, those with higher cultivation might not necessarily triumph in the end, nor would those with lower cultivation be the first to be eliminated. With all 99 others on the field as enemies, how to avoid being caught in a pincer attack became crucially important. The first group's 100-person competition was intensely fierce, but the outcome was soon decided. Only 4 emerged victorious in the end, 1 clad in white, a core inner disciple, 2 in purple robes, ordinary inner disciples, and besides them a girl in cyan attire, the very same woman from earlier. The advancing disciples from the first group, Deng Rongwu, Shou Dao Tian, Feng Yu Yao. Haha, I've advanced. After this competition, I'm sure to secure a place in the inner sect. As an outer disciple, Yu Yao was ecstatic to have stood out among a host of inner disciples. Meanwhile, the young man she had blasted off the arena wore a grim expression and sighed. "I never expected, truly never expected, that junior sister would actually advance successfully. Please invite the second group of participating disciples to the stage. The golden gong rang, and the second group's competition soon began. Yi Tianxi turned his head and saw Li Hai beside him, his face full of tension as he paced back and forth, beads of sweat dotting his brow. It's over, it's over. I'm in the third group, and it'll be my turn soon. I just hope I don't lose too badly and get eliminated a bit later. Li Hai said, nervously rubbing his hands together. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly and said, don't be nervous. Let things take their course and do your best. All right. Li Hai gritted his teeth upon hearing this. I've been practicing the Tiger Rush fist like crazy these past few days. I have to hold on. Clang. With the sound of the gong fading, the second group's competition also concluded, with all four winners being inner disciples in purple robes. Soon it was Li Hai's turn to take the stage. Li Hai's cultivation had only reached the 7th layer of body tempering, and elimination seemed almost a foregone conclusion. Yet to everyone's astonishment, he wasn't knocked off the arena until only 15 people remained. During the process, he even used the Tiger Rush fist to eliminate an outer disciple in cyan robes. As soon as he stepped down, Li Hai was overwhelmed with joy, grabbing Yi Tianxi's arm and exclaiming, brother, did you see that? I was this close to coming out on top. And that outer sect senior brother who looked down on me got taken down by me instead. Haha, this feeling is amazing. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly and said, congratulations. With such a performance, Li Hai was sure to catch the eye of the outer sect elders. Come next year's assessment, he might even ascend to the outer sect and become an official disciple. Li Hai said excitedly, I did it. I didn't let you down, did I, brother? Yi Tianxi nodded. Indeed, brother Li, you performed splendidly. Li Hai chuckled. Brother Yi, you're even stronger than me. When it's your turn on stage, don't be nervous. All right. Yi Tianxi nodded in agreement. The first round of the competition quickly progressed to the 9th group. Yi Tianxi spotted a familiar figure on the arena, clad in a purple dress exuding charm and allure, with a confident smile on her face. It was none other than the inner sect's senior disciple, Qin Shuang. Hiss. Seeing Qin Shuang take the stage, Li Hai couldn't help but draw a sharp breath and said, inner sect senior sister Qin. Looks like this 9th group is also a group of death. Yi Tianxi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, his gaze sweeping toward Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang's strength far exceeded his imagination. As soon as the 9th group's competition began, the disciples around her were sent flying off the arena in droves. Her movements were fluid and seamless, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, rapidly clearing the field. Thus, the 9th group's battle concluded swiftly, with the outcome decided in just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Watching Qin Shuang's performance, the inner sect's grand elder Zhuoqiang stroked his beard with a satisfied expression. He turned to Zhao Lingshu and asked, Elder Zhao, how do you find my disciple's performance? Zhao Lingshu replied, a prodigious disciple indeed. It is the sect's fortune to have Qin Shuang as a disciple. However, should she cross paths with my disciple Xiao Han, it remains to be seen who is stronger. Zhuoqiang frowned upon hearing this. Elder Zhao, do you mean to say that my disciple Qin Shuang is not as strong as your disciple Xiao Han? Only through competition will we know who is stronger. Zhao Lingshu smiled faintly, his gaze returning to the arena to continue watching. Below the stage, Yi Tianxi frowned slightly and murmured, so senior sister Qin is at the latest stage, golden core cultivation. Brother, the 10th group is up. It's your turn. Go for it. At that moment, Li Hai reminded him from beside. Yi Tianxi nodded, his gaze sharpening as he strode directly toward the competition arena. As soon as he stepped onto the arena, Qin Shuang's cheering voice came from below. Go for it, junior brother Tianxi. This senior sister believes in you. Let Su Qingwei see what you're truly capable of. Yi Tianxi turned around and saw Qin Shuang standing gracefully beneath the arena, a faint smile on her lips as she clenched her fists in a gesture of encouragement. Yi Tianxi nodded with a confident smile, then shifted his gaze to Su Qingwei. She was staring back at him, her eyes icy cold, her expression one of utter disdain. Let's see how you'll get through this first round, Su Qingwei murmured to herself. Though they were far apart, Yi Tianxi seemed to read her lips and smiled disdainfully in return. Just wait and see, Saintus. What's going on with this year's tournament? Why is there even a menial disciple participating? As he turned around, Yi Tianxi heard a lazy male voice nearby. He looked over and saw an outer sect disciple in blue robes. Yi Tianxi glanced at him without a word, merely offering a faint smile. The blue-robed disciple continued, Junior brother, this 10th group is known as the group of death. I have no hope of advancing, but to put on a show for my master, he'll have to make an example of you. Oh, Yi Tianxi smiled again. Senior brother wants to show off, but only by targeting a mere menial like me. What can I do? I'm not skilled enough, so I have to resort to this. The blue-robed disciple stretched lazily, looking nonchalant. Ha ha ha. Yi Tianxi chuckled lightly. Then you'd better give it your all, senior brother. If you lose to a menial like me, your days ahead won't be easy. The blue-robed disciple shook his head. Lose to a menial? Impossible, impossible. No matter how weak I am, I won't lose to a menial disciple. Very well. Yi Tianxi smiled again, without further reply. Xiaohan is here. Suddenly exclamations erupted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. A white-robed youth descended through the air, landing gracefully on the arena. Tall and lean with a cold, arrogant face, he seemed to look down upon everyone present. So that's Xiaohan. Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes. According to Li Hai, Xiaohan was a direct disciple of inner sect Grand Elder Zhao Lingshu, possessing a 7th-rank bloodline, and having already reached the mid-stage of core formation at a young age. Yet his aura was exceedingly sharp, likely surpassing mid-stage core formation. Even without releasing his full power, he suppressed those around him, forcing them to step back in fear. Junior disciple Xiao. When did he break through to the late stage of core formation? Before the main hall, inner sect Grand Elders Wei Chuyang stared at Xiaohan in astonishment. Ha ha ha. Zhao Lingshu stroked his beard with a smile. Don't be surprised, Elder Zhua. My disciple Xiaohan has a 7th-rank bloodline. Breaking through to latest stage core formation is only natural, isn't it? To put it bluntly, this tournament, along with Saintess Su Qingyue, is all prepared for my disciple Xiaohan. With a 7th-rank bloodline and a cauldron of the profound Yin constitution, my disciple's future achievements will be immeasurable. Our Qingxian sect will surely thrive and even become the #1 sect in Qingzhou. Profound Yin cauldron. Zhuo Qiuyang shook his head. It's a pity my disciple Qin Shuang is a female cultivator, otherwise such a fine cauldron wouldn't go to waste. At this moment, Qingxian sect leader Yun Qianshan spoke calmly. It's just a shame about that genius from Luyun City, the one with the 8th-rank rare bloodline that stirred the heavens. Our sect spotted him first, yet he was snatched away by Fairy Lingyin of the Miaopiao sect. I simply cannot swallow this indignity. Yun Qianshan narrowed his eyes, growing angrier the more he thought about it. A bunch of trash. On the arena, Xiaohan swept his gaze across the crowd, a cold sneer curling at his lips as he uttered the biting words. Wherever he passed, disciples scrambled out of the way, whether in blue outer robes or purple inner robes, all trembling in fear. This created a striking spectacle. Within a radius of 20 zhang around Xiaohan, not a single disciple dared to approach, lest they become his target and be eliminated first. Boom. The 10th group match began. As the golden gong resounded and drums thundered, the 10th group's battle erupted into fierce combat on the arena. A flurry of martial techniques were unleashed, each strike ferocious as fighters sought to drive their nearest opponents off the stage. Junior brother He Chung is coming for you. On Yi Tianxi's side, no sooner had the match begun than the blue-robed disciple grinned fiercely and charged at him with overwhelming force. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly, easily evading He Cheng's attack. He Cheng, caught off guard by his missed strike, froze for a moment. He turned and attacked again with a fierce tiger fist, wielding it with formidable might. Yi Tianxi didn't retaliate, merely retreating step by step until he was back to the edge. Dodging won't save you, haha. You're finished, junior brother. He Cheng grinned triumphantly and threw a punch at Yi Tianxi's chest. However, to He Cheng's surprise, his fist didn't miss this time, but the result was worse than missing. Yi Tianxi firmly grabbed his arm and said with a faint smile, "Sorry, senior brother." With that, he executed a swift overthresholder throw, sending He Cheng flying off the arena to crash heavily on the ground below. On my back. He Cheng writhed on the ground in agony, looking up to see Tianxi gazing down at him with an effortless expression. Junior brother. You. He Cheng groaned in despair, glancing around. Yi Tianxi's prophecy had come true. Not only had he lost to a menial disciple, but he was also the first to be eliminated from the 10th group. It's over, it's over. If Master sees this, he'll be expelled from the sect next year. Yi Tianxi merely smiled, faintly ignoring He Cheng. Gray robes. Menial. That's all you're good for, cheap tricks. As Yi Tianxi turned back to the arena, he found a burly man in purple robes cracking his knuckles and eyeing him menacingly. The distance between them was less than a zhang. Yi Tianxi sneered coldly without a word. Executing the moon shadow step, he delivered a high spinning kick that slammed heavily into the purple-robed man's neck. A dull thud rang out. The purple-robed man's head snapped to the side, his neck twisted and deformed, and his body hurtled backward like a cannonball, crashing several zhang away onto the ground below the arena. What? Su Qingyue, standing below the main hall, witnessed the scene clearly. Her icy eyes flickered with astonishment. That purple-robed disciple was from the inner sect with cultivation at the mid-stage of qi condensation, and he couldn't withstand even one move from that guy. Su Qingwei realized with a start, he is not at the body-tempering stage at all. But why can't I see through his cultivation level? Junior brother, well done. Keep it up. Qin Shuang, watching from below the arena, immediately gave Yi Tianxi a thumbs up. Li Hai, who had also witnessed the scene, was stunned and clicked his tongue in disbelief. What the? No way. My buddy just took down an inner disciple. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. His move had been executed with lightning speed, and amidst the chaos on the arena, all eyes in the 10th group were fixed on Xiao Han, so it hadn't drawn much attention. The onlookers simply assumed the inner disciple had been caught off guard and knocked off the stage. Back on the battlefield, Yi Tianxi noticed that the situation wasn't as Li Hai had predicted. The other contestants weren't targeting him as a soft target. Instead, they were all wary of the stronger fighters nearby, afraid of being knocked off the stage by them. And Yi Tianxi, clad in his gray robe, had naturally become an inconspicuous figure. As time passed, nearly 30 disciples had already been eliminated from the arena. Yi Tianxi's gaze fell on Xiao Han, who stood as immovable as a mountain. Ordinary disciples dared not approach within 10 steps of him. Suddenly, Xiao Han slowly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with icy light, and said coldly, "Too slow." With that, he formed hand seals and muttered in a low voice, "Gale Palm." The moment the words fell, Xiao Han's profound energy surged violently. A vast, overwhelming force burst forth from his body like a raging tidal wave, coalescing into two massive emerald-green tornadoes that roared into the sky. An instant later, a thunderous boom echoed. The entire arena trembled violently. The disciples, locked in fierce combat, let out screams of agony. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't withstand the force and were sent flying backwards, spitting blood. "All of you get out." Xiao Han roared, his profound energy exploding outward and transforming into a terrifying gale that swept across the arena, blasting all 70-plus remaining contestants off the stage. For a moment, the entire arena was engulfed in flying sand and swirling dust, obscuring everyone's vision and making it impossible to see what was happening on the platform. The Earth-grade low-tier martial art Gale Palm. Witnessing this, Su Qingwei and Qin Shuang were both struck with horror. Qin Shuang's face was etched with worry. This is only the first round of the competition, and Xiao Han is already using such a ruthless technique. Junior brother. I wonder how Junior brother is doing. In front of the main halls, Qiuyang and the assembled inner and outer sect elders also rose and looked towards the arena. All the disciples from the 10th group were seen severely injured, lying on the ground and wailing in pain. Some were bleeding profusely, their lives hanging in the balance. Seeing this, Zhuo Qiuyang's expression turned grave. He looked at Zhao Lingxiu and said, "Elder Zhao, this is a competition among fellow disciples. How could Xiao Han use such a lethal move?" "Lethal?" Zhao Lingxiu stroked his beard and chuckled. "My disciple Xiao Han has always been overbearing. He may have overstepped. I ask for your understanding, Elder Zhuo." Zhuo Qiuyang retorted, "Many of them are outer disciples with weak cultivation. What if someone gets killed?" Zhao Lingxiu continued, "So be it if they die. The Nine Heavens continent has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. Isn't the reason our Qingyun sect has always ranked low in Qingzhou precisely because we've been too protective of our disciples? No private fights, no killing among fellow disciples. Over the years, we've made them lazy and complacent. If this continues, how can the Qingyun sect survive in Qingzhou? And how can we compete with other sects? Besides, my disciple still knows his limits. They're all still alive, aren't they?" Zhuo Qiuyang's face darkened, clearly dissatisfied with Zhao Lingxiu's reasoning. He turned to the sect leader Yun Qinshan and asked, "Sect leader, what do you think should be done about this?" Yun Qinshan rose and said, "Elder Lingxiu has a point. Being too protective of our disciples is actually harming them. Since no lives were lost, let's just pretend this never happened." "Very well." Zhuo Qiuyang had no choice but to nod in agreement. As the dust slowly settled, everyone looked and saw that only Xiao Han remained on the vast arena. As expected of Saint Sun Xiao, he took everyone down with a single move. Indeed, the gap is too vast. This time the championship is surely Saint Sun Xiao's. But each group needs to produce 4 winners. Now that only Saint Sun Xiao is left in the 10th group, will it affect the subsequent rounds? Wait, look, there's still someone on the stage. Someone else. In a gray robe. Is he a menial disciple of our Qingyun sect? As these words spread, the crowd erupted in an uproar. No one had expected anyone other than Xiao Han to still be standing on the stage. As the gray haze gradually dissipated, a tall figure emerged. He wore a gray robe, his gaze deep and sharp. He was now standing 30 meters opposite Xiao Han, staring at him coldly. This person was none other than Yi Tianxi. A gray robe. He really is a menial disciple of our Qingyun sect. Incredible. What kind of dumb luck did he have to still be standing there unscathed? The watching disciples were all in an uproar. Brothers, look. That's my buddy. Li Hai pointed at Yi Tianxi, both surprised and delighted, saying to his fellow disciples beside him, "This? How is this possible?" Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at the unyielding Yi Tianxi on the stage, murmuring, "He actually lasted until the end. And he's not even injured." Qin Shuang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, a stunning debut. I knew it, junior brother Tianxi could do it. The inner and outer sect elders were also stunned. A menial disciple actually managing to hold on until the end and surviving Xiaohan's attack. Probably just lucky. Just then Zhao Lingshu stood up and said, "My disciple's gale palm hasn't reached its peak mastery, so it's natural for it to leave some blind spots. It's nothing unusual for 1 or 2 fish to slip through the net. Elders, there's no need to be overly concerned." Hearing Zhao Lingxi's words, the elders felt relieved and the murmurs subsided. 10th group, 2 victors intersect, Xiaohan and menial disciple Yi Tianxi. With the sound of a gong, elder by Qingfeng, who was in charge of the competition, announced the result of the 10th group's battle. On the stage, Xiaohan stared intently at Yi Tianxi, his expression extremely grim. He had intended to clear out the entire 10th group with a single gale palm, but he never imagined that one person would remain. Yi Tianxi, however, remained indifferent. Without even glancing at Xiaohan, he strode directly off the stage. "Stop!" Xiaohan felt immensely humiliated by Yi Tianxi's actions, grinding his teeth as he uttered a low roar. Yi Tianxi paused slightly, asking coldly, What trick did you use to withstand the force of my gale palm?" Xiaohan demanded coldly. "Trick?" Yi Tianxi replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Such a palm technique requires no tricks." With that, Yi Tianxi strode down from the arena. Xiaohan, having never endured such mockery, was overwhelmed with rage. "Brat, you'd better pray I don't face you in the next round. Or else." Back down from the arena, Li Hai immediately rushed over excitedly. "Brother, you actually made it through. You're a true role model." Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. "Just a bit of luck." "Luck?" Li Hai shook his head with a grin. "If anyone else said that, I might believe it. But you, brother? Absolutely not. Tell me honestly, are you hiding something?" Li Hai whispered in Yi Tianxi's ear. Yi Tianxi smiled again. "Brotherly, have you forgotten? My goal is to win the grand tournament. You'll find out soon enough." "Win the grand tournament?" Li Hai gasped. "Brother, are you serious? I thought you wouldn't even get past the first round, but now it seems you actually have a shot at the championship. If you really take the top prize, then Su Qingyue would be yours, right?" Li Hai scratched his head. Before Yi Tianxi could speak, Qin Shuang approached with her alluring figure, a curious smile playing on her lips. She asked Li Hai, "What? Could it be that this junior brother is feeling jealous?" "Senior sister Qin Shuang." Li Hai scratched his head again. "What brings you here?" "I came to see my junior brother Yi." Qin Shuang replied frankly, then turned to Yi Tianxi. "Junior brother, your performance just now was truly impressive. Although Xiaohan didn't go all out, he used 70 or 80% of his strength. It's no small feat that you survived his assault." "Thank you for your kind words, senior sister." Yi Tianxi smiled modestly. Qin Shuang turned back to Li Hai. "Junior brother, you haven't answered my question yet. If my junior brother Yi wins the championship, would you be jealous?" Li Hai scratched his head awkwardly. "Senior sister Qin, I'd be lying if I said no. Which of the 10,000 disciples of Qingyun sect wouldn't envy the top spot? But since it's my brother, I'd be nothing but happy for him. How could I be jealous?" "Haha, that's true." Qin Shuang laughed heartily. "Once junior brother Yi claims the championship, the sect will betroth Su Qingyue to him as his Dao partner. That honor would be the envy of everyone in Qingyun sect. And not only Su Qingyue, but I, your senior sister, will also marry him as his wife," Qin Shuang said playfully. "Huh?" Li Hai was stunned. "Wait, senior sister, are you serious?" "Of course I am." Qin Shuang smiled gently. "Then I really am jealous." Li Hai sighed bitterly. "Huh?" Qin Shuang giggled, then turned to Yi Tianxi. "Junior brother, I have some news for you. Only you and Xiaohan advanced from the 10th group to the next round. That means we're 2 short of the 64 qualifiers. After the 16th group's matches, there will be a rematch among the eliminated disciples from the 10th group to select 2 more, completing the 64. "I see. Thank you for the information, senior sister," Yi Tianxi said. "Once the remaining group matches are over, there will be a draw ceremony, and we'll soon know our opponents for the next round." "What if I end up facing you, senior sister?" Yi Tianxi asked with a frown. "Facing me?" Qin Shuang chuckled. "Just do what you must. Don't hold back on my account." "All right." Yi Tianxi nodded in agreement. 16th group winners: Zheng Xiong, Qi Xiaojiezhang, Zhao Wangyang. 10th group supplementary qualifiers: Meng, Fei Lishan. Hurry, the draw is about to begin. Unlike the chaotic first round, the second round uses unknown duels, which better showcase the disciples' true abilities. Many watching disciples stared excitedly at the arena. The 64 who had emerged from the first round were the most elite talents of Qin Yun's sect, promising even fiercer and more spectacular battles in the second round. Then the random draw concluded. A light curtain appeared in the air above the square, clearly displaying the matchups. Yi Tianxi glanced up and saw that his next opponent was named Yu Yao. He had some recollection of her. She was the female outer disciple in blue who had won the first group. More fortunately, he was not placed in the same half as Qin Shuang, meaning they wouldn't meet before the finals. The same applied to Xiao Han, who was in the same half as Qin Shuang. After the draw for all participating disciples by Qin Feng announced in a clear voice, "Now I shall read out the rules for the second round." In the second round, participating disciples may freely use any weapons, any martial techniques, and may fly on swords provided the flight altitude does not exceed 20 zhang. Additionally, this year's second round has a special rule. Disciples who step onto the arena may voluntarily sign a life or death pact. Once signed, the duel must continue until one party perishes, no quarter given. Violators will be severely punished according to sect rules. Of course, those unwilling to sign such a pact may choose to concede and leave before the match begins. A wave of murmurs rippled through the watching disciples. Life or death pact. To the death. This rule is rather brutal. Could this rule be specifically designed for Xiao Han? Everyone knows Xiao Han is always domineering. With such a threat, who would dare face him? It's so unfair. If you think it's unfair, you can concede. That way you won't die right. On the platforms, Wat Xiaoyang again turned his gaze to Zhao Lingshu. Elder Zhao, was this rule made specifically for your disciple Xiao Han? This way your disciple Xiao Han can win without a fight. Zhao Lingshu smiled. This is the sect leader's decision. What does it have to do with me? The sect leader. Zhuo Xiaoyang looked toward Yun Qinshan, the sect master of Qin Yun's sect. Yun Qinshan said, "Our Qin Yun sect disciples lack mettle. It's time to temper them. This rule was my decision. Since it was set by the sect leader, I have no further comments." Zhuo Xiaoyang snorted softly and had no choice but to sit down. Life or death pact. Li Hai's scalp tingled as he urgently turned to Yi Tianxi. "Brother Yi, when you get on the arena, don't act on impulse. If you face someone stronger who wants to sign a pact, don't agree. Just concede early. Losing the match is nothing, but losing your life over it would be a terrible loss." Yi Tianxi's expression was cold and indifferent. "Brotherly, rest assured. I know what I'm doing." Round 2, first match, Xiao Han versus Fang Qiwen. Disciples, please step onto the stage. As the presiding elder issued the command, Xiao Han was the first to leap onto the arena, with Fang Qiwen following closely behind. In stark contrast to Xiao Han's calm composure, Fang Qiwen was visibly flustered and uneasy. Standing face to face with Xiao Han, he immediately clasped his hands and greeted with a fawning smile, "Senior brother, Xiao, I hope you will go easy on me." Heh. Xiao Han cast a contemptuous glance at Fang Qiwen and said coldly, "Either sign the life and death pact or get lost." Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Fang Qiwen's face instantly changed dramatically. He retreated repeatedly, saying, I concede." Having said that, he directly ran off the stage. First match, victor Xiao Han. A victory without a fight. Yi Tianxi squinted his eyes and murmured, "As long as this life and death pact exists, most disciples dare not confront Xiao Han Heiden." Consequently, Xiao Han would hold an overwhelming advantage. The grand competition continued, and soon it was Yi Tianxi's turn to take the stage. Ascending with him was the female disciple in blue from the outer sect, Yu Yao. Yu Yao sized up Yi Tianxi, a look of delight immediately appearing on her face as she said to him, "Junior brother, you're a menial disciple. I'm so lucky to have drawn the weakest one from among so many participating disciples." Yi Tianxi smiled slightly and said, "Likewise, among those in blue robes, there don't seem to be many besides you." Yu Yao smiled again. "How about you go down yourself, to avoid having your senior sister bully you?" Yi Tianxi shook his head and said indifferently, "No need, let's begin." "All right." Yu Yao was overjoyed and immediately launched a fierce attack at Yi Tianxi. Before the main hall, Su Qingyu's gaze followed Yi Tianxi. With a complex expression, she murmured, "His luck is indeed good, but unfortunately, he may not necessarily pass Yu Yao's test." On the arena, Yu Yao's figure flickered unpredictably, instantly closing in on Yi Tianxi. Her right palm struck out, producing a sound of splitting air. Yi Tianxi retreated repeatedly, seemingly casual, yet he was keenly capturing every flaw in Yu Yao's movements. Just as he was about to be forced to the edge of the arena, Yi Tianxi suddenly turned and appeared behind Yu Yao. With the speed of lightning, he directly unleashed a palm strike. Bang! Yu Yao's expression changed dramatically in an instant. Yi Tian's palm strike seemed gentle, but it contained extremely overbearing power. Yu Yao was unable to dodge in time, and was sent flying off the stage by Yi Tian's palm. How is this possible? Yu Yao was stunned for a moment. She turned her head to look at Yi Tianzi, standing on the arena. Junior brother Yu. Yi Tianzi merely smiled faintly. I am not the weakest, you picked the wrong person. Match 27 Victor Yi Tianzi. The presiding elder announced the result. Yi Tianzi had won. That Yu Yao is at the qi condensation stage, yet Yi Tianzi won so easily. Su Qingyue frowned in contemplation. I underestimated him. The second round, advancing from 64 to 32, concluded swiftly. During the intermission, Yi Tianzi glanced at his next opponent. It was intersect disciple Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong. Him. Yi Tianzi squinted his eyes. On the day of the competition registration, Yi Tianzi had met this person once. He was a suitor of Qin Shuang. Back when Yi Tianzi was studying in the sutra library, Zheng Xiong had sent people to cause him trouble. What a narrow path for enemies. Yi Tianzi let out a cold laugh. This past month I've been getting close to senior sister Qin Shuang. Zheng Xiong surely regards me as a thorn in his side. But then again, what can he do to me? Soon the third round, advancing from 32 to 16, officially commenced. Among those who entered the top 32, apart from Yi Tianzi, who was a menial disciple, the rest were either purple-robed intersect disciples or white-robed core intersect disciples, most of whom had already reached the late qi condensation or core formation stages. The first half of the matches began. Qin Shuang, as the senior sister of the intersect, once again easily defeated her opponent. As for Xiaohan, his opponent was again intimidated by his life and death pact, resulting in another victory without a fight. Yi Tianzi and Zheng Xiong ascended the stage simultaneously. A smug, cold smile was plastered across Zheng Xiong's face. Yi Tianzi, I never thought we would actually meet. You sure are lucky, advancing from the 10th group by riding on Xiaohan's coattails, and then in the last round you encountered the weakest outer disciple. Yi Tianzi heard this and gave a cold smile. Yes, I'm incredibly lucky. Now I've run into you again. Ha ha ha. Zheng Xiong laughed uproariously, tilting his head back. Are you implying that I, Zheng Xiong, am also very weak? That's precisely the idea. Yi Tianzi smiled faintly. Zheng Xiong let out a sinister cold laugh. A dead man walking yet still running your mouth. How about we two sign a life and death pact? A life and death pact? Yi Tianzi squinted his eyes. Zheng Xiong stared at Yi Tianzi and sneered. If you don't dare, just kneel and beg for mercy. Count out to me 3 times, and I'll spare you. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Tianzi's face showed a hint of mockery. Huh. Zheng Xiong laughed loudly. You truly are seeking death. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Sign the life and death pact. The presiding elder declared in a loud voice. Third round, 12th match, Zheng Xiong versus Yi Tianzi. They sign a life and death pact. Let this decide not only victory, but also life and death. As these words were spoken, an uproar swept through the crowd before the main hall. A life and death pact. He actually dares to sign a life and death pact with senior brother Zheng Xiong. Senior brother Zheng Xiong is at the early core formation stage and has mastered 4 profound rank upper grade martial techniques. Li Hai was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. He's lost his mind. He's definitely lost his mind. He didn't take a single word I said to heart. A life and death pact. Before the main hall, Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Does he enjoy gambling with his life so much? On the arena, Zheng Xiong's face was twisted with ferocity. You arrogant little brat, who doesn't know your place, I've been waiting for you. 7 absolute fist. Prepare to die. Zheng Xiong roared, his feet striding forward as his body shot towards Yi Tianzi like a blur. In an instant, the air around him seemed to freeze. An overwhelmingly powerful fluctuation of true essence spread out, making it hard for the onlookers to breathe. His fist glowed with a faint golden light, carrying a terrifying momentum like a tidal wave as it slammed fiercely towards Yi Tianzi's chest. Mountain-shaking force. Yi Tianzi narrowed his eyes, shifted his feet backward, and then suddenly exerted force. The extremely hard stone slab beneath his feet instantly cracked, the fissures spreading out in all directions like a dense spiderweb. Yi Tianzi slightly turned his body to evade Zheng Xiong's attack. In that instant, he condensed his profound energy into his right fist and drove it ruthlessly into Zheng Xiong's chest. Boom! A tremendous muffled thunderclap suddenly resounded throughout the arena. The stage trembled violently, and dust flew into the air. Zheng Xiong's expression instantly froze. Yi Tianzi's fist was incredibly fast. He had no time to react. His body was bent backward almost like a shrimp, his eyes bulging as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Tiancis' overbearing fist force pierced straight through his chest. At the sight of this, the multitude of observing disciples below the stage erupted into an uproar. Senior brother Zheng Xiong is at the early foundation establishment stage. How could he? Foundation establishment. Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes revealed astonishment. Even Zheng Xiong at the foundation establishment stage can be dealt with. It turns out he was concealing his cultivation. Is this disciple a menial of our Qingxian sect? Even Yun Qinshan, the sect master of Qingxian sect, couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Reporting to the sect master, this child is named Yi Tianci, hailing from Luyun City, who joined our Qingxian sect 2 months ago as a menial. Luyun City. Yun Qinshan narrowed his eyes at the name and turned his gaze toward Zhao Lingshu. Zhao Lingshu replied, I do have some recollection of this child. His bloodline is only of the 1st grade, but considering his innate pure yang body and his natural great strength, I accepted him as a menial disciple of our Qingxian sect. Yun Qinshan nodded. I see. An innate pure yang body does show considerable talent in the path of cultivation, but it's a pity his bloodline is poor with an extremely low ceiling. However, in this grand competition, this child has performed remarkably. If he can defeat Zheng Xiong, we will grant him an exception to enter the outer sect. No, the inner sect. Yun Qinshan corrected himself. As you command. Zhao Lingshu cupped his hands in salute. I shall obey the orders of the sect leader, senior brother. Having said that, Zhao Lingshu lowered his head to glance at the jade thumb ring in his hand, murmuring in his heart, Yi Tianci. I recall that the reason I accepted this person was not because of his pure yang body, but because this jade seal ring glowed. When the jade seal ring emits light, it indicates the other party possesses a treasure. It was precisely for this reason that I took him in as a menial. In just 2 months, this child has been able to perform like this. Could it be that he truly has some opportunity on him? When the chance arises, I must investigate thoroughly. On the martial stage, Zheng Xiong, having taken a heavy punch from Yi Tianci, retreated several steps before finally widening the distance between them. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his expression shifting repeatedly. This damned bastard's fist force is incredibly overbearing. A tearing, searing pain shot through Zheng Xiong's chest. His internal organs felt as though they had all shifted out of place, causing him excruciating agony. Yet Yi Tianci granted him no respite. With a backward stamp of his foot, he instantly unleashed a terrifying speed, and as he executed the moon shadow step, he left a trail of afterimages behind him. So fast. Zheng Xiong couldn't even discern Yi Tiancis' movements before the latter had already arrived before him. Bang! A dull thud rang out as Zheng Xiong was sent flying by a sweeping leg from Yi Tianci, crashing heavily to the ground. Following that, Yi Tianci raised his leg and stomped fiercely on Zheng Xiong's chest. This strike was heavy and forceful. Even the ground beneath Zheng Xiong's back cracked into depressions, fissures spreading outward like a spiderweb. Zheng Xiong spat out another mouthful of blood. Before Yi Tianci, his early foundation establishment cultivation was utterly powerless to resist. Zheng Xiong's face was twisted in agony as he looked at Yi Tianci, only to find his eyes brimming with murderous intent and ruthlessness. Yi Tianci, you want to kill me? Zheng Xiong was greatly alarmed, finally sensing the weight of Yi Tianci's killing intent. You guessed correctly. Yi Tianci sneered coldly and once again stomped heavily on Zheng Xiong's body. Zheng Xiong coughed up blood incessantly, his eyes filled with terror. Yi Tianci, my father is the patriarch of the Zheng family in Yelin City. If you dare kill me, he will never let you go. Patriarch of the Zheng family in Yelin City. Fine, I've taken note. Yi Tianci smiled faintly, suddenly recalling a phrase his master's wife had once said. When you kill, either don't kill at all or annihilate them completely. What do you intend to do? Zheng Xiong asked in shock. Naturally, I will annihilate your Zheng family. What else could it be? Yi Tianci sneered. You wouldn't dare. Zheng Xiong, seeing the cold, cruel smile on Yi Tianci's face, suddenly felt as though he was facing a god of slaughter. What is there not to dare? Yi Tianci sneered coldly, planting another foot on Zheng Xiong's body. Zheng Xiong was on the verge of death, feeling his end was near, and hastily begged for mercy. I was wrong, I concede. Yi Tianci, I beg you, don't kill me. Have you forgotten? You just signed the life and death pact. Once signed, it determines both victory and life or death. Zheng Xiong, today you brought this upon yourself. With these words, Yi Tianci raised his leg high and crushed Zheng Xiong's throat with a single stomp. Zheng Xiong's eyes bulged, filled with regret and unwillingness, and after a few convulsions his breath ceased entirely. Zheng Xiong is dead. The observing disciples below the stage were dumbfounded, swallowing hard. It was a complete massacre. Zheng Xiong was at the early foundation establishment stage, yet he had no room to resist. Yi Tianxi. Su Qingwei gazed at Yi Tianxi, her expression exceedingly complex. The 12th match of the third round, the victor is Yi Tianxi. As the announcing elder's voice rang out, Zheng Xiong's corpse was swiftly removed from the stage. Before the large pool of blood on the ground could be cleaned, the next match had already begun. Junior brother, congratulations. Qin Shuang had been waiting for Yi Tianxi below the stage for some time. As soon as he descended, she warmly approached him. Senior sister, I've advanced to the top 16. Indeed, Tianxi junior brother has brought me so many surprises. Qin Shuang linked her arm with Yi Tianxi and laughed. I wonder what expression Su Qingwei has right now, haha. Senior sister, do you know what cultivation level the patriarch of the Zheng family in Yelin City has? Yi Tianxi asked. Zheng Xiong's father. He is at the late foundation establishment stage. Qin Shuang answered truthfully. Late foundation establishment stage. Thank you for telling me, senior sister. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. What is it? Why is junior brother inquiring about this? Qin Shuang asked. It's nothing. Yi Tianxi shook his head, not giving a direct answer. Junior brother, rest assured. The life and death pact was made by Zheng Xiong himself. If the Zheng family in Yelin City dares to trouble junior brother, the sect will certainly back you up. Qin Shuang continued. Our sect master is a powerhouse at the mortal transcendent stage. Ordinary cultivation families wouldn't dare to court trouble with the Qingxian sect. Mortal transcendent stage. The mortal transcendent stage was a realm beyond the profound connection stage. In the entire Qingxian sect, only the sect master Yun Qianshan had achieved this cultivation level. But speaking of the mortal transcendent stage, Yi Tianxi also recalled another person, the third peak master of the Misty Peak, Fairy Lingyin of the Misty sect. On the day of taking disciples, she had also appeared in Luyun City and snatched Lin Feng, who possessed an 8th grade cultivation bloodline, from Zhao Lingshu to be her disciple. He wondered how far Lin Feng had progressed in his cultivation by now. What are you thinking about, junior brother? Seeing Yi Tianxi lost in thought, Qin Shuang waved her hand before his eyes. Oh, nothing. Yi Tianxi quickly snapped back to reality and said with a smile, I was thinking if only one day we could also cultivate to the mortal transcendent stage. We will. Qin Shuang laughed excitedly. Senior sister believes that with junior brother's talent, it won't be long before you reach the mortal transcendent stage. Then no one will dare look down on you anymore. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. Suddenly at this moment, Qin Shuang pointed at the light screen in midair and said, Junior brother, look quickly. Your opponent for the next round has appeared. It's Jiang Hao. This person's strength is even inferior to Zheng Xiong's. I didn't expect him to have advanced to the top 16 as well. Is that so? Then I suppose I am quite fortunate, Yi Tianxi said with a faint smile. Ha ha ha. Junior brother, you are far too modest. Others may not know you, but I, your senior sister, do. From the very first round until now, you have advanced solely on your own strength. Moreover, after 3 rounds, I have yet to see you use the burial thunder finger even once. Qin Shuang fixed her gaze on Yi Tianxi, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration. Yi Tianxi smiled and said, the time has not yet come. There is no need to resort to such a lethal technique against fellow disciples. True enough. Qin Shuang nodded with a smile. As for you, senior sister, you are formidable, and like Xiao Han, have been placed in the first half. If you keep winning, you are bound to face Xiao Han in the semifinals. I wonder, senior sister. Yi Tianxi trailed off, hesitating. Xiao Han. Qin Shuang gave a gentle smile. He certainly knows how to intimidate others. He demands a life and death pact in every match, and all the disciples who face him simply concede and withdraw. But don't worry, junior brother. I will have my own way to deal with him when the time comes. As soon as Qin Shuang finished speaking, Yi Tianxi interjected, Senior sister, let me handle it. Oh. Qin Shuang was taken aback. Yi Tianxi said, this man is too bloodthirsty and shows no regard for brotherhood among disciples. I fear he might harm you. Instead, leave him to me. Let me have a fair and square duel with him. Qin Shuang's eyes sparkled. Junior brother, are you worried about me? Of course, Yi Tianxi nodded with a smile. After all, you are my woman. Giggle. Qin Shuang blushed slightly, giving a shy smile. Such a domineering little junior brother, I like it. Very well, then I agree. Qin Shuang stared into Yi Tianxi's eyes and said, you must win. I will. Yi Tianxi smiled with confidence. The tournament proceeded, and unknown matches were decided swiftly. 4th round, first match winner Xiao Han. 4th round, third match winner Qin Shuang. 4th round, 5th match winner Yi Tianxi. 5th round, first match winner Xiao Han. 2nd match winner Qin Shuang. 3rd match winner Yi Tianxi. 4th match winner Go Hong. The top 4 are decided. The disciples below the stage buzzed with discussion. The top four indeed include Xiao Han and senior sister Qin Shuang, and brother Ge Hong. Who would have thought that Yi Tianxi also made it to the top four and even defeated Gu Quan, Gu Hong's younger brother, in the quarterfinals? I heard he was originally just a menial disciple and joined our Qingyun sect only 2 months ago. He is so handsome. After this tournament, will the elders take him as an inner disciple? I wonder if he has a Dao companion. Could he possibly fancy me? Yi Tianxi had made a stunning impression, and his brilliant performance in the tournament stirred the hearts of many female disciples. Sect leader Yun Qianshan observed Yi Tianxi and murmured, "A menial disciple who managed to advance through 5 rounds to reach the top 4. After the tournament, we must recruit him into the inner sect and nurture him well." Yes, sect leader. Zhao Lingxiu and Zhuo Qiuyang nodded simultaneously. The top 4. Su Qingyu's expression gradually clouded. He truly came for the championship. If he does win the championship, then the bet between him and me. At the thought, Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed involuntarily. Top 4. Top 4. Congratulations, brother. You're incredible. Li Hai looked at Yi Tianxi with adoration, even more excited than Yi Tianxi himself. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. It's only the top 4. Wait until I win first place before congratulating me. Deal. Li Hai immediately nodded in agreement. Let those lofty inner and outer disciples see what we menial disciples are capable of. First semifinal match, Xiao Han versus Qin Shuang. Contestants, please take the stage. At the presiding elder's command, Xiao Han and Qin Shuang both stepped onto the arena. Xiao Han stared coldly at Qin Shuang and said, "Sign the life and death pact." Qin Shuang giggled, "Same old trick. Xiao Han, in all your matches so far you haven't had a single fair fight." Xiao Han sneered, "Those who dare not sign a life and death pact have no right to compete with me." Qin Shuang smiled. "You are indeed arrogant. Be careful you don't stumble." Ha ha ha. Xiao Han burst into laughter, then his eyes turned fierce. "Qin Shuang, I have long wanted to have a proper bout with you. Bring the life and death pact." "No need." Qin Shuang swayed her waist and smiled charmingly. "I concede you win. I won't fight you, but you won't take first place either." With that, Qin Shuang stepped off the stage, leaving Xiao Han alone on the platform. Ha ha ha. Witnessing this, Zhao Lingxiu from the main hall laughed heartily and said to Zhuo Qiuyang, "Elder Zhuo, it seems your beloved disciple Qin Shuang is not so impressive after all." She conceded without even daring to fight. "It appears my disciple Xiao Han is destined to win this tournament." Zhuo Qiuyang was unconvinced. That remains to be seen. The disciples below buzzed with murmurs. I never expected senior sister Qin Shuang to concede. I recall that senior sister Qin Shuang broke through to the late core formation stage long ago, while Xiao Han only reached it recently. If they truly fought, the outcome would be uncertain. Semifinal first match winner Xiao Han. Semifinal second match Ge Hong and Yi Tianxi, please take the stage. Go junior brother. Qin Shuang cheered for Yi Tianxi once more. Yi Tianxi smiled lightly and nodded, all right. With that, he leaped onto the stage, facing Ge Hong directly. In the previous round, my younger brother Ge Quan lost to you. Ge Hong sized up Yi Tianxi as he spoke. Indeed. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. The brothers Ge Hong and Ge Quan were widely regarded as the most competitive disciples aside from Xiao Han and Qin Shuang. But in the last round, Yi Tianxi had easily defeated Ge Quan with his superior strength. Ge Hong's face bore numerous scars, giving him a fierce appearance, clearly a man who had weathered many storms. He sneered and continued, my brother had just broken through to the mid-core formation stage not long ago, while I am on the verge of reaching the late core formation stage. In this match, you are doomed to lose. As his words fell, Ge Hong shot forward with incredible speed, appearing before Yi Tianxi in an instant. He raised his arm, bringing a howling gale of force with it. Yet just as his fist was about to strike Yi Tianxi's body vanished in an eerily mysterious manner. Ge Hong reacted swiftly, immediately looking upward. Sure enough, Yi Tianxi had leaped into the air, hovering 3 zhang above the ground. Familiar trick. Ge Hong let out a sinister laugh, then formed hand seals, gathering power in his fist, and roared, Mad Lion Fist. The moment these words fell, a golden fist shadow resembling a lion hurtled fiercely toward Yi Tianxi, who was suspended midair. The fist shadow was terrifying, carrying with it a series of howling sounds as it brutally tore through the air. Yi Tianxi's robes rustled violently from the impact, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward into a smug grin. Quaking Mountain Fist. He let out a low shout as he unleashed the Quaking Mountain Fist in an instant. The might of this technique was immense, and in the blink of an eye it shattered Ge Hong's lion fist shadow into pieces. After neutralizing the force of the raging lion fist, the remaining momentum of the Quaking Mountain Fist surged onward once again, hurtling fiercely toward Ge Hong, who stood on the arena stage. His fist strength far surpasses my raging lion fist. Gohong was greatly startled and dodged Yi Tianxi's fist momentum by instinct. Yi Tianxi's punch struck nothing but air, and a thunderous boom echoed through the air. The very spot where Gohong had just stood was smashed into a crater by the force of Yi Tianxi's fist. The entire arena seemed unable to withstand such power, trembling violently from the impact. Such a fierce and powerful fist. Gohong gritted his teeth, a look of wariness spreading across his face. Among the tens of thousands of disciples in the Azure Mystic sect aside from Shaohan, I've never feared anyone. As these words fell, Gohong stamped his foot on the ground, and his body suddenly shot forward like a cannonball. By this time, Yi Tianxi had also returned to the ground, and the two engaged in a close-quarters exchange. Their movements were incredibly swift. Before the crowd could even register their actions, the two had already clashed for several rounds. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds like metal striking metal echoed through the air. The two fought fiercely, neither able to gain the upper hand. Gohong gritted his teeth once more, for he prided himself on having reached the pinnacle in the martial path. Yet after this exchange, he found himself unable to seize any advantage. After another dozen or so rounds, Gohong suddenly seized a flaw in Yi Tianxi's technique and swept a tornado kick straight toward Yi Tianxi's face. Little did he know Yi Tianxi had deliberately feigned an opening to lure Gohong into a trap. The moment Gohong launched his attack, Yi Tianxi suddenly let out a cold laugh. Not good. He's tricking me. Gohong realized the deception, but it was too late. Yi Tianxi leaned back, easily evading the tornado kick, then lowered his body and executed a sweeping leg move, tripping Gohong to the ground. Their techniques flowed with seamless grace, yet in terms of martial skill, Yi Tianxi was clearly superior. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The surrounding spectators cheered, repeatedly clapping in applause. Su Qingyu's expression was unusually complex, her beautiful eyes filled with deep bewilderment. Why is he so effortlessly in control? Over the past month or so, Su Qingyue had secretly observed Yi Tianxi many times, noticing that aside from occasionally practicing the burial thunder finger, he rarely trained in martial techniques. Yet his martial skills were so fluid and masterful, as if they were innate. Gohong scrambled to his feet, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Yi Tianxi, how dare you toy with me? Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. You were careless, no one else is to blame. Fine. Gohong let out a hearty laugh. Damn, this fight was truly exhilarating. In that case, I'll have to show my true skills. With that, Gohong tore off his shirt, revealing a set of solid muscles, and raised his hand with a low shout, "Blade come." Gohong used his gravitational technique to retrieve a sharp treasured blade from the weapon rack, twirling it in his hand with a flourish. A fine blade. Seeming quite pleased with the blade, Gohong then pointed at Yi Tianxi and snorted, "Go pick a weapon that suits you, or don't blame me for bullying an unarmed man." Yi Tianxi let out a cold laugh. Fine. The battle with Gohong had ignited a fiery passion within him, as if every muscle in his body had been awakened, making this fight far more exhilarating than the previous ones. Gohong was a man of true character, so Yi Tianxi set his sights on a red-tasseled spear from the weapon rack. That one it is. Yi Tianxi reached out with an empty gesture, and the red-tasseled spear flew into his hand. Holding the spear, Yi Tianxi felt a thrilling sensation, as if he gripped a divine weapon of unmatched power. Yi Tianxi let out a cold laugh. Fine. The battle with Gohong had ignited a fiery passion within him, as if every muscle in his body had been awakened, making this fight far more exhilarating than the previous ones. His blade technique was incredibly fierce, each slash stirring up layers of wind and waves. The strikes were like thunder and lightning, dazzling to behold. Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes slightly, gripping the spear tightly as he met the attack. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew in all directions as a fierce clang of metal rang out repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. However, Gohong gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Yi Tianxi's spear techniques were powerful and forceful, each collision leaving Gohong's wrists numb. Gohong gritted his teeth. I never expected the Azure Mystic sect to have a master like you. With that, he hastily retreated, feigning defeat, only to turn and launch a surprise attack, slashing his blade fiercely toward Yi Tianxi's waist and abdomen. Unfortunately, Yi Tianxi had already seen through his plan. The instant Gohong's blade came down, Yi Tianxi drove his spear into the ground with a thunderous crash, then leaped into the air and delivered several heavy kicks to Gohong's chest. Gohong staggered backward from the series of kicks. Before he could regain his balance, Yi Tianxi landed a brutal whip kick. With a loud thud, Gohong was powerless to defend himself and was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Scrambling up from the ground, Gu Hong's expression was extremely grim. Seeing Yi Tianxi ready to attack again, he quickly waved his hand to stop. No more I concede, I concede. Oh, Yi Tianxi smiled lightly. No more fighting. No more. Gu Hong shook his head again. You win. Am no match for you. You're too kind. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly, watching Gu Hong leave the stage. At the sight, the crowd below let out a wave of sighs. Who would have thought that Yi Tianxi, a mere menial disciple, would make it to the finals? Li Hai was stunned, speechless, unable to utter a word for a long time. Semifinals, second match winner Yi Tianxi. Before the grand hall, Su Qingyue gazed at Yi Tianxi's tall figure, her thoughts swirling with complexity. Latest core formation. Gu Hong's cultivation was just a step away from breaking through to latest core formation, yet he was thoroughly defeated by Yi Tianxi. Could it be that Yi Tianxi's cultivation, like Xiao Han's, has already reached latest core formation? The bet. At the thought of their wager, Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment once more. At that moment, Intersect Elder by Qingfeng stood up and announced in a clear voice, Xiao Han, Yi Tianxi, congratulations on advancing to the grand competition finals. You may both rest briefly. Once this incense stick has burned down, the final duel will officially commence. The victor shall become the holy son of our Azure Mystic sect and wed our sect's holy maiden Su Qingyue as Dao companions to be married on an auspicious day and forge a grand legacy together. Yi Tianxi and Xiao Han both cupped their hands toward the grand hall before withdrawing. As soon as Yi Tianxi returned to the sidelines, he suddenly saw a white-clad figure drift down before him. It was the holy maiden Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue. Yi Tianxi frowned. Why are you here? Su Qingyue turned to face him, letting out a cold snort. I've come to give you a reminder. In the grand competition duel, you had better win. Yi Tianxi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. I'd better win. Of course I will win. But you saints, now hope I lose, now hope I win. I'm utterly confused. What exactly do you mean? Su Qingyue snorted coldly. I neither hope you win nor hope you lose. What I want is to kill you with my own hands. Such a deep grudge. Yi Tianxi pouted with an innocent look. Who told you to see what you shouldn't have? Su Qingyue snorted again. I didn't mean to. Yi Tianxi retorted, who in their right mind goes to a place like that to cultivate, and even takes off their clothes to do it? The more he thought about it, the more he felt wronged. I do as I please. What business is it of yours? Su Qingyue glared at him with her beautiful eyes wide open. See, you did it willingly, so how can you blame me? Yi Tianxi pouted again. Enough nonsense. In the duel later, you'd better win, you hear. Why? Yi Tianxi frowned. Do you like me? Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed instantly as she retorted, don't flatter yourself. I want you to win because I don't want you to die at Xiao Han's hands. When you step onto the stage later, given Xiao Han's arrogant and domineering nature, he will surely demand a life and death pact. Once signed, it'll be a fight to the death. Only one of you will walk off alive. If Xiao Han kills you, I won't be able to kill you myself. Is that the only reason? Yi Tianxi asked. Of course. Su Qingyue snorted. Then if I win, you still can't kill me, can you? Yi Tianxi frowned. Who says I can't? Su Qingyue said fiercely. Yi Tianxi was baffled. Your heart is so cruel, woman. Have you forgotten the bet between us? Bet. Su Qingyue let out a light laugh. You're trying to weasel out of it. Yi Tianxi pouted again, recalling the words his master's wife Lu Fian had spoken to him that day. The more beautiful a woman, the more likely she is to deceive. Once you leave home, beware of those wicked women who know how to lie. Clearly Su Qingyue was one of them. Su Qingyue glanced at Yi Tianxi and then said with a triumphant smile, I never said that. But the duel is about to start. Do your best. Farewell. With that, Su Qingyue lightly tapped her toes, leaped into the air, and flew back to the front of the hall, leaving Yi Tianxi standing there stunned. She clearly intends to renege on the bet. Yi Tianxi frowned. No, I cannot let her get away with it. If gentle persuasion fails, I'll have to use force. Dealing with wicked women often requires unconventional methods. With that thought, Yi Tianxi felt relieved. He had plenty of ways to make Su Qingyue honor their agreement. But first he had to defeat Xiao Han. Back at the front of the hall, Su Qingyue couldn't help but turn around and glance at Yi Tianxi again. Compared to Xiao Han, she secretly hoped Yi Tianxi would win. She felt not the slightest interest in Xiao Han. As for Yi Tianxi, Su Qingyue only felt her cheeks burn, unable to describe the feeling stirring within her. The time of one incense stick has elapsed. The grand tournament duel is about to begin. Contestants, please ascend the stage. Boom, boom, boom. A rapid drumbeat resounded, filling the air with tension and excitement. The triennial tournament champion would be decided between Yi Tianxi and Xiao Han. The tournament is about to start. Who are you rooting for? Need you ask? Senior brother Xiao Han, of course. Senior brother Xiao Han is the genius disciple of our Qingyun sect. As for Yi Tianxi, the overall strength of the contestants in his half was somewhat weaker. If he had faced Saint Sun Xiao earlier, he would have been eliminated long ago. Every disciple who faced Xiao Han in the first half conceded defeat. Xiao Han won without a fight all the way. It will likely be the same this time. What are you all saying? My brother may be a handyman, but you've all seen he has real skill. In the duel I stand with my brother. Li Hai retorted to the crowd. I'm also rooting for Yi Tianxi. What if he wins? A female disciple murmured. Before the Great Hall, Sect Master Yin Qianshan looked at the two grand elders and asked elders, who do you favor? Zhao Lingxiu stroked his beard and smiled. Naturally, my disciple Xiao Han. To be honest, my disciple has already broken through to the great perfection of the core formation stage. He only awaits victory in this tournament. Oh, Yin Qianshan's eyes lit up. Great perfection of core formation. Xiao Han is indeed exceptionally gifted. A blessing for our Qingyun sect. Elders, who do you favor? Yin Qianshan then turned to Zhuo Qiuyang. Zhuo Qiuyang replied, in terms of strength and experience, I naturally favor disciple Xiao. However, if both Elder Lingxiu and I favored the same disciple, it would be rather dull. So this time I'll bet on Yi Tianxi winning. Hee. Zhao Lingxiu laughed heartily. Very well, very well. Let's wait and see. A mere pure yang physique. The late core formation stage is already his limit. Boom, boom, boom. The drum continued to beat as Yi Tianxi and Xiao Han ascended the stage simultaneously. Compared to his previous matches, Yi Tianxi had changed into a black martial outfit, making him appear even more valiant and handsome. This black garment had been sewn for him by his master's wife 2 months ago before he left the Yi family. Wearing it, he looked clean and sharp as if reborn into a different person. Qin Shuang, watching from below, felt ripples stir in her heart and murmured, indeed, clothes make the man. With a change of attire, junior brother has become even more handsome. Many female disciples also let out gasps of surprise. Wearing the handyman's uniform, Yi Tianxi had been unremarkable. Without a careful look, it was hard to notice the extraordinarily handsome young face hidden beneath those ordinary clothes. Now standing on the highest dueling platform of Qingyun sect, Yi Tianxi naturally became the focus of countless disciples. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Xiao Han fixed a look of utter disdain and contempt upon Yi Tianxi. Yet Yi Tianxi remained unusually calm, his eyes betraying no emotional fluctuation. You think you're worthy of contending with me for the mysterious Yin furnace vessel? Mysterious Yin furnace vessel. Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes at the words. Xiao Han sneered coldly. A perfect furnace vessel constitution. Once I take her primordial Yin, Xiao Han will soon break through to the profound mystery realm. Is she merely a furnace vessel to you? Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. What isn't she to you? Xiao Han smiled contemptuously. Yi Tianxi said calmly, perhaps at first, but now I want her as a person. It's all the same. Xiao Han snorted, spreading his hand wide as he shouted, sign the life and death pact. Life and death pact. Yi Tianxi smiled upon hearing this. Scared? If you are, then get lost. Xiao Han sneered, radiating an intense oppressive aura. Scared? Yi Tianxi let out a cold laugh. Bring the life and death pact. A life and death contract. The atmosphere on the arena was tense, yet the sect master Yin Qianshan could barely remain seated. He looked at Zhao Lingxiu and Zhuo Qiuyang and said, Elder Lingxiu, Elder Qiuyang, these two disciples are both prodigies of our Qingyun sect. To sign a life and death contract now, should we lose either side, would be a loss to the sect. Is this not imprudent? Zhuo Qiuyang nodded and said, I concur. Zhao Lingxiu remarked, Sect master, you worry too much. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot harbor two tigers. Our Qingyun sect does not require two geniuses, nor do we have abundant cultivation resources. In this tournament, keeping one is sufficient. Zhuo Qiuyang chuckled. Elder Zhao, are you not afraid that your disciple Xiao Han might lose? Should Xiao Han be defeated, he would not leave the arena alive. Ha ha ha. Zhao Lingxiu smiled lightly. My disciple Xiao Han cannot lose. Very well, Yin Qianshan said after a moment's thought. Then let them be. The disciples watching below were also in an uproar. Yi Tianxi actually dares to sign a life and death contract with senior brother Xiao Han. Does he have a death wish? In all these matches, he's the first to sign a life and death contract with senior brother Xiao Han. Not long ago, he signed one with Zheng Xiong, and in the end, Zheng Xiong was the one who died, wasn't he? In my view, no one who stands on the final arena is weak. Don't underestimate Yi Tianxi. If he had real skill, he wouldn't have been a handyman in our Qingyun sect. Before the Great Hall, Su Qingyu's cold, clear face showed a hint of worry as she couldn't help but look toward Yi Tianxi. On the arena, Xiao Han looked at Yi Tianxi, a sneer of disdain and mockery on his lips. In this Qingyun sect, you are the first to dare sign a life and death contract with me, Xiao Han. Yi Tianxi gave a cold smile. And the last because you will have no future. Xiao Han's mouth twitched slightly at the words. He clenched his fist, his muscles bulging, and growled. I hope you can hold out a while longer, otherwise killing you would be far too boring. Enough talk. Let's begin. Yi Tianxi shifted his stance slightly and spoke. Fine. Xiao Han let out another low roar. Dong. The golden gong sounded again, and the battle between the two instantly erupted. Xiao Han stomped the ground with the tip of his foot, his figure transforming into a blur as he charged to Yi Tianxi's side. His right hand formed a claw aiming for Yi Tianxi's throat. Yi Tianxi's gaze sharpened. He shifted his body half a foot to the left to dodge, while simultaneously raising his right leg and kicking fiercely toward Xiao Han's shoulder. Xiao Han's claw missed, and he immediately raised his right arm to block in front of him. Bang! The collision produced a deafening sound, and a powerful force erupted from between the two. Tap, tap, tap. After the exchange, Xiao Han retreated 3 steps, while Yi Tianxi stood unmoving. Xiao Han steadied himself and looked at Yi Tianxi again, his eyes blazing with intense killing intent. He shifted his foot back and stomped hard on the ground. The arena floor instantly cracked with several fissures spreading outward, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from Xiao Han's body. Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes, not taking it lightly. He steadied his breath and had just assumed a stance when Xiao Han charged again. His speed was astonishing. The watching disciples could only see the afterimages he left behind. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han was once again before Yi Tianxi. They exchanged blows with fists and feet, engaging in dozens of rounds without a clear victor. But the floor beneath their feet was already in shambles, cracked traces appearing wherever they stepped. Earth Fiend Fist. After a bout of combat, Xiao Han quickly distanced himself, formed hand seals, and launched a powerful punch toward Yi Tianxi. Boom. The punch was devastating, its force skimming the ground, shattering and overturning every stone slab in its path. The entire arena was a storm of sand and dust. Yi Tianxi's gaze turned cold. Without a word, he met it with a mountain-shaking fist. Bang! The two forces collided, shaking the entire arena violently, sending a terrifying shockwave in all directions. So strong. Both of them are incredibly powerful. The watching disciples were thrilled. The warm-up is over. Xiao Han sized up Yi Tianxi with disdain and sneered, if this is all you've got, then you can die. As he spoke, the clothes on Xiao Han's upper body exploded. Qi surged around him as he rapidly formed hand seals and growled, Wind Cyclone Blade. The moment the words fell, Xiao Han's profound energy skyrocketed. Blades of wind formed out of thin air, swirling around him like sharp knives, exuding a chilling, icy aura. Slash! Xiao Han roared, waving his hand. The violent wind blades coalesced into a giant blade several zhang in size. Whoosh! Xiao Han grasped the blade with one hand and swung it, producing a piercing sound. Hehehe, my disciple has won. Seeing this, Zhao Lingshu stroked his beard and smiled. A mortal-grade lower-tier technique. Sect Master Yun Qianshan narrowed his eyes, a look of disbelief in them. Xiao Han has only been in the sect for 3 years, yet he has already mastered a mortal-grade lower-tier technique. Truly a prodigy with a 7th-rank bloodline. Yi Tianxi watched the massive wind blade slicing toward him, his expression darkening. The blade covered almost the entire arena, making it extremely difficult for those of lesser strength to escape. Even jumping off the stage would still leave one wounded by its residual force. But Yi Tianxi showed no fear. The moment the wind blade struck, his figure mysteriously vanished. Dust filled the air, and a cold smile curled on Xiao Han's lips. You're not worthy to compete with me. With the wind cyclone blade unleashed, Yi Tianxi was as good as dead. There was no way he could dodge it. Is that so? Just then, an extremely cold voice came from behind Xiao Han. Huh, not dead yet. Xiao Han was startled and immediately turned around. He saw Yi Tianxi standing behind him, completely unharmed, with terrifying lightning crackling in his right hand. Burial Thunderfinger. Yi Tianxi let out a low shout, pressing his right index and middle fingers together, and a bolt of lightning shot forth. Crackle. The air crackled with explosive sounds, as if a thunderbolt had torn through the sky, sending a chill down the spines of all the onlookers. No. Xiao Han's expression changed drastically, and he desperately tried to dodge to the side, but it was too late. Thud. Yi Tianxi's burial thunderfinger pierced straight through Xiao Han's chest. Xiao Han roared in agony, blood spurting from his mouth. Huh, that is. Before the Great Hall, Zhao Lingshu shot to his feet in shock, staring at the terrifying lightning in Yi Tianxi's hand. The second form of the burial thunderfinger? A mortal-grade mid-tier technique. Yun Qianshan narrowed his eyes, a look of appreciation in them. But Zhao Lingshu was panicked, his eyes filled with intense disbelief. With his bloodline and talent, how could he have learned such a fearsome killing move? Zhuoqiang smiled and said, "It seems this lad is far stronger than Elder Zhao anticipated." Yun Xinshan remarked, "The burial thunder finger is a earth-grade mid-rank technique, and only disciples who have awakened a thunder-attributed mystic vein are qualified to cultivate it. He has only been in our sect for 2 months, yet he truly appears to be a genius disciple. By the way, Elder Lingshu, is this lad also from Luyin City?" Yun Xinshan then asked. Zhao Lingshu nodded, "Indeed. Luyin City." Yun Xinshan pondered for a moment. In previous years, disciples from Luyin City were rather mediocre in talent, yet this year, 2 geniuses Lin Feng and Yi Tianxi have emerged. It's a pity that Lin Feng, who possesses an 8th-grade bloodline, was snatched away by the Misty sect, otherwise the revival of our Qingxian sect would be within reach. Zhuoqiang glanced at Zhao Lingshu and said with a smile, "Elder Zhao, it seems junior disciple Xiao is in a bit of trouble." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshu snorted coldly. It's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. If he has only learned 2 forms of the burial thunder finger, he may not necessarily be a match for my disciple. On the arena, Xiao Han was severely injured by a strike of Yi Tianxi's burial thunder finger, and blood flowed from his mouth. He glared fiercely at Yi Tianxi and said, "This is the burial thunder finger. You little brat, you've been holding out on me. Aren't you the same?" Yi Tianxi gave a cold smile. "I underestimated you." As he spoke, Xiao Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said icily, "Don't get too cocky. With this little strength, you can't defeat me. The mysterious Furnace Cauldron is still mine." Xiao Han's. With that, he took a deep breath, his entire Bodhist mystic energy surging, and fiercely activated the circulation of blood within him, instantly unleashing an even more formidable aura. Boom! Behind Xiao Han, a blurry silhouette of a ferocious beast entirely pitch black and as hideous as a demon suddenly materialized. The beast opened its gaping maw, tearing a void in the air, as if to devour heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar and a sharp cry from Xiao Han, a blazing flame erupted behind him, merging with the beastly figure to swiftly coalesce into the phantom of a fire Qilin. What kind of martial technique is this? The disciples below the arena were all stunned. After Xiao Han unleashed this move, Zhao Lingshu began to smile with ease once again. "Elders, well, what do you think of my disciple's fire Qilin palm?" Zhuoqiang said warily, "An earth-grade mid-rank technique, and he has even cultivated it to the 4th layer. Zhao Ling's smile grew increasingly smug. Senior brother Xiao's strength is truly terrifying. To be able to cultivate an earth-grade mid-rank technique to the 4th layer. Incredible." The disciples gaped in awe at the massive fire Qilin behind Xiao Han. Su Qingyu's face was cold, her gaze complex. She turned away, no longer watching the competition. Once Xiao Han unleashed his fire Qilin, Yi Tianxi would surely die. Yet for some reason, Su Qingyu felt an inexplicable sense of loss. "Yi Tianxi, today you die, without a doubt." Xiao Han let out a low roar, and the fire Qilin immediately charged at Yi Tianxi with a furious howl. Faced with such a lethal move, Yi Tianxi's expression remained calm. He formed hand seals, then pointed sharply at the sky, muttering, "Azure Dragon buries the heavens." As his words fell, the once placid sky instantly churned with wind and clouds, crackling with thunder and lightning. This is the 6th form of the burial thunder finger. Yun Qinshan shot to his feet. Even though his cultivation had already broken through the mortal transcendence realm, upon witnessing Yi Tianxi execute the Azure Dragon buries the heavens, an intense disbelief still washed over him. The 6th form of the burial thunder finger was far superior to the 4th form of the fire Qilin palm. If Yun Xinshan was this shaken, Zhuoqiang and Zhao Lingshu were even more so. Zhao Lingshu collapsed into his seat. "Junior brother Tianxi is amazing. I knew he would win." Qin Shuang's face was flushed with excitement, her eyes filled with admiration and affection for Yi Tianxi. Upon hearing the exclamations behind her, Su Qingyu immediately turned around, her gaze fixed on Yi Tianxi. "Azure Dragon buries the heavens. He has only been in the scripture pavilion for a month, how could he?" On the arena, Yi Tianxi gave a cold smile. Above, thunder roared and dark clouds gathered as a massive azure dragon slowly emerged from the storm clouds. The dragon's phantom was imposing without anger, its enormous body wreathed in countless bolts of lightning, gazing down upon the arena with sharp, majestic eyes, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xiao Han was stunned at the sight. The arrogant and reckless man could not help but tremble slightly. Compared to the azure dragon high above, the fire Qilin phantom he had summoned seemed utterly insignificant. "Xiao Han, you've lost. If you have any other tricks, bring them all out now." Yi Tianxi stared coldly at Xiao Han. Xiao Han gritted his teeth fiercely. "Who says I've lost? With that, Xiao Han waved his hand, commanding the fire qilin behind him to charge at Yi Tianxi. Very well. Yi Tianxi snorted, and the azure dragon phantom descended with a thunderous crash, instantly shattering Xiao Han's fire qilin into fragments. Xiao Han's figure was sent flying dozens of yards away, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Humph! Yi Tianxi snorted again, and the azure dragon phantom shrank several times, coiling beside him. As senior brother Xiao Han actually lost. Yi Tianxi won. The disciples below were first dead silent, then suddenly erupted into an uproar. He won. Su Qingyue was momentarily stunned, yet felt a strange sense of relief. Xiao Han lost. Zhao Ling's face was etched with disbelief. It seems this old man guessed correctly, Zuo Qiang said with a slight smile. Yi Tianxi glanced at Xiao Han in the distance, who lay motionless on the ground, appearing as if dead. Yi Tianxi snorted coldly and turned to walk off the arena. Cough. Cough. At that moment, the sound of Xiao Han's coughing came from behind. Still not dead, Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes, lightning coalescing at his fingertips as he prepared to finish him off. Just then, Zuo Qiang suddenly appeared on the arena and said to Yi Tianxi, "Young friend Tianxi, hold on. Our Qingxian sect cherishes talent. I hope you can spare Xiao Han's life for the sake of this old man." Yi Tianxi looked at Zuo Qiang, knowing he was Qin Shuang's master. Recalling his relationship with Qin Shuang, Yi Tianxi's gaze darkened slightly as he said in a low voice, "Since it is elder's wish, I dare not disobey." He had already secured first place in the competition. Whether Xiao Han lived or died was of no concern to him. With that, Yi Tianxi turned to leave the arena. At that moment, Xiao Han gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet, gathering the last of his mystic energy into his fist as he roared, "Yi Tianxi, I don't need your pity. Today you die without a doubt." With that, he leaped at Yi Tianxi, throwing a powerful punch. "You're asking for death." Yi Tianxi suddenly turned around, mountain-shaking fist. Boom. The punch was devastating, piercing straight through Xiao Han's chest. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain, drenching Yi Tianxi's entire right arm. Xiao Han's body was blasted dozens of yards away, dead on the spot. Disciple. Zhao Lingshu rose abruptly, his eyes filled with an overwhelming disbelief. Xiao Han is dead. Yi Tianxi has won. The disciples below erupted in clamor. The once prodigious genius of Qingyun sect, Xiao Han, had perished on the competition arena. Well done, junior brother. Qin Shuang exulted, her face brimming with excitement. No way did my brother really clinch the top spot in the grand tournament. Li Hai scratched his head, utterly bewildered. He actually won the grand tournament's first place. Su Qingyue murmured softly, a blush coloring her cheeks. Wretch, how dare you kill my disciple? Zhao Lingshu glared at Yi Tianxi, fuming with rage. What did you say? Yi Tianxi's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing as he cast a murderous gaze upon Zhao Lingshu. My disciple Xiao Han possessed a 7th grade bloodline, a genius, and you dared to slay him. Zhao Lingshu roared in fury. He signed the life and death pact himself. How is that my concern? Yi Tianxi shot a cold glance at Zhao Lingshu. Such an insolent brat daring to talk back to me. Zhao Ling's hair and beard bristled as a terrifying pressure emanated from him. Yi Tianxi's eyes narrowed, revealing no trace of fear. Even if Zhao Lingshu was at the Tongxian realm, so what? He had Yu Ji as his backing. There was nothing to worry about. Yet at that moment, a thunderous crash echoed. Yun Qinshan, the sect master of Qingyun sect, slammed his hand onto the table, which exploded into splinters. A pressure far surpassing Zhao Ling's instantly enveloped the entire venue, weighing down on everyone like a tangible force. So formidable. Yi Tianxi felt a chill down his spine, the air turning frigid. Yun Qinshan, a cultivator of the Tuifan realm, could unleash such overwhelming pressure with a mere flick of his finger. Zhao Lingshu at the Tongxian realm was utterly insignificant before him. Lingshu, you've lost your composure. Yun Qinshan turned to Zhao Lingshu, speaking coldly. Zhao Lingshu faltered, then said, "Forgive me, sect leader. I was wrong." Yun Qianshan's expression softened slightly. He rose and declared, "The grand tournament is the most important triennial event of Qingyun sect. How can we let one death disrupt the rules? Moreover, it was you who first proposed life and death battles to cultivate the disciple's mettle. Now that your own disciple has fallen, you wish to renege. I admit my mistake. Forgive me, sect leader." Zhao Lingshu bowed. "Withdraw for now," Yun Qinshan said indifferently. "Very well." Zhao Lingshu nodded. Before leaving, he cast a cold glance at Yi Tianxi, muttering, "I recall when I first saw this brat in Liyan City, he was barely at the body tempering stage. In just 2 months, he's grown to this extent. There must be a secret. He must have obtained a great fortune." Zhao Lingshu looked down at the jade ring on his finger, a sinister glint in his eyes. Since Xiao Han is dead, you shall take his place. With that thought, Zhao Lingshu stormed off. After his departure, Yun Qianshan's smile returned. Elder Bai Qingfeng of the inner sect announced grandly, in the battle between Xiao Han and Yi Tianxi, the victor is Yi Tianxi, the champion of this grand tournament, Yi Tianxi. As the result was declared, Qin Shuang Li Hai and the others beamed with joy. Junior brother, congratulations. Qin Shuang approached Yi Tianxi to offer her congratulations. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. I owe much to senior sister's help. Qin Shuang chuckled. What little help I gave. It was all your own doing. Li Hai also came to offer his felicitations. Brother, I never imagined. You've become. Haha. Yi Tianxi gave Li Hai a faint smile. Brother, now that you've made it big, you won't forget about me, will you? Li Hai scratched his head, asking awkwardly. How could I, eh? Yi Tianxi smiled again. He'll never forget the days we carried water from the back mountain. Ha, good. Li Hai laughed heartily. Junior brother, Yi, congratulations. Many disciples from both the inner and outer sects came forward to offer their congratulations. Still calling him junior brother. Are you worthy? A female disciple in purple robes teased. Oh, how foolish of me. It's senior brother Yi. The person quickly corrected himself. Yi Tianxi chuckled lightly. Senior brothers and sisters, no need to be so formal. I joined late, so I hope you'll guide me in matters I don't understand. Qin Shuang giggled. Rest assured, junior brother. From now on, no one in Qin Yun's sect will dare not look out for you. Indeed, indeed. The fellow disciples nodded in agreement. Shifting the topic, a playful curve lifted the corner of Qin Shuang's mouth. Oh, except for that lofty sacred maiden, Su Qingwei. As he spoke, Yi Tianxi turned his gaze towards Su Qingwei. True to form, Su Qingwei remained icy and aloof, a look of defiance on her face. Haha. Yi Tianxi turned back and gave Qin Shuang a faint smile. Senior sister, rest assured. We'll find a way to deal with her. Oh. Qin Shuang covered her mouth with a laugh. Then I'll wait for your good news. Very well. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. The entire Qin Yun sect was abuzz with celebration, the atmosphere light and joyful. Ahem. Just then sect master Yun Qianshan cleared his throat. All right, everyone, quiet down. The sect master hasn't spoken yet. The grand hall square fell into silence. Yun Qianshan smiled. Disciples first, let me congratulate our disciple Yi Tianxi for claiming the top spot. According to the established rules, Tianxi will be elevated to the position of Holy Son of Qin Yun sect, entitled to the highest treatment. Holy Son Yi. The crowd below erupted in cheers. Yi Tianxi's face also lit up with a faint joyful smile. Inside the prison heaven tower, Yu Ji teased. Ooh, Holy Son Yi, little Tianxi has become a holy son. How impressive. I hope Holy Son Yi will look after little you from now on. Yi Tianxi feigned a cough and whispered, Sister Yue, you're just mocking me. Huh? Yu Ji laughed heartily. How can you say that? I'm serious. How could the Holy Son misunderstand me like this? Boo-hoo. Yi Tianxi rolled his eyes in embarrassment, muttering inwardly, do you still want to get out? Or would you rather stay in the tower forever? Boo-hoo, the Holy Son not only kicks away the ladder, but also threatens me. I can't take it anymore. Yu Ji whimpered coquettishly. Yi Tianxi was speechless, completely at a loss with Yu Ji. Before the grand hall, Yun Qianshan continued. Secondly, all participating disciples performed splendidly. Our Qin Yun sect rewards and punishes fairly. After the ceremony, rewards will be distributed based on your rankings and performances. I hope you all will strive further to bring honor to Qin Yun sect. Thank you, sect master. The disciples responded in unison, their expressions brimming with excitement. Finally, regarding our sacred maiden, Su Qingwei. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's heart skipped a beat, as if she had already foreseen the words Yun Qianshan was about to speak. Yun Qianshan declared in a resonant voice, as a reward for this grand competition, Qingwei shall become Tianxi's dual cultivation partner, adding new strength to our Qin Yun sect. Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing this, but she remained silent. The disciples below erupted into an uproar, casting envious glances at Yi Tianxi. Our junior brother Tianxi is truly fortunate. Having just attained the position of Holy Son, he is now to marry the Holy Maiden and become dual cultivation partners with Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei is the foremost beauty of our Qin Yun sect, renowned throughout Qingzhou. Tonight, countless men will have their hearts shattered. Yi Tianxi and Su Qingyu's eyes met, their gazes crossing the distance. A faint smile adorned Yi Tianxi's face, his eyes brimming with confidence and pride. Su Qingyu, however, wore an expression of icy defiance. Their gazes clashed briefly before she let out a soft snort, turned her head away with a blush. Yun Qianshan laughed heartily and continued, mortal marriages adhere to the rites of betrothal and formal wedding ceremonies, selecting auspicious dates. For us cultivators, marriage has fewer such rules and formalities. It is about following the will of heaven and the season. Thus, rather than choosing a day, it is better to hold the dual cultivation ceremony today, with heaven and earth as witnesses, the sun and moon as vows, and the mountains and rivers as testimony. Let this grand occasion allow thousands of Qingyun sect disciples to witness their union. What say you, disciples? Yun Qianshan's voice was impassioned and resolute. Excellent. It must be so. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden are a perfect match, a peerless couple. May you both be blessed with eternal harmony and bear children soon. Congratulations to Holy Son Yi on acquiring a beautiful wife. The disciples in the square cheered in unison, applause and shouts ringing out. Yun Qianshan gestured for Yi Tianxi to step forward. Yi Tianxi nodded and strode to the front of the hall, where Yun Qianshan asked, Tianxi, do you have any objections to becoming dual cultivation partners with Qingwei? This disciple has none, Yi Tianxi replied with a bow. Good. Yun Qianshan stroked his beard and smiled, then turned to Su Qingwei and asked Qingyue, what about you? Su Qingyu's cheeks burned as she replied softly, Qingwei will follow the sect master's orders. Excellent. Yun Qianshan rejoiced, saying to them, after paying respects to heaven and earth, you may proceed to the bridal chamber. Tianxi, as the holy son of Qingyun sect, you are entitled to your own residence. I have already ordered it prepared. From now on, the Holy Sun's Hall on Eastyu Mountain shall be your abode. Yi Tianxi's face lit up with excitement. Tianxi thanks the sect master. You're welcome. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Yun Qianshan smiled again. Good. They both nodded. Now go change into your wedding attire and return to pay respects to heaven and earth. Yes. Yi Tianxi nodded, exchanging a glance with Su Qingwei. Her face was full of hostility, causing Yi Tianxi to purse his lips. They left to change into their wedding robes behind the hall. I win, Yi Tianxi said with a smile, glancing at Su Qingwei along the way. Humph. Su Qingwei merely snorted, coldly glared at him, and entered the dressing room without a word. Yi Tianxi frowned slightly. Still snorting. You'll have plenty to cry about tonight in the bridal chamber. With that, he entered another dressing room and changed into the wedding robes prepared by Qingyun sect. Soon they were both dressed and led by maids from the dressing room to the main hall. The elders of Qingyun sect's inner and outer sects were already seated waiting. Su Qingwei was adorned with a phoenix coronet and a trailing red gown, her elegant and alluring curves accentuated by the crimson attire. Her already rosy, beautiful face was veiled, making her even more enticing. Yi Tianxi, tall and imposing, was exceptionally handsome. The two seemed a match made in heaven. As they appeared, they instantly drew the attention and cheers of the crowd below. Nephew Yi, truly a man of striking appearance. Congratulations. Grand Elders Wuqiu Yang was the first to offer blessings. Qin Shuang followed, smiling. Junior brother, congratulations. Yi Tianxi smiled at them in acknowledgement. Brother Yi, congratulations. Li Hai, pushing to the front of the disciples, waved to Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi smiled back. He also spotted Lin Chan among the crowd, her face beaming with a congratulatory smile. Yun Qianshan rose and said, Today is a joyous occasion, rare in a century for our Qingyun sect. I presume to officiate the dual cultivation ceremony for Tianxi and Qingwei. Please the couple step forward and bow to heaven and earth. As his words spread, the entire venue erupted in enthusiastic cheers, and countless disciples rose to applaud. Yi Tianxi and Su Qingwei slowly stepped onto the center of the square to bow. First bow, second bow, third bow. Please the couple drink the nuptial wine. The ceremony is complete. Enter the bridal chamber. Throughout the process, Su Qingwei was cooperative, showing no resistance. Under Yun Qianshan's direction, the ceremony concluded, and she was led by maids to the Holy Sun's Hall. Yi Tianxi intended to follow her, but was pulled back by fellow disciples. Junior brother Tianxi, where are you rushing off to? On such a joyous day, you must stay and drink with us. Drink. Yi Tianxi was taken aback. Ha! Some disciples laughed. I think junior brother Tianxi is eager for the bridal chamber. Yi Tianxi smiled awkwardly. The brothers had indeed guessed right. It's still early. Drink with us before heading to the bridal chamber. We won't stop until we're drunk. Yes, until we're drunk. Unable to refuse, Yi Tianxi stayed with the brothers until the hour of the boar before returning to the Holy Sun's Hall. Despite drinking heavily due to his Dao-Ancient Divine Body, he felt no intoxication while his fellow disciples were all drunk. At that time, the bedchamber of the Holy Sun's Hall was brightly lit. As Yi Tianxi approached, a delightful fragrance wafted from within. Yi Tianxi recognized it as Su Qingyu's scent. He stood quietly outside the door, reflecting on his experiences since regaining consciousness, as if in a dream. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tianxi pushed open the door. The room was filled with red candles, their flames flickering in the breeze, illuminating the curvaceous figure of the beauty on the bed. Su Qinghue sat serenely by the bedside, clad in a red wedding gown, her delicate hands gently stroking the long train. She wore an exquisite phoenix coronet, her face still veiled in red silk, concealing her stunning features, but unable to hide her trembling shoulders. Yi Tianxi took a few steps closer, his footsteps echoing clearly in the silent room. He gazed at Su Qinghue, his eyes involuntarily tracing her graceful curves. His Adam's apple bobbed, and a fervent desire ignited within him. The two of them remained silent for a long time. After a moment, Yi Tianxi slowly approached Su Qinghue and spoke first. "I won." His tone was calm. "According to the agreement tonight, you will consummate our marriage with me." Su Qinghue remained silent. Yi Tianxi quickly added, "If you don't speak, you'll take it as your agreement." With that, he picked up the weighing scale from the table beside him and gently lifted Su Qingyu's red bridal veil. The moment the red veil was lifted, a face of breathtaking beauty, enchanting and alluring, was revealed. Yet at that very instant, Su Qinghue suddenly raised her eyes to look at Yi Tianxi, and a murderous intent blazed within her gaze. Yi Tianxi was startled. Before he could react, he saw Su Qinghue condense her mystic power and instantly strike a palm toward him. Stumbling back, Yi Tianxi slid backwards several steps, barely dodging Su Qingyu's palm strike. Su Qinghue followed, closely sliding forward. The distance between them was merely a breath apart, and the atmosphere within the bridal chamber grew exceedingly tense. Yi Tianxi gazed into Su Qingyu's eyes, brimming with killing intent. "You truly are a faithless, wicked woman." Su Qinghue let out a triumphant cold laugh. "If you want to have me, you must first defeat me. If you can't even beat me, then you don't deserve to be Su Qingyu's man." As her words fell, Su Qinghue shifted her palm posture and attacked Yi Tianxi once more. Yi Tianxi raised both hands to block, deflecting her palm strike, while saying, "Fine. You said it yourself. I intended to treat you gently, but I never expected you to be so unreasonable. Since that's the case, I'll have to resort to force." With that, Yi Tianxi suddenly exerted his strength, forcing Su Qinghue back several steps. Su Qinghue staggered back a few steps before quickly steadying herself. She sneered coldly, "You may have defeated Xiao Han, but that doesn't mean you can defeat me. This saintess will see what skills you truly possess." As her words ended, Su Qinghue swept her leg toward Yi Tianxi. He reacted swiftly, pivoting around the round table in the room to evade her whip-like kick. Candlelight flickered within the room as the two fought with intense ferocity. Finding the round table obstructive, Su Qinghue raised her leg high, her slender straight limb descending like an axe, splitting the table in two with a resounding crash. With the table no longer providing cover, Yi Tianxi quickly retreated 2 steps to widen the distance. Yet amid the flying wood chips, Su Qinghue pressed on, relentlessly raising her leg once more to attack him. Meanwhile, the clamor within the room naturally drew the attention of the maidservants outside the saint's palace. 2 handmaidens hid in the shadows, staring at the bridal chamber's gauze window and giggling softly. Inside, the candlelight flickered, dimming and brightening, while 2 silhouettes darted swiftly across the window paper. One handmaiden remarked, "The saint and saintess are making quite a racket. It must be lively in there." The other handmaiden chuckled, "Shall we sneak closer for a look?" "Yes, let's." The 2 agreed readily and crept up to the door. Meanwhile, the pair inside were locked in fierce combat. Su Qinghue was seething with frustration, and after dozens of exchanges with Yi Tianxi, she had failed to gain the upper hand, and instead found her hands seized by him. They stood face to face, close enough to feel each other's breath. Outside, the handmaiden, watching the shadows on the window, giggled and asked, "What kind of pose is that? Never seen it before. The saint really knows how to play he." As they spoke of such matters, a bashful blush crept unbidden onto both handmaidens' faces. Inside, Su Qinghue glared fiercely at Yi Tianxi and snapped, "Let go." Yi Tianxi held her wrist with one hand and raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. "Sure, the handmaidens are eavesdropping. You'd better keep your voice down." Su Qinghue snorted coldly, "What do I care?" Though her words dismissed it, she had already lowered her voice. The instant her words fell, she suddenly wrenched free from Yi Tianxi's grip, then raised her red embroidered shoe, the tip of her foot hooking toward his neck. Yi Tianxi instinctively leaned back, and Su Qingyu's kick missed, but it extinguished all the candles behind him. The room's light dimmed further. Su Qinghue pressed on, relentlessly sweeping her leg out again, but in a moment of carelessness, Yi Tianxi caught her ankle. "Let go." Su Qinghue was startled and struggled, but could not break free. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly. "You offered it yourself." With that, Yi Tianxi grabbed the embroidered shoe on her foot, yanked it off, and tossed it away. The shoe struck the floor with a crisp sound before rolling into a corner. Su Qingyue was stunned, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she looked at Yi Tianxi. Shameless wretch. Her cheeks flushed with shame, she quickly broke free from his hold, switched to her other foot, and kicked him fiercely again. Slap. Unfortunately, Yi Tianxi seemed to have anticipated this strike. The moment Su Qingyue's kick came, he caught her ankle once more and removed her other embroidered shoe, holding it in his hand. Su Qingyue was utterly stunned. The triumphant sneer on Yi Tianxi's face deepened. She was overcome with shame and fury. Both her feet were now completely bare, such a humiliating part of her fully exposed to his gaze. Seeing this, the handmaidens outside the door couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. What kind of pose is this now? Truly worthy of our Azure Mystic sect's saint and saintess. Give them back. Su Qingyue stared at the embroidered shoes in Yi Tianxi's hand, her voice sharp. Yi Tianxi snorted lightly. Come and get them yourself if you want. Su Qingyue, both embarrassed and enraged, gritted her teeth and lunged at Yi Tianxi once more. Unbeknownst to her, this played right into Yi Tianxi's hands. As she charged, he tripped her, and Su Qingyue, unable to react in time, lost her balance and pitched forward. With a keen eye and swift hands, Yi Tianxi caught her, seized the opportunity to wrap an arm around her waist, and gazed triumphantly at her exquisite face. Su Qingyue was greatly alarmed and struggled with all her might, but to no avail. In the end, he lifted her horizontally and tossed her onto the bed. By the time Su Qingyue came to her senses, Yi Tianxi was already on top of her, pinning her down firmly. Panic-stricken, her heart pounded wildly as she struggled, pressing her hands against his chest. But Yi Tianxi whispered softly, "I've won again. You're no match for me." Su Qingyue retorted through clenched teeth, "It's because this space is too small. Oh, I can't fully use my skills." However, before she could finish, Yi Tianxi suddenly leaned in and kissed her, forcefully silencing her. In an instant, the warm, moist sensation on her lips made Su Qingyue's entire body go rigid. Her mind went blank, and her heart pounded wildly. Her pupils contracted, her beautiful eyes wide as saucers, never imagining that Yi Tianxi would dare to force a kiss on her. Her first kiss. "Yi Tianxi, you shameless wretch, how dare you!" Su Qingyue twisted her body desperately, pushing Yi Tianxi away while gasping for breath. Yi Tianxi stared at Su Qingyue with a serious expression, his own heart racing. "Su Qingyue, I truly like you. I don't just see you as a cauldron." Hearing this, Su Qingyue was taken aback. Since she had grown up, how many male cultivators had coveted her mysterious physique, and how many had ever looked at her with genuine regard? If not for the protection of the Qingxian sect's sect leader, she would have long become a plaything for male cultivators, wouldn't she? Thus, over the years, she had devoted herself relentlessly to cultivation, from tempering the body, to opening the meridians, then to condensing qi and forming the core. Step by step, all to protect herself. Yet due to the limitations of the mysterious physique, even with her exceptional talent and innate gifts, and her cultivation efforts far surpassing ordinary people by 10-fold or 100-fold, she could ultimately only stop at the great perfection of the core formation stage. The ceiling of the mysterious physique was such no matter how unwilling she could only reach this point, destined never to escape the fate of being a cauldron body. In this grand competition, the sect treated her as a cauldron to be awarded to the champion born with a predetermined, tragic, and fleeting fate. And tonight Yi Tianxi had spoken such words. "Is his purpose in marrying me not to take my primordial yin?" Su Qingyue murmured to herself. For a moment, a flicker of emotion stirred within her heart. Yi Tianxi's breath quickened. Before him, Su Qingyue was breathtakingly beautiful. "Qingyue, I want you to be my woman." With those words, he leaned down and kissed her again. MMM. Su Qingyue snapped awake from her daze, pressing her hands against Yi Tianxi's chest, twisting her body to push him away. But Yi Tianxi only grew more immersed in the kiss, showing no sign of stopping. After a bout of kissing, Su Qingyue was breathless, her cheeks flushed. This scoundrel was utterly shameless. "Let go." "No. In the grand competition and in the bet, I have won. More than your mysterious physique, I prefer your beauty, your personality, and you as a person. Of course, if you insist on not consummating the marriage with me, I won't force you. I'll wait until the day you are willing," Yi Tianxi declared with firm determination. "You? Do you truly like me?" Su Qingyue turned her face, glaring coldly at Yi Tianxi. "If I lie, may the heavens strike me down." Yi Tianxi raised his hand to swear. "Shut up." Su Qingyue suddenly extended her finger to seal his lips. Yi Tianxi fell silent, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Swearing to the heavens is a cultivator's great taboo," Su Qingyue said calmly. "Then do you believe me now?" Yi Tianxi asked earnestly. Su Qingyue said nothing, only slowly moving her hand to her waist, gently pulling open her sash, then turning her face away. Seeing this, Yi Tianxi's heartbeat quickened several times over. Even the most foolish person would understand Su Qingyu's meaning at this moment, let alone Yi Tianxi, who was no longer the simpleton from Luoyuan City. Qingyue. Yi Tianxi could barely conceal his excitement. Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed as she said flatly, "A bet is a bet. But only for tonight." She could see Yi Tianxi's sincerity, and her intuition told her this man was trustworthy. Yet Su Qingyue was always proud and unwilling to be controlled. If she found she had misjudged him in the future, she would rather die. No. Yi Tianxi shook his head. Not just tonight, but for eternity. With those words, he kissed Su Qingyu's red lips and jade-like neck again, while gently undoing her wedding gown. Wait. Su Qingyue suddenly called for a stop. Qingyue, my wife, you're not backing out, are you? Yi Tianxi asked anxiously. Su Qingyue said in a low voice, "Blow out the candles." With that, she formed a hand seal, releasing her spiritual power, extinguishing all the candles and plunging the room into darkness. The lights are out. Outside, two maidservants listened with lingering interest. Just then, Su Qingyu's cold voice came from inside. "Why haven't you two withdrawn?" "Oh no, the saintess has discovered us, run." The two maidservants, startled, fled in panic. The vast saint's hall was left with only Yi Tianxi and Su Qingyue. Qingyue. Their eyes met, and Yi Tianxi's gaze burned with passion. Su Qingyue, however, only lowered her head, shyly biting her cherry lips, and said later, "Be gentle." "All right." Yi Tianxi, his heart surging, quickly agreed, then drew the bed curtains and leaned down to kiss Su Qingyu's red lips. A scene of tenderness quietly unfolded. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window screen into the room. Su Qingyue, lying in bed, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. The room was in disarray, with wood chips and porcelain shards scattered all over the floor. Her head felt heavy as the events of the previous night rushed back to her mind one after another. He and I. The more Su Qingyue awoke, the more she recalled, the hotter her cheeks grew. She turned her head to look beside her, only to see Yi Tianxi sleeping soundly with his handsome face. "Yi Tianxi, you bastard." Su Qingyue grabbed a pillow and flung it at Yi Tianxi. Startled from his sweet dream, Yi Tianxi looked at Su Qingyue. "Su Qingyue, what are you doing? Think about what you've done." Su Qingyue snapped, her pretty face flushed with anger. Yi Tianxi frowned, scratching his head in embarrassment, then grinned foolishly. "I didn't do anything. It was only 7 times. You still have the nerve to say that?" At that moment, Su Qingyue could have killed Yi Tianxi. The events of last night were far too absurd. Her cheeks burned with shame. "I actually, humph." Su Qingyue angrily got up and dressed. Yi Tianxi finally realized he might have been too forceful and immediately apologized. "Qingyue, my wife, don't be angry. I know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again." "You're thinking about next time?" Su Qingyue turned back, demanding coldly. No, I wouldn't dare." Yi Tianxi hastily corrected himself. "Humph. If there's a next time, I won't forgive you." With that, Su Qingyue pushed open the door and left. "Qingyue, my wife, where are you going?" Yi Tianxi asked. "To the back mountain to cultivate." Su Qingyue left coldly, stepping out of the room. "So she's going to the back mountain to cultivate." Yi Tianxi frowned. "It seems she's not really angry, otherwise she wouldn't have answered me." Thinking of last night, Yi Tianxi felt a warm glow in his heart. Meanwhile, as soon as Su Qingyue stepped out, she felt a sharp ache and walked with a limp. When it rains, it pours. She had barely taken 2 steps when she ran straight into Qin Shuang, who had come specifically to visit. Seeing Su Qingyue limping, Qin Shuang was first stunned, then a smug, gloating smile spread across her face. "Oh my, isn't this the great Saintess Su? What happened to the great Saintess Su's leg? Didn't get a good rest last night. Hee hee. None of your business." Su Qingyue shot a glance at Qin Shuang and snorted. "Ha!" Qin Shuang laughed heartily, her body swaying with delight. "It seems our junior brother Tianxi is quite capable." "You." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's face flushed a bright red, leaving her speechless with anger. "Don't be mad, big sister won't say another word. By the way, has junior brother Tianxi woken up? I need to see him." Qin Shuang chuckled. "Can't you check yourself?" Su Qingyue snorted coldly, then turned and flew away on her sword. Qin Shuang looked back toward the horizon, a gloating smile spreading across her face. She murmured, Su Qingyue, who would have thought you'd see a day like this?" "Huh." She then walked toward the saint's hall and called out, "Junior brother, are you awake?" Yi Tianxi pushed open the door and stepped out. Clad in black, he radiated vitality, his entire being glowing as if reborn. While so handsome, Qin Shuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. "Senior sister, why are you here?" Yi Tianxi glanced at Qin Shuang. She wore a purple dress, her figure graceful and alluring. Her chest in particular seemed ready to burst forth, exuding a provocative charm that stirred the heart. Qin Shuang let out a soft laugh. Seeing no one around, she quickly approached Yi Tianxi and whispered, "Junior brother, how was last night? Did you succeed?" Yi Tianxi nodded. "Huh." Qin Shuang laughed again. "Finally someone can teach Su Qingwei a lesson for me." "Huh." Yi Tianxi was startled. "Never mind." Qin Shuang smiled again. "Junior brother, you're truly impressive. I came today to deliver a message from the sect master." "The sect master?" Yi Tianxi frowned. "Yes." Qin Shuang nodded. "I just came from the sect master's hall with master. The sect master asked me to tell you that he wants to see you in his hall once you're awake. He has something to discuss." "I see." Yi Tianxi nodded. "Thank you, senior sister, for informing me. Go quickly, don't keep the sect master waiting." Qin Shuang urged him on, but noticed Yi Tianxi's gaze fixed on her. "Senior sister, does your earlier promise still stand?" "What promise?" Qin Shuang feigned ignorance, rolling her eyes. "Ahem." Yi Tianxi cleared his throat and smiled. "Once I win first place in the tournament, you and Su Qingwei will both marry me. Senior sister hasn't forgotten, has she?" "Oh well." Qin Shuang's cheeks flushed crimson and she stammered. "Or is senior sister thinking of backing out?" Yi Tianxi asked with a smile. Qin Shuang gave a charming smile and quickly replied, "Junior brother, how could you say that? I'm not the kind of person who goes back on her word. It's just that you've just become the saint, and there's much to attend to in the sect. Once you've settled the sect's affairs and stabilized, there's still time to marry me. It's a deal, eh?" Yi Tianxi asked with a smile. "Pinky promise." Qin Shuang extended her little finger. "All right." The two hooked fingers, both wearing smiles. At the Qingxian sect's main hall, Yi Tianxi strode and looked at Yun Qianshan seated on the main seat and said respectfully, "Disciple, Yi Tianxi pays respects to the sect master." Yun Qianshan quickly rose to greet him and said, "Tianxi, you're here. Come sit." He gestured for Yi Tianxi to sit beside him. Yi Tianxi nodded and sat down. Yun Qianshan said earnestly, "Tianxi, I must congratulate you. You are the first saint of Qingxian sect in 100 years. Although Xiao Han has talent, he is arrogant by nature and unstable in mind, unfit for great responsibility. I can see that though you joined late, you are composed, introverted, decisive, and exceptionally intelligent. In time, you will surely become the pillar of our Qingxian sect." "You flatter me, sect master. I still need to temper myself." Yi Tianxi cupped his hands. "Ha!" Yun Qianshan laughed heartily. "Even in humility, you surpass other disciples. I have not misjudged you." Yun Qianshan continued, "The so-called saint of the sect is essentially the heir to the sect master. Once you have cultivated to a certain level, you can take my place and inherit the position. The position of sect master. I dare not." Yi Tianxi quickly stood up. Yun Qianshan raised his hand and smiled. "Don't rush. You must first reach the mortal transcendence realm before you are qualified to succeed. This position of sect master may seem lofty, but it bears a heavy responsibility. On your shoulders rests the rise and fall of the entire sect. It's not that simple." "I understand." Yi Tianxi nodded. "Tianxi, let me ask you, what is your current cultivation level? Answer truthfully." Yi Tianxi paused and said, "Peak golden core." Yun Qianshan was startled. "Peak golden core. During the tournament, I noticed your aura fluctuated between meridian opening, chi condensation, and golden core. You must have been concealing your cultivation." "Yes." Yi Tianxi nodded truthfully. "No wonder." Yun Qianshan stroked his beard and nodded. "Such a concealment technique is rare. How did you acquire it?" Yi Tianxi replied, "An expert imparted it to me." "I see." Yun Qianshan nodded again. "Then 2 months ago, before you joined the sect, what was your cultivation level?" "Disciple." Yi Tianxi hesitated. He recalled Yu Ji's warning that cultivating too quickly often invites suspicion and jealousy, potentially bringing deadly danger. But looking at Yun Qianshan, he did not seem like a malicious person. "Speak freely," Yun Qianshan said with a smile. "Peak meridian opening." Yi Tianxi thought for a moment and then answered truthfully. "What?" Yun Qianshan was shocked. "Peak meridian opening. You went from peak meridian opening to peak golden core in just 2 months." The astonishment on Yun Qianshan's face was beyond words. Until now, he had assumed Yi Tianxi was already at the mid to late golden core stage, which allowed him to shine in the tournament. But he never expected that 2 months ago the other was only at the meridian opening stage. Disciple would not dare to deceive. Yi Tianxi said calmly. "Excellent." Yun Qianshan rejoiced. "Tianxi, you are truly a blessing to our sect. To reach peak golden core in just 2 months, even the prodigies of the central continent and the 4 domains could hardly surpass this." Seeing Yun Qianshan's delight, a faint smile also appeared on Yi Tianxi's face. "Tianxi, you hail from Luoyun City, correct?" Yun Qianshan asked next. "Yes." Yi Tianxi nodded again. Luyun City. Yun Qinshan seemed lost in thought, murmuring, such a terrifying cultivation speed cannot be achieved by a pure yang body alone. Could it be that Elder Lingshu was mistaken and you are the true genius who triggered the heavenly anomalies in Luyun City? Heavenly anomalies. Yi Tianxi frowned, looking puzzled. Yun Qinshan nodded again. Yes, Tianxi. To be honest, before the sect entrance examination, I personally witnessed 2 heavenly anomalies emanating from the direction of Luyun City. Yi Tianxi listened attentively. Yun Qinshan continued. When a celestial anomaly appears, there are only 2 possibilities. Either a genius is cultivating or a supreme treasure has emerged. But it's rare for a treasure to stir the heavens twice in succession, which means Luyun City must have produced an extraordinary prodigy. That's why I sent Elder Lingshu to Luyun City to recruit more disciples, hoping to bring that prodigy into our sect. Yi Tianxi nodded. No wonder. Yun Qinshan said, cultivation values talent and bloodline. During recruitment, Elder Lingshu encountered a disciple with an 8th grade bloodline named Lin Feng. You should know him. Yi Tianxi nodded. I saw him during the selection. Yes. Yun Qinshan also nodded. Xiaohan's 7th grade bloodline already marks him as a dragon among men, but Lin Feng's 8th grade is rare, even in Qingzhou. Elder Lingshu immediately concluded that Lin Feng was the prodigy who stirred the celestial anomaly in Luyun City. He intended to take him as a disciple, but an unexpected incident occurred. Lin Feng was snatched away by Fairy Lingyin of the Misty Sect. Fairy Lingyin, like myself, is at the early stage of the transcending mortality realm with terrifying power. Elder Lingshu, wary of her, had no choice but to yield Lin Feng. You should know this too. Yi Tianxi nodded. The Misty Sect never recruits from Luyun City. Fairy Lingyin's taking Lin Feng must have been due to the celestial anomaly there. At that time, Elder Lingshu, Elder Qiuyang, and I all believed Lin Feng was the prodigy. But now I think it might not be Lin Feng. It could be you. Yun Qianshan's gaze sharpened, focusing on Yi Tianxi. Within the sky imprisoning tower, Yu Ji snorted coldly, humph, old blockhead finally catching on. Yi Tianxi was taken aback. Yu Ji added, this sect leader is quite sharp after all. Little Tianxi, he's right. The one stirring the celestial anomaly is you. Either the ancient divine physique or the sky imprisoning tower alone could trigger such a phenomenon. As for that Lin Feng with his mere 8th grade bloodline, let alone 8th, I've seen 18th grade bloodlines, and they have nothing to do with celestial anomalies. I see. Yi Tianxi mused. But don't be too explicit or just brush it off ambiguously. Yu Ji advised. Understood, thank you for the reminder, Sister Yu. Yi Tianxi nodded and addressed Yun Qinshan, sect leader Yun, but when I cultivated before, I never noticed any celestial anomaly. That's normal. Yun Qinshan smiled. When one is deeply immersed in cultivation, it's easy to miss such signs. Whether it's you or not, one thing is certain. You are an absolute genius. Thank you for the praise, sect leader. Yi Tianxi bowed respectfully. Enough of this. As long as you are devoted to our sect, whether you're a genius or not doesn't matter. Yun Qinshan laughed heartily and rose. Tianxi, I want to tell you about Qingwei. Qingwei. Yi Tianxi was startled. Yes. Yun Qinshan sighed. Don't be fooled by her cold and aloof demeanor. Qingwei is actually a pitiful child. She was born into a cultivation family with a profound yin constitution, what cultivators call a cauldron physique. This physique makes her an ideal vessel for male cultivators to drain for cultivation. Once her primal yin is taken, a male cultivator's power can rise by at least one major realm within a year. Because of this unique constitution, she was targeted from a young age. Many male cultivators and heretics sought to seize her. That year while traveling, I encountered her. Her Su family had been annihilated, and she was hiding alone in a sea of flames. I couldn't bear it and saved her. She was only 10 years old then. At 10, to endure such pain, witnessing her parents slaughtered, the entire Su family of 46 members wiped out. Qingwei. Hearing this, Yi Tianxi's heart jolted. Ah. Yun Qinshan sighed again. Her parents sacrificed themselves to protect her, and to this day, I haven't found the true culprit behind the Su family's destruction. I brought Qingwei back to the sect, treated her as my own daughter, taught her cultivation, and shielded her from bullying by fellow disciples. Little Qingwei was diligent too. Rain or shine, whenever I looked for her, I'd find her training. In just a year or two, she advanced from the body tempering stage to the core formation stage. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of her profound yin constitution, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break through to the mystic connection stage. No wonder. Yi Tianxi frowned, stunned. Fate plays cruel tricks. Qingwei is a sensible child who knows gratitude. You should know that although the Azure Mystic sect ranks among the top 10 sects of Qingzhou, it's merely a second-rate sect at the bottom. My talent is lacking, stuck at the transcending mortality stage with no progress. Grand Elders Qiuyang and Lingshu are only at the mystic connection stage. This means our sect, despite its reputation, is on a decline, growing weaker day by day. It's bearable for 5 or 10 years, but after 30 or 50 the Azure Mystic sect will fully degenerate into a second-rate sect unable to defend itself, becoming fish on the chopping block. I recall our sect was once a prestigious school. I can't bear to see it destroyed in my hands. To break this deadlock, we must elevate young disciples to shoulder the sect's burden. Hence this tournament is to select our strongest disciple. As for the reward for first place being our sect's saintess, that was Elder Linx's suggestion. He believed that since Qingyu's cultivation had stagnated, she might as well offer her cauldron physique to strengthen the sect. I initially disagreed, until once Qingyue volunteered. She suggested it herself. Yi Tianxi exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Yun Qianshan nodded. But I know it wasn't her true wish. Qingyue has been trapped by this cauldron physique since childhood, and her family was annihilated because of it. She despises her profound Yin constitution. She made this choice only to repay my life-saving grace and not to trouble me. Yi Tianxi fell silent. I never expected Qingyue, my wife, to make such a great sacrifice for sect leader Yun and the Azure Mystic sect. Before you came, Xiao Han was the strongest contender. Barring any surprises, he would have married Qingyue. I could see that Qingyue didn't like Xiao Han. She had no feelings for him. But now it's different. You won the tournament. I can see from her eyes that she doesn't resist you as she did Xiao Han. Instead, there's a hint of admiration and fondness. Over the years, I've treated Qingyue as my own daughter. I tell you this today not for other reasons, but as a father hoping you will treat her well. Yi Tianxi immediately cupped his fists and replied respectfully, I will. Rest assured, sect leader Yun, I will treat Qingyue well. That is good. Hearing Yi Tianxi's reply, Yun Qianshan smiled with satisfaction and said, You are kind by nature. In truth, I had already seen this during the grand competition. Xiao Han's way of dealing with fellow disciples was to sign a life-or-death pact. He did not even value their lives. But you merely forced your opponents off the arena without even injuring them. That alone is enough to earn my respect. Moreover, you are not one to be cowed. When provoked by Zheng Xiong and Xiao Han, you displayed remarkable calm and decisiveness. That is precisely why I decided yesterday to have you and Qingyue wed immediately. Entrusting Qingyue to you puts my mind at ease. Yun Qianshan spoke with heartfelt sincerity. I never expected the sect leader to be so thoughtful. Yu Ji remarked from within the prison heaven pagoda. I didn't expect it either, Yi Tianxi replied indifferently. Yun Qianshan continued, Furthermore, Tianxi, I did not have time to prepare a dowry for Qingyu's marriage. The only treasure I possess worthy of giving you is this sword. Saying this, Yun Qianshan retrieved a sword from his chinquan pouch. The blade was silver white with faint streaks of light flickering across its surface. Clearly no ordinary weapon. As it was drawn, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, emanating an awe-inspiring and terrifying force. A heaven-grade artifact. Upon seeing the sword, Yu Ji exclaimed in surprise. She recognized it at once as a heaven-grade treasure. Not that it was particularly precious in her eyes, but she was astonished that someone in this small Qingzhou could possess such a treasure. Yi Tianxi's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the sword and asked sect leader this sword. Yun Qianshan replied, This blade is called Dragon Slayer. It was the personal sword of our Qingxian sect's founder Su Heping. It is a heaven-grade low-rank artifact. Patriarch Heping once slew a flood dragon with this sword, earning great renown. Heaven-grade low-rank. Yi Tianxi was also stunned. He asked, Was Patriarch Heping a sword cultivator? Indeed. Yun Qianshan nodded and continued, When the Patriarch was alive, our Qingxian sect was at its peak. He devoted his life to the sword and was exceptionally talented. Unfortunately, he entered the blood-weeping sword grave and never returned, leaving the Dragon Slayer sword behind in the sect. I am too dull to master the sword, so keeping the Dragon Slayer would be a waste. Therefore I bestow it upon you. Tianxi thanks the sect leader. Yi Tianxi quickly bowed with cupped hands and respectfully accepted the sword from Yun Qianshan. The sect leader nodded with gratification and smiled. If the opportunity arises, you may also cultivate the sword. Whether in Qingzhou or the entire Nine Heavens continent, sword cultivators are exceedingly rare. The reason is simple: mastering the sword is too difficult. Only those with extraordinary talent can comprehend the way of the sword. Therefore I do not insist on this. Tianxi understands. Yun Qianshan continued, Of course, if you are interested in the path of the sword, you may visit my junior brother Elder Qingshuan at the scripture library. Qingxian has considerable talent in the way of the sword, but he is usually too lazy to concern himself with sect affairs. I once considered having him succeed me as sect leader, but he flatly refused. Elder Qingxian. Yi Tianxi recalled. This elder Qing Xian was none other than the gatekeeper of the scripture library. It was with his special permission that Yi Tianxi had been able to enter the library that day. He had never imagined this man was a sword cultivator. Tianxi will remember that. Yi Tianxi nodded. Good. Yun Xianshan smiled again and said, in 3 days I will travel to the main city of Qingzhou to attend the 10 sects assembly. After I leave, I will temporarily entrust the sect's affairs to you and Qinghua. If you face any difficult decisions, seek counsel from Grand Elders Qiuyang and Lingshu. They will assist you. Disciple obeys. Yi Tianxi replied respectfully. Leaving the sect leader's hall, he felt the weight of the Dragon Slayer's sword in his hand. It was a heaven-grade low-rank artifact, the most precious treasure he had ever encountered aside from the prison heaven pagoda. Yun Xianshan had also gifted him a Qianquan pouch capable of holding all manner of things. Inside were carefully prepared spirit stones, medicinal pills, and cultivation manuals for Yi Tianxi's use. Just as Yi Tianxi stored the Dragon Slayer's sword into his own Qianquan pouch, Yu Jia's voice echoed in his mind. Little Tianxi, have you ever thought of cultivating the sword? Cultivating the sword, eh? Yi Tianxi replied flatly, naturally I have. But sect leader Yun just said the path of the sword is far more difficult than cultivation. Indeed, it requires talent, but you have it. Yu Ji laughed. Is that so? Yi Tianxi was taken aback. Can you teach me, sister Yu? Not at all. I don't understand the sword, but there is one who does. Yu Ji answered crisply. Who? Asked Yi Tianxi. The one on the 7th level. Yu Ji replied. The 7th level, eh? Her. But I've never met her. Will she teach me? Yi Tianxi pouted. No, Yu Ji shook her head. Yi Tianxi frowned. Then, don't rush. It depends on her mood. What if she's in a good mood and decides to teach you? Yu Ji said with a smile. What if she's not in a good mood? Then we wait. Yi Tianxi pouted again. Then I'll focus on mastering the great freedom ultimate divine art you taught me first. Ha ha, that works too. You can cultivate both the sword and the mystic arts simultaneously. I can't teach you the sword, but the mystic arts are no problem. All right. Yi Tianxi returned to the saint's palace to cultivate in peace. Meanwhile, at the Jade Immortal Peak behind the mountain within a cave behind a waterfall, Su Qinghua was meditating with her eyes closed. Is the profound Yin constitution destined to stop at the golden core stage forever? I refuse to accept this. Su Qinghua slowly opened her beautiful eyes, which revealed deep sorrow and grief. Countless times in the past she had tried, but failed to cross the threshold of the golden core stage to reach the mystic profound realm. The limits of the profound Yin constitution were such that no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from the shackles of fate. Even today, after consummating her marriage with Yi Tianxi, Su Qinghua still refused to be resigned to this fate. After completing her preparations, she steadied her breath, closed her eyes once more, and prepared to assault the mystic profound realm again. However, this attempt far exceeded Su Qingyu's expectations. She discovered to her astonishment that the barrier blocking her path to the mystic profound realm had seemingly vanished. Her mystic power flowed with unparalleled smoothness without the slightest stagnation. A look of intense joy spread across Su Qingyu's face. With a heart full of anticipation and trepidation, she gathered all her mystic power once more to break through the bottleneck of the golden core stage. In an instant, radiant light emanated from her entire body, followed by a series of loud booms. The cave trembled and violent energy ripples swept in all directions, causing the surrounding stone walls to clatter. Before long, Su Qingyu's face flushed red. She suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, brimming with surprise and excitement. The mystic profound realm? I actually broke through. How can this be? Su Qinghua gazed at her own hands in disbelief, murmuring, why have I broken through at this moment? Wasn't it said that one with the profound Yin constitution could never transcend the core formation stage? Countless attempts before, all in vain. Why has today brought such a change, and with such effortless grace? Su Qinghua closed her beautiful eyes, recalling the entire process of her breakthrough. She remembered that during her assault on the mystic profound realm, aside from her own mystic power, a remarkably potent essence of primal energy surged within her. It was this very essence of primal energy that helped her shatter the shackles from core formation to the mystic profound realm, allowing her to reach that stage smoothly. At this thought, Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed instantly, and the image of a man surfaced in her mind. Yi Tianxi. Was it him? Realizing this, her blush deepened. She could not tell whether it was confusion or shyness, but an uncontrollable joy surged from the depths of her heart. After so many years of cultivation, she had finally broken through today. Later, Su Qinghua went to the scripture depository, and spent an entire day there poring over countless records, yet she found no relevant documentation. Setting down an ancient tome, Su Qingyue frowned. The union of pure yang body and profound yin body should not aid the latter in achieving a breakthrough in cultivation. But why? Never mind. Though the reason eluded her, one thing was certain: it was Yi Tiance's essence of primal energy that enabled her smooth breakthrough to the mystic profound realm. Leaving the scripture depository, Su Qingyue made her way to the sect leader's hall. "Qingyue, why are you here?" Yun Qianshan was attending to sect affairs when he noticed her radiant smile, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. Su Qingyue remained silent, offering only a faint smile. Yun Qianshan paused, setting down his documents to study her. It was then he perceived the distinct shift in her aura. The mystic profound realm. "Qingyue, you." Yun Qianshan, both startled and overjoyed, hastily rose. Su Qingyue nodded with a smile. "I have broken through. How can this be?" Yun Qianshan approached her in disbelief. "You tried for years without success. How did this happen today?" Su Qingyue shook her head. "Qingyue does not know. Perhaps it is because of Yi Tianci." No sooner had she spoken than an involuntary blush crept across her face. "Because of Tianci." Yun Qianshan was taken aback. "After our union, there was a change." Su Qingyue spoke softly. Good. Good." Yun Qianshan was overjoyed. "Whatever the reason, I am delighted for you. Who would have thought the profound yin constitution could also breach the mystic profound realm? Today brings me immense happiness. With you and Tianci in the Azure Mystic sect, I can rest assured." Yun Qianshan said, unable to contain his joy. Su Qingyue replied, "Qingyue will never fail to repay Master's nurturing grace." They then spoke at length about Yi Tianci. Hearing Yun Qianshan's favorable opinion of him, Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled, deepening her admiration for him. After Su Qingyue departed, Yun Qianshan let out a long sigh of relief. "Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Qingyue's cultivation has advanced further. What a blessing for our sect." He lit a stick of incense, bowed repeatedly before the ancestral tablets in the shrine, then placed the incense into the burner, his voice trembling with emotion. "Ancestors, patriarchs, and elders of the Azure Mystic sect, the sect has not fallen under my watch. Rest assured, forebears. One day the Azure Mystic sect shall reclaim its former glory and prosperity." Just then Zhao Lingshu appeared at the doorway. "Sect leader brother, what brings such joy today?" Zhao Lingshu inquired. "Lingshu, you've come at the right time." Yun Qianshan addressed him. "The Azure Mystic sect is saved. This morning Qingyue successfully broke through to the mystic profound realm." "The mystic profound realm?" Zhao Lingshu was astounded. "How did she manage it?" "This matter may be related to Yi Tianci," Yun Qianshan said calmly. "Yi Tianci?" Zhao Lingshu frowned. "Perhaps we were both mistaken during the recruitment at Luyan City. The true prodigy is not Lin Feng, but Tianci." "Moi." Zhao Lingshu was puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" "That boy possesses merely a first-grade bloodline. I tested him myself, there can be no mistake." Yun Qianshan laughed heartily. In just 2 short months he advanced from the great perfection of meridian opening to the great perfection of core formation. How many can claim such a feat? 2 months. Zhao Ling's pupils contracted, his face a mask of shock. "Indeed." Yun Qianshan nodded with a smile. Now that Qingyue has also broken through, it is time to entrust the future to the younger generation. Emerging from the ancestral shrine, Zhao Ling's astonishment lingered. "When I accepted him into the sect, it was only because of the treasure he carried. Could it be that this child truly possesses immense fortune?" As he pondered, a cold glint flashed in Zhao Ling's eyes. Deep in the night, within the Saint Sun's hall, Yi Tianci slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Since his union with Su Qingyue, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, with 1 foot already in the mystic profound realm, it would not be long before he achieved a true breakthrough. He turned to glance at the empty bed, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. "I suppose Qingyue won't be coming back to sleep tonight, will she?" Yi Tianci shook his head with a wry smile and prepared to resume his meditation. Just then a streak of sword light tore across the sky, landing at the entrance of his chamber. Yi Tianci's gaze froze as Su Qingyue gently pushed the door open. Clad in white robes, moonlight played upon her face, casting a hazy radiance. She was ethereally beautiful beyond compare. "Qingyue, you're back." Yi Tianci sprang to his feet, overjoyed. He had feared she might never return to this place. Su Qingyue's delicate face flushed. She glanced at him shyly, asking, "Were you waiting for me?" "Yes and no. I was just practicing my cultivation," Yi Tianci replied. "I see." Su Qingyue lowered her head with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. She then produced 2 items from her spatial pouch and placed them on the table. "Are you hungry? I picked some wild fruits from the back mountain and made some pastries. Please eat." Seeing the red mountain fruits and exquisite pastries on the table, Yi Tianxi felt an overwhelming sense of being favored and immediately looked at Su Qingyue saying, "Qingyue, did you make these pastries yourself?" Su Qingyue nodded. "Our cultivation hasn't reached the mortal transcendence realm yet, so we can't completely abstain from food. We still need to eat something. Go ahead and eat." "Qingyue, you're so kind. I thought you wouldn't come back," Yi Tianxi said with a smile. Su Qingyue smiled faintly. "This is my home too. Where else would I go if not here? You consider this your home." Overjoyed, Yi Tianxi stepped forward and embraced Su Qingyue's slender waist. As he held her, Su Qingyue's body stiffened abruptly, her pretty face flushing even deeper. "Let go. Let me go," she said softly, pushing against him twice. A blissful smile spread across Yi Tianxi's face, but he suddenly sensed a change in Su Qingyue's aura, and her profound energy had grown stronger. He quickly asked, "Qingyue, have you broken through to the mystic comprehension realm?" Su Qingyue smiled. "Yes. I heard from Sect Master Yun that with your profound Yin constitution, your cultivation could only reach the peak of the golden core realm. Why did you suddenly?" Yi Tianxi looked puzzled. "You should ask yourself that," Su Qingyue said, glancing at him. "Myself." Yi Tianxi frowned, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly understood. "Sister Yu once said that any virgin who has been intimate with me would benefit immensely. Could it be that Qingyue, my wife, broke through because of that?" As he was lost in thought, Su Qingyue spoke again. "Don't you know what you did?" Yi Tianxi scratched his head and laughed. "I really don't know. But it's wonderful that you could break through, Qingyue, my wife." "Qingyue, my wife." Su Qingyue frowned, at once her face reddening. "Who's your wife?" Yi Tianxi chuckled. "You, of course. Besides you, who else could be my wife? You're the wife I married openly and honorably." Su Qingyue's cheeks grew even redder. "Don't call me your wife," she said softly. "Why?" Yi Tianxi asked, stunned. "Just because." "No reason," Su Qingyue huffed lightly. "If I can't call you wife, what should I call you?" Yi Tianxi asked with a frown. "You can call me anything, just not wife." Su Qingyue huffed again, then looked at the pastries on the table. "The pastries won't taste good once they're cold. Hurry up and eat. It's getting late, so finish up and get some rest in bed." Hearing this, a glint flashed in Yi Tianxi's eyes, and he chuckled slyly. "Qingyue, my wife, are you going to sleep with me tonight?" Su Qingyue frowned. "You don't want to? If you don't want to, go leave." "I want to, of course I want to." Yi Tianxi grabbed Su Qingyue's wrist and laughed. "Of course I want to." Su Qingyue grew even more bashful and turned her head away. "Then eat quickly." "All right." Yi Tianxi nodded, picked up a piece of pastry, and began to savor it. As the pastry entered his mouth, a fragrant aroma immediately wafted over him. "I didn't expect Qingyue, my wife, to make such delicious pastries." Yi Tianxi was overjoyed. "Is it good?" Su Qingyue asked softly. "Delicious." Yi Tianxi nodded repeatedly. The next morning, Yi Tianxi got up and stretched, only to find that Su Qingyue had already risen and left, going to the back mountain to cultivate as usual. "Qingyue, my wife, rises so early. She has already broken through to the mystic comprehension realm, while I'm still stuck at the peak of the golden core realm. No, I must intensify my cultivation to reach the mystic comprehension realm as soon as possible. At the very least, I can't fall behind my wife." The sacred Sun Hall had a specially built spirit altar for cultivation. Yi Tianxi sat cross-legged on the altar and continued to cultivate, striving to break through to the mystic comprehension realm. His golden core cultivation was now stable, and he was only half a step away from the mystic comprehension realm. Half a day passed, and Yi Tianxi slowly exhaled a turbid breath, two sharp glints shooting from his eyes. "I have touched the barrier of the mystic comprehension realm. Soon I will successfully reach the mystic comprehension realm." Suddenly, a spirit pigeon flew, encircling the spirit altar twice. "Is it a spirit pigeon sent by Master's wife?" "The Qingxian Grand Competition has ended. News of my victory should have reached Luyun City by now. I'm sure Master's wife already knows." Yi Tianxi raised his hand, and the spirit pigeon landed on the back of his hand. He took the letter from it and immediately showed a look of surprise. "Master's wife has come to Qingxian Mountain. She's now at Fushui Town at the foot of the mountain." Yi Tianxi quickly stood up. "It's been 2 months. Master's wife must have missed me and didn't want to disturb my cultivation at Qingxian Sect, so she made a special trip to see me." With that thought, Yi Tianxi immediately formed hand seals, and a flying sword appeared beneath his feet. With a flash of sword light, he sped off toward Fushui Town. Fushui Town was not large, but due to its proximity to Qingxian Sect, many cultivators passed through, mostly at the body tempering or meridian opening stages. Occasionally, some outer disciples of Qingxian Sect would also come here for leisure. Yi Tianxi arrived at a tavern in Fushui Town and went to the second floor as indicated in the letter. Tianci, over here. As soon as he reached the second floor before he could look around, he heard a melodious voice. Following the sound, Yi Tianci's eyes lit up. Master's wife. It was a woman in a water silk dress sitting in a booth by the window on the second floor waving at him. The woman had exquisitely delicate features, fair and smooth skin like solidified cream, crystal clear and seemingly fragile. Although she appeared young, she exuded a mature charm and allure. Her full and proud bosom was particularly striking enough to quicken one's pulse and make one want to reach out. She was none other than Yi Tianci's master's wife, Lu Fian. Seeing his master's wife again after 2 months, a wave of familiarity washed over him. He quickly approached Lu Fian and said, "Master's wife, I've missed you so much." Lu Fian smiled radiantly, her eyes full of admiration. "I've missed you too. After 2 months, my disciple has become even more handsome and dashing." Yi Tianci spread his arms and looked at the black robe he was wearing, laughing. "You sewed this robe, master's wife. If I look handsome, it's because I'm wearing the clothes you made." Lu Fian chuckled at that. "Silly boy, that's because you're naturally tall and handsome. What does it have to do with the clothes I sewed? Come, Tianci, sit down and have a good chat with me. I never imagined that in just 2 months you would become the sacred son of this great Qingxian sect." Yi Tianci smiled faintly. "I was lucky to catch the Qingxian sect's grand competition. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken me to make a name for myself." Lu Fian asked, "Disciple, what is your current cultivation level? I heard that several inner disciples of Qingxian sect have already reached the late golden core realm. How did you win the competition?" A look of astonishment crossed her face. Upon hearing that Yi Tianci had won first place in the grand competition and become the Qingxian sacred son, she had immediately rushed over from Luoyun City just to see him. Yi Tianci smiled and was about to answer when he suddenly heard a burst of mocking laughter from the next table. "Sacred son? Are you kidding me? If he's the Qingxian sacred son, then in the sect master of Qingxian sect. Then I shall be the grand elder. Ha ha ha." At these words, everyone at the table burst into laughter. Hearing this, Yi Tianci narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze toward the neighboring table. The speaker was a rugged-looking brute clad in a green robe with a burly frame and a fierce countenance. A scar resembling a centipede ran across his face, and he was now eyeing Yi Tianci and Lu Fian with malicious intent. Lu Fian remarked, "They're just a few ruffian cultivators at the body tempering stage. Tianci, pay them no mind." "All right." Yi Tianci nodded and took a calm sip of tea. Just then a gaunt man beside the brute spoke up. "Boss, that woman's a looker. What a pair of chests. Yes, she's enough to make anyone drool." The brute licked his cracked lips and said, "I haven't had a taste in days." Perfect timing. With a leering grin, he rose and strode toward Lu Fian. "Pretty lady, how about a drink with your grandpa? He'll make you the sect leader's wife tonight." He approached Lu Fian wine bowl and hand a lascivious smile plastered on his face. "Scram." Lu Fian's eyes turned cold as she uttered the word scram. Oh, quite the fiery temper. But grandpa likes that. The brute let out a cold laugh, then with a sharp crack shattered the wine bowl in his hand. Without hesitation, he reached out to grope Lu Fian's face. Lu Fian snorted softly, gently setting down her teacup. Just as the brute's hand was about to touch her cheek, she raised her delicate hand. Boom. An invisible surge of force erupted, sending the brute staggering back several yards. He crashed heavily against the edge of the table, clutching his waist and howling in pain. Master's wife has broken through to the late core formation stage. Yi Tianci watched Lu Fian's technique, a look of shock spreading across his face. 2 months ago, when he had left home, Lu Fian was only at the peak of qi condensation. In just 2 months apart, she had already reached the late core formation stage. "I don't know what's happened to your master's wife, but ever since that dual cultivation session with you, my cultivation has surged without any barriers. In 2 months, I've advanced to the late core formation stage," Lu Fian said with a faint smile. "So it's all thanks to the dual cultivation." Yi Tianci teased with a grin. Lu Fian rolled her eyes. "Who knows? Maybe I suddenly had an epiphany." Yi Tianci nodded while sipping his tea. Indeed, master's wife has had an epiphany, a big one. Lu Fian's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. She glared at Yi Tianci and scolded playfully. "You little rascal, how dare you tease me? Your disciple wouldn't dare." Yi Tianci quipped with a smirk. "Damn it, my back." Just then the brute steadied himself, clutching his lower back, and cursed in agony. "Boss, are you all right?" His companions rushed over to support him. The brute shrugged them off, gritting his teeth. "That bitch is a cultivator. Brothers, get her. Catch her, and tonight, everyone gets a share." "Thanks, boss." Hearing this, the gang's eyes lit up with excitement as they cracked their knuckles and encircled Lu Fian. They glared at Lu Fian, snarling, "You dare mess with our boss? You must be tired of living." Yi Tiancis' expression turned cold, but Lu Fian remained as calm as ever, a faint smile playing on her lips. She said to Yi Tianxi, "Tianxi, you handle it. Let your master's wife see what you're capable of now." "All right." Yi Tianxi smiled faintly and slowly set down his teacup. The moment the cup touched the table, the tea inside remained still, yet an immensely powerful aura radiated from it. Boom. Ah. A chorus of screams erupted as the gang flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, tables and chairs on the second floor were overturned, food and drinks splattered everywhere. When it was over, Yi Tianxi calmly picked up his teacup again and took a sip. Peak core formation. Lu Fian's eyes widened in shock as she stared at him, a profound astonishment washing over her. "Impressive, boy. In just 2 months, you've reached the peak core formation stage. No wonder you won the Qingxian Grand Competition." "Ghosts. It's haunted, I tell you." The ruffians scrambled to their feet, their faces a mix of panic and humiliation, casting wary glances at Yi Tianxi. The brute, trembling with fear, shouted, "Meridian opening stage. This kid is at the Meridian opening stage." The highest among them was only at the 5th level of body tempering, so a Meridian opening cultivator was already a formidable presence in their eyes. But these men were too short-sighted to grasp how vastly superior Yi Tianxi was to a mere Meridian opening cultivator. After finishing his tea, Yi Tianxi rose slowly and approached the burly brute. With a single kick, he sent the man sprawling to the ground. Boom. The brute let out a pained scream, and before he could react, Yi Tianxi raised his right leg high and stomped down on his chest. The brute winced in agony, and Yi Tianxi looked down at him coldly. "You dared to lay a hand on my master's wife." I was wrong. "Spare me, young master. We won't dare again." The brute begged frantically. "Wrong." Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes. "Wrongdoers must pay the price." With that, Yi Tianxi pressed down hard with his foot, and a sharp crack echoed as several of the brute's ribs snapped, contorting his face in pain. "You? Oh." He writhed in agony, glaring at Yi Tianxi with venom. "Our real boss is an outer disciple of the Qingxian sect. This Fushui tea house is his turf. If you dare touch me when he comes, he won't let you off easily." "An outer disciple of the Qingxian sect?" Yi Tianxi sneered. "When will he arrive? I'd like to see which outer disciple has the gall to throw his weight around out here." "Soon he'll be here any moment," the brute growled. As if on cue, a sharp shout rang out from downstairs. "Who dares to cause trouble at my Fushui tea house?" Yi Tianxi paused, finding the voice oddly familiar. Before he could ponder further, a young man in a green robe rushed up to the second floor, followed by several Qingxian sect servant disciples in gray robes, both men and women. "Who's the bastard causing trouble at the tea house under my protection?" The young man in green bellowed as soon as he reached the top of the stairs. The brute's eyes lit up at the sight of him as if clutching at a lifeline, and he cried out, "Young Master Song, save me." The young man glanced at the brute, then fixed his gaze on Yi Tianxi, fuming. "Which scoundrel dares to cause trouble on my turf?" The brute secretly rejoiced. This young Master Song was an outer disciple of the Qingxian sect, notoriously protective of his own. If he stepped in, Yi Tianxi was as good as dead. Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance at the young man in green. "Song Jie, do you still recognize me?" This man was none other than Song Jie, an outer disciple of the Qingxian sect. It was from him that Yi Tianxi had seized the Earth Core Jade Essence. "Why Yi Tianxi?" Song Jie froze, finally recognizing the face before him. It was Yi Tianxi. His expression shifted dramatically, panic flooding in. He quickly corrected himself. "No, it's the Holy Sun." "Holy Sun, what brings you here?" The fact that Yi Tianxi had become the Holy Sun was known to everyone in Qingxian sect, and Song Jie, who had a grudge against him, was naturally even more aware of it. Holy Sun. Is he really the Holy Sun? Several rogue cultivators, witnessing Song Jie's deferential attitude toward Yi Tianxi, were utterly terrified. Song Jie was a genuine outer disciple of Qingxian sect, so his words could not be false. Instantly, the rogue cultivators' faces turned ashen, and they fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably as they begged for mercy. A sect like Qingxian was not something a few body-tempering rogue cultivators could afford to provoke, especially when Yi Tianxi was its Holy Son. Not only them, but even Song Jie and the servants behind him were trembling, bowing with clasped hands, fearing that Yi Tianxi's wrath might fall upon them. Yi Tianxi slowly withdrew his foot, then glanced at Song Jie and said indifferently, "I came here to meet my master's wife. I heard this tea house is under your control, is that so?" No. Song Jie frantically shook his head, denying it repeatedly. "Oh." Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes. "Still trying to deceive me? Aren't these ruffians backed by you, Song Jie?" Song Jie's face turned pale, and he fell to his knees with a thud, saying, "Holy Sun, please calm your anger. To be honest, this tea house is run by my third uncle. I'm only here to help him maintain order. He had witnessed Yi Tianxi's methods before. Even when Yi Tianxi was still a servant disciple, he was exceptionally formidable and ruthless in dealing with enemies. Now that he had become the holy son of Qingxian sect, he was even more untouchable. I see. Yi Tianxi nodded coldly. Since it's your third uncle's tea house, I won't hold you responsible. But these ruffians dared to offend and harass my master's wife. In your opinion, what punishment do they deserve? Song Jia quickly replied. Holy son, just say how you want them punished, and I'll do my utmost to carry it out. Very well. Yi Tianxi sneered. Since they are so lecherous, why not castrate them on the spot, so they won't harm more virtuous women? Senior brother Song, what do you think? As he spoke, an invisible pressure emanated from him. He'll follow the holy son's orders. Song Jia nodded as if granted amnesty, stood up, and waved his hand to the men behind him, saying, Go castrate them all. Yes, senior brother. The followers behind him nodded repeatedly. No, Master Song, spare us, please don't. The burly man was instantly terrified upon hearing this. Losing their manhood would be a fate worse than death. Song Jia snorted coldly and said mercilessly, Blame yourselves for provoking the wrong person. As he spoke, the followers pulled out knives and approached the ruffians. After a series of agonizing screams, they all received their just punishment. Only then did Song Jia look at Yi Tianxi and said with lingering fear, Holy son Yi, it's done. Good. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly, then turned back to Lu Fian, saying, Master's wife, this place is too chaotic. Let's go somewhere else. All right. Lu Fian smiled radiantly, then turned and followed Yi Tianxi out of the tea house. Inside a guest room at an inn 3 li away, Yi Tianxi closed the door and eagerly embraced Lu Fian's slender waist, saying, Master's wife, I've missed you so much. Lu Fian chuckled, I've missed you too. My disciple, in just 2 months I can see you've grown a lot, matured in many ways. I imagine you've endured much hardship at Qingxian sect, haven't you? Yi Tianxi shook his head. Disciple doesn't find it hard. Really? Lu Fian asked with a playful smile. Really? Then I'm relieved. I was only worried that you might suffer at Qingxian sect, but now it seems I need not worry about my disciple. Lu Fian smiled. Master's wife, rest assured I'll take good care of myself, Yi Tianxi said joyfully. That's good. Lu Fian nodded, then asked, I heard you married the holy maiden of Qingshuan, Su Qingwe. What is she like? Qingwe? Yi Tianxi was startled, hesitating. Lu Fian rolled her eyes and teased, silly boy, just say it. Do you think I'd be jealous at my age? I just want to know what she's like and if she truly cares for my disciple. Yi Tianxi smiled awkwardly. Well, when we first met she wanted to kill me, but after the wedding she suddenly became kind to me. Last night, she even made me pastries. Is that so? Lu Fian's face lit up with a relieved smile. Silly boy, that's a good woman. Girls have heavy hearts and are often more complex than boys, but from what you've said, I think Qingwe is definitely a good woman. Yi Tianxi nodded, I think so too. Lu Fian smiled again. You rascal, remember this, if a woman treats you well, you must treat her well in return. I don't care how many wives you take, but as long as they are your women, you must cherish them all. Understand? Yi Tianxi nodded again. Master's wife, rest assured, I'll remember. I will treat them well. That's good. Lu Fian nodded with satisfaction. And you too, Master's wife. Yi Tianxi stared at Lu Fian's exquisite face, suddenly adding. Hearing this, Lu Fian's heart trembled, and a blush uncontrollably spread across her cheeks. She said coquettishly, I don't need your care. Yi Tianxi chuckled. Master's wife, forgot you are also my woman. Lu Fian's cheeks grew even redder. She glanced at him and scolded. You rascal, what are you up to? I want you, Master's wife. Yi Tianxi's gaze burned as he fixed his eyes on Lu Fian's alluring curves, then suddenly leaned in and kissed her. Lu Fian was caught off guard as Yi Tianxi sealed her lips. Her mind went blank, and she was left dizzy by his kiss. Before she could react, he scooped her up and tossed her onto the bed with a thud. You rascal, don't mess around. Lu Fian was overcome with shyness, her cheeks burning as she watched Yi Tianxi pounce on her. Yi Tianxi chuckled. Master's wife, how am I messing around? With that, he pressed down on her. As dusk fell and the sun set, Lu Fian blushed as she straightened her clothes and grumbled. I shouldn't have come today. You got your way again, you rascal. Yi Tianxi smiled happily. Master's wife, you can't blame me for this. It was you who tricked me into dual cultivation in the first place, he retorted cheekily, rolling his eyes. Lu Fian's cheeks flushed even deeper as she scolded. That was then, how can you compare it to now? Back then you were still a clueless fool. Who knew you'd suddenly become so clever? Oh, it seems this disciple must play the fool once more, Yi Tianxi said with a mischievous grin. Silence, do not speak nonsense. Lu Fian covered Yi Tianxi's mouth and said, You've finally regained your clarity of mind, and your master's wife is overjoyed. You must not act foolish again. Then if this disciple refrains from folly, will you still be with me, eh? Yi Tianxi asked with a laugh. Lu Fian rolled her eyes once more, and said with a coquettish pout, "No, you brat, always dreaming of good fortune. He, please calm your anger, master's wife. This disciple dares not do it again. TCH, I don't believe you." Lu Fian shot Yi Tianxi a glance. "Alright, it's getting late. I must return to Luyan City, and you should head back to Qinyan sect. Must you leave so soon, master's wife?" Yi Tianxi said with reluctance. Lu Fian nodded. "Indeed. You are now a holy son, and the sect has many affairs. You cannot be away for too long." "Then what shall this disciple do when I miss you?" Lu Fian rolled her eyes again and chuckled. "What else can you do?" "I can simply visit more often." "Excellent. It's settled then." Yi Tianxi was overjoyed. "By the way, Tianxi, you are now a holy son. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. You must be vigilant. In Qinyan sect, take extra care of your safety and avoid being schemed against by petty individuals." Lu Fian cautioned. Yi Tianxi nodded. "Rest assured, master's wife. This disciple understands. But I also worry about you. In these past 2 months, I've made many enemies, and I fear retaliation." Lu Fian smiled faintly. "Foolish disciple, you need not worry about me. Your master's wife is now at the latest stage core formation. Though my latest stage core formation strength cannot match the sect's foundations, it is more than sufficient against the various cultivation families. With this power, no one dares to bully me. As for the enemies you mentioned, I am aware of one, the Zheng family of Yelin City. Zheng Xiong's clan." Yi Tianxi was slightly startled. "Indeed." Lu Fian nodded. "On the day you slew Zheng Xiong in the grand competition, news quickly spread back to the Zheng family in Yelin City, as well as to our Yi family. The Zheng family hired many cultivators vowing revenge and threatening to use the Yi family against you. But guess what happened?" Lu Fian asked with a smile. Yi Tianxi shook his head. "That very night, I annihilated the Zheng family." Lu Fian said with a faint smile. "So quickly?" Yi Tianxi was startled. Though he had also considered destroying the Zheng family, he hadn't found the time. He never expected his master's wife to act so swiftly, having already eradicated them. Lu Fian laughed. "Strike first to gain the upper hand, delay invites disaster. The Zheng patriarch and I were both at latest stage core formation, but his strength was forcibly elevated by elixirs and was no match for me. Master's wife is truly formidable." Yi Tianxi's face lit up with joy. His master's wife was undoubtedly the most shrewd and decisive woman he had ever met. Lu Fian smiled again. "So rest assured, disciple. Stay safely in the sect. I will handle everything beyond its gates for you." "Thank you, master's wife." Yi Tianxi bowed respectfully. Lu Fian rolled her eyes. "Silly boy, still thanking me. Now that you are the holy son of Qinyan sect, our Yi family's status has risen with yours. They all come to curry favor with us now. It is I who should thank you." As she spoke, Lu Fian sighed with emotion. "I never imagined you would achieve such greatness, Tianxi." Yi Tianxi smiled. "It's all thanks to you, master's wife. If you hadn't taken me in and raised me in the Yi family, how could I have become what I am today? Even the name Yi Tianxi was given by you. Without you, I would have had no name at all." "A name?" Lu Fian frowned in thought upon hearing this, then laughed. "This name wasn't given by me. It was your original name, Yi Tianxi." "My." Yi Tianxi looked bewildered. "Wasn't my name given by you?" Lu Fian shook her head. "No. When your master and I found you, you were unconscious with a blood jade pendant on you. The characters Yi Tianxi were engraved on the back of the pendant. Your master, and I guess that Yi Tianxi must be your name. Since your master had no children of his own, and you happened to share the surname, Yi, destined to be connected to our family, we took you in and raised you. But unexpectedly, after you woke up, you were in a dazed state, and that lasted for 6 years. Is that so?" Yi Tianxi was stunned. "I was originally called Yi Tianxi." "Master's wife, do you still have that blood jade pendant?" Yi Tianxi asked immediately. "Yes, I'll bring it to you next time I come." Lu Fian said. "Perhaps we can find your family through this pendant." "Good." Yi Tianxi nodded. Lu Fian stood up. "All right, you brat, it's getting late. You've had your fill of me. He'll be going now." Yi Tianxi embraced Lu Fian again. "This disciple can't bear to part with you." "How childish." Lu Fian rolled her eyes and smiled. "It's not like I won't come back." Recalling what had just transpired, Lu Fian's cheeks flushed uncontrollably. In all these years, she had never felt such joy. Only with Yi Tianxi could she truly experience a woman's happiness and pleasure. "Very well, this disciple awaits your return." At the spirit altar of the Holy Sun's Hall in Qinyan sect, Yi Tianxi's gaze darkened. "I was originally called Yi Tianxi. Master's wife said there are few Yi families in Qingzhou, and she knows them all. None have lost a child. So, I am not from Qingzhou. Who are my parents? Where are they now? Yi Tianxi's eyes were filled with confusion. He could not recall his past memories no matter how hard he tried. His beloved Qingyue often practiced cultivation until late before returning to rest. Before the grand competition, she had even spent countless days and nights in meditation and training. Before breaking free from the mortal realm, cultivators could not achieve complete abstinence from food and sleep. Su Qingyue had put tremendous effort and sweat into her path of cultivation. On the spirit altar recalling Su Qingyue's diligence, Yi Tianxi's resolve to break through to higher realms grew stronger. Sister, you often said there are heavens beyond heavens and men beyond men. Mere latest core formation was far from enough. Yi Tianxi sat cross-legged, his hands swiftly forming seals as he breathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while continuously tempering his own body. Bathed in the moonlight, his body seemed coated in a layer of silver radiance, emitting a faint glow. The lines of his muscles were as sharp as if carved by a knife, brimming with immense power. Unbeknownst to Yi Tianxi, as he cultivated in stillness, Su Qingyue had already appeared on a nearby rooftop. Gazing at his upright silhouette, she stood quietly, a faint smile curving her lips, her eyes brimming with deep relief and tenderness. For 3 consecutive days, Yi Tianxi remained unwavering in his cultivation, daring not to slacken in the slightest. At dusk this day, he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a turbid breath, a gratified smile spreading across his face. The inner core is on the verge of fusing with the soul. With but one step more, I shall break through to the mystic penetration realm. Glancing at the sky, Yi Tianxi murmured, she has been returning early these past few days. She should be back soon today. Just then, a maidservant from the Holy Sun Hall hurried over and addressed Yi Tianxi. Holy Sun, a messenger has just arrived from the profound void hall summoning you to see Grand Elder Lingshu on a matter of import. Grand Elder Lingshu seeks me. Yi Tianxi paused slightly, then rose and said to the maidservant, very well, I understand. Should Qingyue return and find me absent, inform her of the truth. As you command, Holy Sun. The maidservant nodded and withdrew. Simultaneously, Yu Ji's voice echoed in his mind. That Zhao Lingshu seems ill-intentioned. What business does he have with you? Yi Tianxi pondered briefly, then murmured, yesterday the sect leader departed for the main city of Qingzhou, entrusting me with the oversight of sect affairs. I suspect he seeks me regarding those matters. Sect affairs. Yu Ji considered this, but remained silent. What is it, sister Yu? Does something seem amiss? Yi Tianxi inquired. I have always sensed duplicity in Zhao Lingshu ever since the disciple selection at Luyan City, Yu Ji remarked coolly. Duplicity? Yi Tianxi's eyes narrowed. Could it be because I slew his disciple Xiaohan? Is he nursing a grudge, seeking vengeance? Yu Ji shook her head. I cannot be certain, sister. But you will know once you go. Indeed. Yi Tianxi nodded, summoned his spirit sword, and flew towards the profound void hall. Shortly after his departure, Su Qingyue returned to the Holy Sun Hall. Finding his usual cultivation platform empty, she asked the maidservant, where has he gone? The maidservant replied, Your Holiness, Grand Elder Lingshu sent for the Holy Sun on a matter of importance. He has proceeded to the profound void hall. How long ago? Su Qingyue asked. He just left. I see. She nodded calmly, then inquired further, has he been cultivating here all day? Indeed, Your Holiness. The Holy Sun has been most diligent for several days now. Very well, you may go. Su Qingyue nodded again and retired into the chamber. At the profound void hall on Qingyun sect's western mountain, night fell and torches were lit. Yi Tianxi landed smoothly. Upon arrival, he saw 2 intersect female disciples awaiting him outside the hall. Like Xiaohan, these 2 were personal disciples of Zhao Lingshu, yet far inferior in talent and bloodline. One of them gestured, Holy Sun, this way please. Our master has been expecting you. Yi Tianxi nodded and followed the 2 women to a rear courtyard chamber. Holy Sun, please enter. Where is this? Yi Tianxi asked, glancing around. One of the women replied with a smile. Holy Sun, this is our master's residence, also where he secludes himself for cultivation. Yi Tianxi nodded but pressed further. Why are we not convening in the main hall? Why have I been brought here? The woman shook her head. We do not know. It was our master's instruction. Very well, I understand. The 2 female disciples pointed towards Zhao Lings's chamber and then departed. Yi Tianxi looked towards the room, where a faint green glow emanated, as if someone were cultivating within. He strode over to the door. Just as he was about to knock, Zhao Lings's voice came from inside. Tianxi, the door is unlocked. Enter directly. As you wish, Elder Lingshu. Yi Tianxi nodded and pushed the door open. The moment the door swung inward, a crisp bell chime rang out involuntarily, causing him to pause mid-step. Yi Tianxi surveyed the surroundings. Zhao Ling's chamber was shrouded in dimness, lit only by 2 candles. Numerous copper bells and yellow talismans hung from the ceiling. The talismans bore intricate patterns, and the bells and papers were strung together with red threads. A breeze set them all swaying, creating an inexplicable eerie sensation. Zhao Lingshu sat cross-legged on a cushion opposite the door. The candlelight cast shadows across his face, making his expression appear profoundly sinister and strange. Upon seeing Yi Tianxi, he immediately broke into a benevolent smile. "Tianxi, why do you linger at the threshold? Come in." Noticing Yi Tianxi's gaze fixed upon the bells and talismans, Zhao Lingshu added, "These bells are related to the art I cultivate. You need not fear." A glint of wariness flashed in Yi Tianxi's eyes. Just as he was about to step forward, Yu Ji's voice suddenly resounded from the depths of his heart. "Do not enter." Yi Tianxi froze, his foot suspended in midair. "This is a soul-seizing grand array. If you advance another step, you will be trapped within, unable to escape." A soul-seizing grand array. Yi Tianxi's heart lurched violently. Yu Ji explained, "The soul-seizing grand array is specifically laid for body theft. Those talismans and bells are the instruments of the formation. This array is profoundly sinister and vicious. This old fiend seeks not revenge, but to seize your physical body." "Seize my physical body." Cold sweat immediately beaded on Yi Tianxi's forehead upon hearing this. Though he had been on guard before coming, his precautions were against Zhao Lingshu retaliating for Xiao Han's death, against the man himself. He had overlooked the array within the room and never imagined Zhao Lingshu coveted his very flesh. Thankfully, Sister Yu had warned him in time, or stepping into that array would have meant utter ruin. A wave of lingering dread washed over Yi Tianxi. Yu Ji consoled him. "You lack experience and do not grasp the depths of human malice. With more trials you will naturally become vigilant. Tianxi, why do you tarry? Come in quickly." Seeing Yi Tianxi's hesitation, Zhao Ling's expression grew anxious as he urged. Yi Tianxi let out a cold laugh. Instead of entering, he withdrew his suspended foot back beyond the threshold and addressed Zhao Lingshu. "Elder Lingshu, how dare I casually set foot in your private chamber? If you have matters to discuss, let us speak thus. This boy, why won't he come in?" Zhao Ling's face darkened, but he forced composure and beckoned to Yi Tianxi. "Tianxi, it is inconvenient to speak outdoors. Come inside." Yi Tianxi sneered. "With those bells present, I dare not enter unless Elder Lingshu first removes them." Zhao Lingshu frowned. "Have I not told you? These bells are for my cultivation practice. There is no need for fear." "Cultivation practice?" Yi Tianxi scoffed again. "May I ask, Elder Lingshu, what art do you cultivate? Is it a vile technique specifically for stealing another's body?" Zhao Ling's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "How is this possible? Even the sect master doesn't know about my cultivation of the soul-stealing grand array. How could this child see through it?" Yet even though he had been exposed by Yi Tianxi, Zhao Lingshu still feigned composure and said, "What is the Holy Sun talking about? I don't understand." "Still pretending." Yi Tianxi sneered coldly. "Zhao Lingshu, the sect master, has only been away for a day, and you dare to commit such acts within the sect. And you call yourself the Grand Elder of Qingxian sect." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshu dropped his pretense, letting out a sinister chuckle. "I never expected you to see through my soul-stealing grand array. Yi Tianxi, it seems I underestimated you." "Just as I thought." Yi Tianxi's gaze turned icy cold. "Umph." Zhao Lingshu snorted coldly. "Originally, this soul-stealing grand array was prepared for Xiao Han, but I never imagined that worthless waste would be killed by you. Since that's the case, you'll have to take his place." "What a—" Yi Tianxi's face changed drastically upon hearing this. "This soul-stealing grand array was meant for Xiao Han. You wouldn't even spare your own disciple. What a venomous heart, what despicable means." "Ha ha ha." Zhao Lingshu laughed heartily. "Venomous. If one does not look out for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. My lifespan is less than 20 years. If I cannot break through to the transcendent mortal realm within that time, I am doomed. But alas, my bone roots are inferior. I can only seek a suitable physical body to seize and cultivate anew. Xiao Han was born with a 7th rank bloodline, which perfectly meets my requirements." "What a pity." Zhao Ling's eyes were filled with greed. "What a pity that Xiao Han was a waste dying at your hands. But it doesn't matter. Using you to replace Xiao Han is just the same." As his words fell, Zhao Lingshu formed hand seals and lunged forward, striking at Yi Tianxi with lightning speed. Crackling sounds erupted as he charged forth. The doors and windows burst open and the copper bells inside the room clanged violently. Yi Tianxi's gaze sharpened as he quickly sidestepped, narrowly dodging Zhao Ling's palm strike. At the same time, Yu Ji's voice echoed in his mind. "Little Tianxi, be careful. This Zhao Lingshu is at the late stage of the profound connection realm. Late profound connection. Yi Tianxi's eyes turned cold. Sister Yue, what are my chances of victory? Yu Ji replied. You are merely at the perfected core formation realm. The gap in cultivation between you is too vast. If you fight to the death, you'd be lucky to have even a 1 in 10 chance. But Zhao Ling's goal is to seize your physical body. He won't kill you before succeeding in the possession. Therefore, you have a 3 in 10 chance of victory. Freetons. Yi Tianxi's eyes flashed with a crimson gleam. That's enough. The instant his words fell, he condensed profound energy at his fingertip and let out a cold shout, Burial Thunder Finger. In that moment, dozens of purple arcs of electricity burst forth from his fingertip, coalescing into a single finger strike aimed directly at Zhao Lingshu. Just as it was about to hit, Zhao Lingshu raised his hand and formed a seal, conjuring a barrier before him that effortlessly neutralized Yi Tianxi's attack. Burial Thunder Finger. He let out a string of cold laughs, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. This Burial Thunder Finger could kill Xiao Han, but it cannot kill me. As his words fell, Zhao Lingshu swung his right arm violently. In an instant, a gray, hazy, profound energy surged forth, forming a massive wave that swept toward Yi Tianxi. Seeing this, Yi Tianxi frowned deeply. He immediately withdrew his arm, his profound energy swirling wildly around him. Heavenly Firmament Protection Art. The roaring gray, profound energy crashed like furious waves, yet it was still blocked by the Heavenly Firmament Protection Art, unable to advance an inch. The Heavenly Firmament Protection Art. Another Earth-grade technique. To master so many Earth-grade techniques in such a short time. How interesting. As his words fell, Zhao Lingshu stomped hard on the floor, launching himself into the air. He then crossed his fists and brought them crashing down toward Yi Tianxi. A dull, explosive roar resonated throughout the entire Xuanchu Hall. Stumbling backward, Yi Tianxi took the brunt of the punch. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back several steps from the immense impact. I am at the late stage of the profound connection realm, while you are merely at the perfected core formation realm. Surrender early, and you'll spare yourself some suffering. Zhao Ling's expression was exceptionally ferocious. Enough talk. Yi Tianxi wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze turning icy. He bellowed, Dragon Elephant 9 Revolutions open. As he spoke, Yi Tianxi stomped hard on the ground, shattering the floor beneath him with a thunderous crack. In an instant, his profound energy surged and roiled, pouring forth like a flood. At the same time, a majestic, ancient golden phantom materialized on the surface of his body, solid and lifelike. Dragon Elephant 9 Revolutions, a heaven-grade low-rank technique. Feeling the surging power radiating from Yi Tianxi, Zhao Ling's face twisted with immense shock. He had never imagined that Yi Tianxi could master a heaven-grade technique that Xiao Han had failed to learn even after 3 years of bitter training. Zhao Lingshu was ecstatic. The sect leader's guess was correct. The genius of Luyan City is not Lin Feng, but Yi Tianxi. Heaven truly aids me. Ha ha. Old fiend, today is your death day. Yi Tianxi's gaze was frigid. He executed the Dragon Elephant 9 Revolutions in tandem with the Moon Shadow Step, vanishing from his spot as if teleporting. When he reappeared, he was directly in front of Zhao Lingshu. He threw a vicious punch. A heavy thud echoed as the terrifying impact transformed into shockwaves that swept in all directions. Yi Tianxi's gaze darkened as he saw Zhao Lingshu crossing his arms to block. His punch had landed squarely on Zhao Ling's forearms. Such a domineering punch. Zhao Lingshu sneered twice. Pity this level of force can't harm me. As he spoke, he flicked his arms, sending Yi Tianxi flying back several zhang. Stumbling backward, Yi Tianxi quickly steadied himself. Gritting his teeth, he roared, Dragon Elephant 9 Revolutions 4th Revolution. Before his voice faded, his figure vanished again, charging at Zhao Lingshu. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Ling's expression darkened as Yi Tianxi unleashed several punches in the blink of an eye. The speed was far greater than before, and even Zhao Lingshu at the late stage of the profound connection realm couldn't help but show a hint of wariness. He murmured, such speed. This child has actually cultivated the Dragon Elephant 9 Revolutions to the 4th Revolution. Zhao Lingshu, you will die today. Yi Tianxi shouted fiercely. Narrowing his eyes, he once again channeled his profound energy, unleashing the 4th form of the Burial Thunder Finger, Thunderclap. A sharp, piercing sound tore through the air as the silver radiance around him grew increasingly dazzling and blinding. In an instant, the silver light converged, condensing at the tip of his right index finger. It formed a beam of silver-white thunder shooting toward Zhao Ling's chest with lightning speed. Zhao Ling's pupils blazed with light, his muscles bulging, and his robes rustled. He sneered, you. You're not worthy. As his words fell, he swiftly formed hand seals, and two plumes of gray mist suddenly arose, coalescing into the shape of a palm that swept toward the thunderous beam hurtling at Yi Tianxi. With a thunderous crash, the burial thunder finger beam struck the palm, and in an instant a silver radiance burst apart, scattering into countless specks of starlight. Seizing the moment the thunder was broken, Zhao Lingshu lunged forward, extending his right claw to grab at Yi Tianxi's throat with astonishing speed. This old man will personally send you in. Zhao Lingshu snarled with a sinister laugh. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Yi Tianxi reacted swiftly. As the claw shot toward him, he retreated several steps, steadied himself, glanced back at the room behind him, and murmured, Zhao Lingshu intends to force me into that soul-seizing array. Dream on. As his words ended, Yi Tianxi stomped backward, shattering the floorboards with a resounding crack. A brilliant light blazed in his eyes as he roared, Dragon Elephant 9 Transformations 5th Transformation. In the next instant, Yi Tianxi's figure vanished, moving at twice the speed from before. What? The 5th transformation of Dragon Elephant 9 Transformations. Zhao Lingshu was stunned. In such a short time, he has already cultivated to the 5th transformation. The Dragon Elephant 9 Transformations was a technique that could drastically enhance a cultivator's speed and strength in a short period. The more layers activated, the greater the boost. For a moment, Zhao Lingshu could not track Yi Tianxi's movements, only catching the afterimages left in his wake. Just then, Yi Tianxi abruptly appeared before Zhao Lingshu and delivered a fierce kick. With a heavy thud, Zhao Lingshu's neck took a brutal hit, staggering backward several steps and nearly collapsing to the ground. Yi Tianxi pressed his advantage once again, employing Moon Shadow Step to appear before Zhao Lingshu. With rapid exchanges of blows, the two clashed for over a dozen rounds. But in terms of raw power, Zhao Lingshu was utterly outmatched, battered and bruised by Yi Tianxi, retreating step by step. Indeed, in mystical power, I am no match for Zhao Lingshu, but in speed and martial techniques, he is inferior to me. With this thought, Yi Tianxi raised his leg high and swept out a devastating whip kick. The kick landed with immense force, striking Zhao Lingshu squarely on the temple. A muffled thud echoed as Zhao Lingshu cried out in pain, his body hurtling sideways like a cannonball, crashing violently into the pillar of the chamber door. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. Zhao Lingshu scrambled up from the ground, disheveled and furious, glaring at Yi Tianxi with a twisted expression. What's happening? The commotion from the rear courtyard quickly drew the attention of the two female disciples. They had not gone far, and hearing the noise, immediately flew over on their swords, only to witness the scene before them. Master! Holy Son! The two female disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Why is Master fighting the Holy Sun? For a moment, neither knew whom to support. Yi Tianxi was startled and quickly said to them, Leave at once. Go fetch Elder Qiuyang. He knew Zhao Lingshu had not yet unleashed his full power. With the sect master absent, the only one who could match Zhao Lingshu was senior sister Qin Shuang's master, Elder Qiuyang. Yes. Though unsure of right and wrong, the two female disciples realized that summoning Elder Qiuyang was the best course of action and immediately turned to leave. How dare you? But Zhao Lingshu had no intention of letting Zhuo Qiuyang ruin his plans. If Zhuo Qiuyang came, all his schemes would come to naught. Master! One of the female disciples paused, turning to glance back at Zhao Lingshu. Little did she know she was about to fall victim to Zhao Lingshu's demonic claws. A blood-red claw materialized and seized the woman's body. Then, with a sudden burst of force, Zhao Lingshu crushed the delicate frame of the female disciple. A piercing scream echoed through the entire Xuanshu hall, the woman's death a gruesome sight. The other female disciple's pupils contracted in horror. Senior Sister Ru. Master. Witnessing Zhao Lingshu's brutal act, she froze in place. Zhao Lingshu snarled, Don't blame your master for being ruthless, blame yourselves for seeing what you shouldn't have. As the words left his lips, he struck again, his demonic claw reaching for Li Qing. The claw moved with blinding speed, striking in an instant. Sun Rao's death had caught Yi Tianxi off guard, and he never imagined Zhao Lingshu would be so vicious as to harm his own innocent disciples. Get away. This time Yi Tianxi was prepared and used a pulling technique to yank Li Qing aside, barely dodging Zhao Lingshu's demonic claw. Junior brother, Holy Son. Li Qing glanced at Yi Tianxi, speaking with lingering fear. Yi Tianxi said, Your master wants to seize my body. Go to Yangshi Hall and inform Elder Qiuyang. Seize his body. Li Qing's face filled with terror. She did not dare linger and immediately turned to fly away. Stop! Zhao Lingshu raised his hand and shot a ball of light at the fleeing Li Qing, striking her shoulder. Fortunately, the blow was not fatal. Li Qing was injured but not severely hindered. Damn it, you dare disobey your master. Zhao Lingshu was enraged and prepared to strike again, but Yi Tianxi was quicker, charging forward in a flash and landing a heavy mountain-shaking fist on Zhao Ling's chest, his voice icy. Zhao Lingshu, you have lost your mind. Zhao Lingshu spat blood once more, fixing a bloodthirsty gaze on Yi Tianxi. Brat, no one can save you today. As his words ended, Zhao Lingshu cut his finger, and a golden alms bowl flew out from his chinquan pouch. The bowl swelled several times in size, hovering upside down above Yi Tianxi's head, generating a powerful suction force. This is... Enveloped by the golden bowl, Yi Tianxi felt his limbs go weak, his mystical energy gradually drained by an immense pulling force. Zhao Lingshu snorted coldly. This is my life-bound treasure. If I weren't worried about causing too much commotion, I would have used it long ago. And do you know why I chose tonight? Not only because the sect master is away, but also because Zhuo Qiuyang is in seclusion. If he emerges now, he will be severely weakened, and even if he rushes here, he may not be able to save you. As his words fell, Zhao Lingshu rapidly formed hand seals, channeling the power of the golden bowl, and with a violent tug dragged Yi Tianxi into the soul-seizing array. Damn it! The moment he stepped into the array, chains shot out from the room, binding his limbs. He felt his divine sense and soul locked by a powerful force, and his mystical energy was utterly unresponsive. Jingle! The bells hanging from the ceiling all swayed, emitting a crisp, clear chime. The sound of the bells was mesmerizing. Yi Tianxi felt his mind blur, as if he might faint at any moment. Bang! Zhao Lingshu channeled his magical power, slamming all the doors and windows shut with a loud bang. Then he sat cross-legged on a cushion opposite Yi Tianxi, his face twisted into a sinister, vicious grin. Today no one can save you. Ha ha! Yi Tianxi clenched his jaw, forcing himself to stay calm. Zhao Ling's hands moved swiftly as he formed seals, striking a series of incantations onto Yi Tianxi's body. Yi Tianxi, I never imagined that the one who drew the celestial phenomena in Luyan City back then was not Lin Feng, but you little brat. You've only been in the Qingxian sect for 2 months, yet your growth has been so rapid. Such innate divine abilities are no less than those of the prodigies from the 4 regions and the central continent. Even the 7th grade physical body I spent years preparing for myself perished at your hands. It's fortunate that I accepted you back then. Now I realize, Xiao Han, that waste is unworthy of comparison with you, haha. Listening to Zhao Ling's loud laughter, Yi Tianxi felt his mind grow dizzy and heavy, as if he might sink into unconsciousness at any moment. Meanwhile, in the first layer of the Qiutian pagoda, Yu Jia's face was etched with deep worry. Little Tianxi, don't sleep. Stay awake. She called out loudly but received no response. Little Tianxi, let your sister out, and shall kill him for you. Yu Ji was frantic with anxiety. To escape the Qiutian pagoda, she needed Yi Tianxi's permission. Yet Yi Tianxi seemed utterly deaf to her voice, showing no reaction at all. Yu Jia's worry intensified as she looked up toward the dome and shouted, Old man, what should we do now? I want to go out and save him. Don't worry. A calm, aged voice came from the 2nd floor. He is the master of the Qiutian pagoda. If he can't even handle such a trivial matter, then in the future. But Yu Ji remained deeply anxious. Meanwhile, at the Yansher Hall, Qin Shuang stood outside the hall, gazing toward the St. Sun Hall, murmuring, I haven't seen my junior brother for a couple of days. I do miss him a bit. I wonder how he's doing now. Since Master is in seclusion, why not go to the St. Sun Hall to play with him? That would also annoy Su Qinghua. As Qin Shuang thought this and prepared to set off, she suddenly saw a sword light flying from the horizon. The sword light descended rapidly. As it landed, the injured Li Qing hurriedly ran toward the hall. Li Qing, what brings you here? Qin Shuang asked with a frown. Li Qing, clutching her wounded shoulder, said anxiously, Senior Sister Qin Shuang, something huge has happened. Elder Lingshu is fighting the Saint Sun. The Saint Sun sent me to seek help from Elder Qiuyang, saying my master wants to seize his body. What a... Qin Shuang's expression changed instantly. Seize his body. Yes. Li Qing sobbed. Master also killed Senior Sister Sunro. Sunro. Qin Shuang's pupils contracted at the news. Zhao Lingshu. Master always said Zhao Lingshu was treacherous, but I never expected. Senior Sister quickly informed Elder Qiuyang. Li Qing urged. Qin Shuang said, but my master is in seclusion now. Forcing him out would harm his vitality. Then what should we do? Master killed Senior Sister Sunro, will I be next? Li Qing asked, bewildered and helpless. Qin Shuang pondered briefly, then urgently said to a purple-robed disciple in the hall, Changbo, go inform Master. Let him decide. Then she quickly said to Li Qing, Junior Sister Li Qing, don't panic. He'll go right away. Where is the Saint Sun now? Qin Shuang asked urgently. In the backyard of the Xuanshu Hall. Good. Qin Shuang nodded, her gaze hardening. Without another word, she summoned her flying sword and sped toward the Xuanshu Hall. As soon as she ascended, she took out a transmission talisman and said gravely, Junior brother Tianxi is in danger. Come quickly. In the Saint Sun Hall's bedchamber, Su Qingyue, who was in seclusion meditating, abruptly opened her eyes, a surge of profound mystical power erupting from her body. Gazing at the floating transmission talisman before her, a fierce anger spread across her face. The next moment, the door shattered open. Su Qingyue shot out on her sword, transforming into a streak of light as she raced toward the Xuanshu Hall. Ugh! In the backyard of the Xuanshu Hall, Yi Tianxi's forehead was drenched in sweat, his face twisted in agony. Zhao Lingshu had struck several divine sense location seals upon his body, waiting only for the seals to complete before seizing Yi Tianxi's body in one fell swoop. Still struggling. Struggling only brings more pain but changes nothing. Zhao Lingshu let out a sinister cold laugh. The copper bell hanging from the roof swayed even more violently. His laughter grew more ferocious. Do you know why the prize for this competition is Su Qingyue? Qingyue. Yi Tianxi lifted his eyelids with difficulty upon hearing this. Zhao Lingshu sat cross-legged on a cushion and continued, I proposed this rule. Everyone thought this cauldron was prepared for Shao Han by the Qingxin sect, but they were all wrong. I prepared it for myself. You. Yi Tianxi's eyes turned bloodshot. Ha ha ha. Zhao Lingshu laughed heartily. Indeed, that is an exceptional cauldron physique. Unfortunately, at my age, I cannot enjoy it, but Shao Han is different. A young body, excellent 7th grade bloodline. Once he wins the competition, I will seize his body. Then Su Qingyue will be mine, won't she? The perfect cauldron paired with Shao Han's 7th grade bloodline. Soon I will break through to the transcending mortal realm, or even higher cultivation levels. Unfortunately, you disrupted this perfect plan. But no matter. You are more perfect than Shao Han. I will seize your body, disguise myself as you, and Su Qingyue will be within my grasp. Ha ha. Hearing this, Yi Tianxi roared in fury. Zhao Lingshu, you despicable scoundrel. Zhao Lingshu sneered indifferently. So what if I'm despicable? The most important thing for a cultivator is benefit. As for you, a mere 1st grade waste meridian, I am very curious how you managed to break through. As he spoke, he glanced down at the jade ring on his finger and muttered, when I accepted you into the sect last time, it was because this ring lit up. When it lights up, it means you have a magical artifact. But now it's unresponsive again. How strange. Still, it doesn't matter. Once I seize your body, I will know everything. With those words, Zhao Lingshu formed hand seals and shouted, Soul seize. Up. Yi Tianxi felt a splitting headache as if his very soul was being torn from his body. At the same time, a white and a purple sword light descended rapidly, transforming into 2 tall, graceful figures, the arriving Su Qingyue and Qin Shuang. As the two rushed into the courtyard, they saw countless traces of battle and Sun Rao's gruesome corpse. Where is he? Su Qingyue asked Qin Shuang anxiously, her worry evident on her face. Qin Shuang's gaze sharpened as she scanned all the closed doors in the backyard. Just then, Yi Tianxi's loud cry came from behind one of the doors. The two exchanged a glance, and without a word charged toward that door. The bronze bell in the room shook wildly, and the soul-seizing array emitted a sinister green glow. Yi Tianxi's head throbbed with excruciating pain, while Zhao Lings's smile grew increasingly twisted. Once this soul lamp goes out, your mortal body will be mine. Impossible. Yi Tianxi clenched his teeth once more, every muscle in his body taut, resisting Zhao Lings's soul-seizing technique. His face was contorted with agony, yet his consciousness grew ever more lucid. I overheard Sister Yu and the senior from the 2nd floor just now. He didn't want Sister Yu to save me, simply because I am the master of the prison heaven pagoda. Yi Tianxi gritted his teeth. The senior on the 2nd floor is right. If I can't even overcome this minor trial on my own, how can I speak of protecting myself and my loved ones, or of trampling the heavens? With that thought, Yi Tianxi swiftly formed hand seals, absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. There's only one way to break this deadlock. I must break through to the mystic comprehension realm as soon as possible. Only then can I contend with Zhao Lingshu. Little Tianxi. Yu Ji was startled, watching him with concern, murmuring, did he hear everything just now? The aged voice from the 2nd floor chimed in again, laughing. Well, my girl, I told you not to worry. He hasn't called for your help yet, relying on his unyielding conviction. All right. Hearing this, the worry on Yu Ji's face eased slightly. Witnessing this, Zhao Lings's expression darkened. Still struggling to absorb spiritual energy. You brat, let's see how long you can hold out. Soul-locking curse. Zhao Lingshu rapidly formed hand seals and cast the soul-locking curse at Yi Tianxi. His divine sense was suppressed once more, and a surge of blazing fury choked Yi Tianxi, causing him to spew a mouthful of reversed blood. Heh, Zhao Lingshu sneered coldly. Now let's see how you struggle. Yi Tianxi's face was deathly pale and haggard. Under the suppression of the soul-locking curse, he felt utterly drained, as if his soul were about to be ripped from his body by Zhao Lingshu. At this critical moment, a sudden boom resounded. Wood chips flew as the door was smashed open and two graceful figures, one in white, one in purple, charged in none other than Su Qingyue and Qin Shuang. Junior brother, Qin Shuang cried out in concern, seeing Yi Tianxi bound by chains. Su Qingyu's face turned cold, and she lunged directly at Zhao Lingshu, who sat on his meditation mat. Su Qingyue, Qin Shuang. Zhao Lings's face twisted with fury at their sudden appearance. Damn it, daring to ruin my good deed. Zhao Lingshu, you despicable wretch, I will kill you today. Having heard Zhao Lings's scheme from Qin Shuang, Su Qingyu's icy demeanor blazed into uncontrollable rage at the sight of Yi Tianxi's plight. Ever since her Su clan was annihilated, Su Qingyue had kept everyone at arm's length. In her years at Qingxian sect, she had few whom she considered kin. One was Yun Qianshan, the benefactor who saved her. The second was Yi Tianxi, with whom she had shared an intimate bond. Though she had not yet fully opened her heart to him, she was slowly allowing him a place within it. But now Zhao Lingshu sought to kill one of her few remaining family members. How could Su Qingyue not be enraged? 5 Qi converging to the origin. Her palm strikes were fierce, each aimed at Zhao Lings's vital points. Zhao Lingshu dodged repeatedly, astonishment spreading across his face. You've indeed broken through to the mystic comprehension realm. For mere early-stage mystic comprehension, your strength is not to be underestimated. Good thing I acted early. If I'd given you more time, even I might not be able to handle you. Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes blazed with killing intent, her face frosty. Zhao Lingshu prepared to die. Absolute lotus palm. With that, she struck out with the absolute lotus palm. Ha ha ha. Zhao Lingshu roared with laughter. You think you, a mere early-stage mystic comprehension cultivator, can kill me? He then thrust out a palm as well. Bang. Their palms collided with a thunderous noise, shattering teacups and porcelain in the room as a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. Zhao Lingshu, being at the latest stage mystic comprehension realm, boasted far greater palm strength. After the clash, Su Qingyue was forced back several steps, her face paling. Zhao Lingshu taunted her smugly. Su Qingyue, you're nothing but a cauldron constitution. If I weren't advanced in years, such good fortune wouldn't have fallen to that brat. But since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep today, it'll take all 3 of you together, ha. With that, a sinister glint flashed in Zhao Lings's eyes. He swiftly formed hand seals and lunged at Su Qingyue, intent on subduing her. Hearing this, Su Qingyue's fury intensified. She gritted her teeth, steadied her chaotic internal energy, and attacked once more. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang channeled her power, severing the chains and soul-summoning bells binding Yi Tianxi. Junior brother, are you alright? She helped him sit down, asking with concern. Senior sister, I'm fine. Yi Tianxi said weakly, his face pale. Go help Qingyue. She's just broken through and hasn't stabilized her foundation. She's no match for Zhao Lingshu. Qin Shuang quickly produced a pill. Junior brother, this is a return origin pill. Take it, and it'll go help Qingyue. Alright. Yi Tianxi nodded, took the pill from Qin Shuang, and swallowed it. As the return origin pill took effect, his complexion improved slightly. He sat cross-legged on the spot, beginning to circulate his power to recover his mystic energy. Zhao Lingshu, you disgrace to the sect, murdering your fellow disciples and stooping to such shameless deeds. Qin Shuang shouted, drawing her sword and charging at him. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Zhao Lingshu grabbed Qin Shuang's thrusting sword with one hand, while channeling mystic energy with the other to fend off Su Qingyue's assault. His face brimmed with smug contempt. Qin Shuang, Su Qingyue, do you 2 little juniors think you can kill me? Ridiculous. Even if Zui Qiuyang were to force his way out of seclusion and come here, he might not be my match. With that, he pushed with both hands, sending Su Qingyue and Qin Shuang staggering back. Stumbling back several steps, they exchanged a glance. You old fiend. Then they attacked together, charging at Zhao Lingshu once more. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxi frowned deeply, rapidly condensing his mystic energy. Senior sister Qin Shuang is at the latest stage core formation realm, and Qingyue has just broken through to mystic comprehension without a stable foundation. Even together, they might not be a match for Zhao Lingshu. I must break through to the mystic comprehension realm as quickly as possible. Ha ha ha. Do you 2 truly believe you can slay me? Repelling Su Qingyue and Qin Shuang once more, Zhao Ling's face twisted into a ferocious grin. He formed hand seals again, addressing them. Today, I shall show you the true meaning of disparity. 9 nether soul-devouring claw. As his words fell, a dark radiance burst forth. Zhao Lingshu raised his arms and lunged towards Su Qingyue and Qin Shuang. In an instant, a colossal black skeletal phantom materialized large enough to shroud half the roof. Pitch black and ghastly as if alive, it stretched out its claws toward the two women. At that moment, the entire room became saturated with a nauseating stench. Confronted with this horrifying technique, Su Qingyue and Qin Shuang immediately formed seals to defend themselves. Yet the barrier they conjured proved utterly fragile before the skeletal phantom. Oh! 2 cries of agony rang out simultaneously. The ghostly claws of the skeletal phantom seized both Su Qingyue and Qin Shuang by the throat, hoisting them into the air, where they struggled desperately. This is a demonic cultivation art, Su Qingyue managed to utter with great difficulty. Qin Shuang also spoke with immense strain. If only our master were here. At once agony twisted their features, and even breathing became a laborious task. Zhao Ling's smile was venomous. I am the strongest in the Qingxian sect, no one can save you. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the delicate forms of Su Qingyue and Qin Shuang. He leered, Su Qingyue, Qin Shuang, truly 2 peerless beauties. Once I seize this brat's body, I shall thoroughly enjoy both of you. With that, Zhao Lingshu reformed his hand seals, laying out a formation that condensed a green light. Pointing directly at Yi Tianxi, he bellowed, Soul seize. Junior brother. Seeing this, Qin Shuang and Su Qingyue's pupils constricted simultaneously. They struggled to rescue Yi Tianxi, but the demonic claws held them fast. No matter how fiercely they fought, it was futile. Zhao Ling's grin grew more maniacal. All preparations were complete. The only thing left was to seize Yi Tianxi's body in this very moment, and his triumph would be assured. Yet against all expectations, just as the green light was about to touch Yi Tianxi, he abruptly opened his eyes. A wave of profound and formidable mystic energy surged from within Yi Tianxi, sweeping across the entire scene. A golden light enveloped his body. It was as though he had been reborn. His aura transformed, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The green light of soul seizing, when it touched the golden radiance around Yi Tianxi, shattered into nothingness as if it had never existed. Sensing this terrifying spiritual pressure, Zhao Ling's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? The Tongxian realm. He has broken through. At this critical juncture, Yi Tianxi had indeed succeeded in advancing to the Tongxian realm. Junior brother has broken through. Qin Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, her face radiant with joy. Su Qingyue also looked at Yi Tianxi with a gratified and delighted expression. What kind of monster are you? How could you possibly break through to the Tongxian realm in such a short time? Zhao Lingshu stared fixedly at Yi Tianxi, demanding an answer. Yi Tianxi narrowed his eyes, a glacial murderous intent radiating from his gaze toward Zhao Lingshu. The moment he rose slowly from the ground, he vanished from his spot. In an inconceivably swift motion, he closed in on Zhao Lingshu and delivered a devastating punch. Boom. The punch was immensely powerful, causing the entire house to tremble violently. Zhao Ling's body arched backward, his eyes bulging as he spewed blood. He felt several of his ribs shatter from Yi Tianxi's blow. Such formidable energy. Qin Shuang and Su Qingyue fixed their eyes on Yi Tianxi, their gazes shimmering with admiration. Then Yi Tianxi tapped his brow, shooting a bolt of lightning backward that heavily smashed the skeletal phantom, clutching Su Qingyue and Qin Shuang. The 2 women were freed, landing back on the ground with a simultaneous sigh of relief. Zhao Ling's expression, however, was extremely grim. He staggered backward several steps, then clenched his teeth and glared at Yi Tianxi. Bang! Before he could finish, Yi Tianxi struck again, with another punch caving in Zhao Ling's chest and sending a stream of crimson blood spurting from his mouth. His face ashen, Zhao Lingshu steadied himself and hastily formed hand seals. A golden alms bowl flew out, expanding several times in size until it was enormous, instantly tearing off the entire roof. Soul-binding bowl firmly suppressed this brat. As Zhao Ling's command echoed, the golden alms bowl erupted with light, enveloping Yi Tianxi. Facing Zhao Ling's magical artifact, Yi Tianxi let out a disdainful snort, then struck out with his palm. Boom. The terrifying force of that palm strike against the soul-binding bowl directly shattered the artifact. Instantly, a deafening explosion resounded. Wood chips and dust flew everywhere. All buildings within a 3-zhang radius were reduced to rubble. Even Su Qingyue and Qin Shuang were forced back several zhang by the violent shockwave. How can this be? The soul-binding bowl is an earth-grade artifact I painstakingly refined with all my heart, and it's broken. His cultivation has only just reached the early Tongxian stage. How can he possess such power? Zhao Lingxi's eyes widened, filled with utter horror. Yi Tianxi snorted angrily. Zhao Lingxiu, for harming your fellow disciples and attempting to steal my body today you die, without a doubt. As his words fell, he closed in on Zhao Lingxiu again, unleashing a flurry of punches that landed relentlessly on his body. He finished with a burial thunder finger, blasting a gaping hole in Zhao Lingxi's chest. Uffed. Zhao Lingxiu stumbled backward, clutching his chest as a mouthful of blood sprayed out, staining his robes crimson. At this moment, his mystic energy was depleted, his face deathly pale. His gaze toward Yi Tianxi was steeped in intense venom and resentment. Damn it, I am no match for this brat. Where there's life, there's hope. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Lingxiu used his last vestiges of strength to form hand seals, then shot up from the ruins, flying into the night sky. Trying to flee, Yi Tianxi's eyes turned icy. He swiftly formed hand seals and uttered a low chant. Azure Dragon buries the heavens. As his words resounded, the sky instantly churned with wind and clouds, thunder and lightning crackling. A colossal azure dragon phantom emerged from the dark clouds, its massive body wreathed in countless bolts of lightning, diving straight toward Zhao Lingxiu. Staring at the enormous dragon phantom soaring through the midair, Zhao Lingxi's eyes revealed profound despair and reluctance. Yi Tianxi, you dare! He roared, channeling all his mystic energy to shield himself. Yet the azure dragon phantom was overwhelmingly fierce and domineering. With a single dive, it tore Zhao Lingxi's protective aura to shreds, then hurtled him violently toward the earth. Boom! Thunder exploded. After the ear-splitting roar, dust filled the air. A deep crater was smashed into the ground. Zhao Lingxiu lay within it, his eyes wide open, his skin charred and covered in wounds. All signs of life had vanished. He was utterly dead. Witnessing this, Su Qingyue and Qin Shuang exchanged glances, a spark of exhilaration and joy visible in each other's eyes.